Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. The darkness of this country of toys cannot be exposed to the whole world. Birdcage. While blocking Ross's attack, he moved his hand and lifted it toward the sky. The earth instantly surges with a bunch of white strings and they converge toward the sky and then divides into numerous silk lines, and like an umbrella, they covered the whole island. Doflamingo, what are you doing? The division captain's face changed. He didn't know about sugar, but he knew about the ability of Birdcage because Doflamingo had used it before. Doflamingo said coldly, everything here must not be exposed. You should be very clear about this. Even if you ask 5 Elder Stars now, you will definitely get the same answer. The division captain blinked a few times. That's right. If any dark deed done by any of the 7 warlords of the sea is exposed, then it will indeed cause huge damage to the face of the government. The 7 warlords of the sea has signed a treaty with the government, which means that everything done by them shows that the government is behind them. The government will do everything in its power to stop the spread of the scandal that can harm them and cover it up. If it can't be stopped, they will definitely use Buster Call to bury all scandals on the seabed. Birdcage. Ross looked up at the sky, at the birdcage that covered the entire island of Dressrosa, and a trace of light flashed through his eyes. Everything, including this step so far, has been done in perfect accordance with his expectations. Doflamingo is just one of the purposes of this trip, and another is to let the government and Marine know. What will it cost them to force him into becoming a pirate? Almost immediately after the bird's cage-covered Dressrosa, several figures came out from a boat that had been docked on the shore somewhere in Dressrosa. It has finally begun. Captain is a genius, he even predicted this situation. Kaku and others looked at the island, which was covered by various lines, and could not help but take a deep breath. It's time to work. In the next moment, several people took out the video Dendenmushi and went to different places using moonwalk, and some ran along the shore of Dressrosa. The birdcage can sever all the radio waves inside the island, which is the ultimate method for Doflamingo to cover everything, but it has a small problem, that is, it has no effect on the outside of the island. Now, several people switched on the video Dendenmushi to record the events, at the same time. Sabati Archipelago. Khalifa opened the image Dendenmushi. The Kingdom of Scythe. Blueno turned on the image Dendenmushi. Fleetland Island. A Sky Islander opened the image Dendenmushi. There are 7 or 8 large islands surrounding Dressrosa, and they are prosperous area. Everything that happened in Dressrosa, it was projected there. Even special screens were set up in some islands such as Sabati Archipelago by Khalifa to receive the signal directly banned to show the live scenario, so anything that will happen in Dressrosa can be instantly viewed here. Look, what is that? What a strange image, this. What is this? Many civilians saw the image, and at first, they found these images strange, but they soon saw the innumerable scenes of slaughter and fighting in the streets of a birdcage-like island. From toys turning into humans, the ordinary civilians and scouts from various forces and even members of the Revolutionary Army, Marines, and the government people fell into chaos at the moment they watched the scenes from the Dendenmushi. It looks like Dressrosa. That country of toys? How could it be like that? Countless people look at the projected pictures with stunned faces. They have seen this country countless times in the newspapers, and it was full of sunshine and joy filled the streets, and now it has become such a hell. Like a stone falling into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. In just a few minutes, these projections began to spread all over the world. This time, the scope was too wide. By the time the world government responded, it was too late. This is the so-called enthusiastic and passionate country? The country which is developing very fast under a perfect pirate? God! What the hell are the government and Marines doing? Numerous people clenched their fists, some showed anger, some showed fear, and some were at a loss. This effect was spreading to the whole world. Marine headquarters. Damn it. Sengoku looked at the incoming picture and punched the table in front of him, causing it to crack. He shouted angrily, "Who can tell me what kind of foolish thing Doflamingo is doing? Hasn't Kizaru arrived yet?" At the same time, the top level of the world government, 5 elder stars' faces also became ugly to the extreme. Such a picture is broadcast all over the world. It's like stepping on the face of the government and crushing it for a few feet. Even if Doflamingo is destroyed, and even if the ghost pirates become twice as powerful to any 4 emperors' force, it is still nothing in the eyes of 5 elder stars. But the impact of such an event can be described as unprecedented, and it is almost the worst situation that has happened since they came to power. The losses are not measurable in terms of combat power anymore. No one would have thought that Dressrosa was hiding such darkness in it. What's more, the Ghost Hand Pirates announced all this in a live broadcast to the entire world. Ross's phrase "you're 5 idiots" some time ago, is just like the sole of a shoe now that is slapping their faces hard at this moment. How can they salvage the situation? The 5 people almost began to think about how to salvage the situation in the first place, but this kind of event that has spread so wide is not something they can cover up by simply arranging some lies. Idiots. Cut off all the signals right now. 5. Sir Gorsai, this event is being broadcasted on many islands at the same time. We cannot cut off all the signal at the same time. There was a trace of anxiousness on the face of government officials. The 5 elder stars bit his teeth, then cut them off one by one. Let the Marines also move out. Make sure that the impact is kept to a minimum range. At this moment, the broadcast picture began to become more and more wicked. Doflamingo had tried to slaughter the entire island to cover up the truth. The Cipher Paul No. 0 of the government subordinates also assisted him, and even the Vice Admiral Virgo, who represents the Marine side, is assisting Doflamingo in his massacre. Let Cipher Paul No. 0 and Marine stop for the time being. No signal, we have no way to contact them. Doflamingo's birdcage now completely isolates the interior of Dressrosa, making the 2-division captain, and the Marines unable to hear the government's orders and signals, and they do not know that everything is being broadcast to all over the world. They are still in a bloody massacre of unknown origin. At that moment, An official rushed over with panic on his face and said, "Not good, the broadcast was also found in Kul Island. And Niket Island." "What?" 5 Elder Stars' faces changed again. It has been 10 minutes since the incident broke out. As a result, the broadcast has not been fully disconnected and it is growing and spreading. "It's the Revolutionary Army, that bunch of bastards." A curse escaped from the mouth of a high-level government official. At this time, not only the Revolutionary Army but also those who are oppressed by the government and hate the government, are all too keen to seize this opportunity, such as this kind of thing that can cause serious damage to the government without any hard work. Why not seize it? In a short period of time, the scope of broadcasting not only failed to be contained but grew larger and larger, spreading to the world as the more time passed. The whole battlefield of Dressrosa is in front of the world. Facing the world. Chapter 199 Rooting inside the birdcage. Except for Ross and his people, nobody knows what's happening right now. The current events are being broadcasted all over the world, whether it's Doflamingo, Cypher Paul number 0 or Virgo, everyone in the world is watching them without them even knowing about it. I don't know where you got this information, you know the secrets of Dressrosa, Ghost Hand Ross. But in that case, we can only completely bury this secret on this island. Doflamingo spoke in a cold voice, waved his hands and the whole street turned into innumerable white silk strings, sweeping madly towards Ross. Boom. Ross was suspended in midair, and with a backhand wave, the white strings were disturbed by the power of distortion. It's almost time. Not telling Doflamingo what happened, nor telling Cypher Paul number 0 what happened, because Ross now doesn't care about all the enemies on this island. What he wanted was a wave that will spread all over the world, striking fiercely on the face of the world government and marines. Since they claim to be just, he will completely open up the dark side of the so-called justice. Distortion, sonic explosion. Ross's eyes shimmered in the light, and the sound exploded. Almost instantly, the loud hoarse sound exploded in the ears of Doflamingo and the Cypher Paul number 0 division captain, making both of their eardrum buzz and causing them to get dizzy. Ross dived down towards Doflamingo and before he arrived, his fist wrapped in the power of distortion fell in midair. Buzz. The air was hit and getting a distortion shape, the fist slammed down. Under the influence of sonic boom, Doflamingo could not control the ability of String Awakening. He could not defend against Ross's strike with a white shield line. He could only lay his arms on top of his head and use armament hockey on them in an attempt to resist Ross's attack. But Doflamingo wasn't able to resist Luffy in his 4th gear with armament hockey alone, and Ross's current attack power is even stronger than Luffy's 4th gear. Bang! The earth under Doflamingo's feet suddenly collapsed. Blood flew from his mouth and his whole body was slightly distorted. He crashed into the bottom of the pit he created. Damn it. Cypher Paul number 0 division captain got rid of the impact of the sonic boom and saw this scene and was surprised. Although he doesn't know what happened to Doflamingo, that was a really heavy blow. Diamandi was aware of the crisis and tried to rush in to help, but was forcibly stopped by Kairos, who had rushed out of the darkness and had changed from a toy to a human figure. The other division captain tried to rush over, but he was attacked by Hadruden and was contained in midair and could not get rid of Hadruden's speed. As for Virgo and others, they are farther away and have no time to support. Cough. Cough. At the bottom of the pit, Doflamingo's sunglasses showed signs of fragmentation. He coughed violently and bled constantly from his mouth. He didn't expect Ross to have such strength to make him use armament hockey to resist a blow, and he also did not expect to receive such injuries from Ross's attack even after he used armament hockey. Shield white string. Watching Ross dive down from the sky, Doflamingo takes a breath and displays the white shield string, and at the same time, he also used the spider's web, a double defense against Ross's attack. At the same time, he exerted the ability of string fruits to repair his injuries and temporarily restrained and replaced his distortion muscles with strings. Bang. Bang. Ross's fist fell and the white string shield collapsed in half, another fist fell and the white string shield collapsed completely, followed by a footfall. The innumerable cobwebs of the spider's web showed a terrible distorted shape, sinking towards the bottom of the pit, and then one by one the tension broke off. The Cypher Paul number 0 division captain tried to come and help, but Ross shook him off with a backhand punch. He did not have the ability to block Ross in a positive way. Only when Doflamingo blocked Ross, he was able to make some involvement by virtue of his physique and speed. Whiz. Doflamingo grabbed his finger, cut the line off the ground near him, flew from one side and fled to the distance, bringing the speed to his limit. Ross's observation hockey had already perceived Doflamingo's escape movement and he calmly followed him, chasing him all the way. It's not easy to completely defeat and kill someone at Doflamingo's level. If he wants to escape, even a Marine Admiral won't be able to stop him, much less killing him. But now in the interior of the birdcage, Coupled with his injuries, Ross's airspeed is no less than his and the escape conditions are not available. Where would he escape to? That is Doflamingo. And Ghost Hand Ross. The civilians of Dressrosa, at this moment, saw the crazy escape in the sky. Doflamingo was using his strings to trap Ross and trying to escape his pursuit, but behind him, Ross was unstoppable. Wherever any string hit him, it was broken by Ross. By this time, everyone knows the truth behind Dressrosa, and the highly popular Doflamingo has become the embodiment of evil and demon. Kill Doflamingo. Hurry up and end it all. Looking at the approaching birdcage, many civilians were angry, crying and praying. Nearly 7 hours have passed since Ross and his party boarded Dressrosa to fight Don Quixote family. The result is that Doflamingo is completely defeated and Don Quixote family is in a festering defeat. If you want to escape, you have to remove the birdcage, but if you remove the birdcage, everything here will be made public, and you will lose Don Quixote family and all your status. Ross followed Doflamingo in the air and continued to pull closer and said with a cold voice, and his words affected Doflamingo's mind. Doflamingo was also aware of the situation and he was grinding his teeth constantly. He did not expect Ross to push him to this level, but in his view, there was still hope. As long as a Marine Admiral can arrive on time. Seeing that words could hardly affect Doflamingo, Ross stopped talking and caught up calmly. After a blow broke the thread of Doflamingo's defense, the aftermath of the power of distortion finally reached Doflamingo's back. Doflamingo staggered in the air, bleeding again from his mouth. He flew forward and crashed through a building. He forced a change of direction and continued to escape. Whiz. Whiz. Ross is well aware of Doflamingo's current state. If he takes at most one attack like that, he will lose the ability to escape. If he takes 2 more strikes, he's basically not far from death. Chapter 200. Ice cold. Keeping up with Doflamingo and walking through the streets, Ross kept breaking through the cobwebs made by Doflamingo and drew closer and punched out again. Boom. Doflamingo's entire body slammed forward and a large amount of blood spilled from his mouth. This time he was finally unable to escape and his figure swayed as he fell to the side. At this time, Doflamingo landed near the edge of the cage, and the center of the cage was shrinking here. He stumbled to the ground. But when he landed, he was stunned as he took an inadvertent glance, because the cage had been contracted for a long time, and there was not much room left and he can see everything that is happening outside the cage. Just outside the birdcage, he saw a figure walking in the air using moonwalk, holding a dendenmushi in his hand, and recording something in the direction. Doflamingo stared. He is a person who is good at strategy and calculation. Almost instantaneously, a terrible thought came into his mind. Does it mean that everything about Dressrosa is being broadcasted live? Ross slowly fell behind Doflamingo, glanced outside the birdcage to look at Kaku who is holding the video dendenmushi, and his gaze returned to Doflamingo. Doflamingo's expressions were stiff as he turned his head a little bit and looked at Ross. If, from the beginning to this moment, even though he had completely lost the chance to escape, he still had no fear of Ross, then when he realized that everything in Dressrosa had been recorded by the dendenmushi outside the cage, a trace of fear finally arose in his heart. How could this be? This is not about a gap in strength anymore, but it is as if every step he took was already anticipated by Ross and he prepared counters for those steps. His plans were completely seen by Ross from head to toe, and anything he do will become Ross's further design. It is as if in the course of the game with his opponent, he found that every move he took was designed by his opponent, and everything that happened from beginning to end is within his opponent's calculation. Doflamingo's body is stiff and his heart is cold. The only person who can make him feel this way is Great Staff Officer Tsuru of Marine Headquarters. That is the reason he turns his head every time he sees a crane, because in the past he was almost beaten and killed in his confrontations with her. Each and every step he took were accurately predicted by the other. Now, there's one more person like this, and that is Ross in front of him. Looks like you've found something. Unfortunately, you are almost finished, and then it's time to contribute your final role. Ross gazed calmly at Doflamingo, stepping forward with a knife-like arm, slanting toward Doflamingo. Doflamingo has already lost his ability to resist. CEI. With a power of distortion knife, Doflamingo's head was cut off in an instant, rolling down to the ground not far away, and the pair of sunglasses broke. 7 warlords of the sea, Heavenly Yaksha. Doflamingo has been hunted and killed, earned a reward, 25 talent proficiency points, 1 free talent point. Listening to the synthesized system sound coming from his ear, Ross breathed in his heart. Although there was not much proficiency, he got 1 free talent point and it more than made up for all the preparations. With Doflamingo's death, the birdcage that covered the entire Dressrosa quickly dissipated, and the scene was clearly broadcasted to all over the world. Kaku watched the birdcage dissipate and took a video to dendenmushi and flew closer to Ross. Ross saw the nearby Kaku and looked at the video of dendenmushi. He knew that the footage recorded by Mushi should be broadcast live to the world. He looked calm. You should know everything about Dressrosa. But what I want to say is that I am not a savior. It's just that I can't get used to the fact that some people get away with these things, so I'll make the darkness public. That's all. With such a sentence, Ross turned and disappeared into the ruined streets. Kaku and others did not close the video Mushi, but looked at the ruins of Dressrosa, found several better locations on the ruins, fixed the video Mushi that will now continue to record the follow-up battle situation of Dressrosa without them. On the chaotic battlefield in front of the palace, the Mushi rang on the bodies of the two Cypher Pal No. 0 Division captain as soon as the birdcage disappeared. What did you say? Hearing the words coming from the other end of the Mushi, their faces hidden under the masks changed instantaneously, only to feel a sense of coolness pouring on their bodies from head to toe as if they had been thrown a basin of ice water. As the division captains of Cypher Pal No. 0, they are naturally aware of the consequences that will follow by making this whole thing public. This is probably a real hit on the world government in 800 years. The birdcage has disappeared. On the other side, Virgo, wearing the Justice Cloak of Vice Admiral, Marine Branch, watched the disappearance of the cage in the sky, and his heart sank. He knew what the disappearance of the cage meant. At this time, the Mushi on his body rang. In silence, he received the Mushi, and a cold voice with repressed anger like a volcanic eruption came from the other side. Do you know what stupid thing you did? Vice Admiral Virgo. After hearing the news from the other side of Mushi, Virgo was just like the Cypher Pal No. 0 division captains and others, and he instantly felt eyes running from his head to toe. Even if Doflamingo is defeated, as long as they are all alive, there is still a chance to make a comeback with the identity of an original Tenri Ubito and the core of the Dark World trade. But if everything that happened in Dressrosa is made public, then Doflamingo will be completely finished. The government would not be able to tolerate such events at all. With the government's style of action, they are bound to push the matter out of ignorance and all onto Doflamingo, in order to save the face of the government as much as possible. It's over. Virgo was standing still in the same place, and he knew that this time it was completely over. Dressrosa's battle continues. Ross spends almost a third of his stamina against Doflamingo. After killing Doflamingo, Ross took part in the battle against the Don Quixote family. After receiving the news from the government, the two Cypher Pal No. 0 division captains gave up on the Don Quixote family decisively and escaped one step ahead of time. Sneer. Lafitte's mahogany cane penetrated Treble's heart, and their battle ended up narrowly victorious by Lafitte, who himself suffered minor injuries. He gasped for a moment, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and watched Treble fall to the ground. He smiled slyly and picked up Sugar, who had not yet woken up. Chapter 201 Kizaru arrives on the other side. With the loss of two Cypher Pal No. 0 division captain, the remaining members of the Don Quixote family were totally unable to resist the attack of Hadruden and others, not to mention the attacks done by Ross. After a short while, only 2 or 3 Don Quixote main family members were left and the other cadres were basically dead and wounded. Whiz. Ross's figure flashed past, and Happy Spring in his hand cut across the rock giant Pika. His observation hockey accurately captured his physical position and killed him. With the death of Pika, the Don Quixote family was completely defeated. Both Rode and Stanson recovered their original form and their bodies were filled with many injuries. The strength of Don Quixote family's cadres and the highest cadres were still of a certain level. Even though they had very high defense, they could not remain intact under siege with an enemy. As for Hadruden, his injuries were much lighter and he was only slightly injured. The Rumble fruit is close to invincibility, but not completely invincible. There is almost no completely invincible devil fruit in this world. Captain Ross, what you want is brought. Just after Ross killed Pika, Lafitte came out of the rubble, carrying a small box with legitimate carrots in it. The Hobi no Mi ability user Sugar. Good job. Ross sensed Sugar's situation and nodded at Lafitte. Sugar's ability can still play a big role in some cases. Last time, he also wanted to capture Perona for this reason, but that was interrupted by Okiji. He doesn't know if she was caught by Marine or went someplace else. This time, he will not lose Sugar. After Law confirmed Doflamingo's death, the hatred in his heart finally dissipated, but he was not confused nor lost as now he had only one identity, Ghost Hand Pirate's Surgeon of Death. Ross, the dwarves' race found this. Robin came up from a distance and there was a little blood on her shoulder, but the injury was not serious. She was the only one on the ship who occasionally called Ross by his first name. Walking next to Ross, Robin took out a delicate devil fruit. Barrier fruit? Ross looked at the exquisite devil fruit, which consisted of a small layer of bicolored barriers, and his mind flashed as he immediately thought of something. Robin nodded and smiled. It should be something that Don Quixote family got and haven't had the time to give it to anyone. It was the right choice to kill Doflamingo. Ross slightly smiled. Now Hadruden and other giants have increased their experience of actual combat, and he also got the barrier fruit, plus sugar. It can be said that their overall strength has increased dramatically. However, now is not the time to stay and count the harvest. A Marine Admiral is likely to arrive at any time. Dressrosa is still a place of right and wrong and is under the world government. At least for the time being, they can't occupy it as their place. It's time to go. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Ross nodded and immediately ordered the evacuation, and a group of people quickly retreated toward the area where their ship was located. Kaku and others have already taken the lead. But when a group of people crossed the ruined street and quickly retreated toward the coast, something that Ross expected but was not a good thing happened. Buzz. The brilliant golden light cut across the horizon, from Dressrosa's shore with the incredible speed as it shuttles towards the ruins of Dressrosa, rushing to catch up. Marine Headquarters Admiral, Kizaru. You go first. Ross's face remained unchanged when he saw the golden light coming towards him. Kizaru was bound to arrive here sooner or later with his speed, but as long as he had killed Doflamingo, it was already too late. Now, he is no longer the same person he was in the Sabati archipelago. At that time, it was necessary to use the ability of Sonic Boom to make a short-lived fight with Kizaru. But now, even if the odds are low for him to win, if he wants to retreat, then Kizaru won't be able to stop him. Then we'll withdraw first, Captain. Be careful. Luffy and others are very aware of the gap between them and a Marine Admiral, and now it is not the time to fight with a Marine Admiral. Everyone except Ross has been injured, and their stamina consumption is also very serious, and they are temporarily unable to support a second battle. Hadruden and other giants wanted to support Ross, but eventually, they pulled out. Whiz. Kizaru tried to go straight ahead of the crowd and stop everyone, but Ross's figure flashed as his observation haki caught Kizaru in advance and blocked him. The 25 talent proficiency points that Doflamingo provided were decisively put to observation haki by Ross. To deal with Kizaru, observation haki is more important, and with the addition of 25 points, his observation haki proficiency has reached 125 points, and he is basically at the same level as a Marine Admiral, and he can capture Kizaru's movements more clearly. Really, can you stop tossing around like that, ghost-handed pirate regiment? Kizaru, who was stopped, frowned. His tone was still the habitual and wretched voice, but his face was very depressed. Killing a Tenri Ubito. Killing 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo. Broadcasting the Dressrosa event to the world. Every single one of these things is worse than other, and not to mention him, even Sengoku has to be severely reprimanded by the 5 Elder Stars and has to take some responsibility. Ross looked at Kizaru and said in a calm tone, then let me ask you, why did the Marine and the government frame me? I just wanted to be an ordinary pirate hunter. Ordinary pirate hunter? Kizaru reveals a look that said, stop kidding me here. When you were in the Sabati archipelago, you made me lose a lot of face. If I don't catch you this time, I really won't be able to explain this to the world government. Kizaru knew that Ross was delaying the time, but he did not try to bypass Ross to chase Luffy and others, and slowly said, Whiz. Just as his voice fell, Kizaru took a step forward and kicked Ross in front of him with a golden swing of his legs. The speed was so fast that the average person could not even notice what had happened. Even today, Ross still couldn't reach this level of speed, but his observation haki can perceive it ahead of time. Boom. Ross folded his arms in front of him, blocking Kizaru's kick, and the power of distortion stiffened the laser explosion. Then Ross kicked back, his leg wrapped in the power of distortion, to Kizaru's waist. Kizaru's body instantly became golden light, then he condensed on the right side of Ross, his fingertips flashed and he shot 4 or 5 lasers with explosive power towards Ross. Ross looked calm and punched back with his backhand. Bang. With a violent sound, the laser exploded and Kizaru and Ross both retreated and withdrew from the envelope of the aftershocks. This seemingly equitable short encounter, but it makes two people's moods have a completely different change. Ross is relieved. He has determined his power of distortion. It is indeed at the level of a Marine Admiral, enough to make a frontal collision with it, and will not fall into any major disadvantage. Kizaru is shocked. He was amazed at Ross's strength and speed. He was sure that Ross was far from as strong as he is now in the Sabati archipelago. In just over half a year, Ross's strength had soared to this extent. How did he do it? Chapter 202. Fight once more. Your strength has actually increased so much. It's horrible. It seems that I really can't let you continue sailing again. Kizaru squinted, his figure suddenly turned into a light and he appeared behind Ross, kicking towards him at a very fast speed, forcing Ross to resist. Bang! The golden light exploded like a heavy cannon, destroying a piece of ruins in an instant. Zephyr commented that Kizaru relied too much on his devil fruit and rarely practiced body techniques, but Kizaru's glint glint fruit has the qualifications to be relied upon and his laser explosion attacks have great power. Whiz. Ross's figure rushed out of the explosion area and a dark-colored hat pressed tightly against his head. After blocking Kizaru's blow, Ross pulled out the happy spring from his waist and slammed it out. Kizaru captured Ross's attack intentions in advance, and his figure split from the middle into two, turning into two golden lights flashing toward the rear, avoiding Ross's attack. As a Marine Admiral, there is no reason why he would not be able to elementalize in advance. Aokiji was pierced by Whitebeard in the war and he used observation haki to capture the attack in advance and reacted, leaving himself unscathed. Sword of the Gathering Clouds of Heaven. Avoiding Ross's attack, Kizaru wiped his hands together and turned them into a golden sword, splitting up against Ross. Ross was not afraid and he also waved his sword. King. The two sword attacks collided in the air, first sparkling like the sound of gold and iron, and then the power of distortion and the flash of explosion collided, making a violent sound. Ross holds his sword in both hands. Although he is not proficient in sword arts, his close combat fighting is also a skill that involves all kinds of attacks with the sword. With the power of distortion, even if each sword attack seems ordinary, but it has enough power to kill a Vice Admiral in seconds. Ding ding. Kizaru uses his extremely fast speed to constantly collide with Ross. Glint Glint Fruit is also extremely aggressive in attacking. In addition, it has already been developed to an extreme point and only awakening it will increase its power now. Using his powers, he can compete with Ross and shuttle constantly in the ruins. Kizaru waved his sword as the sword broke out. Ross's eyes flashed and he kicked backward toward Kizaru who was also attacking with his raised legs. But Ross's power of distortion surged, turning Kizaru's entire body into a golden light that smashed into the ruins in the distance, triggering a violent explosion that destroyed several buildings around him. Just as Ross was trying to retreat, a golden light shot out of the smoke and ran straight to Ross's back. Ross was forced to avoid it. Then a few golden rays came out of the smoke. Kizaru held up a finger and slowly stepped out of the smoke without any damage. Marine Admiral is Marine Admiral after all. Ross defeated the incoming laser and his eyes flashed. The last time he used his ability to create flaws and made Kizaru suffer a small loss. This time, he is also going to use every single trick he has to create flaws. Although it seemed like he was fooling around, but in fact, Kizaru has been in a state of complete seriousness, and a completely serious Marine Admiral can reveal very few flaws. After all, his observation haki and armament haki are extremely strong and his speed is at the peak of this world. The last time I was playing around, you used this trick to escape from me. If I were to be messed by your little tricks again, where would I put my old face? Kizaru seemed to see through Ross's thoughts and said his sentence with carelessness and then he once again turned into a golden light and slammed toward Ross. Ross waved his sword. They fought a big battle and soon reached a video range of Mushi, fixed on some ruins by Kaku and others. The picture continued to be broadcast to the whole world. That's Marine Admiral Kizaru. Did a Marine Admiral really go out to deal with Ghost Hand Ross? Is this the so-called justice of Marines? Someone looked at the scene in the picture and could not help speaking with sarcasm. It's easy to fool ordinary people with government influence, but in the current situation, the government and Marine can't fool them with this matter in a short time. Their prestige has plummeted in the eyes of civilians all over the world. Run. Don't let the Marines catch you. There are a few radical civilians who have even stood on the side of Ross, supporting him. A concept that is terrible for the Marine and the government. When people no longer support Marines but instead support pirate, where will their justice go? Kizaru knows that his fight with Ross is now being broadcasted, but he is helpless. He can't let Ross escape from Dressrosa. Ross must be arrested here. In any case, as long as Ross is arrested, they will have a way to suppress public opinion, shirking all blame on Doflamingo and Ross, and then use the time to slowly dilute the impact of this matter. It doesn't matter how dark the process is. They just need the results. Bang. Bang. Ross and Kizaru continue to fight fiercely in the sky, spattering a golden aftershock from time to time, and any landing on the ground can cause an explosion, even injuring civilians, which makes the Marines look even worse for people who are watching this fight all over the world. In fact, Ross also caused damage to civilians in this fight, but many people have already ignored this. A bad person who has done bad things all his life and suddenly does a good thing one day, he will be considered to have been reformed. But a good person who has done good things all his life does a bad thing one day and he will become a hypocrite. Today, Marine and the government have undoubtedly become such a person, so all the spears are pointed sharply at Marine and the government, completely ignoring the destruction caused by Ross. Oh, it hurts. Kizaru was brushed by Ross' power of distortion on his shoulder during his confrontation with Ross. Although he used armament hockey defense, his whole shoulder still suffered from an instantaneous pain. Kizaru was injured and Ross also did not get out unscathed. A big hole appeared on the cloths around his chest and abdomen area and a black mark or stuck on his skin. He seemed to have endured a laser attack. Ross had to rely on armament hockey and his rock's physique to resist it. "When I see you next time, you'll feel more pain." Ross was wounded but did not show any pain. Instead, he looked at Kizaru calmly. The moment his voice fell, his whole body suddenly flashed as he flew toward the shore. Luffy and others have already boarded the ship, and they have been off the coast for a while. Now he only needs to fly to the ship and sink it into the sea again, so they can slip away. He had no intention of fighting Kizaru, not to mention the consumption of stamina in the fight against Doflamingo. He currently cannot win against Kizaru. "How could I let you escape twice in the same way?" Kizaru knows Ross's intentions very well. With a flash of light in his eyes and a flip of his wrist, a beam of light shoots from his hands and bounces off the ruined streets. 8-Span Mirror, Chapter 203. Hopeless situation. Almost instantaneously, the light crossed the Ross in the air, appeared in front of Ross after a reflection, and Kizaru disappeared from the sky, suddenly coming in front of Ross and kicked him. Ross's face remained unchanged as he punched out with his right hand. Bang! After a short exchange with Kizaru, Ross kicked back and continued to retreat to the coast. Last time Kizaru could not block him, and this time he won't be able to stop him if he is giving his all in escaping. But this time, Kizaru didn't seem to have any ideas about stopping him by himself. He was just delaying his flight to the shore, by any means, in order to slow him down. Ross could not completely ignore Kizaru's attack and involvement, and his flight did become extremely slow with Kizaru's involvement. At his speed, from the battle's location to the coast, he could reach in at most a dozen seconds, but with Kizaru delaying him, it dragged on for 10 minutes. At first, Ross thought that Kizaru was not willing to let him escape. So he tried his best to stop him and tried to inflict more damage on him. But as the fight continued, he realized that he was wrong. Because in a previous encounter, Kizaru had a chance to give him a hard blow on the back, or even seriously injure him, but Kizaru gave up that chance and continued to go around to his front to block his escape, preferring to give up the chance to attack him on the back to block him here. Kizaru, this guy. Ross noticed something was wrong. There was no point in delaying him. He would eventually walk away unless Kizaru was waiting for someone. What kind of people can play a key role in such a situation? Okiji? Okay, and you? However, this place is still a few days away from the Marine headquarters. Can it be that the Marine expected this situation as early as a few days ago, sending 2 Marine admirals to Dressrosa? It's almost impossible. Not to mention that the world government has already sent the Cypher Pal number 0 to ambush him here in advance. Even if there were no Cypher Pal number 0 members, dispatching an admiral and several headquarters vice admiral to Dressrosa is already their limit. What is Kizaru delaying and waiting for? Ross couldn't think about it in a short time, but Kizaru wanted to stop him here, even if he gave up the chance to seriously injure him, and he could not easily break through Kizaru's blockade. 1 minute. 2 minutes. After another 5 minutes, Ross finally rushed from the original battle location to the shore of Dressrosa. By this time Luffy and others had been sailing away from the coast for a long time, because they knew that Kizaru alone would not be able to stop Ross. If they could leave early, Ross would not have to take them with him to escape. Seeing the ship with Luffy and others in it, it has become a tiny shadow on the horizon, almost disappearing at the end of the line of sight. Ross slightly relaxed, and after a hard fight with Kizaru, he charges towards the sea. Already at sea, Kizaru can hardly stop Ross from drilling into the sea. But almost as soon as Ross swooped toward the sea level, a huge and terrifying sword energy suddenly came from the distant sea far. The sword cut an abyss into the sea nearly a kilometer long. This sword energy cuts up from the sea and down to Ross. Ross's face changed when he saw the sword energy. He thought of Golden Lion for the first time. But the feeling that the sword energy gave him was totally different from that of Golden Lion. It was a totally different style. Distortion Fist. Ross did not hesitate. He sank low and completely aroused the power of distortion. He smashed a hard punch at the incoming sword energy. After breaking the sword energy, he continued to rush to the sea. They're finally here. The moment Kizaru saw the appearance of the sword energy, the expression on his face finally relaxed, and the face that remained depressed all this time finally showed a relaxed and indecent smile again. After Ross blocked the sword energy, he flashed in front of Ross and continued his fight with Ross to stop him from charging into the sea again. Distortion, sea explosion. Ross took a deep breath and knew that he was in crisis. He slammed low and gravity distortion launched against the sea. In an instant, the whole sea area turned upside down, and the seawater of nearly 1,000 meters was rolled up in a sultry way, flew into the sky and rushed over to Kizaru. Kizaru's face changed. He didn't expect Ross to have this kind of attacks. He was forced to avoid on one side. He was a devil fruit user. If he was touched by the sea, it would be a direct defeat. Whiz. Controlling the sea to push Kizaru back, Ross took advantage of his ability to push the walls of distortion apart and continued to rush downward in the frenzied waves. Almost as soon as he approached the sea, the sword energy that had appeared before, once again broke through the sea. This time, the distance it was sent out from was obviously much closer than before, and the power was also a lot bigger, spilling hard at the huge currents that Ross made. "It's you." Ross's eyes flashed as he had long anticipated that the unknown sword darts user would stop him from escaping into the sea again. Without hesitation, he turned his hands over and grabbed the front end of the sword energy as if he were holding the head of a snake. Ross screamed and launched the power of distortion to forcibly hold the sword energy, and pushed it to the rear, where Kizaru was preparing to use his 8-foot mirror. Seeing that the sword energy was coming in his direction after being thrown by Ross, the wrinkles on Kizaru's face became more defined and he was forced to stop his attack to resist this sword energy. Whiz. Ross continues to charge into the sea. He doesn't know who sent the sword energy, but the strength of that person is not inferior to Kizaru, and it is not nearly inferior. It is a character close to Kizaru's level. Watching Ross use his counterattack to get rid of Kizaru and the unknown sword dart's strong blockade and was about to rush into the sea, a bullet burst into the sea, shooting at Ross. The bullet wasn't very fast, but it seemed to have predicted Ross's position in advance, and it contained a very deep layer of armament hockey. The third person. Ross had a cold feeling crawling up in his heart. He expected Kizaru to appear. He even expected the worst situation. Kizaru and Aokiji appearing at the same time, but did not expect that 3 people with similar power level would come here. There is no doubt that this bullet was not released by the unknown sword darts user. Faced with the bullet that broke through the sea and was very close, Ross was forced to sidestep the bullet and continue to rush into the sea. Whiz. 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 3 bullets burst through the sea again, striking Ross in different directions. These bullets are not very powerful, but they seem to anticipate all Ross's reactions and evasive movements in advance, and each one hits the point where Ross would find it most difficult to deal with them. Observation Hockey Pinnacle. Future prediction? A single thought flashed through Ross's mind. Under the pressure of 3 bullets, he was unable to rush into the sea and was once again blocked by Kizaru. When the waves finally faded, the 2 people who fired the sword energy attack and fired the bullets finally showed their stature. That is a battleship. The flag of the Chief of Staff, the Crane, hangs on the battleship. On the deck of battleship, the Crane stood in the center. On her left was a fair woman in a pink sleeve with slender legs and bright red lips, holding a named sword Konpira in her hand, looking calmly to this side. Marine Headquarters, Admiral Alternate. Momouzagi. Standing on the right side of the Crane is a man in a tea-yellow coat with his hands in his trouser pockets, a cigarette in his mouth, and a smile in the direction of Ross. Marine Headquarters, Admiral Alternate. Tokacake. It turned out to be them. Ross's gaze calmed down. As the Admiral candidate for the Marine Headquarters, it is natural for them to have the strength that is close to Kizaru. A current Headquarters Admiral, 2 Admiral candidates, and Great Staff Officer Tsuru with an unknown strength. This is hopeless situation. Chapter 204 Trapped. You almost didn't make it. Momouzagi stood beside Crane holding the named sword in her hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Tokacake smiled and said, "It's not that I almost didn't make it, but your sword darts didn't do any better. You still need to train your skills." Momouzagi. The Crane ignored the 2. She was dressed in a Justice Clock of Marine. She stood on the deck wearing the Justice Clock of Marine, her back slightly bent. She looked at Ross from afar, her eyes slightly muddy, seemingly showing a trace of regret. She had been chasing Doflamingo for the longest time, so after judging that Ross might have been targeting Dressrosa, she rushed here in her own battleship. Momouzagi was like her sister. After hearing the news, she took the initiative to go with her. Tokacake heard Momouzagi travel and immediately followed up. So the 3 started traveling with Kizaru. Kizaru took the first step in the emergency of Dressrosa. They just arrived. Doflamingo's defeat is not unfair. The Crane said slowly. Ross's approach has been similar so far and he always had a plan before dealing with the pirates he killed. In her judgment, it is clear that before coming for Doflamingo, he has already made various plans and there was no luck involved in his defeat. Ross looked at Crane and said nothing. In fact, the arrival of Crane was slightly predicted by him, but Momouzagi and Tokacake would follow her has been completely beyond his expectation. The situation today is even worse than facing 2 Marine admirals. If Momouzagi and Kizaru were the only ones, he would still be able to escape from them, but Momouzagi, Tokacake, plus Kizaru, were almost equivalent to 3 Marine admirals standing in front of him and he is not clear about their powers. Just like Aokiji, he can still escape from Akainu or Kizaru, who is also a Marine Admiral with almost similar strength, if he faced them alone, but on 1 to 3, he almost has no hope. Vice Admiral Lerman, you go after the Ghost Hand pirates. Instead of dividing Momouzagi and Tokakake, the Crane directly allowed the accompanying fleet to divide 3 large battleships and chase after Lafitte and others in the direction they left. The intention of this arrangement is to let Lafitte and others have a chance to escape, but also to leave Ross completely alone without giving him any chance. Now, Kizaru did not attack directly, Momouzagi and Tokakake also did not continue their attacks, but even if none of them did anything, the kind of oppression they brought was still unprecedented. The fact that things have developed to the present level has exceeded the initial expectations of anyone. I am no exception, but in any case, if you continue to develop like this in the future, it will surely bring an era of uncontrollable chaos. This era cannot become more chaotic. The Crane's battleship gradually approached the coast, and she slowly said those words to Ross, with a slight regret in her eyes. No one could have imagined these consequences, turning Ross from a pirate hunter to a wicked criminal who is trying to subvert the government, but it's no longer meaningful to think about the cause when things get to this point. Even if she knew that Ross had no choice, that Ross was angry, and that she would have probably done the same in his place, she still could not make any concessions. Great Age of Pirates, it has been 16 years, and the future is on the verge of an irreversible wave of turmoil. One day, the world will be overturned. How long can you stop it? Ross floated on the surface of the sea, looking calmly at Crane. The Crane looked down at the rough sea and said slowly, what you said may come to pass in the future, but just as you refuse to yield to the power, Marine and Justice will not yield to the turbulent future. Well, we shall see. Ross's figure dropped as he charged into the sea surface. Tokakake looked at the scene and gently shook his head and said, will you not come with us without a fight? So be it, we will not let you go. In the face of Kizaru, Momouzagi and him, surrounded by the power of the 3, everyone knows that Ross has no chance to escape, including Ross himself, but even if faced with a desperate situation, Ross is, as Crane said, will never bow down to power. Whiz. Just as Ross swooped into the sea, Kizaru came out and his figure flashed in front of Ross, kicking at him. Ross punched out and the power of distortion surged, triggering explosions that rang on the sea, splashing a huge wave. Cloud-piercing. Momouzagi gently grips the handle of her sword and used on moonwalk. She rushes toward the waves and the named swords in her hand smashes out at an incredible speed, cutting the waves into countless pieces that are still frozen. In one of the pieces, Ross was exposed. Kizaru pointed out, and a laser burst into the air and flew toward Ross. Ross grabbed the laser with his backhand and power of distortion erupted, causing the laser to fail to explode. He threw it back at Momouzagi, who was flying over to him using moonwalk, and he continued charging into the sea. In any case, even if both Momouzagi and Tokakake are incompetent, they can still chase him down into the sea, but as long as he can rush into the sea, he has the possibility to escape. But Ross's goal is clear enough, and Kizaru and Momouzagi are also very clear about this. Alas. Tokakake stood on the deck sighing and he pulled out a gun and fired in the direction of Ross's dive. It was observation hockey's extreme prediction ability that every bullet was fired at Ross's weakest point, forcing Ross not to rush into the sea. Blocked by Tokakake, Momouzagi and Kizaru continued to rush toward Ross. Kizaru is obviously the most powerful and Momouzagi's movements are a little slower. Her expression is calm, but her eyes are still a little bit complicated. As for Tokakake, he only blocks Ross when he breaks through Momouzagi and Kizaru. Even so, Ross can't get out of the encirclement. The gap in combat power is too great. With his current strength, even in full swing, the results of 1-to-1 matches with Momouzagi and Tokakake are unknown, let alone 1-to-3, and Kizaru is fast enough to be abnormal. Even though Momouzagi and Tokakake were not very militant, Kizaru's face-to-face encounter with him still blocked all his escape possibilities. 4 free talent points. How can I use them to seize the opportunity? Ross keeps going from left to right, and his thoughts are flashing, but no matter how he uses them, it seems to be a desperate situation. Even if his strength surges by 1 or 2%, as long as Momouzagi is fully committed, she will be able to equalize the situation again, and even if his strength increases by 2 or 3%, Tokakake will try his best and still be able to suppress him. Give up, you can't escape. Momouzagi slightly shook her head and said to Ross as she watched the scars and bloodstains gradually appear on his body, but he still showed no signs of giving up. Tokakake also stood in the air using moonwalk and said, there is no hope for you at all. Any more struggle will be meaningless, give up. If you can still run away from the 3 of us, you can even game and go from the Marine headquarters as you wish. Kizaru formed a triangle with Tokakake and Momouzagi, surrounded Ross in the middle. Chapter 205 Conqueror's Haki awakens now. At the outskirts of Dressrosa's ruins, many civilians also gathered. They could not help but clench their fists as they watched the battle not far from the shore and a siege laid by a Marine Admiral Kizaru and others on Ross. 3-on-1, it's really despicable. This is the time to clean up the mess. We don't need the Marines. Marines' pursuit of the Ghost Hand pirates would have been normal if they hadn't gone through anything before, but now Ross has become the benefactor in the eyes of Dressrosa's civilians and he had saved their island. And now not only a Marine Admiral but there are also 2 more people besieging Ross. For them, there's a lot of irony in their hearts. The highest battle power and they use it to suppress someone who saved us when they didn't. Many of their voices were muffled, but for Kizaru and others who are proficient in observation hockey, they clearly heard their words and their faces were not looking very good. However, there are 2 Marine Admiral candidates and 1 current Admiral and they did not lose their emotional control, but Momazagi and Tokakake slowed down their attack on Ross and only stopped Ross when he was about to escape. Bang! Momazagi's sword energy was smashed by Ross but it also prevented Ross from fleeing, and Kizaru turned into a golden streamer. Whiz! Ross holds the handle of Happy Spring in both hands and charges into Kizaru. At the moment, he has 2 sword marks on his body. Even with Armament Hockey's defense, plus Rock's talent, his body is still bloody, which is the case when Momazagi is not fully committed in attacking him. In addition, Kizaru's light speed kick was applied to his shoulders, his clothes were broken and half of his shoulders were scorched black. But even though Ross's body is badly damaged, the light in his eyes never faded, and his mind never sank for a moment. King. Kizaru confronted Ross's fierce attack and continued to fight with Sword of the Gathering Clouds of Heaven. Ross's offensive was still very fast, and he had to block every move, otherwise, he would give Ross a chance to escape. In order not to give Ross any chance to escape, he would be beaten back by the full-blown Ross. Seeing that Ross did not choose to escape, but chose to compete with Kizaru, Momazagi and Tokakake stood in the air, and both of them slightly shook their heads and did not attack. If Ross chooses to run away, they will try their best to stop him, but if Ross doesn't escape, they won't join forces with Kizaru to besiege Ross. As admirals alternates, they all have their own will and pride and they are not doing this simply because of the words of the civilians. Bang! 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 Every blade that Ross splits and confronts with Kizaru's Ama no More Akamo triggers a violent explosion, and in the aftermath of the explosion, he does not retreat at all. Under Ross's almost aggressive attack, Kizaru has been retreating to resist and he finally cannot fully withstand it. His mouth is unconsciously overflowing with a trace of blood. Really? Kizaru was not happy seeing that Momazagi and Tokakake didn't came to attack Ross and left it to him, but because of his position as an admiral, it's hard to call Momazagi and Tokakake to siege Ross with him. What's more, with Ross's current state, he will barely have any stamina left and his injuries are quite serious. If he cannot defeat Ross even now then there is no need for him to go back to the Marine headquarters. 8-span mirror. Kizaru flickered in the golden light and arrived behind Ross at an incredible speed and kicked out with a violent kick. Ross slammed his elbow against Kizaru's foot, but Kizaru was faster. With a flash of light on his foot, he offset a little bit and kicked Ross in the upper arm. Boom. Ross flew out and squatted on the shores of Dressrosa. Coming to the shore, with Momazagi and Tokakake not far away, Kizaru feared that Ross would try to run away and wrinkles appeared on his face. He charged toward Ross on the shore. Bang! 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 Kizaru showed the fearsome strength of a Marine Admiral and suppressed Ross in the downwind with one man's strength. Of course, Ross has been injured and his stamina is almost spent from the continuous battle, but this battle also showed him the true strength of Kizaru as a Marine Admiral. Give up, even if you try everything, you still won't win. Kizaru slammed his feet and grabbed Ross's flaws. He kicked Ross back again and said with a tight voice. Give up? Ross rose slowly from the ruins, even though his mouth was bleeding, but his eyes remained unchanged. Even with the presence of the Marine Admiral Kizaru, even with his almost exhausted stamina, even with Momazagi and Tokakake standing behind Kizaru, even if this is a desperate situation, he will never give up. Distortion, cut. Ross held his sword in both hands and slashed hard at Kizaru. Kizaru saw that Ross's stamina was almost exhausted. He rushed over with a relaxed face and waved the Ama no More Akamo sword in front of him to parry the coming attack and sword in his hand and collided with the power of distortion. ZZ. The golden light would have normally disintegrated like debris, but currently, the Ama no More Akamo sword cut Ross's power of distortion bit by bit, pressing against him bit by bit. Tokakake put his gun back to his waist, and Momazagi put away her name sword. It's over. Some of the civilians of Dressrosa closed their eyes, some clenched their teeth and clenched their fists, but they couldn't do anything. Even if they wanted to help Ross escape, they didn't have that ability. They could only watch as Kizaru's sword began to oppress Ross's sword and reversing Ross by little. Desperate? Yes, desperate. Is this the end? No, it shouldn't end like this, it won't end like this. His stamina is almost exhausted and he has almost lost the battle as Kizaru's Ama no Murakamo sword inches closer and closer to Ross's body. Even in this desperate situation, he will not give up, his will must remain unshakable. Suddenly, a terrible power suddenly burst out of Ross's body. It was not the limit that broke through after exhausting physical strength. It was the power that was originally hidden in Ross's body. Under the pressure of this desperate situation, with his unwavering will, it was thoroughly inspired. At the moment when this power appeared, the heavens and the earth seemed to become quiet. The civilians of the Dressrosa in the distance, who were clenching their fists and teeth, became fixed on a single spot for a moment, and like dominoes, they began to fall one after another, and only a few people were able to keep their consciousness. On the gradually landing battleship, the marine soldiers who were about to disembark were all fixed on the spot before beginning to fall down one by one. The faces of Momozagi and Tokakake changes seeing this scene. Conqueror's Haki. Kizaru bears the full brunt of this violent Conqueror's Haki, causing him to feel strong oppression on his body. He feels as if a large stone has been tied to his body and he can barely move. As a marine admiral, he has experienced the Conqueror's Haki of the 4 emperors, among which red hair is the strongest, and today's Ross broke out with Conqueror's Haki, although it is slightly inferior to a 4 emperors, but it is like a wild adult wolf that had been set free. However, Kizaru was not surprised that Ross had Conqueror's Haki. Is it the first awakening? The power hidden in his body is terrible, but what if you awaken your Conqueror's Haki? You can't use it consciously and you will still lose. Here he was not afraid, because Ross's stamina was almost exhausted, and even if he awoke this terrible power, he could not turn over any waves. Chapter 206 Detain. That's right. As Kizaru has judged, Ross's stamina was almost exhausted. Even if he awakened Conqueror's Haki, he did not have any power left to continue the fight. But this Conqueror's Haki is not just imposing, it also represents Ross's will. Ross held the happy spring in both his hands and he erupted with Conqueror's Haki with the last of his stamina. There was no retreat in the eyes, just battle intent. Kizaru. Take this. Buzz. The power of distortion emerged from Ross's body. This is Ross's overdraft stamina, this is the outbreak of Conqueror's Haki's oppression, this is Ross in despair, this is the strongest blow on display. You. Kizaru's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect Ross to attack with such power in this situation. Because he was oppressed by Conqueror's Haki and is very close to Ross, he couldn't avoid it. Distortion collapse. Bang. The power of distortion broke out like a tsunami. It's twisted into a smash, like a landslide, sweeping toward Kizaru. Kizaru's Ama no Murakamo sword completely melted into light and Kizaru was also turned into a dots of light, flying backward, running through 5 or 6 buildings in a row and finally crashing into a special building made up of sea stone. Finally, the Ama no Murakamo sword was completely turned into a light scatter. Kizaru was also turned into a group of light that was blown up by Ross's attack and flew out toward the rear. After running through 5 or 6 buildings, he slammed into a special building made up of sea stone. The light instantly collapsed and returned to Kizaru's form. The impact could no longer be removed and his back was hit hard, causing him to spit out blood. Pop. Kizaru fell to the ground and his clothes were broken, including the justice clock of Marines, and the word justice was destroyed. He coughed violently, and once again, a mouthful of blood spilled out of his mouth. He barely stood up and a distortion appeared on his wrinkled face. On the other side, after delivering the attack, Ross's stamina was completely spent as he used all of his powers in his last attack and the last remaining stamina was squeezed out. Ross, who was seriously injured, held the somewhat broken happy spring in his hands and slowly inserted it into the ground in front of him. He held his sword hilt in both hands. Stand still. Great Age of Pirates, 16th year in February. 7 warlords of the Seed of Flamingo, as well as the Don Quixote family, suffered a full-scale invasion by the Ghost Hand pirates and they were wiped out. The Dressrosa regime returned to King Riku's family. The Ghost Hand pirates captain, Ghost Hand Ross, got surrounded by the Marine headquarters Admiral Kizaru, and the Great Staff Officer Tsuru, the alternate Admiral Momozagi, the alternate Admiral Tokakake. He was eventually defeated. The news spread and the world shook. For the captured pirate, Marine generally has 2 methods of disposal, one is execution and the other is imprisonment. Generally, for devil fruit users, they are eternally imprisoned in Impel Down, such as Golden Lion, World Destroyer and so on. Their devil fruit powers are too uncontrollable. After killing them, the devil fruit will regenerate on the sea after some time. If they are obtained by other pirates, there will be another fierce wicked existence. On the other hand, for the fierce wicked pirate, eternal imprisonment in Impel Down is even more fearsome than the threat of death. Each layer of the prison is specially designed to look and feel like hell so that even if prisoners can't die, they can never get rid of the hell-like fear until their natural death. Naturally, if the person caught is the cadre of the subordinates of any Four Emperors pirate group or the cadre of the Whitebeard pirate group, they will most likely be directly executed, lest Four Emperors run to invade the Impel Down. For the captain of the Ghost Hand pirates, Ghost Hand Ross, Marines and the government finally made a decision to imprison him in Impel Down forever. For Emperor's territory. Red Hair Shanks drank the wine and took a copy of the latest newspaper that had just been sent. So, he was defeated. He was stunned as he looked at the newspaper. It was a completely unexpected result. For someone like Ross who was wild and dared to face the government and Marines. He was defeated by Marine. The newspaper article, without accident, pushed all the bad events of Dressrosa onto Doflamingo, pointing out that Ross was one of the culprits of Dressrosa's destruction and was routed and arrested by Headquarters Admiral Kizaru who arrived in time. In Sabati Archipelago, he ran away from Kizaru after killing a Tenryubito ran and that same person got defeated and captured by Kizaru? The government is reporting some messy things. Beckman sat next to him, holding a newspaper and smoking a cigar. There are no mentions of the Crane, Momazagi, and others in the newspapers, but anyone can guess that Ross's captured wasn't as easy as it was reported in the newspaper. Red Hair was silent for a moment and threw away the newspaper. No matter how it happened, Ross was arrested and according to the newspaper, he will be detained in Impel Down for the rest of his life. That is to say, his premonition seems to be a failure. Whitebeard territory. Bullshit news. After reading the newspaper, 4th Division Captain Thatch threw the newspaper aside. 1st Division Captain Marco looked at the newspaper for a long time. Ross's uproar over Dressrosa was still evident. They also saw the content of the broadcast at that time. Finally, they saw Kizaru arriving, but Ross's response was obviously calm. How did it suddenly got turned around? Why did the news say that Ross got defeated and captured by Kizaru? Judging from Ross's tremendous momentum in the Dressrosa incident, both his strategy and strength are extraordinary. He should not be a person who is easily captured by Marine. Father, what do you think? Marco was silent for a moment and turned to look at Whitebeard. Whitebeard took a huge glass and took a murmuring breath. What the government said was all bullshit, but it should be true that the kid was caught. He shook his head. Ross was defeated by the Marines. It was beyond his expectation. When Ross stepped into the new world with a bounty of 1 billion berries on his head, he thought that he could turn the sea upside down and even walk up to him. He didn't expect that everything would stop here. Being imprisoned in Impel Down, no matter how prestigious and honorable he was before, everything will become history and eventually, he will be forgotten and buried by time. As for the jailbreak or something, the only person in history who has escaped from Impel Down is the Golden Lion, who lost 2 legs in the process and has not been seen for more than a decade. 100 Beast Kaido was slightly annoyed and shattered the newspaper. How did that kid got caught by Marine? Such waste. He still wanted to see what kind of guy Ross was who dared to provoke him. Even if he didn't think that Ross would be his opponent, Ross was already captured before he can start looking for him. It's a pity that I couldn't take that guy's head with my own hands, but even when I was locked in Impel Down, I couldn't get out. Let's just forget it. One of the 3 disasters sitting next to Kaido said. Kaido poured a mouthful of wine and said, "That's it. After being caught and pushed in Impel Down, I am too lazy to go and look for him there. No one needs to mention that name anymore." Chapter 207 This is Fate on Some Island. 2 hours after the Dressrosa incident, Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief arrived and boarded the island to search for Tenryubito Mjosquard's location across the island. With the efficient action of Cypher Paul No. 0 and the collaboration of a large number of government elites, Tenryubito Mjosquard was quickly found in a low house. Mjosquard was tied to a bomb. He was not dead yet, but he could not bear the psychological pressure and was in a coma. "Get out of the way." Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief spoke quietly, letting the crowd get away. He took down the bomb at a very fast speed and threw it out. The bomb slammed outside and exploded. After saving Mjosquard, the government members behind him rushed quickly and put him on a stretcher. The accompanying medical team immediately set out to check the situation of Mjosquard. Seeing the result, everyone's faces changed. They saw that Mjosquard was still alive, but there was a hole in his chest and his heart was missing. He was still breathing normally without his heart. It is the ability of surgeon fruit. Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief's face became very depressed and the people around him were afraid to even breath out loud. They were played by Ross from the beginning to end. They have successfully saved Mjosquard, but his heart is missing from his body. What is the meaning of this rescue? The life of Mjosquard is still in the hands of Ghost Hand pirates. Den Mushi. Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief took a deep breath and took the Den Mushi from his subordinates and dialed 5 elder stars. He suppressed his anger and reported the matter. 5 Elder Stars were also silent. It was unexpected that Ross had been caught by the Marines, but now there is such a problem. Jaskard's heart was not in the hands of Ghost Hand Ross. It seems that it must be with his crew. Did the Marines caught them? I am terribly sorry, Lord Gorsai. Marines said that they were still chasing them. Trash. The 5 Elder Stars showed a little annoyance on his face. That group of people will definitely make a fuss about the heart. Maybe we have to let go of Ghost Hand Ross. Absolutely impossible. One of them said with a serious tone. Someone sighed, if they ask for that kind of request, maybe we can agree to it, and arrange a heavy force when releasing Ross, capturing them all. It won't be that easy. A 5 Elder Stars, wearing a white robe, shook his head and said, what if Ross escaped even with all of our preparation? What would we do then? In general, the requirements of ransom can be promised, but it is absolutely impossible to release Ghost Hand Ross. As long as Ross is not there, the Ghost Hand pirates will amount to nothing. Sooner or later, they will be arrested one by one. The last 5 Elder Stars' words were conclusive. Somewhere on the sea, a pirate ship is anchored at sea. On the deck of the ship, Lafitte and Law are surrounding a table with a beating heart. They didn't agree to let go of Captain directly. They have to get the heart first and trade at the same time. This is no doubt a trap. Lafitte said helplessly. Law calmly said, the structure of Impel Down. I have studied according to intelligence. With a few of us alone, there is basically no possibility of intrusion. Robin is silent. Recalling the memories of the moments when Ross has shown confident eyes in front of impossible odds, she could not believe that Ross was caught by Marine. When he was still weak, Aokiji struck and Ross escaped from him, but he fell in Dressrosa. Can't you come out? Is this really over? Marine Headquarters. In a closed room, Headquarters Vice Admiral Doberman is holding a copy of intelligence, the latest intelligence about Ross. The report says that Marines had completed the delivery and transferred Ross to Impel Down prison. It's over. Doberman put down the intelligence and lay down in the reclining chair. His gloomy, depressed face finally showed an expression that could not be described in words. Being detained in Impel Down prison on the deepest level 6 eternal hell, Ross can now only wait for his death in silence, and his name will be slowly swallowed by time. No one in the sea will remember Ross. After all, Doberman snorted, and a fulfilled smile slowly appeared on his face. The smile revealed a little slyness and a little happiness. He has never had such pleasure since the accident with Ross started. Although he can no longer fight, he is still a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, who approves documents every day and can play chess and chat at other times. And Ross? He won't be able to walk free anymore. He is imprisoned in Impel Down, and the darkness will be his only companion. This is the end of the violation of justice. This is the end of him as a pirate. This is the end of his fight against Marine and the government. A white city. The Revolutionary Army leader Dragon, wearing a green cloak, was sitting on a stool, holding a newspaper in his hands, looking at the contents of the newspaper with a depressed look on his face. During this period, the Revolutionary Army has developed rapidly, and the reason is that Ross had severely torn apart the dark side of the government and severely damaged the prestige of the government and Marine. But Ross was arrested. Despite the Battle of Dressrosa before the arrest, the prestige of the government in the world has been hit hard by an unprecedented degree, but this will be the last time that something like that would happen. He sent his intelligence personnel to inquire about the intelligence of Ross's escorting ship, trying to block halfway, but the intelligence content he heard was that Crane, Momousagi, and Tokakake were escorting Ross to Impel Down. Even if he sent all of his men, it is impossible to break through this level of defense, and if he went out personally, the situation will be even worse, because the entire route of the Marine escort ship is very close to the Marine Headquarters. Pity. Dragon finally put down a newspaper and sighed. But even if Ross's era is over and the Ghost Hand pirates will soon become history, the aftermath of the Dressrosa incident is still slowly expanding, and the Revolutionary Army can quickly develop the forces with his help. We can only do this. In the world, all the forces were still reeling from the after-effects of the Dressrosa incident, for the defeat of Ghost Hand Ross, for him being captured by Marine, and for him being imprisoned. Ross was handed over by Marines, with sea-stone shackles on both his hands and feet. He entered the Impel Down. Pushing forward into the prison, the interior is dark, full of frightening atmosphere. From the depths, he can occasionally hear a roar and a sad scream, which makes people shudder. But Ross's eyes remained calm. Squeak. The doors of Impel Down slowly closed and the last rays of light disappeared. The darkness eventually enveloped everything. Chapter 208 Eternal Hell. After the events of Dressrosa, Ross was completely exhausted. He was shackled in sea-stone chains, and on the way to Impel Down, he was only given a little bit of fresh water to survive. Ross's wounds did not show their ability to recover when his stamina was severely spent and he could not recover, The wounds on his body has only been initially healed up to now. Ghost Hand Ross, a big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. As a pirate with a bounty of up to 1 billion berries, the queue for escorting Ross is also extremely luxurious. Vice Superintendent Hannibal, Deputy Warden Domino, and Jailer Sadi. Jailer Sadi looked at Ross, who was slowly moving forward in shackles, with an exciting look on her face and said, "He looks like an ordinary person, but since he's a pirate with a bounty of billion berries, he should be able to withstand heavy interrogation. I can't wait any longer, hee hee." She had no interest in the monsters imprisoned in level 3 or 5, and ordinary people can't withstand her torture. Someone like Ross is the most perfect prisoner for someone like her. "I'm not going to give you such a dangerous person to torture as administrator, Sadi." Hannibal glanced at Sadi, then put her hand on her mouth and said, "Such ambitions aren't good. As vice superintendent, I have to abide by the rules of Impel Down." "Gee, boring." Sadi grinned and was too lazy to pay attention to Hannibal. The crowd moved slowly, accompanied by the sound of shackles rubbing against the ground until they came to a huge boiler. The inside of the boiler was boiling water, called the warm water of hell. Prisoners strip naked here before entering the city. They are thrown into the boiling water to disinfect, then change into prison clothes, and are escorted to the designated detention area. Oh, it's time to undress." Domino stayed outside and did not follow, but Sadi followed in excitedly, with a small wicked smile on her face, staring at Ross. Two jailers came forward and tore Ross's clothes violently. Some of the newcomers' jailers were next to him. This is the first time that they had seen a pirate with a bounty of billion berries being pushed to advance in Impel Down. They looked at Ross, whose clothes were being torn apart like any ordinary pirate, and he was pushed into the boiling water. "I have never seen a pirate with a bounty of billion berries. This doesn't look great." "Never seen?" "Recruits, this is Impel Down. No matter how strong you were before, as long as you committed a crime and were caught here, you're just a prisoner here." A jailer captain stood in front of the queue and said in an indifferent tone. The slightly tense atmosphere, with jailer captain's words, instantly dispersed. Yes. Even if he was a strong person, he's just a prisoner now. Seeing the pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries being treated like any ordinary person, without resistance, many jailers are no longer nervous. Gulp gulp. Soaking in boiling water for a moment, a chain was agitated by a wheel disc and pulled Ross out of the boiler, holding the shackles on his hand. Always silent, no words. Even though his body was washed by boiling water, Ross's face did not show any change. He seemed like a person who has lost his soul, with no pain, no sensation, at his disposal. Not a word. Sadi looked at Ross, who looked like an ordinary person. He doesn't seem particularly strong, but every muscle is ripped on his body. She showed a more excited expression, but she can't do anything. A pirate with a bounty of billion berries is above her pay grade. After Ross changed into prison uniform, Chief Magellan appeared. "I am Chief Magellan. According to the government's judgment, you're going to be escorted to the 6th floor of Impel Down, Eternal Infinite Hell, where you will be confined for the rest of your life." He looked at Ross without any pity in his eyes. In his view, this is the price pirates like Ross should pay for their actions. Ross did not respond. Seeing that Ross was like a piece of wood and had no response to everything, Magellan lost all of his original interest, shook his head and waved to his subordinates. Soon, Ross was escorted to the 6th floor of Impel Down under Magellan's personal escort. In the 6th floor of Impel Down, there are countless strong people who once galloped the ocean. Many pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million berries are not eligible to enter this floor. Most pirates here have a bounty of 230 million berries, or even more than 500 million berries. Hey, there comes a newcomer. Very respectable appearance, he is qualified to be detained on the 6th floor, he should be a great character. Many people in the darkness looked up at Ross, who had been escorted in, with all kinds of eyes, but most of them did not know Ross. Ross has only been famous in recent years, but in recent years, not many pirates have been detained on the 6th floor of Impel Down. "Hey, newcomer, how much is your bounty?" Someone was sitting in prison and shouted at Ross with a boring look. Ross did not respond. He kept his head down and walked silently until he came to an empty cage, where handcuffs and shackles were all fixed on the larger sea-stone chain. And connect the entire cage to the Impel Down as a whole. Oh, separate cell? A prisoner on the 6th floor noticed something unusual and could not help showing a little difference. The prisoners advancing the 6th floor of Impel Down are also divided into upper and lower levels. Generally, 200 or 300 million berries pirates are not held in isolation, but are divided into groups of 2 or even 3 and are held in the same cage. There are not many people on the 6th floor who are eligible to enjoy solitary confinement, and each of them is a great person who once shocked the world. If I remember correctly, that guy seems to be Ghost Hand Ross. His bounty was 200 million berries. Someone looked at Ross, vaguely thought of something and whispered. When the people next to him heard what he said, they immediately turned their heads and looked at him with a bland expression. Only 200 million? Separate prison? You made a mistake. When were you locked in? That noose is too old. When I came in, he seemed to have a bounty of 440 million berries and he was the most popular supernova. In the cage not far away, a pirate snorted. His hanging bounty is only 230 million berries. Although he is New World's pirate, he is far less famous than Ross when he was locked in. Naturally, Ross, a pirate who is famous all over the world before he even entered the New World, made May pirates unhappy, he included. Now that Ross is captured, he is a little happy. The most dazzling supernova, what about it? Isn't he the same as us, to be caught by Marine? Detained in Impel Down. They are all prisoners. Even if it's 440 million, it's too much to be in solitary confinement. Has he done anything else? I don't know that. Many pirates of Infinite Hell were awakened and looked at Ross in his separate cage. Shut up. Magellan listened to their talk. And finally couldn't hold back. He shouted angrily at the crowd and said with a cold face, "Don't talk in my ear, Ghost Hand. Ross doesn't do anything worthwhile. But his bounty is 1 billion berries, more than the waste like yours." 1 billion. Hearing this reward, there was a silence in the Infinite Hell. Many people have been shocked, even those pirates with a reward of 670 million or even 780 million have revealed a little bit of disbelief. This motionless, wood-like newcomer, has a bounty of 1 billion? Interesting. In the deeper part of the darkness, there are voices that seem to have not been spoken for many years. Some beings open their eyes and take a slightly interesting look at this side. Can you tell me what this kid has done? Magellan. I don't have time to accompany you in your nonsense. Magellan responded coldly, closing Ross's door and leaving Infinite Hell with his subordinates, leaving countless strange eyes on Ross's cage. Chapter 209. Conflict. Wearing a prison uniform. Sitting alone in a separate cell. It wasn't until Magellan and others took the elevator to leave the 6th floor that Ross lifted his head a little. He calmly looked at the heavy sea-stone shackles bounding his body. For him, being captured and imprisoned in Impel Down is within his calculations. This is his last insurance plug because he is very clear that if he ever lost to the Marines, he will not be directly executed, but will be imprisoned here. There is more than one way to get out of here. Whether it is 6 years later when Luffy will make a big rush throughout Impel Down, or by activating the living system unlock in the talent system, or the battle system's life return apostrophe, and the general department's water element affinity, all of them can help him get out of these sea-stone shackles. But this method can only be used once. Once he went out from here, he would expose his resistance to sea-stone to the world. Marines and the government will deal with him in a different way later. He will be executed on the spot after they catch him again, and he will not be detained in Impel Down again. In other words, if he chooses to go out from here and continue to be an enemy of the world, there can be no more mistakes, no way back, no failure. Let's do that first. Ross breathed, closed his eyes slowly, and did not immediately break the chain. Now his injuries have not fully recovered, his stamina is exhausted and his physical fitness is low. Even if he immediately break free, there will be no recovery time and he cannot fight against Magellan in his current situation. Next, he will wait patiently, waiting for his body to recover, waiting for the best chance. Hey, newcomer, you are called Ghost Hand. How is it on the outside now? What big news has happened recently? Can you tell me about it? There is nothing to do here and I am going to die of boredom here. In a prison, some of the prisoners returned to their normal habits after the shock of Ross's bounty subsided, and one of them asked Ross some questions. Here is eternal hell. This is no crimson hell where bladed trees torment prisoners, no wild beast hell where various dangerous animals torture prisoners, no starvation hell where prisoners are tormented with hunger and heat, no blazing hell's hot, no freezing hell's ice cold. This is just endless loneliness. Even if you were strong in the sky and crossed the sea and saw countless amazing things, once you enter here, you can only stay alone in the cage, facing the passage of time until the end of your life. And so, as soon as newcomers come here, many of the pirates being held here will ask them what happened outside, listening to their story, and barely have fun for the boring days. Ross didn't talk, he still sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Someone saw Ross's appearance and could not help but frown. What is with this guy? Is he a piece of wood? Were we fooled by Marine? Who knows? Others also shook their heads. Throughout the history of the 6th layer of Impel Down, almost no one can be as calm as Ross when they were locked in. Screaming loudly, yelling to let them go out, yelling at the prison, saying that once they go out, they will destroy it, or they will speak well and will be embarrassed. In short, there are no appearances like Ross, so numb and indifferent. Ross's performance is not like someone who has just been locked in. It is like someone who has been locked up for more than 10 or 20 years and has become numb to his situation for a long time. Hey, boy, I am talking to you, are you deaf? When the pirate who spoke to Ross noticed that Ross completely ignored him, he couldn't help but yell at Ross and said, just because your bounty is 1 billion, you won't talk to the likes of us with less bounty. Buzz. No one knows which pirate got annoyed and used Conqueror's Haki to oppress the cell where Ross is. Although many of them are pirate with a bounty of 2 or 300 million berries, there are even pirates with a bounty of more than 500 million or even more than 600 million berries here. There are also a few people who have Conqueror's Haki. Let him get a taste of real power. When that Conqueror's Haki burst out, there were people grinning in the darkness and another Conqueror's Haki intertwined and came agitating towards Ross. Generally, those who are locked into the 6th floor, those newcomers who are particularly disobedient and likes to shout and make noise. Everyone gets annoyed but they still have a way to teach them a lesson. That is Conqueror's Haki. A person's Conqueror's Haki is of little use, but if multiple people intertwine their Haki and erupt it at the same time, they can create a frightening momentum. Buzz. 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 It is like a stone that stirs up 1,000 waves. To use Conqueror's Haki to teach the disobedient newcomers a lesson, this is almost the consensus of many pirates in Eternal Hell, or use it when they encounter some new people yelling all day, bothering and annoying them. At this moment, at least 6 or 7 Conqueror's Hakis sprang up and rushed toward Ross's cage. Conqueror's Haki intertwined and collided in void like a black thunderbolt. This Conqueror's Haki, although some of the Conqueror's Haki channels were scattered and not perfectly controlled, others were well controlled and eventually all intertwined in Ross's cage. The heavy Conqueror's Haki seemed to had filled Ross's cage like seawater for an instant. The repressed ones are completely incapable of breathing. The pulsating Conqueror's Haki even makes the chains squeak and slams and it hits Ross' body, trying to tear the prisoner's clothes of Ross. In this heavy pressure, Ross opened his eyes. He glanced indifferently at the direction that Conqueror's Haki came from and from his body erupted Conqueror's Haki that is stronger than the 6 or 7 coming towards him and it slammed out. Do not reach out for a yard after taking an inch. This time it was a real Conqueror's Haki conflict. The sea stone chain on Ross squeaked, and the black lightning in the air was intertwined, swaying the terrifying aftermath and heading in all directions. Eternal Hell is noisy again. What should we do? What can we do? Let them go at each other, or would you rather go down there? Inside Warden Room, wardens, who are monitoring the Eternal Hell on the 6th floor, cannot help but change their faces and swallow their saliva when they see this scene. Conqueror's Haki clashes in the Eternal Hell can be seen as long as they stay long enough. Although these people are now shackled and imprisoned, the horrible Conqueror's Haki alone shows how fierce the criminals were. ZZ. The Conqueror's Haki conflict in Eternal Hell gradually subsided. Hey, is that Conqueror's Haki? Someone said that and slowly looked back at Ross's cage. Since Ross had Conqueror's Haki, their little trick didn't mean much to Ross. If Ross does not have Conqueror's Haki, they can barely control Conqueror's Haki to press against Ross, but if Ross has Conqueror's Haki, they will not be able to do this. It will form chaotic Conqueror's Haki conflicts, intertwined, unable to concentrate, and no one will be able to do anything. Forget it. Let's wait for the next newcomer. No one knows who said it but many prisoners gradually recovered their gaze. Chapter 210 Show you of the rain eat and drink. The meals delivered in Eternal Hell are made of the sea king-like meat captured by the blue gorillas. They have very high calories and energy. Although the total amount is not much, it still makes Ross's body gradually improve and his body gradually heals. As time went by, his body recovered day by day. Occasionally, he looked at the prisoners in the prison around him and showed his hunger for the points. Half a month later, the 6th floor of Impel Down welcomes a newcomer from the New World with a bounty of 330 million berries. After being imprisoned, it was not calm and it took some time and external help for him to calm down. This prisoner was not as difficult to communicate as Ross and soon chatted with people in the same cell. In the process of chatting, he also talked about Ross killing Tenri Ubito, killing 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo, broadcasting the dark side of the government in Dressrosa to the world. One after another thing has been said from his mouth, and the prisoners in Eternal Hell have also been amazed by the deeds of Ross. It's not easy and damn near impossible to kill a Tenri Ubito and then escape Sabati Archipelago. How did he do it? Almost all of the pirates present had experienced Sabati Archipelago and Tenri Ubito, but most of them chose to be patient. Nobody wanted to play against Sabati Archipelago and Marine Admiral. His journey was really dazzling. Someone listened to the story with a surge of emotions. He clenched his fist and said, I would have also killed a Tenri Ubito if I was out, the waste was not good enough. One of the people next to him scoffed mercilessly and said, cut the crap, depending on your skill, after killing a Tenri Ubito, you would have been beaten to death by an admiral. Pity. Someone looked at Ross's cage and shook his head. It's dazzling enough, but it also attracted too much hatred from the government and Marine too early. No wonder it wasn't a long journey. If he would have crossed through it, he may have been able to replace one of the 4 emperors. The people next to him heard it and they all sighed. That pirate spoke again. That's not to say. If I hadn't been caught, I would probably have killed one of the 4 emperors by now. The people next to him laughed and mocked and said, save it. I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to see 4 emperors in front of you. It's just out of a bit of boredom that they can have fun with each other. On the other side. In a separate cell, Ross sat quietly. His injuries had completely recovered, but since a small portion of food and fresh water was rarely supplied each time, his physical energy was not recovered. His whole body is sore and weak after wearing sea stone. Ross can still judge that his physical fitness should be restored to about 60% or 70%. At this level, the next recovery will slow down because of the supply of food and fresh water. It's only enough to sustain life. Hold on. Ross is not in a hurry. Here he does not need to consider all kinds of dangerous things. This so-called prison is like a place where he can really rest. It is like going home here. The prisoners around are all talents. They can always be there to get some fun out of boredom. Once he acts, he will need to finish it all the way, so he must ensure that everything is perfect. He would rather wait for a while, wait for his body to become better. 10 days later. On the 6th floor of Pendant, a special prisoner was sent here. Magellan, you bastard. Warden Shoyu of the Rain, wearing heavy sea stone shackles, was pushed by Magellan into a separate cell and copied onto the sea stone wall, which was integrated with the cage. His face was so depressed that he seemed to have been poisoned by Magellan and it had not yet been completely alleviated. This is eternal hell. I just killed some trash. Are you going to lock me up here? Magellan. Shoyu of the Rain looked at Magellan with a depressed face. At the moment, his toxin had not completely disappeared, and the sea stone shackles were so heavy that even those who were capable could not escape. Magellan pushed Shoyu of the Rain on the wall, exhaled a poisonous mist, and said indifferently, I am the chief of Pendant. The lives of all prisoners are decided by me, not by you who kills them for pleasure. You will stay here and reflect on it. Shoyu of the Rain stared at Magellan and finally vomited out 2 words, very good. Remember, you're a capital offender now. Magellan stepped out of the cage of Shoyu of the Rain. Giving unlimited detention on the 6th level of Pendant is actually one of the death penalties, because there is no big difference between unlimited detention and direct execution, and the former is even more torturous. Shoyu of the Rain stopped talking and looked coldly at Magellan, closing the prison door, closing his eyes and sitting in the darkness. Now. Almost all the prisoners who were pushed in Pendant prison looked at this side in amazement. Someone wants to say something, but because of Magellan's suffocating poison suffocation, he swallowed it, and it was not until Magellan left the 6th floor that there was an uproar. Hey! It's Shoyu of the Rain. The warden of Pendant is now the same as us, prisoners of eternal hell? Ha 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 ha, interesting. A lot of people grinned and looked at Shoyu of the Rain cell with a mockery on their faces. This man was still outside looking at them like they were insects some days ago. For them, it's interesting if a new person comes in. But now that new person is the warden of Pendant. Although it's not clear what exactly happened, it's only necessary to know that Shoyu of the Rain has become a prisoner like them. Sitting in the dark, Shoyu of the Rain looks cold and doesn't say anything. No one knows who was the first to erupt a conqueror's haki, and then, like the storm rainstorm, 7 or 8 conquerors' haki emerged and stormed away towards Shoyu of the Rain. Shoyu of the Rain is a master of sword arts. He is also affected by his body condition as he still has toxin residues in his body. He has not recovered. Under the impact of the violent conqueror's haki, there is still a vague pressure. The feeling of sinking into the sea. Depressed. Although these did not cause any substantial harm to him, but it made him extremely uncomfortable. He was angry when he suddenly turned from warden into a prisoner. Now he is ridiculed and oppressed by the prisoners on the 6th floor. It is like suppressing a volcano. And at this time, a voice was sent from the prison opposite him. Noisy. The voice was very cold. At the moment of the launch, a strong conqueror's haki broke out, and the combination of the 7 or 8 conquerors' haki was destroyed for a moment, and the air was humming. Shoyu of the Rain slightly glanced up and looked up at the opposite cell. Ross, who is tied to the heavy sea stone chain, is sitting there, and conqueror's haki gradually converges from his body. He looks at Shoyu of the Rain and said slowly, if you can go out, what do you want to do? Chapter 211 Exit. Going out? Shoyu of the Rain hasn't thought about it yet, but Ross reminds him that he is aware of his situation and is likely to never get out. Since Magellan has imprisoned him in eternal hell, it was obviously not a joke. This time it was a real thing. I am afraid there will be no chance of being released. Shoyu of the Rain lowered his head and said nothing. At this time, the aftermath of the Conqueror's hockey conflict also slowly dissipated. The people in the nearby prisons first wondered why Ross would actually favor Shiryu of the Rain, and then they heard Ross's words. Go out? If I go out, I must destroy the Marine headquarters. I want to kill Whitebeard. The prisoners around them began to bite their teeth and open their mouths, but soon some of them sat back down and said, Don't dream. It's impossible to get out of here. The only case of escaping from here is Golden Lion, who lost 2 legs more than a decade ago, and after Golden Lion escaped from prison, the defense here became tighter. Many people shook their heads and sighed. For a time, the atmosphere in the whole Eternal Hell became depressed and no one came to laugh at Shiryu of the Rain and dreaming to escape from Ross. Ross did not care about the reactions of many prisoners. In fact, most of the prisoners on the 6th floor were extremely fiercely wicked, slaughtering civilians and destroying city-town on the island, killing a city full of people just because they could not find alcohol. In comparison, Shiryu of the Rain is also addicted to killing, but as he said, he is killing the garbage of the sea. As for the subsequent killing of Warden Jailer, anyone who was a warden and was imprisoned in the Eternal Hell for several years, I'm afraid he will have to carry a knife to kill after coming out. The anger and hatred in his heart can't be erased by 3 or 2 strokes. It's totally meaningless to say what you can do after getting out, it will never happen. Shiryu of the Rain was silent for a moment, then said slowly. He knows Ross, and although he has no friendship with Ross just helped him out of the siege and he got a head start and one day to recover. Ross's faint smile, what if I could really go out? Really go out? Shiryu of the Rain fell into silence again. If he could go out, he would make Magellan look good. This ragged warden job was too long for him. He will go to the sea to kill happily. Don't be crazy about it. Wait a few more years, you won't have this idea, newcomer. Some people in the nearby prisons heard Ross's words. Some people spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Even if Golden Lion escaped, he lost 2 legs. You are far worse than him. Every person who is imprisoned had the idea of breaking out of prison, but with the passage of events, it is a little bit of despair, a little bit of elimination of this idea. Because it's impossible. Now even if Golden Lion is here, he can't reproduce the escape, because the guard is much tighter than before, and Magellan is a monster himself. Ignoring the words of many prisoners, seeing Shiryu of the Rain not talking, Ross can roughly guess the fluctuations in his heart, so he slowly said, if I can go out, I can let you go out, how about coming aboard my ship? Hey! Shiryu of the Rain looked up and slightly grinned and heat. Although Ross was looking for little hope, his eyes sparkled. I know everything about you. It would be nice to go out and stir the world upside down with you. This time, the prisoners in the adjacent prison did not make any ironic sounds. They just glanced at them and then ignored them. They don't want to talk about it now. Ross slightly smiles and then he closed his eyes and stopped talking. Shiryu of the Rain slightly shook his head and thought of it as a meaningless agreement. He threw it directly behind his head, closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing and rested. With the participation of Shiryu of the Rain, not only will it be easier for Ross to escape from prison, but after that, the Ghost Hand Pirate Regiment will also have a change in strength. Shiryu of the Rain and Magellan, known as Iron Wall of Impel Down, he is rumored to be equal to Magellan in strength, but to see him defeated by Magellan and locked up in Eternal Hell, he should be a little inferior to Magellan, but not by much. In Ross's opinion, Magellan's strength is basically the same as that of a Marine Admiral. Once he was destroyed by the Blackbeard pirates, most of his band poisonous soldiers were the awakening of poisonous fruits. Shiryu of the Rain, as a strong sword darts expert, should be no less aggressive, his hockey speed and other aspects should be close to Admiral, the gap should be in the resistance aspect. Marine Admiral was very resistant. Akainu was attacked by Whitebeard in anger. He hammered his waist. Even then, he still jumped out and chased Luffy. He dealt with many division captains of Whitebeard pirates. Even after the event, he and Aokiji fought in Punk Hazard for 10 days and 10 nights. From those 10 days and 10 nights of the fight, it can also be seen that Aokiji and Akainu's physique is not much different. If Shiryu of the Rain was attacked by Whitebeard, he would not be able to sustain serious injuries and will lose his battle's ability even if he did not die on the spot. Naturally. Even if the strength of Shiryu of the Rain is second only to Admiral, the gap is not very big. But it is only him now. After going out from here, if he meets Kizaru again, he promises to pay a big payback to Kizaru. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Time continues to flow through. As time goes by, even though the food and fresh water sent every time are only able to sustain their life, Ross gradually regains his full potential and strength with the talent Tenacious. The residual toxins in the body of Shiryu of the Rain have long since faded away. As a warden, his food is better than Ross, and he is basically completely recovered. Almost. On that day Ross opened his eyes and his eyes glittered slightly. The world has forgotten him for some time, and it's time. It's time for the world to remember him again. He turned his head and looked at Shiryu of the Rain, who was sitting in the dark. Hey, are you ready to go out? Shiryu of the Rain slightly looked up at Ross and didn't understand the meaning of Ross's words. Listening to Ross. Is there a chance to go out now? But he and Ross were bound in heavy sea stone shackles, and even a non-devil fruit user could not get rid of them, let alone Ross. As for the keys, they were all in Megalin's place, and no one else could touch them. After a while, Shiryu of the Rain asked with a stunned tone, "You mean you can go out now?" How to get out? Even though he talked with Ross frequently these days and knew that Ross was an extremely cool person, he was shocked to think that Ross was joking. Going out? How to get out? Chapter 212 True Hell. It's very simple. Ross's face showed a smile that Shiryu of the Rain couldn't understand. At this time, the prisoners in the nearby prison also heard the conversation between Ross and Shiryu of the Rain, blinking their eyes and showing surprise and strange expressions. What are they talking about? Going out? What is going out? Is he wants to go out? Is he crazy? Everyone is looking at Ross with inexplicable expressions. It is true that people driven mad by eternal hell are there. Is he gone mad? And just under these strange and inexplicable gazes, Ross's mind moved, and only the translucent talent system he could see appeared in front of him in an instant. There are three options. First, activate Life Return. He can control his hair to try to unlock Seastone's shackles, or shrink his body out of the shackles, but the chances of failure are high. Second, activating Water Element Affinity takes 2 points of free talent points, but he's not sure how hard the heavy Seastone shackles are and whether he can break them down. He also has to break the shackles of Shiryu of the Rain and there's the possibility of him collapsing. Then, the best solution is the third, Living Talent Unlocked. These are the questions that Ross has thought about countless times these days. He has no hesitation and spent 1 free talent point, which activated the second talent of living in addition to navigation. Buzz. In almost an instant, knowledge of all kinds of locks was instilled into Ross's mind. In a few seconds, he seemed to have opened countless locks all over the world. The Seastone chain that binds his hands and legs and the body is also full of flaws in the eyes of Ross at this moment. Caca. Under the restraint of the chain, Ross raised his hand slightly, put his finger in his mouth bit by bit and gently bite the front of the little finger with his teeth. He let his nails grow long for this. With his present physique, the tenacious degree of his nails is no different from that of ordinary steel. This nail is very long, he tore it down with all his strength, totally ignoring the pain. After the nail was torn off, the wound healed rapidly in the resilience of tenacious. Ross pinched the long nail and plunged it into the lock of Seastone's shackles. After exploring the internal structure, he pulled it around. Caca. The lock is open. Under the gaze of Shiryu of the Rain, Ross pulled the chain around him and opened the 3 locks of the handcuffs, ankles and the chains around the body with his nails. He took off all of them and stood up straight and stretched hard. Crack. The bones, which had not been moving for a long time, made a noise at this moment. They were clear here, and there was silence in the eternal hell. Ross stretched his body and came to the door, as the inserted nails turned. Dang dang. The door opened. Ross came out. This is really... Shiryu of the Rain breathed and watched Ross come out of the cage to the door of his cage, revealing an expression that seemed to have never woke up in his dreams. As for the other prisoners in the cage, they were all stunned and unresponsive. Warden indoor. Seeing Ross come out of the cell like this, many wardens were shocked. They looked at each other, and cold sweat on their foreheads began to flow. It's a big deal. Quick report this to the administrator. Eternal hell. In Shiryu of the Rain's cell, the Seastone's handcuffs and shackles fell to the ground with a bang. He rubbed the tightened wrist and looked up at Ross. You can really get out. With a slight grin on his mouth, he glanced at the Den Mushi, which was watching them. There is a monitor of Den Mushi. We are already exposed. What are you going to do next? Are you afraid of Magellan? Ross stepped out of the cell and looked calmly at Den Mushi. Shiryu of the Rain snorted. It's not your style to ask this question, but I need to get my sword back first. It should be in Magellan's storage room. Listening to Shiryu of the Rain mentioning the sword, Ross blinked lightly and said, my sword was destroyed before. Is there a good sword here? Oh, there is one, but I don't know if you can control it. Shiryu of the Rain thought for a moment and said, there is a demon blade the back of the storage room. It's useless if you don't use it properly, but that blade is one of the most powerful ones. When Ross heard that it was one of the supreme sharp blades, his eyes flashed slightly and he said, is it a demon blade? I'm not a swordsman. It doesn't matter if it goes well or not. It can be used. That's good. Shiryu of the Rain walks up to the stairs to the upper floor, looks at Ross standing still and asks, "You're not coming with me?" Ross said with a faint smile and a cool look. "I intend to make the world a bit more lively." "Hey." Shiryu of the Rain looked at Ross and glanced at the cells around him. He guessed Ross's idea and gave him a smirk. Anyway, he is not the warden anymore, so he wouldn't care if Ross releases the prisoners or anything. Ross stopped talking, just stood there and watched Shiryu of the Rain leave. At this time, many prisoners in the Eternal Hell have already responded, all showing unprecedented excitement. Ross can actually open the shackles of sea stone. They can actually come out. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to escape from here. Ghost Hand, let me out. I am willing to serve under you. I want to go out too. Magellan is very terrifying. I can help you deal with him. If we all join hands, this world will be ours. Many prisoners, who could stand up, almost all stood up. Their faces were full of excitement. Especially the prisoners in several cages beside Ross. Their whole bodies were attached to the door of the prison. Ross slowly removed his gaze and looked at the prisoners around him. Unfortunately, to deal with a Magellan, I don't need your help, but you do have a role, and now it's time to contribute to your role. There was an unusually vicious smile on his face in the darkness. After a few minutes, Chief Magellan seemed to have a rolling venom running all over his body. He stepped out of the downward elevator and came to the 6th floor of Eternal Hell with a gloomy and depressed expression. However, the scene of Eternal Hell made him stunned. This is a living hell. It seems to be a real hell. Within that cage, blood and broken bones splashed everywhere, and there was blood flowing on the ground as if it had turned into a river of blood. He doesn't know how many people died here. Chapter 213 Space Distortion. Damn it. Magellan thought Ross would liberate more prisoners. After seeing this, his face changed slightly and his pupils shrank sharply. Many of the prisoners imprisoned in Eternal Hell are devil fruit users with special troublesome abilities. Once killed, these devil fruits will be reborn on the sea. In a way, this is no better than releasing prisoners. Ghost Hand. Ross, stop this madness. He angrily released his observation hockey and located Ross in the depths of Eternal Hell and rushed toward him. If Ross releases a large number of prisoners, he is confident that with the power of his poisonous fruit, he can hold the door of the 6th floor and block everyone here. But Ross did not release prisoners. Instead, he started killing them here, which is totally unexpected. So you finally came. Ross slowly said as another prisoner in the cage collapsed under the power of distortion. He slowly turned his head and looked at Magellan, who was rushing towards him. His eyes were calm and indifferent. He could not even remember who he had killed. This is the 6th layer of Impel Down, Eternal Hell, where some of the worst prisoners are held, although there is no one at the level of 4 emperors here, but pirates with a bounty of 230 million, or even 560 million, can be found everywhere. He had killed a pirate with a bounty of more than 800 million berries. As for the pirates with a bounty of 200 million, 300 million, or even 400 million berries, he will not receive any rewards for killing them at all. Even if he hunted pirates in the same bounty area for 4 consecutive times, the profits would diminish and he would no longer receive any rewards. After this massacre, his reward was also terrifying. 265 talent proficiency points. 3 free talent points. Even though the activation of the living system's unlocked talent cost 1 point, he still accumulates 6 free talent points, which satisfies the conditions for activating the distortion space. Poison Dragon. Magellan's eyes seemed to be bursting with anger. He didn't even talk to Ross. He rushed towards Ross and with a wave of his hand the purple poison liquefied into a purple dragon and poured towards Ross. Prisoners in Eternal Hell were killed like this. This responsibility must be borne by him alone. Even if he captures Ross again, he will be demoted. Wall of Distortion. Ross raised his hand and pressed it forward. The power of distortion interwoven into a barrier to block the poisonous dragon. The poison dragon rushed into the wall of distortion, instantly bursting into poison. Magellan did not stop. He continues to charge towards Ross. As soon as he opened his mouth, a cloud of poisonous clouds swung away in an instant, pouring in from all sides and surrounded Ross in the center. Buzz. Ross's hands jerked forward and the power of distortion swayed, and the poison cloud rushed away. He rushed toward Magellan and slammed it out. Magellan crossed his arms in front of him. Buzz. Ross shook his hands violently and the power of distortion swung open and the poisonous cloud was dispersed. He rushed towards Magellan again and punched him in the distance. Ross didn't intend to taste Magellan's poison. His eyes glistened and he jumped up just right to avoid the collapsing poison attack. Damn it. Don't irritate Magellan here. Ghost Hand bastard. Some of the survivors of Eternal Hell, who were not attacked by Ross and who were physically strong enough to resist Ross's attack, were now affected by Magellan's poison. They could not help but roar. Crash. Magellan's venom surged from all directions, leaving almost no escape routes. Ross used the wall of distortion and blocked the venom from the attack, while Magellan slammed forward with a wave of his hand and a huge squid-shaped venom smashed down. The giant poison soldier barely broke through the outer wall of distortion and spilled a little poison and burst towards Ross's face. Ross put his head on one side and the poison flew past him. System, activate distortion space. Faced with Magellan's furious attack, Ross had no time to deal with proficiency in detail and could only activate the branch of distortion space as quickly as possible. Buzz. In the talent tree, the moment when the branch of the distortion space is activated, a strange feeling is born from Ross's body. The world in front of him seems to have changed and the structure of the space and its veins can be clearly seen. And his power of distortion, as if it can touch the essence of space, let it bend and fold. Poisonous flow. Magellan noticed that Ross seemed to lose his mind for a moment. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity and with a loud roar, the turbulent venom gushed out of him like a river, rushing towards Ross and sweeping Ross in it. Faced with the torrential poisonous current, Ross recovered from his temporary loss of consciousness. His eyes shone with strange light and he waved his hand to the poisonous stream and gently pressed against it. Buzz. A strange scene appeared. Suddenly, the turbulent flow of poison changed from three-dimensional to a single-dimensional and the whole area curled up as if the space of this area had been compressed into a sheet of paper. Magellan was shocked but immediately took a deep breath. He suddenly flashed aside, opened his mouth and threw out countless poison balls, which hit Ross's body. Ross is experiencing the amazing feeling of folding space distortion. Faced with Magellan's blow, he reaches out a finger and pokes it right in front of Void, as if it were inserted into something sticky, stimulating the power of distortions to spin and agitate. Oh! The space is agitated by Ross, forming a head-sized whirlpool, which engulfs all the poisonous balls that come in. Ross can't break up the space of the world, but the space of the world in front of his power of distortion seems to become something like a sticky paste and elastic rubber, which can be stirred up as long as enough strength is exerted. Boom! The distortion's vortex reached a limit, terminating the rotation, resembling a spring that was forced to its limit. Then the distortion was reversed and recovered at a faster speed, and is squeezed into a dark terrifying mass, smashing Magellan head-on. Magellan's face changed slightly as he noticed that the dark substance was his poison, but its concentration had been compressed to an astonishing degree, even he dared not touch it. Weird power. Avoiding the substance, Magellan looked calmly at Ross, who was about to start again. Whiz. As Ross stepped forward, a strange force swung open. The space between the two suddenly collapsed and he was forcibly pulled closer. Ross clearly took only one step, but in a strange way, he appeared on his right side and punched him. How could it be? Magellan's pupils shrank, and what his observation haki perceives is so weird that it's hard to describe in words. Ross's movement can't be described in simple actions but in another weird way. Faced with Ross's unexpected approach and attack, he had no time to perform other tricks, he could only use armament haki and his poisonous fruit to protect his body and wave his arms. Boom! Ross dropped a punch, the venom splashed everywhere and Magellan flew out. Chapter 214 Strength Rising. Using the ability of the distortion space to take Magellan out of the way, Ross finally had the time to call out the talent system interface and digest the rewards he just got. 265 talent proficiency points. For Ross, this will lead to a great promotion. Without any hesitation, he took the lead in putting 25 points of proficiency on observation haki and 100 points of proficiency on armament haki. With these two increases, his observation haki and armament haki both reached 150 points, 50 points short of maximum value, and it had completely reached the level of a Marine Admiral Aokiji. After filling up all the shortcomings with Marine Admiral, 140 proficiency points remained. Ross decisively assigned them to Tenacious Talent and the Power of Distortion. Firearm Shooting, 50 Close Combat Fighting, 100 Distortion Fruit, 680 Flash Step of Marine 6 Powers, 0 Paper Art by Marine 6 Powers, 0 Marine 6 Powers as Moonwalk, 0 Observation Haki, 150 Armament Haki, 150 Conqueror's Haki, 0 The Power of Distortion has been continuously filled with 80 proficiency points, reaching 680 points, which has brought about an increase in Ross's attack power. As for the specific effect, it should be exerted in detail in battle. The remaining 60 points of proficiency, in order to balance the problems caused by the surge in power of distortion, was completely filled by Ross into the Tenacious Talent. Agility Enhancement, 300 Top-Level Strengthening Physical Enhancement, 500 Maximum Value Spirit Heart, 0 Basic Level Strengthening Tenacious, 160 High-Level Strengthening Rock, 50 Mid-Level Strengthening Tenacious is only 40 points short of maximum value in proficiency, and for Ross, follow-up improvements are basically unimpeded. After consuming 265 talent proficiency points, Ross's strength has already changed dramatically. Before, in a one-on-one confrontation with a Marine Admiral, the odds of him winning were only 1 or 2%. Now, even if he can't crush them, his odds of winning are at least 70% or above. In the face of a Marine Admiral, his odds of winning are more than 70%, which is already a very high level. The next step, it's time for the world to really turn upside down. Ross took a deep breath and sensed that the staggering heat in his body was gradually dissipating. He shook his fist and looked at the rushing venom, and his eyes flashed smoothly. Now that his strength has been enhanced, he can test it here on a suitable sandbag in front of him. Whiz. He rushed up and fought with Magellan. Impel Down Prison, Storage Room. This is where the prisoner's weapons and special items, such as antidotes for Magellan's various poisonous gases and poisons, are placed. Shiryu of the Rain killed the gatekeeper warden and kicked the main entrance and went to the storage room. He almost didn't have to look for it. Instinctively, he walked in one direction and saw a sword that had been placed on a shelf and had been stained with some dust. The second generation of the 21 best grade swords. They don't even know how to give it good maintenance. He took off the second generation 21 best grade swords. He pulled out a handkerchief from the cabinet, wiped the dust off the handle and sheath of the sword, and pulled out the blade in half. After nodding in satisfaction, he hung it at his waist. After retrieving his sword, he turned his head and glanced at the storage room. He skillfully opened a cupboard, took out a cigar and a box of matches, lit a cigar and took a puff. Ho! After spitting out a puff of smoke, he went deep into the storage room. After crossing several cabinets, a closed door appeared in front of him. Shiryu of the Rain came to the door, pushed it open and entered. The room was very small and empty. The only thing that was left was a devilish sword in the middle of the room. 12 supreme grade swords. Cursed blade Morass aim. Because of the evil spirits contained in it are too strong, it is easy for ordinary people to be affected by it, and even their temperament changed and they get more and more crazy, losing any and all reasoning. Therefore, this sword is not with the government and Marine but sealed in the Impel Down prison. A warden once opened the room because of his curiosity, but he was affected by the aura of the cursed blade Morass aim. When he came out with it, he cut himself down. After that, the room was strictly forbidden to approach. I don't know if that guy can use it. Looking at the sword that was inserted on the ground without a scabbard, Shiryu of the Rain puffed out a puff of smoke. He was not afraid of the evil and cursing breath carried by the cursed blade Morass aim, but this sword was not compatible with him. He was not used to it and it will affect his sword arts, so it was useless. Hey, it's already fighting. After pulling out the cursed blade Morass aim, Shiryu of the Rain sensed the fierce battle that is going on the 6th floor of Impel Down. He stopped staying and walked out of the storage room and headed straight for the eternal hell. Deputy Director Hannibal did not dare to stop Shiryu of the Rain. As for the other warden, they all shivered in front of Shiryu of the Rain, and they do not have any will to stop him. Marine Headquarters. Doberman is sitting in the office, listening to reports from his subordinates about the Ghost Hand pirates. They escaped again? He frowned slightly and said, without Ghost Hand Ross, the rest of the miscellaneous fish shouldn't be so difficult to deal with. What is Vice Admiral Lerman doing? After Ross was detained in Impel Down, Marines and the government have been chasing after the remaining Ghost Hand pirates, but because Luffy had Mjosquard's heart in his hand, the government and Marine were afraid to go too hard to deal with it. A headquarters rear admiral standing next to him said, the government's request is to recapture the heart of Mjosquard, and then start with them. This is too difficult. Doberman meditated for a while, putting down the papers in his hand and saying, they can't take advantage of Mjosquard's heart every time. Tell the Vice Admiral that if he sees a chance, he must wipe them out. Without Ghost Hand Ross, they are nothing. Next to him, the Rear Admiral nodded and said, it's impossible for the government to release Ghost Hand Ross. It's impossible for them to sneak into Impel Down. Sooner or later, the Ghost Hand Pirate Regiment will be completely eradicated. Doberman smiled slightly at that. And just as he was about to say something, a captain suddenly burst in from outside, saluted him, and said in a tense and hurried tone, Vice Admiral. Emergency meeting. Doberman stood up, his face unchanged as he went through an emergency meeting once or twice every week. He walked outside the door and asked the captain casually, what happened? An accident in Impel Down. The captain, with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead, was walking along with him and said, I heard that Warden Chief Shiryu of the Rain betrayed the Marines and tried to escape from prison with Ghost Hand Ross. The situation is critical. Doberman's footsteps instantly stopped. Chapter 215 Cursed Blade Morass aim Marine Headquarters, Emergency Meeting Room. Damn it, Shiryu, that guy. Sengoku stood there with one hand on the table and the other on his forehead, showing a very painful and angry expression. The consequences of the betrayal of Shiryu of the Rain were extremely serious. He is someone originally standing on the side of the government and he suddenly stood on the opposite side of the government. And most importantly, if only Ross alone tried to escape from Impel Down, then Magellan and Shiryu would have been enough to suppress him, but now there is another one who is trying to escape, and that someone is Shiryu of the Rain with the same strength as Magellan. The problem is big. Magellan alone can't resist it. In the unlikely event that Ross releases a few 6th-level Eternal Hell prisoners, the great confusion and chaos that they will cause is definitely not something that can be suppressed by Magellan alone, and it is likely that they will overturn the entire prison. Aokiji hasn't returned yet. Sengoku looked to the side, towards a rear admiral, and asked. The rear admiral shook his head with cold sweat on his forehead. In the emergency meeting room, the vice admirals had already come up with dozens of plans in a matter of minutes, and battleships are already ready to head towards Impel Down. I'd better go first, Mr. Sengoku. Kizaru took a cup of tea and stood up after a few seconds of silence. In any case, Ross can never escape from Impel Down. Although there are other pirates in the Eternal Hell, most of them have been weakened by time. Only Ross is still the youngest and with most of his strength, and no one knows how far he can go. Okay. Sengoku nodded in silence. Nowadays, it is not the time of war. They don't need to face the pressure from 4 emperors. For the turmoil in Impel Down, it is natural to send a powerful force to subdue the situation and not give the other party any chance. Notify Aokiji, tell him to go to Impel Down as soon as possible and not come to the headquarters. As Kizaru walked out of the meeting room, Sengoku spoke again to the men beside him, then slowly sat down in his seat and breathed. I hope that there will be no big problems. Impel Down. Eternal Hell. Ross and Magellan are fighting each other. After his strength has skyrocketed, Magellan has been completely suppressed by Ross alone in the Eternal Hell. Even with Magellan using the poisonous giant, he is still being suppressed by Ross and he can barely support himself. At this time, Ross could leave at any time if he wanted to, but his purpose was not limited to that. He was also looking for an opportunity to continue killing the pirates when he fought with Magellan. Hateful. Watching many prisoners die at Ross's hands, Magellan roared and manipulated the poisonous giant to rush up, trying to stop Ross, but because the poisonous giant would destroy the Eternal Hell, his movements were somewhat shrunk, which made it more difficult to block Ross. Crash bang. Ross's wrist flipped, and the poison was directly deflected, not by distortion, but by the power of distortion bending the space in front of him. Magellan's poisonous giant is something that he developed after the awakening of his poisonous devil fruit. It can erode all the surrounding materials and make all the stone and steel become highly toxic. It also has the characteristics of infiltration and erosion that will work on other devil fruit users. But this kind of erosion is limited to the substance and it cannot erode distortion caused by space. Ross's figure flashed as if he had pulled through space. He came to Magellan's side and punched Magellan. The power of distortion erupted violently. Boom. Under the power of distortion, the poisonous giant bursts out with countless poisonous liquid in an instant and scatters in all directions, as if it had turned into a whirlpool. Magellan, who was hiding in the poisonous giant, tried his best to resist the attack but still could not completely block it. He was still hit by the power of distortion. The poison splashed and flew backward. Troublesome mobility. Ross could not help shaking his wrist as Magellan's poison seeped through many cages and poisoned many prisoners half to death. He had just grasped the ability of the distortion space. He is not used to this ability and he is still a little afraid of Magellan's poison and does not want to be touched by it. At this time, Shiryu of the Rain returned to the Eternal Hell and stared at the scene in front of him. Poisonous giant soldier, Hell's Judgment. No prisoners were released, but Ross seemed to have been slaughtered, a large group of them. More importantly, Magellan actually used the poisonous giant in Eternal Hell. It is almost impossible that Magellan will release this ability in Eternal Hell because once released, it can easily erode the surroundings and poison a large number of prisoners, which is difficult to control. But Magellan had already used this taboo ability. There's no doubt that Ross brought him extreme oppression, even a threat to his life before he was forced to use it. He is too strong. Shiryu of the Rain looked at Ross, who was suspended in midair, and his eyes flashed slightly. Although he originally planned to team up with Ross, he still had a plan to compete for captaincy. This is a world where strong ruled, the captain will obviously be the one who is strongest. It seems that Ross's strength is much stronger than he imagined. At least he himself is unable to pressure Magellan in the Eternal Hell to the point where he is forced to display poisonous giant. Have you brought it? Ross's voice passed over to Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu of the Rain converges and throws the cursed blade Morasame in his hand at Ross. He said, "This is no scabbard, you can use it directly." Crack. Ross raised his hand and caught the cursed blade Morasame. Almost as soon as he held the hilt, a vaguely mad will burst out from the sword edge, rushing toward his body, resembling an imposing momentum. Killing, tyranny, madness, despair, Death. The chaotic atmosphere interweaves and tries to invade Ross's mind. Buzz. Ross didn't even think about it. His conqueror's haki fired up and wrapped itself all over the sword edge of Cursed Blade Morass Aim, like a grinding wheel. Cursed Blade Morass Aim emitted a chaotic breath for a while. Although it is a demon blade, it is only a weapon. It is impossible for it to confront an existence like Ross, who has an extremely strong will. The breath quickly regains the edge of the knife. But its sword edge is still full of chaos and arrogance, and there is a faint feeling of it wanting to break free from Ross's hand, and it is not easy to it in the palm of his hand. It's really hard to use, no wonder you didn't use it. Ross's eyebrows wrinkled slightly as he said calmly. A top swordsman like Shiryu of the Rain has not been able to make the demon blade obedient. It seems that in order to make it obedient, it's necessary to use his power of distortion along with his strong will. Cursed Blade Morass Aim. Bastard. Shiryu, do you even know what you are doing? Magellan emerged again from the venom and saw the sword in Ross's hand. He stares at it and then looked at Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu of the Rain took a cigar and took a puff. The smoke filled his mouth. Thanks to you, I've stayed long enough in prison. Now, as you can see, I'm working with him, and then do give me more advice on how to get out. Chapter 216, Rooting the Sword of Distortion. Ross holds the Cursed Blade Morass Aim in his hand and ignores its failure. For him, the sword is just a tool to condense the power of distortion, not use sword darts to launch attacks. Sneer. With a swing of his sword, he seemed to cut a gap in space, and the power of distortion flew abruptly in Magellan's direction. Magellan and Ross have been fighting each other for some time now, and Magellan had already had a certain understanding of Ross's ability. At this moment, without taking this attack head-on, he decisively turned around and avoided it and once again condensed the poisonous giant, while manipulating the two poisonous streams, one left and one right to the Ross. Whiz. Shiryu of the Rain decisively stepped back. He knew the power of the poisonous giant and he did not intend to touch the venoms at all. Well, do you want to release some of the prisoners here? After withdrawing a distance, Shiryu of the Rain pulled out a half-sword and asked Ross. Ross asked, with you and me, can't we leave this hell without outsiders' help? Shiryu of the Rain grinned, swung a sword and killed a prisoner who was swearing loudly in the cell. With him and Ross, they could naturally go out even if there was another admiral in their path. Venom Road. Magellan tried to control the venom to not spreading too much and he slipped silently into the venom from the poisonous giant. As the venom slipped, he came directly in front of Ross and punched at him. The poisonous giant grabbed Ross, and he put his hand on Ross's back. You can move quickly with poison. Ross had already seen Magellan's speedy movement in the poison. His eyes remained unchanged. His left hand suddenly made a motion to grab the air in front of him. It is clearly caught in the air, but it seems to have grasped something substantial and slammed it. A weird scene appeared. Magellan's poisonous palm clearly attacked Ross from behind and formed a pincer attack with the poisonous giant, but strangely the back attack hit the poisonous giant instead of Ross. Looking in the other direction, Ross's position hasn't changed, it was as if space overlaps here. Void. Puncture. Ross's eyes flashed with light as he pulled the space to let Magellan's attack fall on the giant, while Cursed Blade Morass Aim in his hand suddenly stabbed Magellan. Magellan did not hesitate to dodge backward. But at the moment when he stepped back, space showed a strange change again. The sword that was clearly going to fall was suddenly elongated from his perspective, ignoring the distance, and continued to stab him. Magellan's pupil shrank sharply, an attack with a distance that he should have been able to avoid, but his observation haki's perception was telling him that the sword appeared on his chest in some strange way through a distance that it should not be able to reach. In dismay, Magellan couldn't avoid it, only waving his arms. Ross's sword pierced Magellan's arm, penetrating his opponent's armament haki and piercing Magellan's arm. What is that ability? Not far away, Shiryu of the Rain watched this scene, and his pupils shrank slightly. In his view, Ross's sword was suddenly stretched, reaching a distance of 30 to 40 meters, and piercing Magellan's body. But with his observation haki's perception, Ross's sword was still the original length, not stretched, but it was strangely close to Magellan even with that large distance. It's like the distance between Ross and Magellan, which should have been at least 30 or 40 meters, was forcibly contracted by some kind of power and became less than 1 or 2 meters. Damn it. Magellan's arm was injured by Ross's sword and he retraced backward in the venom, and the venom spread along the sword edge to Ross. Ross waved his backhand and the space of distortion was restored. The sword that looked like a strangely elongated sword also recovered to its original size. Looking at the poison on the sword edge and the wound on Magellan's arm, Ross's eyes flashed slightly. It's still not skilled enough. ZZ. The venom tried to erode the Cursed Blade Morass Aim, but the Cursed Blade Morass Aim was a supreme grade sword. Even with Magellan's poisoning awaken ability, it can't be easily destroyed, Otherwise, it would not be a supreme grade level sword. Ross's power of distortion poured into the cursed blade more same and a venom that made the noise peeled off the blade and dripped onto the ground, dyeing the ground with a sultry color. Ghost hand, we should go. Shiryu of the Rain watched this scene, gradually regaining his dignity and murmuring to Ross, Magellan's poison fog has eroded this eternal hell, we could be poisoned if we stay here any longer at this time. Eternal hell is already full of poisonous fog. Ross has been holding up the wall of distortion to repel the poisonous fog, plus his body can resist a little poison, so it is not a big problem for him. However, as the ability of the poisonous awakening fruit gradually penetrates into the poisonous mist as the battle progresses, the horrible toxicity contained in it will be able to seriously damage even Ross, so he does not want to touch any of that. In this confined room, Magellan's poisonous fruit is extremely terrifying, which is one of the reasons why he can compete with Ross until now. He always has to keep a little strength to deal with the poisons coming from the cracks. Wait a minute, I need to try 2 more tricks. Ross floated in the air and a sword breaks through the thick poison fog and rushes towards Magellan's body. The power of distortion is fully aroused and the sword is aiming to kill. This time, instead of using the distortion space, he actually boosted the power of distortion from the front, making everything in front of him show the shape of distortion. Crash bang. Magellan manipulated the poisonous giant and it waved its huge fists that collided with Ross. The poisonous giants collapsed from the top under the power of distortion. Magellan was once again flown out. Ross stepped out, followed Magellan, and punched with his left hand. With his punch, he gave up the defense of the distortion wall. It was an all-out blow after breaking through Magellan's poisonous giant. Boom. Magellan used his arms to block the coming punch, but the power of distortion still hit him hard. The venom was splashed and his armored armament hockey was also smashed. A mouthful of blood flew out and he fell deeper into the prison. ZZ. When Ross punched Magellan, the poisonous mist also touched his shoulder. He immediately used the wall of distortion and repelled the poisonous mist. But there was still a little swelling and ulceration on the shoulders. Fortunately, his tenacious talent has been raised to a certain extent and it can resist the slight toxicity of erosion and let the skin slowly recovers. Let's go. Ross rushed out of the poisonous mist and came to the entrance to the eternal hell. Shiryu of the Rain had already been waiting here and the poisonous fog of the ink green color was everywhere in the eternal hell. Although Magellan tried to control the poison mist and did not flood it into those cages, this kind of thing could not be done very well. Most of the cages were eroded by the poisonous fog. It seems that Magellan can't be the director anymore. Shiryu of the Rain looked at the tragedy in eternal hell and grinned and rushed up with Ross. Don't try to escape. Magellan's roar came from the poisonous mist, accompanied by a lot of venoms, coming to the entrance, trying to chase Ross and Shiryu of the Rain. Ross and Shiryu of the Rain's eyes twinkled, they turned around almost at the same time, waving their swords. Bang! Sword energy and the power of distortion were poured into the venom. Ross's power of distortion opened the venom and landed on Magellan's body, while Shiryu of the Rain's sword cut Magellan's chest at the same time, leaving a terrible scar. Magellan flew out again and fell into the depths of eternal hell. He should not be dead yet. Who cares? Ross and Shiryu of the Rain looked back at the poisonous mist that pervaded the eternal hell and regained their gaze. They turned around at the same time, leaving behind 2 shameful impressions in the history of Impel Down. Chapter 217 Kicking Kizaru. At the entrance between the 6th and 5th floors of Impel Down, Vice Administrator Hannibal led a large group of jailers and guards to guard the entrance and saw Ross and Shiryu appear. Everyone was breathing heavily and showing a little fear. Warden Shiryu. No, Criminal Shiryu, and Criminal Ghost Hand Ross, what have you done to the director? Hannibal held the weapon in her arms but her voice was trembling. This fear did not come from Ross, but from Shiryu of the Rain. He was a warden here for a long time and everyone is aware of his strength. Shiryu of the Rain gave a hello and a strange expression appeared on his depressed face. Who knows? He turned to look at Ross and found that Ross also had the same expression on his face and the meaning was basically the same, so at the next moment, the 2 men rushed forward at the same time. Killing without amnesty. Screams and panic swirled here in an instant. Faced with Ross and Shiryu of the Rain, even if many wardens took out their weapons such as the special sea stone net, they could not put up any resistance and were destroyed by the general slaughter. The 2 started from the 5th floor and pushed all the way up. No one could stop them even for a moment and the blood that flowed created a small stream and turned the Impel Down into a real hell. 40 talent proficiency points, not bad. At the bottom of eternal hell, he couldn't get any rewards out of the pirates with 200 million bounties. In the process of killing from the 5th floor till here, Ross harvested 40 points of talent proficiency. Without any hesitation, he directly put the 40 talent proficiency points into the tenacious talent, so tenacious talent jumped from 160 to 200, and it finally acquired maximum value. ZZ. After reaching the maximum value, The slow-recovering poisonous wound on his shoulders got recovered in an instant. The healing effect of the tenacious talent has reached a point where it can instantly heal such wounds. In addition, after reaching the maximum value, tenacious talent also got a special final ability, that is, everything can be regenerated except the head and heart. In other words, whether his arm is severed, or other organs are broken, or the neck is severed, they can be regenerated under the maximum value's tenacious talent. He just doesn't know how long it would take to regenerate. I should be able to resist Magellan's poison and kill him. Ross looked at the depths of Impel Down, showing a hint of speculation, wondering if he could kill Magellan before he left. He may be able to get some rewards. However, at this time, a golden light flashed from the entrance to Impel Down and rushed in and turned a figure. Kizaru arrived. It's Admiral Kizaru. Shiryu of the Rain pulled out his half-blade without showing any fear. He had long ago dealt with Kizaru and others when they had not yet become Admiral. Although he hasn't fought against him for many years, he doesn't have any fears. Even if he can't beat him, it will not be so easy for Kizaru to stop him, not to mention Ross. You arrived at a perfect time. Ross took back his eyes on looked towards the depths of Impel Down and again turned towards Kizaru. How about I go and kill Magellan and you block Kizaru for a while? Shiryu of the Rain. He found out that Ross is a more dangerous person than him. Whether it is his mentality or character. He had just killed various prisoners and other wardens and he still wants to kill Magellan. Kizaru has already perceived the horrible situation of Impel Down. He only felt a headache coming in. At this moment, when he heard Ross, his wrinkled face was pulled down completely. Oh, talking about killing the director of Impel Down while I am standing in front of you, where do you think you are standing right now? This is not a place where you can do whatever do you want. In Kizaru's view, Ross should have joined hands with Shiryu of the Rain to injure Magellan this badly. Now he has arrived. Although Magellan is badly injured, as long as he comes up in time and works with him, there is a great possibility that Ross and Shiryu of the Rain will be caught again. Ross looked at Kizaru and said in a low voice, "This is the third time I've met you, Kizaru. Do you remember what I said in Dressrosa? I said that I would hurt you more if I met you again." Oh? Kizaru squinted slightly and stared at Ross. Whiz. In the next moment, Ross suddenly lifted his leg at Kizaru from a distance of about 10 meters and kicked it out. Kizaru thought it was a long-range attack and was ready to dodge, but almost at the moment he was about to dodge, the distance between the two men was suddenly narrowed. Boom. Ross kicked Kizaru on his stomach. Blood flew out of Kizaru's mouth and his face was distorted in the pain. He flew back toward the rear. He was smashed and pushed against the wall of Impel Down, creating a big hole in the said wall. His figure disappeared and people inside could see blue sky and clouds through the hole he created. Shiryu of the Rain. What do you think of the previous proposal? Ross turned to look at Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu of the Rain mouth twitched slightly as he wanted to say something. However, at this moment, a cold chill suddenly came from outside the main entrance, freezing the sea outside the Impel Down instantly into ice. The frost spread through the main entrance and came towards Ross and Shiryu of the Rain. Okiji. Shiryu of the Rain and Ross leaped at the same time and rushed out of the Impel Down. When they came outside, Okiji was standing not far away, half of the body was turned into ice and he is breathing out a white mist. Whiz. The golden light flickered from the sky and fell not far from the ice. It condensed into Kizaru's shape. There was still blood spilling from the corners of his mouth and his face was still distorted from pain. Okiji looked at Kizaru and frowned before asking, "What the hell happened to you?" Kizaru's mouth twitched slightly and the wrinkles on his face squeezed a little tighter. "I think I knew Ross's attack methods very well, so I got careless and was kicked by Ross as a result." How could he say that to Okiji without his pride being trampled? This is shameful. What's more, he's still a little confused, not by the kick, but just what happened to that foot he was kicked with. He has not yet figured it out. Magellan had never fought against Ross, so he kept his vigilance against Ross, but Kizaru had fought against Ross many times and he had never saw Ross use this method, so he wasn't able to figure out what had happened and how he was kicked. Let's go. Ross took a look at Okiji and Kizaru. 2-2 will soon turn into 2-3. There was no point in continuing this play. As for the ability of distortion space, he is not familiar with it. The only thing he knows is that distorting the space requires a lot of power of distortion. Otherwise, Magellan will not only be pierced by his arm and Kizaru would not be simply kicked away. Chapter 218 Depressed Kizaru. Let's go. Shiryu of the Rain also didn't want to face two admirals plus Magellan. He and Ross instantly turned into two black shadows and flew away towards the frozen ice. After we have exhausted so much effort to get you in, how can we let you go so easily? Stay here. At the moment when Okiji's voice came out, he rushed out from the flank position. His impression of Ross still stays with the Florian Triangle Sea. Although he is wary of Ross, his vigilance is not great. Most of his attention is focused on Shiryu of the Rain. Icicle. Kakakacha. The ice spread out of Aokiji's arms and approached Ross and Shiryu of the Rain from the air at an extremely fast speed, trying to freeze the two. Ross raised his hand and grabbed the frozen ice directly. The power of distortion rushed out and the icicles burst open instantly, turning into countless ice cubes. On the other side, Shiryu of the Rain drew his sword from the sheath. Instead of chopping off the ice attack, he flashed across the air and appeared behind Aokiji. Aokiji's body had a crack in its waist and he was chopped into two segments, but it seemed that his observation haki had captured Shiryu of the Rain's action and he had elementarized ahead of time to avoid being chopped in two. At that moment, Kizaru turned into a golden light and he suddenly flashing in front of Ross, with one foot twinkling and kicking at Ross. Bang-long. The foot pierced through Ross's body in an eerie way. A laser burst from Kizaru's foot, and hit the ice below, causing a violent explosion. Kizaru's eyes flashed with amazement. Phantom. No. My observation haki captured his real body. Just when Kizaru was stunned, Ross's body, which was like a phantom, moved sideways. It appears as if Kizaru's legs had passed through his body. Boom. Ross punched out and the power of distortions erupted in the front. Kizaru's face changed and he quickly used armament haki for defense. His arms were stacked in front of him, but the strength of Ross's punch was beyond his expectations. It was completely unstoppable and he was directly pushed down and broke into the ice. Hey, what are you doing? Aokiji was trying to suppress Shiryu of the Rain and suddenly, he saw Kizaru being suppressed by Ross in a single move. His face changed and he was annoyed. Kizaru usually acts like a fool, but why is he doing that now? He is not serious at all. Can't he see the seriousness of the matter? Go down. Ross punched towards Aokiji, cooperating with Shiryu of the Rain. Aokiji was unable to face the attacks of Ross and Shiryu of the Rain. While resisting briefly with the ice wall, Aokiji retreated downward and avoided the pincer attack. However, just as Ross and Shiryu of the Rain got rid of Aokiji and Kizaru for the moment, Magellan finally burst out of the impel down. The wound cut by Shiryu of the Rain in his chest and abdomen area was wounded by straw bandaging, but the blood was still oozing out. Poisonous flow. Magellan exhaled and the venom rushed up towards Ross and Shiryu of the Rain. Aokiji saw Magellan's injuries and his eyes showed a little sadness. The wound was obviously cut by Shiryu of the Rain. It seems that Shiryu of the Rain has improved a lot over the years. Magellan, how are you? I can still fight. Magellan's face was repressed as he looked at Ross and Shiryu of the Rain. He said, it's my responsibility as the warden to guard Impel Down and to not let the prisoners escape. I can't let them escape. Aokiji jumped up and made a huge ball of ice in the air, smashing Ross and Shiryu of the Rain and headed towards Kizaru, who had also rushed out of the ice. Borsalino, Ghost Hand, Ross is handed over to you first. Kizaru opened his mouth. He is already thinking that Aokiji seemed to be doing something wrong. What is it with the Ghost Hand? Ross is handed over to you first, don't say it so easily, okay? There was hardly much time to talk in battle, especially when Ross and Shiryu of the Rain were withdrawing together. The ice ball was just broken. Aokiji joined Magellan and charged towards Shiryu of the Rain, leaving Kizaru alone to face Ross. Get lost. Ross looked at Kizaru with a blank face. His conqueror's haki burst out and suppressed Kizaru in an instant and then he stepped out of distortion space. After that, he came directly to Kizaru's left side and swept towards him. Kizaru now has enough vigilance against Ross, but Ross's sudden appearance next to him still shocked him as Ross was not so fast. And how did Ross come over at once? Even his observation haki couldn't understand it. In short, it was like whoosh and then he flashed on his side. Boom. Faced with Ross's weird ways and speed, Kizaru did not know how to deal with him for a while and was forced to fight a defensive battle again. Faced with Ross's enhanced power of distortion, he could hardly resist it. Once again, he was flown out by his attack, this time directly into Impel Down. Aokiji, Magellan, who was seriously injured, had just made a few moves when he saw Kizaru flying out again. One time maybe from his carelessness, but the second time. Can he still be playing around? Kizaru crashed into the Impel Down city, leaving Aokiji and the seriously injured Magellan apparently unable to stop Ross. They were simply shaken off by Ross and Shiryu of the Rain. Because Magellan was seriously injured, he was unable to catch up and the ability of poisonous fruit is great within the closed environment of Impel Down is much worse in the outside world. Therefore, Aokiji could only watch Ross and Shiryu of the Rain join hands, drop him and Magellan on the ground at the same time, and then sweep to the distant horizon, turning into two shadows. A golden light flashed out of the Impel Down and it condensed into Kizaru's form. Kizaru saw Magellan lying there and Aokiji standing there and for a while, no one spoke. What about those two? Did they run? Aokiji looked at Kizaru, his face darkened and asked him, hey. I say, what are you doing? You couldn't stop him and was kicked twice? Kizaru's throat moved a bit as if it was stuck in something. He actually wanted to say that it was 3 times, but he couldn't say anything when he looked at Aokiji's face. A bitter expression appeared on his face as he said, "How can you say that the strength of that fellow has changed a little bit more than before? It was as if he was stronger than me." "You can ask Magellan." Aokiji looks at Magellan with a blank expression. However, Magellan was dragging his badly injured body in battle. When Ross and Shiryu of the Rain were completely gone, he was extremely angry and he fell directly in a coma. Kizaru looked down at Magellan, who was in a coma, and his mouth twitched slightly. He looked up again to see Aokiji's gaze, revealing an innocent expression. "Then report it like that." Aokiji sighed. He is too lazy to argue with Kizaru and he rushed to some of the Marines, the medical team, hurried to save some people. Looking at Aokiji, Kizaru felt that his chest was blocked and he couldn't spit out. He could only wrinkle a bitter melon face and say nothing. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 219 Eternal Pose. Seeing that Aokiji and others did not catch up, Ross slowed down after flying for a while. However, he didn't cover Shiryu of the Rain with his gravity distortion. Anyway, the other party had already used Moonwalk and Shiryu wasn't a girl. Ross liked him as a general potential teammate but not to the point where he would take him flying with him. Where to go next? Shiryu of the Rain looks at Ross. From the previous battle, he has judged that he is not Ross's opponent. The gap between their strength is clear. Ross's strength is mostly higher than Aokiji or Kizaru. Since Ross is better than him, he doesn't mind being ranked second. "What log pose did you find back there?" Ross asked Shiryu of the Rain. When Shiryu of the Rain went to take the sword, he brought a log pose with him. Shiryu of the Rain heard the words and took out a log pose from his pocket and threw it at Ross. "Single arrow? Eternal pose?" Ross looked at the log pose and his expression changed slightly. He looked at the direction pose was pointing to and then combined with the position of impel down, his face suddenly turned a little black. "That's not really an eternal pose for the Marine headquarters, is it? Do you still have other log pose?" Ross looked at Shiryu of the Rain with a frown on his face. Shiryu of the Rain shook his head and said, "I only took this one. What happened? Can't we use it?" Ross's mouth twitched and he said, "It works, but this log pose points to Marine headquarters." Shiryu of the Rain's face suddenly stiffened. He didn't know anything about sailing and log pose. This log pose is also a handy one. The problem seems to be a bit serious. How about going back and taking another one? After a little hesitation, Shiryu of the Rain asked Ross. Ross said, "We can take it, but if we go back, we won't necessarily be able to get out again. I don't care much, but you may get hurt." "Indeed. It's totally different to want to go back and take something. After all, they are only 2 people. No matter how strong Ross is, it's impossible for him to block 2 Marine Admiral. Any flaw in it will lead to very dangerous consequences. In my opinion, let's go to Marine headquarters." Ross took the log pose and after a little thought, his eyes flashed slightly. Shiryu of the Rain's face changed suddenly as he said, "Stop kidding me, Marine headquarters is not some place where we can just go because we want to. Us going there is equal to going to our death. No." Ross's eyes sparkled. "There's been such a big thing going on in Impel Down. Magellan has been seriously injured and Aokiji and Kizaru are mostly going to help deal with it for a day and a half. They won't be able to get back in a short time." Shiryu of the Rain retorted, "Marine headquarters is not as simple as you think. There are other forces besides them. Sengoku, Garp, and Akainu are not simple characters." "So what?" Ross shrugged at Shiryu of the Rain and said, "We're just going to rob a battleship. We're not going to destroy Marine headquarters. We just need to rob a battleship when they aren't paying attention to it." Listening to Ross, Shiryu of the Rain almost believed it. He thought for a moment and murmured, "But in our condition, it's too much of a risk. We will lose most of our stamina by the time we reach the Marine headquarters. In short, it's too dangerous." Ross laughed. "That's easy. Not far away is Aokiji's frozen ice. They haven't flown far yet." Ross comes over the ice and breaks it down with his sword. Shiryu of the Rain had just wanted to say that it was too slow to float this ice cube on the sea, and in the next moment, the ice flew straight up and instantly came into midair, to Ross's feet. This ability does not consume too much stamina. After Shiryu of the Rain started a little, he flew over with Moonwalk and landed on the ice. This time, his expression was uncertain. Finally, he made a decision. He said, "In that case, it's up to you. Don't put us both in jail again. Oh, if you are caught again, you'll probably be executed directly. That kind of thing only happens once." Ross faintly smiled. He flew in the direction of the Marine headquarters by controlling the ice. Marine headquarters. Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood in his office, listening to intelligence coming from Impel Down. His face grew darker and he rested his hand on the table. After a few seconds of silence, He slowly left the office and came to the other side of the United Front office where Vice Admiral had gathered. The whole United Front office was silent, and the Marine Vice Admirals could roughly guess the result from Sengoku's expression, but no one spoke and they were looking at Sengoku. Doberman stood in the corner. He would like to hear better news. When he arrived at the United Front office, Sengoku laid his hands on the table and, after a few seconds of silence, raised his head slowly and looked at the numerous Vice Admiral in the office. Ghost Hand Ross and Shiryu of the Rain escaped. Impel Down's eternal hell was severely damaged. The prisoners on the upper floors and wardens were also slaughtered. Chief Magellan was seriously injured and is receiving urgent treatment. Sengoku slowly stated the report he received from Den Mushi. There was silence in the entire office. Great Staff Officer Tsuru, sitting next to him, put her hands on the table and put her chin on her hands. She sighed. I didn't expect this would be the result. Our efforts are ruined. Admiral can't stop him. Impel Down couldn't contain him. And this time there's Shiryu of the Rain with him. It looks like he is mostly going to work with Ross. What will the Ghost Pirate Regiment look like? Unpredictable. Nobody dares to think about it. The atmosphere of the entire United Front office was low. The Ghost Hand Ross should have been executed from the beginning. Vice Admiral said in a low voice. No, they should have been defeated earlier, before they could pose a threat. Before Ghost Hand Ross stepped into the Grand Line, he should have been executed. The Vice Admirals in the office said one after another, but the atmosphere in the office remained depressed. They were not teased by their words. At this point, who should take responsibility? No one knows who does it first. They looked at a figure in the corner. Although they immediately withdrew their gazes, the people next to him looked at that figure one after another, consciously looking at the past. The person in that corner is Headquarters Vice Admiral Doberman. Faced with the people's eyes from time to time, he lowered his head and pinched his fists, his nails almost embedded into his flesh, and his face became terrible at this time. Why? Why is it that you were able to get out of Impel Down safely? What the hell was Magellan doing? What are the two admirals Kizaru and Aokiji doing? Why? Continue to torture him? Chapter 220 Noisy Headquarters 20 minutes later. Under the control of Ross, the ice approached the Marine headquarters at an extremely fast rate. Are you going to fly like this? Shiryu of the Rain seemed to have a black line on his forehead, suppressing the strange feelings in his heart, because he found that Ross had no signs of slowing down, but seemed to plan to rush. Ross didn't answer Shiryu of the Rain's question, but instead asked an irrelevant question. Would you use your observation haki whenever you are free? Of course I won't. Shiryu of the Rain answered without thinking about it. He would not use his observation haki anytime and anywhere, and what does that have to do with the current situation? Ross calmly said, then no one will find us. Buzz. The light distortion and sound distortion are activated simultaneously and the traces of the ice block were instantly retracted from the sky. Unless someone carefully perceived them by using observation haki, the Marines will not notice any abnormalities. Looking at the Marine headquarters getting closer, Shiryu of the Rain knows that Ross has his reason to do so, but he still shows a trace of fear on his face. But when the two fell to a corner of the Marine headquarters port, the fear on Shiryu of the Rain's face became strange. No one found them out. No, it shouldn't be said that no one found them, but they seemed to be invisible. It was obvious that others had looked in their direction but they couldn't see them. I can use my ability to manipulate light to become invisible. I can also conceal sound and make it silent. Ross explained this to Shiryu of the Rain calmly. For people like Shiryu of the Rain, Ross never expected to be able to make the other person submit from the heart at once, but he didn't need the other person submit, he just needs him to obey him first. And the combination of absolute power and infinite mystery, Shiryu of the Rain will not be able to raise any anti-oriented ideas and will behave as his second-in-command. Naturally. Maybe even the second-in-command will not be able to sit down in the future. Shiryu of the Rain has already roughly guessed this, but when listening to Ross, his eyes still flashed with a hint of fear, but Ross is now his own captain. The stronger and more mysterious he is, the better it is, and he does not want to follow a useless captain. Shiryu of the Rain looked at the battleship in the port and said, are we going to take the ship now? You can sneak into the building with your ability. It should be a lot easier to get a log pose. That's right. Ross nodded with a light in his eyes that made Shiryu of the Rain a little scared and said, but since Marine headquarters is here, I can't just go. Let me go and explore first. Explore? This is the Marine headquarters. You just got out of Impel Down and now you want to explore the Marine headquarters. What are you going to do after your little exploration? Destroy it. Shiryu of the Rain's forehead overflowed with a cold sweat, already feeling that his captain was a little crazy. The performance put on by him in Impel Down was completely different. Sure enough, is this a kind of guy that will live safest in prison? Wrong. It's not in prison. You hide here first and try not to expose yourself. I'll go in and have a look. Ross gave a command to Shiryu of the Rain, hid Shiryu of the Rain in a corner, took the broken eyes quietly into the sea and then walked towards the marine headquarters. Shiryu of the Rain looked at Ross's back with a complicated look and a trace of sweat on his forehead, muttering, "It's really bad for you to mess with this guy, Marines." Marineford. Here is the marine headquarters, also known as the world's strongest fortress. The huge harbor is like two round arms hugging each other, surrounded by the round sea. Once frozen into ice, it can form a platform huge enough to accommodate 100,000 people. Further up the front square of the marine headquarters fortress, Ross's impression of the marine headquarters is limited to his memory. This is the first time he had seen the grandeur of the marine headquarters. Along the way, there were marine lieutenant and even officers who appeared and passed by him, but they were not able to detect his presence. As long as someone does not use observation haki, they will not find Ross. Except for someone who is blind, no one will be bored enough to use observation haki. Naturally, Ross would not choose to go head-on, which is a highly exposed method, but he will fly in midair, just to skim over marine headquarters. The battlefield of the War of the Best is presented itself to Ross's eyes. Very good base. Ross's eyes twinkled with an inexplicable light, which seemed to others to be vague and crazy. What does the great sage equal to heaven wanted to do most when he jumped out of the 8-diagram stove? Create havoc in heaven. What does he want to do the most after coming out of Impel Down? Destroy marine headquarters. Quietly covering his traces, Ross fell to the corner of the fortress, found a single marine captain in a secluded corner and grabbed his neck from behind. Kaka. After killing the captain, Ross put on the other's clothes, using light distortion to make his face look slightly deformed, and at the same time, his cap is slightly lowered as he goes inside the marine fortress. The inside of the fortress was quiet, with a repressed atmosphere, and occasionally a little voice was heard about the event in Impel Down. "Rear Admiral, where is Vice Admiral Garp?" Ross quickened his pace a little and went to the high floor. When he saw a Rear Admiral, he took the initiative and greeted him as if he was looking for someone. The Rear Admiral was holding a stack of documents and heard a few words from Ross. "Vice Admiral Garp does not seem to be in the marine headquarters." "What?" Ross' stare is in place. The Rear Admiral seemed to be in a hurry. After responding, he hurried away. Although he vaguely felt that Ross's face was a bit strange, he did not really think about it. Here is the marine headquarters, the world's strongest and most fortified fortress, and because of this, the vigilance of the many marines within it has also dropped a lot because who would dare to come to the marine headquarters to cause trouble? Garp is not there. Very good. The expression of Ross' stare turned into a sneer and he then went upstairs to the floor where Marine Admiral was. The atmosphere here is solemn, as the true core of Marines, or the highest level of Marines, both in the facilities and rooms. It is extremely spacious and bright. Ross did not release his observation haki to judge the existence of Admiral and Sengoku, because when he perceives them, they will also be able to perceive him, and this time he needs to be quiet. Quickly. He came to a KNU's door, knocked on it and went in. The room was large, but a KNU wasn't there. Only one Rear Admiral seemed to be working on something. He saw Ross pushing the door in, and Rear Admiral raised his head subconsciously. Chapter 221. Being furious. Hasn't Admiral Sakazuki returned yet? Ross asked the Rear Admiral. The Rear Admiral shook his head and said, "Not yet." Rasuden left the room without a trace and closed the door. Then he ventured to investigate Kizaru's and Aokiji's rooms, confirming that neither Kizaru nor Aokiji had returned and they were still in Impel Down or halfway on their way. Aokiji, Kizaru, Okainu, all three admirals are not there. Marine hero Garp is not there either. That is to say, the only remaining powerful forces in Marine headquarters are Fleet Admiral Sengoku and alternate Admirals Momozuki and Tokakake, plus a retired Admiral Blackrist Zephyr. This is not enough staff. Ross showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. After a cold light flashed in his eyes, he came quietly to the bottom of the Marine headquarters fortress. After hiding his traces, he took out the cursed blade Morasame from his waist and gently inserted it into the base of the Marine headquarters fortress. The toughness level of Marine headquarters is beyond question. Even Whitebeard was only able to shatter its top and middle structure with his powerful attack and failed to completely blast the entire fortress and completely collapse the fortress. But this tough defensive power was easily penetrated by Ross's sword wrapped in the power of distortion like tofu. Although there is sea stone in the internal structure of the base, it can still be destroyed in front of current Ross. He holds the cursed blade Morasame, and after concealing his traces, he inserts the blade into the bottom of the fortress. The more obvious traces of the stones are connected along the trail. It's like taking a chainsaw and turning it around a very thick tree. At last, leaving only a small portion of the connection, Ross stopped and calmly returned the cursed blade Morasame to its sheath and turned to the port. "You're back." Shiryu of the Rain hides in the darkness. He has been quietly releasing his observation haki, but he only released it in a radius of 10 meters around him. When Ross came back, he noticed it in advance. When he saw Ross holding the handle of the cursed blade Morassame in his hand, Shiryu of the Rain's face changed slightly, with a vague idea that was not very good, and he couldn't help asking, "What have you done?" "Nothing, I got the log bows we needed, and by the way, I processed the marine fortress a little for the next big scene I will make in the marine headquarters." Ross grinned, revealing his white teeth and smiling in the sunshine. Sneer. The next moment, Ross swung his sword at the harbor. A large battleship in the harbor, under Ross's sword attack, was crushed. It broke from the mast inch by inch, spreading all the way down, and finally, it was completely broken into pieces. Shiryu of the Rain. His eyes widened almost instantaneously and he lost his voice. "Hey buddy. This is the marine headquarters. It was already a mad plan to sneak in here to steal a log pose, shouldn't we just run away now?" Suddenly, the whole harbor was blown up in an instant by sudden changes. Many Marines first stared, then all showed their horror. A large battleship was destroyed. It was the battleship docked in the headquarters harbor. It was destroyed by some kind of power. Who did it? Who is so courageous that he dared to destroy a battleship in the marine headquarters? Damn it. Save those people. Someone invaded the marine headquarters, sound a level 1 alert. After the captains in the harbor reacted, they screamed, and several rear admiral and vice admiral almost immediately pulled out their swords and looked vigilantly around the large battleship. At this time, Ross no longer hides his traces, so his body shape was revealed and he walks to the front of the harbor. Shiryu of the Rain shook his head a few times before following Ross. It seems that the main force of headquarters is not there, but it will still be very dangerous to do this. He guessed Ross might have found out that Aokiji, Kizaru, and the other main players were not there, but as Fleet Admiral, Sengoku must be in the marine headquarters, plus there could be some other existence, and the risk of their capture was great. "Isn't it dangerous to compete with 4 emperors?" Ross asked a question, slanting his sword across the harbor and sweeping away. The harbor, made of one of the world's strongest minerals, under Ross's sword, was instantly cut open with crack thousands of meters in length. The outer side of the ring wall is cut in an instant. "You are captain, I'll just follow you." Shiryu of the Rain saw that the situation had already become like this. Now he stopped thinking about everything else. His eyes showed a cold shimmer. He also shot a sword attack at battleship inside the harbor. The sword directly cut the 2 large battleships from the center, as if cutting the model of the 2 ships, but also opened an abyssal crack in the sea below. That is Ghost Hand Ross. And Shiryu of the Rain. The Marines on the harbor finally saw the figure of Ross and Shiryu of the Rain. After seeing them, almost everyone was stunned. Didn't these 2 people just escape from Impel Down? How come they suddenly appeared in the marine headquarters? However, Ross and Shiryu of the Rain didn't give them any time to think. The 2 seemed to be in the contest, and they shot their sword attacks in succession. The sword light and the power of distortion interlaced with each other and destroyed them. Even the strongest marine fortress harbor was like a piece of bread under their swords. It was continuously cut apart and various large battleships were constantly being destroyed. "Damn. Stop it." A headquarters vice admiral, furious, snarled at Ross and attacked him with his sword darts from far away, but his sword energy was weaker than Shiryu of the Rain and it couldn't do anything to him, not to mention Ross. Ross lifted his left hand in the air and pressed it. The sword energy was like a snake, and it was contained in midair. Then Ross grabbed and pinched it with his left hand. Boom. The sword energy instantly collapsed. Once upon a time, a headquarters vice admiral can pose a great threat to him, but now those same headquarters vice admirals, except for Garp, Momozagi, and others at their level, are almost powerless against him. Finally, just as Ross and Shiryu of the Rain destroyed the harbor in less than half a minute, an angry roar came from the marine fortress. "Stop this madness for me." Fleet Admiral Sengoku rushed out of the top office and was in midair, giving off a golden glow and displaying his devil fruit power. Zone Hito no Mi, model, Daibutsu. Sengoku, transformed into a golden Buddha. He didn't expect Ross to join hands with Shiryu of the Rain to escape from prison. What's more, Ross and Shiryu of the Rain were so bold that they would attack marine headquarters after escaping from prison. Lawless. Absolutely lawless. Chapter 222 Ross vs Sengoku Buzz. Sengoku launched himself towards them in the form of a giant golden Buddha and attacked Ross and Shiryu of the Rain with a terrifying shock wave. Today's Sengoku is still at his peak power and the entire Blackbeard pirates vomited blood when hit by this attack at the end of his tenure and flew backward. He was able to confront Whitebeard at his peak period. This palm has not yet fallen. The terrible shock caused the fragmented harbor to break up again inch by inch, and numerous cracks appeared on the gravel as they were broken into a grain of sand. Distortion shock. Faced with Sengoku's attack, Ross's eyes surged with battle intent. Now, he can deal with any admiral in one-on-one combat and he has a great chance of victory against them. Only the existence at the level of Garp, Sengoku, and even 4 emperors can arouse his battle intent. Ross also launched a palm filled with the power of distortion. If Sengoku's shockwave is to make a circular arc and impact in front of it, and Whitebeard's tremor fruit is a form of space fragmentation, then Ross's power of distortion is to make distortion appear in space. The empty void seems to be transformed into something transparent and sticky, squirming and squeezing together, light and sound, all of which are naturally distributed here. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang. Under the angry blow of Sengoku and the hard shock of Ross's all-out efforts, the ruins in the center of the tomb end completely collapsed and exploded, shaking the earth and shaking the whole marine headquarters. Most of the base was cut off by Ross, leaving only a small connected area of the headquarters fortress, which also showed a little fragmentation under the shock. However, at this time, everyone's attention was focused on the harbor and nobody noticed the anomaly of the headquarters fortress. At this moment in the harbor, Ross's power of distortion completely slammed against Sengoku's attack. In the aftermath and squalor, the whole person only retreated 3 or 4 steps in the ruins and then stabilized his figure. And Sengoku, who is opposite him, also retreated a little backward in 2 steps. He was able to match the attack of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. How can it be? Some of the vice admirals and rear admirals of marine headquarters watched this scene with horror in their eyes. Many of them had followed Sengoku, who was once an admiral, and they had seen Sengoku's strength many times, but Ross was able to block this strength head-on. This kind of strength is more terrifying than the rumors. His strength has reached this level? This is bad. Looking at Ross in front of him, Sengoku couldn't help but be shocked by the strength displayed by Ross. He had just attacked in his anger, but he did not hold back his strength at all. However, although this strength has outperformed Kizaru and others, but in the face of 2 admiral, he will be defeated. He may not be so easy to escape. Sengoku does not understand how Ross escaped from Impel Down and then came to the marine headquarters as if nothing had happened. Is it really because of Kizaru's sloppy attitude and lack of seriousness, as the Aokiji report suggests? Sengoku's anger rose again as he watched the almost fragmented harbor being destroyed. As the Marine Fleet Admiral, the harbor of Marine Headquarters was destroyed and he would not be able to escape responsibility. Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku, this is the first time we met, it's really different. Ross, who was much smaller than the Golden Buddha, stood quietly in the ruins and slowly retracted his palms and calmly looked at Sengoku. Sengoku is overwhelmed with anger and his face is cold as he said, although I don't know how you escaped from Impel Down, but here is the Marine Headquarters, you're not qualified to go wild here. You troublesome boy. After the voice fell, Sengoku looked sideways at Shiryu of the Rain behind Ross and said with an ugly face, Shiryu, is this your choice? A warden turned into a pirate. And what? Shiryu of the Rain holds the 2nd-generation demon blade. Sipping a cigar, he looked at Sengoku and said slowly, I was locked in the 6th floor of Impel Down, never to see the sky again. Sorry, I don't like that kind of living, so now, I am with him, and I will take care of his enemies in the future. Sengoku heard this and he became angrier. He bit his teeth and stared at Ross and Shiryu of the Rain. He suddenly jumped up and slammed his palm towards them. If this is the case, then I as the Marine Fleet Admiral will execute you 2 here on the spot. Buzz. The impact was not much more violent than the previous one, but it was pushed down from the top, not only containing the impact force but also the attack power from Sengoku. On the spot, if you can do it, you are welcome to try it out. Ross's eyes narrowed and he held the cursed blade Morass aim. He poured the power of distortion into the blade of the cursed blade Morass aim, holding the hilt and slamming it towards Sengoku. Buzz. The power of distortion surrounds the sword edge, allowing the surrounding void to appear in the form of distortion, forming a sharper, nearly single-point attack than the last time, colliding with Sengoku's impact attack. The shock and distortion frenzies intertwine. Sengoku's impact can't contain cursed blade Morass aim's penetration, and Ross' power of distortion can't contain Sengoku's gold-cast Buddha's hand. Ding. Under intense pressure, Sengoku's golden palm touched Ross's sword tips and made a crisp jingle. At the same time, the aftermath of the shock and the distortion confrontation finally erupted and swept the land apart and cracks appeared on Ross's feet, spreading in all directions. Shiryu of the Rain can still hold his figure. As for some vice admirals and rear admirals nearby, they are forced to use their power to hold back their figure in the aftermath. The weak marine soldiers are swept back by the strong wind and fell into the sea with countless stones. I don't know how long it took. The aftermath dispersed. Ross stands on the ruins. The only piece of the area that is slightly intact is at his foot and it also presents a dense crack in it. He held the position of holding the sword, pointing its tip to the sky, against Sengoku's dark golden palm. Sengoku's strike was finally exhausted, and he still couldn't do anything to Ross. He could not help turning over and landing more than 10 meters away. The shape of the big golden Buddha is really hard. Ross slowly retracted his sword and opened his mouth to Sengoku. He did not hesitate to let his body bear part of the impact. He concentrated the power of distortion on the sword edge and tried to pierce Sengoku's palm. But Sengoku's Buddha form, combined with the terrible armament haki, was so defensive that it could not be pierced at all. But Sengoku was more shocked than Ross. He had just attacked with all his strength and Ross was able to withstand his impact attack, and Ross did not even show any signs of injury. His impression of Ross's ability is that he should be a Parimsha, not a Logia user that can withstand the impact of his attack without taking any injuries, which shows that Ross's physique has become strong to inhuman level. Chapter 223 Fierce Struggle. It's completely blocked. Shiryu of the Rains clenched the hilt of his sword and converges a little. He originally planned to fight Sengoku with Ross if Ross could not resist him alone. After all, now he and Ross are like a grasshopper on a rope. There is no other way. It's unrealistic to turn around and run away. If Ross falls, he can't escape alone. Sengoku's expression is slightly repressed. The first hit was out of aggression, while the second hit detected Ross's physique and armament haki, both of which had no weaknesses. If you can't find a weakness for a person of Ross's level, it will be extremely difficult to deal with him. Once you find a weakness, it's easier to win using that weakness. Whiz. The next moment Sengoku shot out again. His huge body shape did not affect his speed as he jumped and came in front of Ross, a palm pressing towards him. This time, instead of an intense explosion, he abandoned some of his offensive power and tried to find Ross's flaws with speed and defeat Ross with a consistent strike. But just as he rushed to Ross's observation haki had already captured his movements and he took a step toward the left. The whole person suddenly crossed a large distance and appeared on the right wing of Sengoku and swept his foot towards Sengoku's back. What? Sengoku's pupil shrank. Although his observation haki was strong, it was not up to the level of future prediction. Ross's trajectory in his perception was very weird, as if he had done something he should not have done. In the face of Ross's unexpected move, Sengoku could not cope with it. He could only upgrade his defense to the highest level. His waist was also directly attached to a deep layer of armament haki, turning it into a dark golden color. Boom. When Ross kicked, Sengoku's body seemed to be a huge golden ball, slamming toward the ruins on one side, slamming and smashing a watchtower. Olive Marine, who looked far away from this sight, didn't expect this scene to appear, showing a look of horror. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was kicked by Ross. Banglong. The stone watchtower was broken and Sengoku reappeared in the ruins. He was not injured, but his face looked very unsightly. Ross had just moved and he couldn't figure out what was going on. Ross has shown great strength in attack, speed, defense, physique, and haki, almost without any shortcomings. Such strength has far exceeded the analysis and judgment of Ross in intelligence. Wicked. Sengoku could not help grinding his teeth at the thought that Ross might have joined Marines in the beginning. But because of the garbage on the bottom of Marines, Ross now stands on the opposite side of Marine, and Sengoku couldn't help but hate it. But at this point, there is no use thinking about it at all. This thought is only flashing in Sengoku's mind for a moment, and he once again rushed towards Ross. No way out. I have to fight. Even if he knows that he can't do anything to Ross alone, he has to stop Ross from destroying the Marine headquarters. Otherwise, once he gets out of here, Marine's face will be completely stepped on by Ross alone and they will become a laughingstock to the entire world. Bang. 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 Sengoku and Ross continued to fight, with distortion and shocks erupting, the whole port shaking, and waves surging from time to time. Shiryu of the Rain on the other side saw Ross completely blocking Sengoku, and he looks at the Vice Admirals and Rear Admiral nearby with a grin on his face and attacked them with his sword. Shiryu. At this moment, a cold and low voice came from the distance and a figure rushed over, holding a sword, and shattering Shiryu of the Rain's sword energy. Seeing someone coming towards him, Shiryu of the Rains snorted, he and Momouzagi go way back. I haven't seen you for many years, and your sword darts have grown a lot. Shiryu. Are you serious? Attacking the Marine headquarters with a pirate. Momouzagi took a deep breath and shouted at Shiryu of the Rain. She used to talk to Shiryu of the Rain many times about sword arts. She didn't expect Shiryu of the Rain to join the pirate camp. Shiryu of the Rain took his cigar and said, yeah, so what's next? Can you stop me? It depends on how your sword darts have developed. Whiz. Shiryu of the Rain didn't show any mercy. The sword fell and the sword edge showed a bloody and suffocating rush as it fell toward Momouzagi. Momouzagi, as a top swordsman, naturally would not show any carelessness in this battle, She also immediately entered the battle state, glaring at the coming swing of the sword and planning to counterattack. Ding ding. The light of the sword was staggered and the figures of the two men fought here. Ah! How did it become like this? Tokakake came late, looking at the harbor and covering his forehead with a headache. He first looked in the direction of Momouzagi and said, "That's a swordsman's fight, I can't participate in it, otherwise, she'll annoy me afterward." Turning his head to look in the direction of Ross and Sengoku's fight, Tokakake showed a trace of surprise in his eyes. He had seen Ross fight a few months ago and he was sure that he had seen all of Ross' power in that battle. Ross did not possess this level of strength at that time and now he can go against Sengoku without losing any ground and he may be able to win this one-on-one fight. But now, in just a few months, Ross already has the strength to confront Sengoku and he is almost his equal in battle. This growth rate is almost incredible. He knew that Ross had been detained in eternal hell for a few months. Is it possible for someone to explode with so much strength while being detained in prison? Or did Ross deliberately lock himself in Impel Down? Either way, Tokakake felt terrible. After his face changed, he rushed towards Ross and joined forces with Sengoku to press Ross. Shiryu of the Rain is alright. Everyone already knows him and his strength well, but Ross is someone who he couldn't understand it at all. Now he came to the Marine headquarters. If they let him go, maybe he'll attack the Holy Land Mary-Ejos someday. Whiz. Faced with Tokakake, who has attacked him from the flank side, Ross's eyes flashed and he launched the distortion space and punched directly at Tokakake in an attempt to repel him back directly. However, Tokakake is better than others. His observation haki has reached the pinnacle level and he has received the ability to predict the future. He already saw the scene of Ross's fist crossing the space. Immediately afterward, his face changed and he made an action to avoid it. Sengoku, this guy's attack seems to ignore the spatial distance. I know. Sengoku responded with a deep voice, he has already understood this after fighting him for such a long time. If he still couldn't detect the ability of Ross, he would not be a Marine Fleet Admiral. However, he was aware that this method could not be solved in a short time. He could only use his observation haki to response in time. It's like everyone knows Kizaru is the fastest in the world, but no one can find any way to deal with Kizaru in this aspect. Chapter 224 Fifth Emperor Whiz. Sengoku rushed to the front of Ross and slammed him out. Ross dodged Sengoku's attack and appeared behind Sengoku's back and stepped down and trampled Sengoku down from the sky. At the same time, Tokakake's attack came from behind. Ross backhandedly resisted Tokakake's attack and caused Tokakake to flew out. Just then, a shot came from below and flew Ross out. With Sengoku alone, it was hard to win or lose in a short time, but with Tokakake present in the battle and his ability of future prediction, Ross gradually lost interest in battle. After all, it's Marine Fleet Admiral. 1-on-2 is still too hard. Ross wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a gentle tone while being suspended in the air. Don't make unnecessary struggles, Ghost Hand Ross, we won't let you run away after you destroyed the Marine headquarters in this way. I must use your life to defend the majesty of Marines. Sengoku looked sternly at Ross. He was not confident in blocking Ross in one-on-one confrontation, but with Tokakake and his future prediction ability, it would be difficult for Ross to escape. He was confident that he can hold Ross here. But at this time, Ross suddenly showed a strange expression, saying, destroying this way. Do you think it is just like this? When he heard Ross, Sengoku started a little and did not understand what Ross meant. But at that moment, Tokakake on the other side seemed to see something. There was an expression of horror on his face and he stood with his mouth open. Bad. That's terrible. The next moment, he saw Ross stepping out to the right, and the whole person had already arrived in front of the Marine fortress, punching a punch and slamming into the Marine fortress. Sengoku didn't know what Ross was going to do, but he was instinctively aware that he should stop this, but he couldn't match the movement of the Ross's distortion space, and it was too late to do anything. What is he trying to do? Many Marine recruits in the Marine headquarters also saw Ross, who appeared in front of the huge fortress, and saw Ross's punching action. Destroying the Marine fortress? This huge Marine fortress, standing in Marineford, is made from one of the world's toughest ores. It is also filled with sea stone and has a unique design. It is not so weak as to be shaken by one blow. Ross's fist fell silently as countless people watched. The power of distortion swung open and hammered into the Marine fortress. Bang! In the next moment, everyone's face changed and their mouths widened little by little, whether it was a Rear Admiral or a Vice Admiral, or even Fleet Admiral Sengoku, they all stared dead and stared incredibly. Only to see. After Ross's fist fell, it was like the space in front of him became empty. His attack hit and ripples spread out and the layers swayed. His punch hit the center of the fortress, in the middle of the two characters of Marine. The seagull-shaped one represents the flag of Marine. The logo representing Marines, under this punch, showed signs of fragmentation, like a whirlpool of distortion has collapsed on it. But this is not the real scene that shocked and horrified the people. What really shocked everyone is that the Marine fortress, which gives them an indestructible, strong and ultimate feeling, broke off from the bottom and collapsed towards the city town behind the Marine headquarters under Ross's fist. One punch. The Marine fortress collapsed. Quick! Quick, there's city town behind, you can't let it fall down. Tokakake saw this scene in advance with his future prediction and took the lead and responded with horror, rushing toward the collapsed headquarters fortress. Fleet Admiral Sengoku also woke up from his dream state and his face changed dramatically. He ignored Ross and followed Tokakake and rushed toward the collapsed headquarters fortress. At the rear of the headquarters fortress is the city town where the family of Marine lives. No matter who it is, their relatives live there, and even Sengoku's relatives live there. If the fortress collapses, the consequences will be unimaginable. Block it. Sengoku tried his best to rush to the bottom of the collapsed fortress when the fortress collapsed nearly 2/3 and tried to prop up the collapsed fortress. However, the weight of this fortress is terrifying. It is almost impossible for human beings to support such a terrifying fortress weight with their bodies. Sengoku can break this fortress, but it is not so easy to carry it up. Quick! Come and help. Tokakake is also holding on to the collapsed Marine fortress while screaming at the Venice admirals and rear admirals who are still watching in the horror. Ordinary people simply can't resist this, even rear admirals has little effect, only those vice admirals can be used to support the collapsed fortress. Because the fortress is too big, except for Sengoku, who is in the form of a big Buddha, no one else has any foothold at all. They can only tread on the moonwalk to fight hard. It's like a mayfly shaking a tree. This Momouzagi, who is confronting Shiryu of the Rain, is also stunned seeing this scene. She didn't expect to see such a scene. Under the shock, she couldn't compete with Shiryu of the Rain and charged towards the collapsing Marine fortress. The entire headquarters is in a mess right now. Screaming and shouting came and went like a fire at home. Everyone rushed to fight the fire. But they could not save, neither could they put out the fire. Shiryu of the Rain looked at the collapsed Marine headquarters and stared at it for a long time until Ross walked over to him. He put his sword in its scabbard. Sure enough, joining him was the correct decision. When Sengoku and others rushed to pick up the collapsed headquarters, Ross flew back to the ruined port and waved at Shiryu of the Rain. The two grabbed a battleship and Ross used gravity distortion to fly it in the sky to go away. This bastard! Sengoku screamed while he was carrying the collapsing Marine headquarters. He had already noticed that the base of the Marine headquarters had been broken, but there was no way he could give up, and he could not free his hand to stop Ross. Even if his heart is roaring and even if he can't wait to kill Ross 10,000 times. At this time, he can only let Ross and Shiryu of the Rain fly away. Great Age of Pirates, 16th year. Ghost Hand Ross teamed up with Shiryu of the Rain and seriously injured Impel Down Chief Magellan. They escaped from Impel Down and created a legend of them being the second one to escape in the history of Impel Down and almost completely destroyed the entire Impel Down prison. Half an hour later, Ghost Hand Ross and Shiryu of the Rain hit the Marine headquarters, destroying the Gulf of Marineford and the fortress of the Marine headquarters, making a horrible situation and leaving. The Marines failed to stop them. 3 days later, Ghost Hand Ross's hanging bounty was raised to 1.7 billion berries. Shiryu of the Rain's bounty was posted at 1.1 billion berries, and the news spread throughout the sea. That's what it's said in the last 2 paragraphs of a news report. When we all thought that he became a history, he escaped from Impel Down and rushed into the Marine headquarters, destroying the Marine fortress and leaving. There is no doubt that the Grand Line finally ushered in the 5th emperor that ruled it. And that emperor is Ghost Hand Ross. Chapter 225 Final Form New World. Somewhere in the sea, a Marine battleship is sailing on the sea. This battleship is the battleship that Ross and Shiryu of the Rain robbed from the Marine headquarters, and Ross took the opportunity to take it directly across the Red Line to the New World. Then I'll go there and settle down first. Ross stood on the deck, looking at an island shadow at the end of the horizon and looking down at logbows on his wrist. Shiryu of the Rain stood beside him and saw the far island. In that case, will your men be able to catch up? Maybe Marine and the government will come sooner. Rest assured. Ross said plainly, although they can't get in touch for the time being, they have my Vivre card in their hands, and the news of our escape must have spread all over the world by now. That's good. Shiryu of the Rain took out a box of matches, lighted a fire and lit a cigar and took a sip, and asked, "What are you going to do next?" "I haven't decided yet." Ross turned and paced to a chair on the deck and sat on it. After the addition of the Shiryu of the Rain, the Ghost Hand Pirates force has grown directly, but there is still a certain gap compared to the 4 emperors' forces. Shiryu of the Rain has an advantage over people under 4 emperors, whether they are 3 disasters or general stars, but apart from Shiryu, Only Hadruden can reach the level of 3 disasters or General Star. He lacks high-level people. He would be able to stop 4 emperors, but Shiryu of the Rain and others can't beat 4 emperors' subordinates. If he can recruit a 3rd disaster's level force in his regiment, even if they won't reach the level of the 4 emperors' pirates, they won't be far from it. Except for Whitebeard, they would be able to face any other 4 emperors. After destroying the Marine Headquarters fortress and leaving the Marine Headquarters, Ross received an unexpected reward, 100 talent proficiency points. Although he did not defeat any admiral and did not defeat the fleet admiral Sengoku, destroying the Marine Headquarters seems to be an event recognized by the talent system. 100 talent proficiency points. Ross thought about it a little and put 20 points of proficiency to Distortion Fruit so that Distortion Fruit's proficiency jumped over 700 points. After crossing the 700-point proficiency barrier, Ross's power of distortions did not show any dramatic increase. Since Distortion Fruit's proficiency reached more than 600, the increase has not doubled as before but slowed down. From 500 points of proficiency to 600 points of proficiency, his power of distortion has increased by almost 3 times, but from 600 to 700, the improvement is less than doubled. However, based on Ross's current strength, even if it is upgraded once, it is extremely terrifying. Just like raising the envelope from 5 kilometers to 6 kilometers, compared with raising the envelope from 100 meters to 300 meters, even if the former only increases by 10%, it is several times more than the latter. For the remaining 80 talent proficiency points, Ross hesitated for a moment and tried to fill in agility enhancement and perceived its own changes. Not surprisingly. In addition to the most direct increase in his speed, the improvement of agility also increases the speed of power of distortion cohesion and launch, and even the speed of distortion space. Ross is now in a very strange field in terms of speed. Depending on the ability of distortion space, he can be faster than Kizaru under certain circumstances, but if it's pure positive close combat, he's still slower than Garp and Kaido, who are at a peak of physical skills, let alone comparing with Kizaru. In addition, the launch of the distortion space also takes time. Although his opponents did not grasp this point well in the confrontation with Kizaru, Sengoku, and others, but this weakness will be grasped sooner rather than later if he continues to fight. Therefore, the speed of his body and the speed of the distortion space are still the most important to him. After perceiving the improvement of agility enhancement and the speed of the distortion space, Ross slightly thought about the 80 talent proficiency points to agility enhancement. Agility enhancement, 380 top-level strengthening physical enhancement, 500 maximum value spirit heart, 0 basic level strengthening tenacious, 200 maximum value rock, 50 mid-level strengthening. The agility enhancement reached 380 points and there was only a gap of 120 points from the maximum value. According to Ross's judgment, when his agility enhancement gets to the maximum value, his nerve reaction speed should exceed that of Kizaru's, and with the ability of distortion space, his speed will completely exceed Kizaru. If the talent rock is completely full and armament hockey is also full, the tenacious degree of his body will not be much different from Kaido. Maybe there is a similar possibility. If the distortion fruit is full, even if time distortion is not activated, it will definitely surpass the peak of Whitebeard's shock power in the pure power of distortion. His speed will surpass Kizaru, his power will surpass Whitebeard, his body will surpass Kaido, his observation hockey will reach the level of future prediction. This will be his final form. Not far away, Shiryu of the Rain was standing on the outer edge of the deck and looking at the sea. A newsbird suddenly flew over. "Hey, the newspaper is coming." He grinned at the newsbird with a cigar in his mouth, pulled a coin out of his pocket, popped it into the pocket around the newsbird neck and took a newspaper in his hand. The newsbird humanized a salute to Shiryu of the Rain, flapping its wings and flying away. "Where did you steal the coin from?" Ross put away the talent system and looked down at Shiryu of the Rain. He had planned to mourn for the newsbird, but it seems that Shiryu of the Rain had no desire to kill anything but human beings. Shiryu of the Rain opened the newspaper and looked at it as he said, "I found it in battleship and grabbed a little." Well, sure enough, the news of the destruction of Marine headquarters can't be covered up. He grinned with pleasure. Destroying the Marine headquarters fortress. In a sense, this is even more of a big event than the invasion of the territory of the 4 emperors, enough to make an uproar in the world. Although the destruction of the fortress was entirely a matter for Ross alone, he did not have any credit for him, but he had some light and was painted with a little ink on the report in this newspaper. His bounty directly reached billion berries. It can be said that his reputation has changed overnight. From being second to Magellan, he suddenly became a terrifying existence in the Grand Line. It's no accident that his bounty is 1.7 billion berries. Ross glanced at the newspaper in his hand and his face showed a hint of laughter. Chapter 226 Government's Actions. Shiryu of the Rain continued to see the bottom of the page and saw the depiction of the so-called 5th Emperor. He couldn't help but grin and said, maybe the whole world has been turned upside down by now. Then, if you develop with peace of mind for a while, stabilize the position of the 5th Emperor. I'm afraid it would be difficult to develop with peace. Ross shrugged, saw Shiryu of the Rain's eyes, and said, I have killed one of 100 Beast Kaido's men before, it won't be long before that fellow will come knocking on my door. Shiryu of the Rain. However, after witnessing the madness at the Marine headquarters, he has adapted to Ross's behavior. Ross has the guts to destroy the Marine fortress. Compared to that, 100 Beast Kaido is not so terrible. As a top swordsman, despite choosing to follow Ross, Shiryu of the Rain's goal is not reaching the level of just one of 4 emperors. At this level, people naturally look higher. Above 4 emperors is the king. Only by surpassing 4 emperors can you really reach the top of this grand line. No matter whether Ross and Kaido have a fight now or later, this confrontation is something that will definitely happen, it's just a matter of time. Let's go. Ross took the newspaper from Shiryu of the Rain. After carefully reading it, he threw the newspaper aside and stood up, looking at the island that was approaching in the distance. Kaka. He lifted his foot and gently stepped on it. The entire battleship began to break down bit by bit from his position. Eventually, the entire battleship was so broken and completely destroyed. Ross raised his hand and waved, the power of distortion sprung, sweeping the current below, charging the broken pieces of the battleship into the distance, and he glided with Shiryu of the Rain to the distant island. Soon, the two came to the shore of the island and boarded the island. This is a large island, and there is nothing on the edge, but the architecture inside the island is very prosperous. It's either a country or one of the territories of the 4 emperors. Ross and Shiryu of the Rain are not afraid of exposing themselves. If someone wants to catch them both, they would need at least 3 admiral-level fighters. Obviously, 3 admiral-level fighters can't be easily deployed. Besides, the Marine headquarters is in a mess right now. It's necessary to urgently repair the Impel Down and the Marine headquarters, and they can't afford to deploy all of their top-level fighters. Wherever you go, the law of the jungle will never change. In the slum on the outskirts of the island, Ross and Shiryu of the Rain watched a shabby poor man surrounded by a group of people getting beaten and spitting blood on the ground. The group eventually left and the poor man who was beaten lay there, not knowing whether he's alive or not. Other people in the neighborhood did not know what the reason was and did not go to rescue him. So you have to be strong. Shiryu of the Rain's gentle said and followed Ross through the street. Although the poor people on the street and the gang of former assailants failed to recognize Ross and Shiryu of the Rain immediately, they instinctively perceived that Ross and Shiryu of the Rain were not easy to mess with, and they all gave a wide berth to let them pass, showing completely different attitudes. Yes, that's why we should be strong. Ross smiled faintly. He did not see the murderers or the poor, so he crossed the street with Shiryu of the Rain and disappeared at the end of the slum. After passing through the slums, what appeared in front was the gradually prosperous area. I'll get some money and change my clothes by the way. When he escaped from prison, Ross dressed in a few clothes that fitted him, but he still looked very different. He walked with Shiryu of the Rain and looked like a valet. Shiryu of the Rain didn't care about his clothes. When he was put into eternal hell, he was not changed into prison clothes. He was wearing his own clothes, and when he came out, he was still wearing his own clothes. Good. Shiryu nodded, approaching a restaurant. Ross walked down the street, glanced around, looking for someone who didn't look good, and then calmly educated him and took the tuition. After a while, Ross returned to the restaurant, completely replaced with his nondescript clothes, dressed in a very elaborate shirt and a dark trench coat. The cursed blade Morassame was wrapped in black strips and hung around his waist, hiding in the dark windbreaker. This blade was very uncomfortable to use at first, but after several days of training, it has been much easier to use. Oh, it looks much better. Shiryu of the Rain cut off a bloody cow and put it into his mouth. Ross ordered a 9-point steak and said, "Never make me look like a follower. Next, I'll stay in this island for a while, but I didn't realize that the world-famous Happy Street is right here. I'll look at it later." Now that Robin is not around, there isn't even a capable person who can collect and categorize intelligence. "Oh, do you like that kind of place?" Shiryu of the Rain said in a less enthusiastic way. "What's the meaning of that place?" "It's all about women who are powerless. It's better to look for places like arenas or something similar." Ross looked at Shiryu of the Rain in a weird look. Shiryu of the Rain said strangely, "What's wrong? Is it anything I said?" "No, it's nothing." Ross shook his head and said, "Let's split up then." Happy Street. This is one of the most famous entertainment blocks in the world. The whole street is full of places like casinos and bars. Every now and then, a nobleman passes by with 1 or 2 beautiful women in his arms. If he remembers it correctly, the ruler here should be one of the secret undercover agents of the world government subordinates Cipher Pal number 0, Starsea, Queen of the Pleasure District. However, Killing a normal Cypher Pal number 0 member will produce no rewards for him at all, so Ross isn't interested in her at all. To come here is simply to enjoy and see if he can bump into luck and meet Fujitora again. If he can get Fujitora aboard, it will be much less difficult to fight against the Four Emperors Pirate Regiment. When Ross stepped into Happy Street, in a luxury building in the middle of Happy Street, a beautiful figure was standing at the window with Den Mushi in her hand. Ghost Hand Ross and Shiryu of the Rain are here. Do you want to take action? They need to be dealt with in the long run. On the other side of Den Mushi came the voice of one of the 5 Elder Stars, and he said in a low voice, "But you can try it. Any means can be done. Understand?" Starsea nodded gently and hung up the Den Mushi. On the other side, one of the 5 Elder Stars was sitting in his office of the highest level of the world government. He thought that Ross was able to get out of Impel Down. He didn't expect his strength to increase to this level. He even destroyed the Marine Headquarters fortress. Although Ross's power is not enough to compete with 4 emperors, whether it's his current strength or his name at the sea, it is no exaggeration to call him the 5th emperor. This is the situation that 5 Elder Stars didn't want to see at first. Marineford and Impel Down are rebuilding. If we want to deal with Ghost Hand Ross and Shiryu, we have to mobilize at least 2 battle forces above the admiral level. Can we even do that right now? Is it even appropriate? No matter whether we can or can't, we have to do this. A 5 Elder Stars squinted and said, compared with White Bear and 100 Beast Kaido, Ghost Hand Ross pose a greater threat to us. They would rather let other 4 emperors exist than let Ross develop. Whether it is Whitebeard or 100 Beast Kaido, they generally don't take the initiative to find trouble with the government, nor will they take the initiative to attack the Marines. But Ross is different. Whether it is the Dressrosa incident or the Impel Down escape or the attack on the Marine headquarters, it proves that Ross is a threat to the government, both in strength and in thought. Ghost Hand Ross and Shiryu of the Rain will not be so easy to annihilate, but they have provoked 100 Beast Kaido before, and with Kaido's character, he will not let them go easily. If that's the case, maybe you can pass the message to Kaido. We can't put all of our hopes entirely on Kaido. We must also send troops out. The 5 Elder Stars talked to each other and eventually turned the plan into a single order and gave it out. Chapter 227 Starsea Happy Street. Located in the central luxury hall, there are some high-end sofas, tables, and chairs, and at the forefront is a delicate stage. This is the most central place of Happy Street. Various beautiful women will take turns to perform on stage. If she is fancied by someone, she can be taken away after spending a sum of money. Naturally, this only happens within the Happy Street area. In a corner of the hall, Ross was sitting there in a very lazy position against the soft sofa, holding a glass of wine and looking at the dancers on the stage. "I didn't expect you to come here. It was my mistake to not welcome you, Mr. Ross." In the rear, a beautiful woman wearing a white hat came slowly and sat opposite to Ross, smiling gently at Ross. Ross's eyes shifted from the dancer to her, and after only one look, he recognized the identity of the other party, Starsea West, Queen of the Happy Street. Naturally, this is only one of her identities, and the other is the member of Cypherpol, the highest level of world government intelligence. Apart from being powerful enough to protect Henry Ubido, Cypherpol number 0's hidden members also involved in many roles in the dark underground world, and the organization itself is enormous. "You know me?" Ross took a sip of wine and asked plainly. Starsea smiled and said, "I read about your deeds in the newspaper that I got a few hours ago. Nobody expected you to come out of Impel Down and do something so earth-shaking. Now I'm afraid that even the 4 emperors will be shocked." Speaking of this, she paused a little, and smiled lightly. "Right, forgot to introduce myself. I am the owner of Happy Street. You call me Starsea. That is really disrespectful, to call someone's name directly like that." Ross had nothing to do at this point, so he doesn't mind playing with the Cypherpol number 0 undercover agent to see what tricks she could make. Starsea grinned slightly and looked like princess. She looked like an aristocrat whose identity as a hidden Cypherpol number 0 membership could not be seen from the surface alone. "I can't afford the word disrespect. You are now the 5th emperor of the New World. It is my pleasure to be here." With a faint smile, she turned to the dancer on the stage and said, "Ruth is one of our trump cards. How do you like her? How many points would you give her?" Ross is also looking at the stage. The dancer had blonde hair, fair skin, like a fairy, wearing exquisite and bare clothes, covering only a few key parts. Each of her action is fantastic. "Well, 87 points." Ross looked at her for a while and replied without hesitation. Starsea smiled and said, "It's Mr. Ross, who really has a good eye. Ruth only has 87 points. I don't know what kind of beautiful person can get the full score here for you. The remaining 13 points are not so easy to get." Ross glanced at Starsea with a slightly deeper look. Starsea felt vaguely what Ross was saying, but could not understand it. So she stopped talking and responded with a smile. After a while, she looked at the dancer on the stage, Ruth, and said, I didn't expect you to come today. I haven't had time to arrange a special program, but the girls here are free for you. Oh? Ross looked over at Starsea and said, so, are you free? Starsea put her hand on her chin and said, I have a lot of young and beautiful girls here. You don't want to look at an old woman. As she spoke, she noticed that Ross's glass was empty, and her eyes glittered slightly. She waved to the waiter not far away and signaled for a drink to come. Soon, 2 glasses of fine wine were placed on the table. Here's my signature wine. Would you like to try it? Starsea took a glass from the table and took a sip, smiling at Ross. Ross lifted his glass, sniffed it under his nose, and nodded. Not bad. But when Starsea thought that Ross was going to drink, Ross gently put the glass down and suddenly raised his hand and snatched the one in her hand. But still this wine glass looks better. Stassea's face remained unchanged, and she said with a smile, you like it? Ross slowly lowered the glass and a bit of amusement flashed in his eyes. He leaned forward, pointed his finger at Stassea's chin, and said, it's almost time for the little tricks to stop. Can you tell me what your cipher pal number 0 will do next? Understanding the words, her ears violently trembled. Starsea reluctantly kept her tone fixed, said, what are you talking about? Cipher pal number 0 is the government's intelligence agency. Although I have some intelligence channels, how can I know how they act? Really? Ross smiled and pushed his palms forward and pinched her tender neck. Starsea subconsciously wanted to resist, but her mind flashes, knowing that no matter whether her identity is really exposed or not, resistance is meaningless in front of existence like Ross. So she did not make any resistance. Madam Starsea. Stop it. What are you doing? The people in the hall noticed the abnormalities on this side and instantly became confused. Ross pinched the jade-like neck of Starsea and his 5 fingers were lightly forced. He saw that she did not put up any resistance, only revealing an innocent and praying eye. He could not help but gently smile. If he hadn't known the plot, he would have wondered if his memory had gone wrong. So she's one of those who can remain patient. That's easy to do. Let's see how long can you endure? Ross's thoughts moved and Conqueror's hockey swung open in an instant and there was a moment of silence in the hall. Whether it was the dancing ladies who tried to rush over with their weapons or the frightened aristocrats, they all acted in a moment and fell unconscious one after another. His fingers moved down Stassea's neck, grabbed her collar, and suddenly pulled hard. Sneer. The white dress top instantly shattered. Huh. Huh. Please, please don't do that. Starsea gasped, her hands blocking her body, her eyes sparkled with fear, and she still looked like an ordinary person. Ross stood up, looked at her lightly, bypassed the coffee table and walked towards her. Sigh. Stassea's dress was torn apart in an instant. She retreated timidly but never used Marine's 6 powers or any other power. Ross was not in a hurry, so he slowly went forward, watching her retreating steadily, and finally pressed her on the brilliant wall. Chapter 228 Meeting again just when Ross was going to do something. Suddenly a shock came from the window on one side. A man in yellow leather appeared at the window. Instead of looking at Starsea, he stared at Ross in suspicion. Ghost hand Ross? Weren't you being held in Impel Down? Wings of Sky, Sermon. He met Ross once in the Sabati archipelago and later heard that Ross killed a Tenri Ubito. He was amazed at Ross's boldness. Then came the Dressrosa incident and the news that Ross was defeated by Marine and imprisoned in Impel Down, Eternal Hell. Unexpectedly, nearly a year later, he met Ross in Happy Street. I was getting bored, so I came out. Ross turned his head and looked at the Sermon, who appeared in the window and faintly said, I haven't seen you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be here. There was a burst of Conqueror's hockey and I thought it was someone strong here. I didn't expect it to be. It's amazing to be able to come out of Impel Down. Well, am I bothering you? No. Ross pushed his palm forward forcefully and the wall pressed by Starsea instantly showed dense cracks. Then the whole person ran through the wall and disappeared. Sermon frowned, and his mouth shook slightly. It's a merciless start. You really are a dangerous person. Ross shook his head. No, she would have probably caused some trouble for me down the line and she will attract the influence of the mysterious forces of the government, so it is almost here. Sermon. Ross took back his fingers and turned to look at him. It seems that you didn't read today's newspaper, but it doesn't matter. I am missing a sniper on board. Here we go again. Sermon rolled his eyes and said, look at what you're doing, everything about you is so dangerous. If I get on your ship, won't I be chased and beaten by Marine Admiral every day? Ross smiled faintly. If you're talking about a team of Marine Admiral, that's about the same, but if it's just a Marine Admiral who leads the team, I don't think he's going to chase after me. Well, your tone has certainly got bigger after escaping from Impel Down. Fiaxerman's mouth twitched slightly, and after looking at Ross, they moved almost at the same time. He made a sharp leap in the rear, crossed an arc and landed on the far roof, while Ross smashed through the window and ran after him. Seeing Ross coming after him, Fiaxerman grounded his teeth and took out a handful of peanuts from his pocket and shot them at Ross. I remember that your bounty is 1 billion. I haven't got such a high reward before. It's good. If you can win, then I'll go with you on your ship. If you can't win, then I will accept the reward of 1 billion. Good. Ross looked calmly and waved his hand. The peanuts that suddenly flew over were all fixed in the air. They turned into a whirlpool of distortion and were finally kneaded into a ball. Seeing this scene, Fiaxerman's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He is vaguely aware that Ross's strength was much stronger than the last time he met him. With a serious look in his eyes, he took out a coin from his pocket. Destruction artillery. The coin was attached with dark armament hockey as it ejected toward Ross. At the moment of its pop-up, the coin accelerated wildly under the power of speed fruit, and like a thunderbolt arc in the air, it broke through the speed of sound in an instant and headed for Ross. Bang! How can it be? Fiaxerman looked at the scene in front of him, his pupils shrank sharply, and he couldn't help but make an incredible sound. In front of him, Ross was suspended in midair, his body motionless. He just extended his palm and caught his destruction artillery with his open palm. Good ability. After Ross commented, he pinched the coin and immediately attached it to the power of distortions. The air distorted around the coin as it rotated as if it was an invisible whirlpool. Ross tossed the coin back. Feeling the power of the blow, Fiaxerman's face changed dramatically. He dared not give a second thought to it. His wrist shook and a golden gun was in his hand. Boom. He pulled the trigger at the incoming coin, and a bullet with golden light burst out, shooting precisely into the center of the coin. The bullet accelerated abruptly under speed fruit, wrapped in a strong impact force, crashed into the power of distortion, and eventually burst into the air with both bullets. Can't win. Fiaxerman's eyes showed a dignified look at the result of the collision. He had just basically done his best, while Ross looked understated, but the result of the confrontation was evenly divided. In other words, the current possibility of him winning over Ross is extremely low. It slipped away. Sensing that it was difficult to outdo Ross, Fiaxerman was amazed at Ross's change in strength, and at the same time, he decisively inspired speed fruit. The whole person suddenly accelerated and disappeared into a shadow. However, just as he retired, Ross moved and stepped forward in void. Buzz. The strange power swayed and space was layered with distortion. The whole person seemed to accelerate in time. In the blink of an eye, he jumped 7 or 8 times in a row. Fiaxerman, who came to a faraway place, looked at Ross with amazement. After he took a step, he caught up with him and appeared on his side. Whiz. Ross sweeps at Fiaxerman's leg. Fiaxerman did not hesitate to avoid it, and under speed fruit, his movements are still much faster than Ross. Ross stimulated the power of distortion, sweeping directly to the front. Boom. Although Fiaxerman avoided the front leg sweep, he was still flying backward by the power of distortion, smashing 3 or 4 buildings in an instant, and smashing into the street. Cough. Cough. How could this be? Fiaxerman coughed violently and his mouth was filled with blood. He stood up with the rubble and looked at Ross floating in the air in the distance. He had some doubts about life. When he met Ross in the Sabati archipelago, he thought he had a short chance of winning, but it was difficult to kill Ross and it was in the Sabati archipelago, so he gave up. But in just 1 year, he met Ross again and he couldn't even beat him. No, it's not that he can't fight, but that he's almost crushed. Unknowingly, there's already a huge gap of strength between Ross and him. It was at this time that a newspaper was blown by the wind and just fell in front of him. Glancing carelessly through the newspaper, his eyes were instantly fixed. Escaping from Impel Down. Destroying the Marine Fortress. New World's 5th Emperor. The lines written in the newspaper made Fiaxerman's heart vibrate, and when he looked at Ross again, he had an incredible look on his face. Chapter 229 Status Dispute. Ross did not attack again, looking down calmly at Wings of Sky Fiaxerman. In the Sabati archipelago, he did not really have a good chance to win against Fiaxerman, but now he has overtaken Fiaxerman in all aspects except for speed. Although his speed is a bit slower, it can also be compensated by other aspects. It is difficult for Fiaxerman to escape from his hand when it is a one-on-one fight. Whiz. The confrontation between Ross and Fiaxerman continued for a short time, but it was very big. It had already alarmed Shiryu of the Rain on another street, and he heard the news. Seeing Ross in the air and Fiaxerman below, Shiryu of the Rain squinted slightly and said, "Who's this guy?" Shiryu of the Rain has some concerns about the various types of pirate prisoners, but he has little knowledge or interest in Pirate Hunter. But Shiryu of the Rain doesn't know Fire-Sermon, but Fire-Sermon has heard of Shiryu of the Rain. There are some descriptions of Shiryu of the Rain in the newspaper. Looking at Ross and Shiryu of the Rain, Fire-Sermon knew that he couldn't escape. He looked up at Ross and finally showed a bitter smile. You win. I am willing to join. If it was the former Ross, he would not easily bow his head even when facing the other side and Shiryu of the Rain, but now Ross is not like his old self. He escaped from Impel Down and created chaos in the Marine headquarters and is regarded as the fifth emperor. As one of the emperors of the sea, in this situation, he can lay down his pride, because the other side is already above him in both strength and fame. Besides, Shiryu of the Rain is also a follower of the other party. Welcome. Ross smiled and fell from the sky. Shiryu of the Rain pushed back his blade into its scabbard. He stared at Fire-Sermon with a little momentum. Fire-Sermon is willing to join Ross and is willing to become Ross's subordinates, but his attitude towards Shiryu of the Rain is different. In the face of Shiryu of the Rain, he is not afraid. You must be strong if you caused the captain to invite you. Shiryu of the Rain does not hide his own intentions. In the pirate group, Ross's status is definitely unshakable, but the people under Ross are going to have a difference. Now that he has identified his position as number 2 in the Ghost Hand Pirate Regiment, he naturally wants to establish his position in front of the newly joined Fire-Sermon. So do you. How about a contest sometime? Fire-Sermon narrowed his eyes and stared at Shiryu of the Rain. He said before that he joined the team after losing. He fled immediately after finding that he might not win. As a result, Ross cut him off. He was also a face-saving person. He had already made decisions and choices. But joining the Ghost Hand Pirates, he could not be the cadre at the end of the ranking, how to compete for the highest position under Ross. In addition to Ross, other people who also want him to obey, but it is not so easy. Okay, let's get out of here first. Ross doesn't mind Fire-Sermon fighting against Shiryu to determine their position, but this is not the place for two of them to fight and Fire-Sermon was hurt a little, so it's not fair. After Ross's voice fell, Shiryu of the Rain and Fire-Sermon both converged. Whether it is Shiryu of the Rain or Fire-Sermon, they all have to listen to Ross. The authority of the captain is unquestionable. After a few hours of rest, Shiryu of the Rain and Fire-Sermon are still in conflict with each other. After all, it is necessary to use a battle to determine the status of both sides. Ross did not forcefully stop it. Because this kind of thing prevents meaningless quarrels later, the three people came to the island on the east coast. With the strength of both of you, it may take serious injuries to distinguish the victory from the defeat. This is not the case at this time. Ross stopped and yelled at Shiryu of the Rain and Fire-Sermon. Shiryu of the Rain and Fire-Sermon looked at each other and they did not intend to fight for life, just to test who is strongest among them. Shiryu of the Rain murmured, then use injury for the win or lose. Whoever gets hurt first loses. Fire-Sermon shook his head and said, no, it's too hasty. It's better to base it on 3 times. Whoever has minor or major injuries 3 times loses. Yes. Shiryu of the Rain nodded. They retreated to stand face to face at a distance of 10 meters, while Ross came to a reef and looked at the battlefield with his hands on his back. Start. As Ross's voice fell, Shiryu of the Rain and Fire-Sermon moved at the same time. Whiz. Shiryu of the Rain crossed a blood-red arc and a second-generation demon blade in his hands cut across the battlefield instantaneously, directly spanning more than 10 meters. Fire-Sermon evaded Shiryu in an instant, pulled out 2 golden guns and fired at Shiryu. Ding. Shiryu swung his sword and the bullet collided with the blade and was cut in half by his sword edge, but it also made his blade buzz. Blood-crossed sword. The blade flips, sweeps, splits and cuts the bullet. At the same time, it triggers a cross-star's bloody chop and sweeps toward Fire-Sermon. Fire-Sermon dodged. Shiryu of the Rain stepped out 1 step and followed him sharply. He swung his sword across and waved a hollow blood sword energy. Fire-Sermon leaned back and bent into a huge curve, avoiding Shiryu of the Rain's chopping and pulling the trigger at him continuously. Snapshot. Bullets burst out of his gun chambers, carrying golden sparks, and attacked Shiryu of the Rain at the speed of breaking through the sound barrier. Each bullet was wrapped in a tremendous impact. One sword flow, snake belly sword. Shiryu of the Rain's second-generation demon sword turned into a blood-stained shadow, sweeping in all directions, cutting the flying bullets and enveloped Fire-Sermon in the attack area. Fire-Sermon's body, under the influence of speed fruit, is like pressing the fast-forward button, twisting sideways and so on. Every action is fast and out of line. He has more than enough edge in his attack power like Shiryu of the Rain and he occasionally fires his gun to fight back. Snee. Fire-Sermon was the first to be injured after dozens of consecutive battles. His sideburns were brushed by a sword edge, which belonged to Shiryu of the Rain and could not be completely avoided. At the same time, however, a bullet grazed Shiryu of the Rain's shoulder, leaving a scar on Shiryu of the Rain's shoulder. Splitting. Shiryu of the Rain's glare is cold. Holding the second-generation demon sword, he suddenly split out one after another blood-colored sword energy, like the wind rainstorm generally that shrouded Fyoxerman, trying to block all of his escape directions. Chapter 230 The crew gets back together. Fyoxerman twisted his body and kept dodging among the sword energy, but some at this point in the battle, both of them generally know each other's strengths. Of the blades of the sword energy attack were too strong to penetrate through the crack, so he fired a bullet, which instantly shattered the sword energy. Shiryu of the Rain keeps pushing forward, trying to fight Fyoxerman in a close-range battle. As a swordsman, he is naturally strongest in close combat, while Fyoxerman keeps his distance from Shiryu of the Rain as he is naturally good at long-range attacks. ZZ. From time to time, bullets and sword energy fly uncontrollably in the direction of Ross, but both bullets and sword energy slowed down sharply within 3 feet of Ross as if they were eroded by some force. One by one they are contained and eventually annihilated. Shiryu of the Rain is very close to Fyoxerman in terms of strength. The difference between them is that one is a swordsman and the other is a gunner. The two continued to confront each other. Fyoxerman took advantage of his speed fruit's ability to kick Shiryu in the lower abdomen when he was close to him, but at the same time, he was also affected by Shiryu's sword energy that left a blood stain on his back. Both sides have been injured twice, and both their attack and defense have become extremely cautious. However, even if their strength is closer to each other and they are more cautious, the passage of time will eventually be able to divide the winners and losers. Fyoxerman was the first to be injured for the 3rd time, and a blood mark was drawn on his temples. You win. Fyoxerman stopped and muffled at Shiryu, not very happy with the results, but in a life-and-death battle, he was not sure who would win. It was hard to say who would live or die. Compromise. Shiryu returned the second-generation demon sword into the scabbard at his waist after consolidating his position of the number 2. His expression is much better than that of the Fyoxerman. In any case, the battle between the two men had been done. After looking at each other, Fyoxerman was a little dissatisfied, but he said nothing. They both turned to look at Ross. However, when they turned their heads, they found that Ross wasn't looking at them. Instead, he was standing on the huge reef, standing with his hands on his back and looking at the distant sea. Looking in the direction where Ross was looking, they saw a black shadow at the end of the sea. Looking closely, it was faintly recognizable that it was a ship. Are they your subordinates? Shiryu came over and asked. Ross didn't answer but continued to stare at the black shadow, until the shadow got closer and closer and it became clear and clear. Here they are. The ship was a huge ship and the entire hull was extremely large. It was not a large sailing ship, but a giant ship that Hadruden and others took. For them to come here so quickly, it seems that Lafitte and others were in this sea area and after discovering that he has come out of Impel Down, they come all the way to here. Fyoxerman also came over and stood on the other side of Ross. If Ross can stabilize his position as the 5th Emperor, then the Ghost Hand Pirates will become one of the 5 Emperor pirate group. This ship is the foundation of the future. Crack. As the ship approached the shore, a figure had already flashed towards the shore, wrapped in a thundering arc and it appeared almost instantaneously on the shore. You're back. Hadruden looked at Ross with a hint of excitement. He had planned to break into Impel Down to rescue Ross several times before, but he was stopped by Law and Lafitte, who calculated that he would have almost no chance of success. As a militant giant, he will not give up because of the extremely low success rate. He even nearly fell out with Lafitte, Trafalgar Law, and others and almost directly led other giants to charge into Impel Down. Well, I am back. Ross nodded back at Hadruden. Shiryu of the Rain and Fyoxerman looked at Hadruden with a slightly surprising eye. From their perspective, it was easy to see that Hadruden had the power to control thunder and lightning. A giant ate the rumble fruit? Ross's ship is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragon, just the thunder giant of Hadruden. If they fight, they will not have absolute certainty to win. After all, rumble fruit is one of the closest invincible fruits in the legend. Now, the ship gradually come ashore and the people on board began to jump one by one to the shore. Welcome back, Captain. Lafitte put his hand on his hat, took it down using his fingers and put it on his chest and welcomed Ross by bowing to him with a weird smile on his face. Trafalgar Law was carrying the demon sword on his back and did not speak, but he also had a cold and resolute smile on his face. Captain Ross. The giant ship Dr. Girth rushed over. She wanted to embrace Ross, but she couldn't do it because of her figure. So she grasped Ross in the palm with both hands. The 5 giants came ashore one after another. The last to come was Robin. Like Law, she hid her emotions best and one could hardly see her inner feelings. She walked over to Ross and came next to Ross. Girth suppressed the emotions in her heart and put Ross down. She apologized. No. Sorry, Captain, I was a little excited. It's nothing, don't mind. Ross smiled at her. He may have to been seriously injured just now if he was an ordinary person, but he is not an ordinary person. Even if Girth uses all of her strength, she wouldn't be able to deal any damage to him. Ross's gaze swept through Lafitte and others, and finally fell to the nearest Robin, and he looked at her for half a second before smiling. However, just as Ross was walking towards Robin, Robin's nose moved slightly, and her smiling expression fluctuated slightly, staring at Ross with a mirth of laughter. What did Captain do before? The smell of perfume is quite heavy. Ross's movements were slightly stiff, and he glared at Girth. Without waiting for him to speak, Robin smiled and said, Girth never used perfume. Lafitte and Law and others saw this scene. They all looked over and saw it as if they didn't see it, and Shilyu of the Rain ignored it and went to Lafitte and others. As for Figexerman, he blinked and thought of something, and a little smirk was present on his mouth. Don't mind the small details. Ross took his eyes back from Girth and responded to Robin without changing his tone, and walked forward, passing by her side. As he walked past Robin, Ross used the ability of distortion to send a message in her ear. Something small has happened. I'll talk to you in the evening? Robin's face remained unchanged, with a faint smile, and she did not respond until Ross walked past her. Haha. Chapter 231 Pursuit of Marine. 2 new cadres will be added to the ship in the future. Ross saw everyone's emotions calm down and came to the front of everyone. He said in a calm tone. First, he introduced Shilyu of the Rain and said, Combatant, Shilyu of the Rain. Another person who makes the Iron Wall of Impel down together with Chief Magellan. He has long been famous. Oh! Lafitte picked his ceremonial hat and said to Shilyu of the Rain. Trafalgar Law stood there calmly. Robin stood quietly on the side of Ross's side and glanced at Shilyu, and she regained her gaze and did not speak. As for the giants, they all stood there and did not speak. Ross is their captain. The decision was made by Captain. Even if he recruited 100 people, they would not speak. So, please take care of it later. Shilyu of the Rain doesn't mind. It's impossible to integrate instantly into a new group that has already been formed. He doesn't mind if he does integrate or not. He only recognizes strength. After introducing Shilyu of the Rain, Ross pointed to the Figexerman not far away. Sniper, Figexerman, pirate hunter ranked first, the Wings of Sky, but from today on he is not pirate hunter, but the pirate that fell to the sewer. Figexerman is speechless. His introduction is a little more than the introduction of Shilyu of the Rain, but what the hell is that? Just because I didn't join when I was first invited? After all, you still couldn't escape from Captain's offer. Robin stood at Ross's side. She has been with Ross from the very beginning and she had met Figexerman in the Sabati archipelago, but the Ghost Hand pirates at that time was far from being comparable to the present. Figexerman's strength was very threatening at that time to them. Figexerman had no choice but to spread his hand and said, Who would have thought that your captain's strength would increase this much in such a short time? I can only join now that I have lost. Robin smiled. Navigator, Demon Sheriff Lafitte. After introducing Shilyu of the Rain and Figexerman, Ross turned around and introduced the Ghost Hand Pirates cadres. Ship Doctor, Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law. Intelligence, Nico Robin, Part-time Captain Secretary. For others, Shilyu of the Rain and Figexerman looked at them and nodded slightly. It was slightly different for Robin, whose position on the ship was obviously very special. Ghost Hand Pirates, Giant Warrior Pirates Captain, the Thunder Giant Hadruden. The Giant of Sand, Road. Metal Giant, Stanson. The other two are the Chef Goldberg and the ship's Dr. Girth. Ross briefly introduced Hadruden and others, but after he introduced them, he thought of something and asked Goldberg, Did you use the barrier fruit? No. Goldberg shook his head. After the Dressrosa event, they got the barrier fruit, but because Ross was not there, the fruit was left unused and kept there. Ross thought a little. The barrier fruit is a good fit for Girth, but he preferred to find the heal fruit in the Tontita Kingdom of Dressrosa, which was more in line with Girth's ship doctor status. If Trafalgar Law is the world's top surgeon, then she can eat the heal fruit and become the top physician with the fruit's ability. Even Fire Fist Ace, whose chest was penetrated, there was a possibility of treatment if a top internal and external surgeon was there. After thinking for a while, Ross took the barrier fruit handed over by Lafitte and placed it in front of Goldberg. Use this fruit. You don't have to worry about kitchen utensils in the future. It is obviously just a joke to use the power of barrier fruit to make kitchen utensils. The real power of this fruit is also very strong, as it can almost ignore most types of attacks. A simple physical attack that contains the power to destroy an entire town can't shake the barrier created by the barrier fruit unless it has the special ability or armament hockey attached to it to a certain extent. Only then can the barrier be destroyed, and even then it would be quite difficult. After giving the barrier fruit to Goldberg, Ross turned his head towards Shoyu of the Rain and said, "If I remember correctly, you are not a devil fruit user. Do you have a specific type of devil fruit in your mind?" Shoyu of the Rain grabbed his cigar and said, "Not yet. As a top swordsman, he doesn't care much about devil fruit, but he doesn't directly say that he doesn't want to be a devil fruit user. Devil fruit's ability is so varied that he may have a favorite type in the future." After the introduction of each other is over, everyone returned to the ship. Chef Goldberg quickly brought out a portion of meat and wine and put it on the deck. The people sat down on the deck one by one. After Ross had a bowl of wine, all the people except Robin, who was sitting next to Ross, took up the bowl and poured it in one gulp. "What happened during the time I was gone?" Ross asked Lafitte and others, who seemed to be all right, but after he was imprisoned in the eternal hell, the government and Marine were sure to pursue Lafitte and Robin. Robin was eating and telling Ross what had happened during that time. It was roughly the cipher Pal number 0 of the government subordinates that were after them, but because Mjaskrid's heart was still in their hands, they dared not be too hard. They tried to divide the ghost hand pirates, call Lafitte and others in the distance and then steal the heart, but Lafitte and others are smart people. It is clear that the intention of cipher Pal number 0 is not so small. As for the slightly dull giants, they are completely loyal to Ross. It is difficult to shake them. As for Marines, also because of the heart of Mjaskrid, they were just chasing after them for appearance and didn't dare to push too hard. Making use of Law's surgeon fruit capability to take Mjaskrid's heart seems to be the most correct decision now, otherwise, even if Lafitte and others have some strength and ingenuity, it would not have been easy for them to avoid cipher Pal number 0 assassination and Marine's pursuit. "When did you find me coming out and coming over here?" After listening to Robin's statement, Ross vaguely thought of something and asked. Robin's eyes flickered slightly, and she said, "When you came out of Impel Down and rushed into Marine headquarters, we saw a change in the direction of Vivre Card, but we were not sure what was going on. We thought you were taken to Marine headquarters for execution." "And then?" Ross ate a piece of meat and continued to ask. Robin stated, "From the Vivre Card, we decided that you shouldn't be in a very dangerous situation, so we eventually rejected the possibility of you being sentenced and speculated that maybe you have broken out, so we drove the ship into the sea near Red Line. After that, the Vivre Card's direction changed again and we came here directly." Ross swallowed the meat, and his eyes flashed slightly. "There's no need to mention the Marine for the moment, but the cipher Pal number 0 people have been following you for all this time to steal or take the heart back. That is to say, people with cipher Pal number 0 may have gathered on this island." As soon as she heard Ross, Robin immediately understood it and said with a serious look, "But they didn't do it. Obviously they didn't have enough power to deal with us, that is to say. No need to guess." Lafitte got to the side of the ship, looking at the distant sea, interrupted the words of Robin, and turned and smiled. "Marines are here. Not far on the sea. 5 Marine battleships are coming towards them." Chapter 232 Decisive Battle. 5 large battleships. As battleship approached, 2 tall figures, one of them wearing a yellow striped shirt, were visible on the front deck of the 2 battleship in the middle. As for the other one, he was wearing a dark red suit and white Marine Justice cloak. It was Marine Headquarters Admiral Akanyu. Marine Admiral Akanyu. And Kizaru. The people on the ship stood up and looked far away at the 5 battleships. Lafitte looked carefully with a telescope and found that Aokiji was not there. He turned to look at Ross and said, "Aokiji is not there, are we leaving?" "Captain. Without Aokiji, it means that the sea will not be frozen, and the ship will not be restricted." Almost as soon as the 5 battleships appeared and approached, on the far side of the coast, 6 figures emerged, all wearing white cloaks, which were the cipher Pal number 0's chief and members. 2 Marine Admiral, plus cipher Pal number 0 chief, the government and Marines' annihilation of the ghost hand pirates, is clearly undiminished. Cipher Pal number 0 chief and there are 2 Admiral, they really did unleash a terrible force in order to deal with us. Law stood on the outer edge of the deck, carrying the demon blade on his shoulder. There was no overly worried expression on his face as he turned towards Ross. Today's ghost hand pirate regiment has the ability to retreat before such a lineup. However, looking at the approaching Marine battleship and the surroundings cipher Pal number 0 chief and others, Ross stood there calmly, with no change in expression. "If we ran away every time we meet an admiral, then how can we call ourselves the 5th emperor and rule the new world?" Ross's words swung calmly on the ship and changed the look on Lafitte and others' faces. They were shocked at first, then each of them showed a trace of bloody excitement. No one showed any fear. Yes. The days of running away after seeing a Marine admiral have long since ended. Now the ghost hand Ross is the 5th emperor of the new world, and they are already the crew members of the 5th emperor. How can they retreat in front of a mere admiral? Now that they have caught up with them, let's have a fight. Sure enough. Shoyu of the Rain holds a cigar and grins. He knows that with Ross's personality, it's impossible for him to retreat directly from a Marine Admiral. Since being locked into eternal hell, Shiryu of the Rain has been trying to vent his anger and frustration. Jailbreaking and destroying the Marine fortress was although a lot comfortable, but it did not seriously scratch that particular itch. He was in a disadvantageous situation in Impel Down and later in the Marine headquarters. The situation was not good from the start as there were just 2 of them, but now, all the crew has gathered, and now facing the Marines is completely different. War. Without Fyoxerman, the situation on their side would be a little weaker, but with the addition of Fyoxerman, the situation on their side would not be much worse than that on the other side. I knew it would be like this. Compared to Shiryu of the Rain, Fyoxerman had some headaches and he put his hand on his forehead, revealing a bitter smile, but since Ross is going to fight, then he will fight with his captain against that Marine Admiral. Stanson grounded the ship completely on the beach. Everyone looked at the coming battleship, and the Cypher Pal number 0 members on the other side, all clasping their weapons or fists, and the mood and the emotions were generally surging, which were of the intense warfare and boiling blood. Finally, they have came to this point. They have become the 5th Emperor of the New World and now they will defend their position. This time is the current crew, all of their fighting forces are gathered together, even in the face of Cypher Pal number 0 Chief and 2 Marine Admiral, there is nothing to fear, the next big step is to fight. On the battleship, many Marines had been ready to intercept but they found that the Ghost Hand Pirate Regiment did not mean to escape, but they put their ship ashore and stranded it, putting on a decisive position. Stupid. Akainu stood in front of a battleship, his Marine's cap was slightly lowered and he said in a slightly sneering voice, did he really become this overconfident after coming out of Impel Down that he would confront us head-on, or is he betting that the headquarters will not give them much trouble because of our shortage of hands? Is he really that much of an fool? Don't underestimate them, Sakazuki. Kizaru and Ross have fought against each other many times. He knew that Ross is not an idiot person and he must have a reason for doing this, so he warned Akainu. But for Ross and Shiryu of the Rain alone, even with other crew members, wanting to deal with their joint action with the world government secret agency Cypher Pal number 0, it is indeed too arrogant. I won't let them escape. Akainu stood there, looking coldly at the coast, his right arm emitting a hot temperature, faintly turning into the bright red color of magma, which belonged to the power of a Marine Admiral so that all around Marine showed the color of awe. This time, the Ghost Hand Pirate Regiment will obviously not fight a fleeing battle, but they will confront them head-on, and the tactics and strategies formulated before will naturally change immediately. Report. The enemy has entered the shelling range. After judging the distance, a Marine soldier reported to Kizaru. At this moment, all the Marines on the battleship could hardly suppress the tension in their hearts. Many people had sweat running on their foreheads. If they were facing an ordinary small pirate group, even without a Marine Admiral leading them like Kizaru and Akainu, they will not be too nervous. But the group in front of them is already the almost recognized 5th Emperor of the New World, and not long ago, their captain broke into the Marine headquarters and completely destroyed the headquarters fortress. Most of the Marines on the battleship have witnessed the scene of Ross destroying the Marine fortress. Even with 2 admirals with them, it is difficult to suppress the tension in their hearts. This will definitely be a hard battle. Looking at the current situation, it seems that the Marines are going against 4 emperors. Full-scale shelling. Kizaru stood on the deck and ordered the shelling to start. The command went on instantaneously, and numerous Marines passed orders in succession. The sound of full-scale shelling echoed over 5 battleships and various heavy cannons had been filled with cannonballs and set on fire. Bang! 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 The heavy cannons on the large battleship instantly ejected a huge cannonball and the cannonball slammed toward Ross and other people on the shoreline. This kind of giant cannon is far beyond that of ordinary portable artillery. Even if it is a strong one, armament hockey will be able to sway in the explosion. Seeing that the dense first round of shelling is about to fall, Shiryu of the Rain reacted. Rain falls. Almost instantly, he pulled his sword out of its sheath and a blood sword energy cut through the void and swept across the sky, going towards the giant cannonballs. All of them were fixed in midair. Half a second later, cracks began to appear on the cannonballs from the middle in front of many stunned Marines. After splitting into 2, they exploded in the air. Impel Down City Warden. Shiryu of the Rain. In the smoke, I don't know who spoke in a slightly trembling tone, and countless Captain Marine's forehead was dripping with sweat, showing a trace of fear. Chapter 233 gets rid one after another. He is already a traitor. Don't be afraid, we have the Marine headquarters highest battle force admiral standing here with us. Continue to fire, kill the Ghost Hand pirates. Some of the Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral, who can keep the thing settled, immediately shouted at their subordinates after they have restrained the shock in their hearts, and instantly suppressed the diffuse fear. Seeing the 2 Admiral Akainu and Kizaru standing in front of the battleship, The numerous Marines swallowed and the fear in their eyes subsided. Yes, we have Admiral here. Don't be afraid of these pirates. Marine lieutenants raised their swords and shouted and refilled the cannonballs, ready to launch the second round of volleys on the coastline. However, almost at this moment, Shiryu, who blocked the cannonballs, moved. With a sneer on his face, he jumped up into the air, and his sword attack fell on a battleship. A group of garbage, die. Buzz. The blood-red sword energy tore the sky apart and swept down toward the battleship below. The length of the sword's energy was more than hundreds of meters. At a glance, many Marines showed horror and fear. At this time, a golden light suddenly ushered in. I can't let you destroy a battleship as soon as you come up. The golden light converged into Kizaru's form, holding a brilliant cloud sword in his hand and sweeping it down, exploding Shiryu of the Rain's bloody sword energy. Immediately afterward, Kizaru turned into a golden flash as he charged towards Shiryu in the air. He abruptly came in front of Shiryu and kicked him hard with a swing leg. Shiryu was prepared with his right leg was raised and armament hockey was attached to it, and the light-speed kick from Kizaru was blocked. The momentum was surging. What is worth protecting a group of garbage, Kizaru? It's absolutely ruthless, Shiryu of the Rain. After joining the pirates, you immediately changed your methods to that of a pirate. Kizaru squinted at Shiryu of the Rain and said, there's nothing I can do about it. I can only take you back as a prisoner and put you in impel down again. Bang. At the moment his voice fell, Kizaru's foot and the part touched by Shiryu of the Rain blasted open, like a heavy artillery explosion, swaying a terrifying wave in the air. Shiryu withdrew from the aftermath. His face was cold, his body was bloody, and he faced Kizaru fearlessly with a sword. Ding ding dong. So they fought in the air for a time. Blocking Admiral Kizaru? So that's the power of one of the iron walls of Impel Down. Many Marine looked up at the fierce battle between Kizaru and Shiryu of the Rain and felt dry-mouthed. Even a few headquarters vice admiral looked shocked by the terrifying momentum. Artillery. Continue bombing. As Shiryu of the Rain confronted Kizaru, Marine battleship's second round of cannon fire began, not only from heavy cannons but also from small and medium cannons. For a time, the cannonballs seemed to be like rainstorm, and they fell on the shoreline with a loud crack, as if they intend to break the entire coastline. At that moment, thunder exploded in the field. Thunder's net. Bang. The Marines saw the thunder interweaving convergence in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, half of the sky seemed to be converted into a lightning arc. The intertwined thunder wrapped all the cannonballs in it, letting all the cannonballs be in the air, and then one after another they burst apart. In the intertwined thunder, a giant covered in white thunder stood in the sky, and the terrifying momentum shakes the whole audience for a moment. Thunder Giant. Hadruden. There were Marine soldiers looking at the Thunder Giant, showing the hit of fear on their faces. Dressrosa's war was broadcast all over the world. In addition to the most dazzling Ross, Thunder Giant Hadruden was the most eye-catching one. Its thunderstorm force could be said to sweep the whole scene, almost no one could match it, and it exerts Rumble Fruit's invincible ability thoroughly and vividly. This power is actually obtained by a pirate. A headquarters vice admiral on battleship had a rather ugly face. He took a deep breath, held a long sword in his hand, jumped forward, and his sword fell on Hadruden. Crack. Hadruden's huge thunderclap shook and an arc burst out and instantly collided with a sword energy produced by the vice admiral, annihilating the sword energy in an instant. Then Hadruden grasped the empty air in front of him and the thunder gathered in the sky and condensed into a white thunder axe. Then he disappeared from the sky. After a thunder arc flashed, he came directly to the front of the headquarters vice admiral and attacked him with his axe. Crash. The white axe blade is intertwined with thunder and it contains the power of destruction. The headquarters vice admiral's face changed, although he is proficient in observation hockey, but it is too late for him to escape. He holds the sword in both his hands, using the armament hockey to its maximum capacity. Bang. The thunder arc flashed and the headquarters vice admiral's hair instantly became burned, and the whole person flew back to the battleship below, and fell to the deck, barely keeping steady. Hadruden's pupils glittered with thunder arcs, and without any pause, he clasped the handle of the axe in both hands and slammed the axe down onto the battleship, where the thunder poured down like a waterfall. Not good. Block it. The faces of 3 or 4 headquarters vice admiral on several battleships changed, and they all rushed over. Their sword energy was intertwined in the field, and the power of several people was able to block Hadruden's blow. Today's Hadruden has made the Rumble Fruit powerful enough, and although his strength is not at the level of Shiryu of the Rain and Fyaxerman, but he's not very far apart. His strength combined with thunder powers is terrifying. Up. A full 3 headquarters vice admiral surrounded Hadruden, and they did not dare to face him alone and join forces. They fought with Hadruden and caused the sky to shine with golden light and thunder to flash across it. After 2 rounds of volley, the battleships are already very close to the coast. Ross and Akainu are far away, and both of them can almost see the expression on each other's faces. Ross's expression was always calm as he stood with his hands on his back. The marine justice clock behind Akainu was constantly shaking in the sea breeze, and a repressed momentum spread across the field. Do it. Just as Ross and Akainu stood opposite each other, 6 members of Cypher Pol Number 0, located inside the coastline, flashed under the light, and suddenly charged into the coast at the orders of Cypher Pol Number 0 Chief. By this time the shelling was over, just as they were entering the battlefield. The 6 members of Cypher Pol Number 0 are Cypher Pol Number 0 Chief, the newly promoted Cypher Pol Number 0 Vice Chief, and 1 sub-captain, 3 ordinary members. Their overall combat effectiveness is even stronger than that of the Don Quixote family. Chapter 234 Battle the most annoying mouse that is sneaking from behind, get out of here. Just as the Cypher Pol Number 0 people rushed over, a roar echoed on the field, and the terrifying sand waves swept up and overwhelmed toward the Cypher Pol Number 0 member. The giant of the sand, rode. Almost at the moment when the sand was diffused, a silver shadow glittered into countless blades, crossing the sand and shooting at everyone in the Cypher Pol Number 0, wrapped in horrible sharpness and hardness. Metal Giant Stanson. The 2 giants came out one after another, slowing down the offensive of Cypher Pol Number 0 members in an instant. 2 ordinary members and 1 sub-captain were dragged by them. Cypher Pol Number 0 Chief did not want to entangle too much with the Sand Giant and Metal Giant. They knew the Ghost Hand Pirate Regiment very well. The 2 giants were extremely difficult to get past. They could not be killed in a short time, either in body or ability. What's more, the purpose of the Cypher Pol Number 0 Chief is to recapture the heart of Tenri Ubidom Jaskrid. Just as they crossed the Metal Giant and the Sand Giant, a depressed roar suddenly reverberated on the battlefield. They looked up only to see the 4th giant Goldberg rushing towards them. Don't even think about getting past me. Kill him. The Cypher Pol Number 0 Vice Chief did not stop but opened his mouth and ordered the Cypher Pol Number 0 Vice Chief who was following him indifferently. The Cypher Pol Number 0 Vice Chief responded by calmly charging into Goldberg. According to their intelligence, only the 3 giants such as Hadruden and Rode are extremely difficult to deal with. The other 2 giants are just ordinary giants. Although they are much stronger than human beings, the Cypher Pol Number 0 members are not afraid of them. In front of their level of combat, they can defeat a giant in one stroke. Whiz. The Cypher Pol Number 0 Vice Chief jumped up and slammed his legs against Goldberg, slamming 100 meters wide of Tempest Kick, and then traversed it in a moment, going to the Goldberg. But almost immediately after the chop fell, Goldberg's enormous palm slammed in front of him, and a strange glass barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the Tempest Kick. Iron-walled giant. Goldberg. The Tempest Kick of 100 meters wide fell on the barrier and was completely erased. Not even a trace could be found of it as it was stopped in an instant. What? The Cypher Pol Number 0 Vice Chief was taken aback. He didn't expect Goldberg to have this kind of ability. He tried his best to kill the other party in an instant, but the result was that his attack was blocked by the other party. Goldberg sees that the attack of the Cypher Pol Number 0 Vice Chief can't hold against his own barrier. Surging with warfare, he controlled the barrier to protect his body and rushed towards the other side. The barrier area that barrier fruit can manufacture is limited, but this limitation will continue to increase its area as the ability of the devil fruit continues to develop. For the giants, after reading barrier fruit, the base area of the barrier is enormous. After covering the body surface, it is like steel armor. Damn. Cypher Pol Number 0 Vice Chief tried to break through Goldberg, but Goldberg was fearless after wearing a barrier armor, not only blocking him but also fighting other Cypher Pol Number 0 members. In desperation, the Cypher Pol Number 0 Vice Chief can only join forces with his subordinates to suppress the 3 giants and prevent the 3 giants from causing greater damage on the rest of the battlefield. Cypher Pol Number 0 Chief caught the rear situation of the battle and his face under the mask was very indifferent and cold. He did not expect the Ghost Hand Pirates to have hidden this strength. But it is impossible to reverse this situation with this alone. There is Marine Admiral Akainu holding Ross on the front. No one behind Ross can stop him. Luffy can't. Trafalgar Law can't. In front of his top fighting power, even if everyone joins hands, they will be killed. Standing on battleship, Akainu, who had not yet done anything, saw Cypher Pol Number 0 Chief's action, and his eyes flashed. His face raised slightly as he looked down at Ross. You escaped from prison carelessly, and did some damage in headquarters while I was away. Because of this, did you lose your eyes? Ghost Hand Ross. Akainu looked at Ross indifferently. If Ross and others chose to flee at the beginning, it would have been very difficult for them to fight any battle. But Ross chose the most foolish action, that is to fight them. Now he is stuck in a stalemate. Even if he wants to flee, he will pay a price. But Just as Cypher Paul Number 0 Chief was about to rush to the front, a hopeless voice suddenly sounded. "You're Cypher Paul Number 0 Chief, I can't help it. I'll be your opponent for the time being, but don't put too much weight on it." Sneer. Along with the moment when the sound fell, a fierce sound broke through the air, and he saw something that he didn't recognize shot at him at a very fast speed. Cypher Paul Number 0 Chief's face changed slightly, subconsciously waving his arm to resist, using armament hockey and iron body. Bang. A loud bang sounded. Cypher Paul Number 0 Chief was shocked by the strong impact and the whole man swayed back 2 steps. At this time, he also saw clearly what the thing that was shooting at him was. It was a coin. He looked up and looked forward, and the face hidden under the mask became very ugly as he stared at the figure appearing in front. "Wings of Sky, Hueco. You actually joined the pirates?" "No way, I like to gamble and I lot a particular bet so I joined them, and being one of the crew members of 4 emperors." "No, the 5th emperor did not seem like a demotion." Hueco pinched 2 coins and flipped them back and forth between his fingers. As the number 1 pirate hunter, the reputation of Hueco is not small in Marine and the government. Cypher Paul Number 0 Chief naturally recognizes him. On the field, Okainu's face suddenly solidified in the moment Hueco appeared, while Ross, who had been calm, said in a slow way, "If I remember it correctly, Doberman should be your subordinate, that is to say, everything about me, you should know the whole process clearly." While speaking, Ross looked up at Okainu and said with a dull look, "Now, I want to ask if you have a little bit of regret?" Okainu's fists were pinched tightly, showing a fiery red color. His whole face looked very depressed and gloomy. Watching Ross, half of his arms gradually turned into magma. Now he hates to scold Doberman, but what he wants to do right now is to kill Ross with magma bank on the spot. By now, Ghost Hand pirates Lafitte, Law, and others also made all the moves. With vice admirals, rear admirals and other captains and soldiers of Marine headquarters and members of Cypher Paul Number 0, the war has broken out in an all-round way. Unknowingly, you have gained tremendous combat power, but even so, today, this place will be your burial ground. Okainu slowly said. Ross's side has more battle power in form of Hueco, which was beyond his expectations, but even then, this battle just turned from a one-sided battle to a fierce battle. As a Marine, it is absolutely impossible for him to back down in the face of pirates. Today it is necessary to defeat the Ghost Hand pirate regiment. As his voice fell, Okainu's eyes shone with cold light and the whole man jumped up, his arm turned into a huge magma fist that fell head-on towards Ross. The decisive battle broke out. Chapter 235 The Key to Victory and Defeat a Big Fire. With Okainu's punch, the magma surged into a huge magma fist, wrapped in horrifying temperature and momentum, and fell head-on to Ross. Many Marine, caught up in the fierce battle, felt a scorching heat sweeping the battlefield, and could not help looking sideways, with a look of surprise and awe in their eyes. Admiral Okainu's power. Magma. This is Admiral's ability. Not everyone has seen Okainu's attack and power. Some ordinary Marine soldiers feel awe in their hearts at the moment. Meanwhile, their spirit rises with Okainu's attack. Bang. The magma fist suddenly fell. Ross stood there, his eyes were calm and his face remained unchanged. Faced with the magma fist that had dropped with terrible heat, Ross raised his right hand directly and put his hand on it. Buzz. The power of distortion suddenly broke out. Under Ross's power of distortion, Okainu's magma fist begins at its top, assuming a distortion shape, as if it had been inserted by something and churned into a whirlpool, and spread all the way. Feeling Ross's strong power, Okainu's glare sank and with a low cry, the magma fruit's power was once again stimulated, and the magma fist surged up, turning into a fiery hot magma and rushing towards Ross. Bang-long. The magma and the power of distortion collide in the air and just like an invisible wall of air traversing in the air. The magma rushes to the wall of the air and splashes around without going forward. Some of the nearby Marines were fleeing into the distance in horror. Finally, the flow of magma was rigidly contained in midair, and Ross only kept the position of the prospector from beginning to end, without any change. It is as if his body and the ordinary palm had stopped the magma in the sky. The scene is unbelievable. Okainu couldn't break through the blockade of Ross's power of distortion. His eyes were slightly sunken as his strength was restrained. He jumped backward, leaving behind a large swath of magma surging in void. Just as Okainu retreated, Ross pressed his palm forward and folded his 5 fingers gently, grabbing them together in the middle. Crash. Under the surge of the power of distortion, the magma that permeates the sky surges like a whirlpool. It is crudely compressed into a sphere of red magma with a radius of less than 1 meter. The sphere of magma is still flowing like a condensed spiral. After compressing the magma, Ross raised his hand and the ball of the magma was suddenly pushed forward by him, falling into the camp of thousands of Marines. Bad. Terrible. It is the magma of Admiral Akainu, run. Countless Marine captains fled frantically under the magma in horror. But the moment the magma ball landed, the power of distortion disappeared from it, and just like a bomb, the ball of magma burst open and turned into a mass of magma splashing around, sweeping the battlefield. This is... Akainu looked at the scene with a gloomy face. He stopped the magma ball, but only 2 directions of magma were blocked. The Marine force in several other directions was devastated. He looked gloomy in the face, charges violently into Ross, and punched. Ross's face remained unchanged and his eyes were shining with cold light, with his fist ready for attack. Bang! The magma and distortion collided in the air and broke out with great momentum. The hot magma bursts everywhere and Akainu's figure staggers back 2 steps, while Ross is steadily standing in place. Apparently Ross's current power of distortion has already surpassed Akainu's magma frontal attack power. Boom! After Ross forced Akainu back, he followed him and punched Akainu in his waist side. Akainu slammed his elbow and collided with Ross's fist. Ross reached into his clothes and plucked it violently. The cursed blade Morasame was held in his hand, facing Akainu with a fierce chop. Crash! Akainu was instantly split in 2 by cursed blade Morasame. As a Marine Admiral, with his proficiency in observation hockey, it is not difficult for him to detect attacks in advance and avoid them in advance. ZZ. The magma swelled on the ground, and the shape of Akainu suddenly appeared on the right side of Ross. His eyes were cold, and the magma hand pulled fiercely toward Ross's face. Dog-biting Crimson Lotus. The speed of the blow was very fast, but Ross's observation hockey had already perceived it and he had crossed his sword in front of his body. Kyang! The magma hit the sword edge of the cursed blade Morasame, and it was splashed around in an instant. Ross held the handle of the cursed blade Morasame in both hands and swept forward. Buzz! The power of distortion hits the whole front area and Akainu, though elementarily avoiding Ross's sword edge, can avoid a wide range of frontal attacks and is sent flying backward by the attack. Admiral Sakazuki. The Marine in the vicinity was shocked to see this scene. No matter how they look at it, Akainu is clearly falling on a disadvantage in front of Ross. This is the strength of the Ghost Hand Ross that destroyed the headquarters fortress. Now, Shiryu of the Rain and Kizaru's confrontation is barely balanced, but as time goes on, Shiryu of the Rain is bound to gradually fall into a disadvantageous position. On the other side, Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief and Fyoxerman are fighting hard, but like Shiryu of the Rain, once the battle prolongs, Fyoxerman will gradually lose out to Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief. Fyoxerman and Shiryu are still a little bit worse compared to the power of a real Marine Admiral, and that's where the balance of victory and defeat can be determined. Except that the battlefield of the 2 men was not optimistic. The other battlefields were fiercely fierce. Thunder Giant Hadruden, who faced 3 headquarters Vice Admiral alone, still had the upper hand and Rumble Fruit's power was fully exerted. Lafitte faces a headquarters Vice Admiral alone but also shows a state of ease. He has a great chance of winning as the battle continues. Also, Robin continued to strangle the ordinary Marine soldiers. Officers below the captain level could not resist her wide-ranging attacks and were instantly killed in seconds. Trafalgar Law's strength has also grown, and with several giants jointly attacking against Cypher Paul No. 0 Vice Chief and others, their battle is also extremely fierce and it will difficult to win in a short time. From the point of view of the situation, Ross has the upper hand, Shiryu of the Rain and Fyoxerman are slightly inferior, others are in the middle of the fight. In other words, the final victory of battle will be decided by 6 members, Ross, Shiryu of the Rain, Fyoxerman and Marine Admiral Akainu Kizaru and Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief. If Shiryu of the Rain and Fyoxerman can't resist the Admiral and Cypher Paul No. 0 first, it is their defeat, and if Ross is the first to defeat Akainu, it is the win for Ghost Hand Pirates. The key to winning or losing. It's in Ross. Chapter 236 Ross vs Akainu Dog-biting Crimson Lotus. After being pushed back by Ross, the magma quickly converged and formed a body. Akainu waved his hand before Ross rushed over, and the magma surge turned into a fierce wicked dog shape, spinning and swallowing up to Ross as a whole. Ross snorted and stepped forward without evasion. He swung the cursed blade Morasame in his hand and the power of distortion surged out, splitting the magma in half in an instant. The residual power of distortions poured down and ran the rest of the magma on the ground, making a sizzling sound, unable to condense again. Whiz. Akainu's eyes were cold and he clenched his fists and punched towards Ross violently. The magma suddenly turned into countless fists and poured down like the wind rainstorm. Ross's thoughts moved and the power of distortion came out. The space layers in front of him folded and bent, and Akainu's magma fists fell to both sides, without even touching him. Sneer. Ross held the sword in his right hand and stabbed forward. The power of distortion surges above the sword edge, eventually turning into a glowing ball, bursting out from the tip of the sword and shooting directly at Akainu. Akainu saw that his attack was blocked by Ross's uncanny ability and his face changed slightly. Faced with Ross's attack, he retracted his arms and folded them in front of him. Bang! Glowing, the distortion void ball, the moment it touched Akainu's arms, a terrible power of distortion erupts and sweeps away. Akainu muttered and the whole man instantly collapsed into magma that spread in every direction and for a time no human form. Exploding volcano. Akainu, scattered in all directions, did not panic but gave a violent roar. The scattered magma shone with terrible fluctuations and suddenly rose to the sky. During the overflowing magma surge, it seems to be a volcanic eruption scene, tilting down to Ross's head, to bury Ross under the magma. Distortion. Ross looked on indifferently and backhanded with a sword. Sneer. That horrible magma, under Ross's full-blown sword of distortion, split instantly from the center and was stiffened by Ross's sword. After cutting off the magma, Ross stepped forward and directly appeared in front of Akainu and attacked him with his sword. Akainu was ready, pushing his hands forward, and the magma whistled as the whole man fell down. Since Ross has already demonstrated this ability many times before, it has already been logged into Marine's intelligence data and Akainu has already seen the intelligence report about Ross in advance, knowing the various capabilities of Ross, and has been careful. Snee. Ross split the magma with his sword, while Akainu retreated 10 meters away. With your current powers, it is impossible for you to easily defeat me who is a Logia user and you should be able to see that this battle won't last long for your teammates. Akainu stood there with a slightly raised face, clearly standing at the bottom, but he looked at Ross with a kind of overlooking eye. Really? Ross's face remained unchanged and in response, he swooped down towards Akainu. Distortion, light explosion. A brilliant ray of light was fired from the cursed blade Morasame's edge and pierced Akainu's eyes at the same time. It's useless. Akainu roared and half of his head turned directly into magma, unaffected by light. His observation haki sensed Ross's movements and punched him. Bang! Ross's blade split and the power of distortion collided with magma and eventually, the power of distortion gained the upper hand, pulling Akainu out again and leaving a blood stain on Akainu's shoulder. However, this blood mark was only a minor injury so Akainu didn't care. He snorted, waved his hand sharply, and hit Ross with another huge magma fist. Whiz! Ross stepped forward to the right and suddenly crossed the space and appeared to the left of Akainu. The cursed blade Morasame in his hand splitted towards Akainu. Akainu's body was turned into magma and instantly condensed on the left side of Ross. When it was not yet completely formed, a magma fist had already come over. Ross's eyes were bright and indifferent, and his left hand was shaken into a fist. Bang! The two fists collided in the air and a huge momentum broke out. The waves surged in all directions. The magma continued to smash and splattered and Akainu was once again pushed back. Ross took advantage of the situation to move forward and did not use the distortion sonic boom. Since Akainu has been prepared for the optical attack method then he must be also ready for the sonic attack method. In front of the top powers, it is not so easy to create a chance to counterattack by using the same strategy. Just like Whitebeard in the War of the Best, if it had not been for his physical injury, he would not have exposed so many flaws, and his powers would have been even more terrifying. However, the sonic explosion is a small tool that cannot be used right now, but Ross has other positive explosive power, and even if this is known in advance, the enemy would still be unable to resist it and will be affected. Conqueror's Haki. Bang! As Ross stepped down, a horrible Conqueror's Haki skyrocketed and circled in all directions, sweeping the entire battlefield. Whitebeard didn't use Conqueror's Haki in the War of the Best because the Whitebeard pirates had too many people and they were mingled with the Marines. Even with a top-notch control, it was impossible to distinguish between the enemy and the friends. But currently, Ghost Hand Pirates is a very small group of people, taking the elite route. For Ross, he has enough control to use Conqueror's Haki and avoid only a few people on his own side. Buzz. Conqueror's Haki swept the entire battlefield and hundreds of Marine soldiers' movements were fixed in an instant, their eyes turned white and they began to fall to the ground like dominoes. Even Marines lieutenant officers were only able to stay awake, and the vice admirals and the rear admirals were greatly affected and cold sweat ran down on their forehead. This. Conqueror's Haki. The Marines who had not fallen to the ground watched the people around them fall down one after another and felt a tremor in their heart. They looked in Ross's direction and their eyes already showed a tinge of fear. Shiryu of the Rain and Fyaxerman, who had fallen slightly in their battle, also stabilized the situation under the effects of Conqueror's Haki, allowing Kizaru and Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief to put their efforts into action at the moment. Akainu was the most affected. Akainu, standing in front of Ross, was the first to feel the effects of Conqueror's Haki at the moment of its outbreak. Even though he knew Ross had Conqueror's Haki and was on the alert in advance, he could not immunize the effects of Conqueror's Haki on himself. In front of Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki and Armament Haki are almost restricted and influenced at the same time. Sneer. Ross's Conqueror's Haki shocked the audience and he attacked Akainu with his sword. Akainu was influenced by Conqueror's Haki, and he knew that the situation was not good. He did not hesitate to choose to avoid the coming attack. He would rather bear the aftershock of Ross's power of distortion. However, the fall of Ross's sword did not inspire the effects that Akainu had imagination. Instead, it was a false trick to pick it up high and put it down gently. If his Observation Haki was not affected, he would not be deceived by this kind of trick. Under the influence of Conqueror's Haki, both the mind and the two-color Haki are affected at the same time, showing great flaws for a time. Whiz. At the next moment, Ross's figure flickered, catching up with Akainu in the retreat. He clenched his fist punched. Akainu can no longer avoid it. He was forced to raise his arms to stimulate Magma Surge while trying to rally Armament Haki as hard as he could to resist Ross's punch. But he was originally inferior to Ross in terms of power and now it is hard to resist. Bang. The punch fell and the magma splashed around. Akainu barely resisted for a second, and the whole person flew backward toward the rear. The power of distortion hit his body, causing him to spurt out blood from his mouth which was burned and evaporated by magma. Crash. He hit a reef on the coast, smashing it and splashing it. Chapter 237 Comprehensive Suppression Cough. Cough. This is. After breaking the reef, Akainu gathered his body again in a piece of magma. He had a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, his clothes were broken, and the whole person looked bad. Kizaru and others were also surprised to see Akainu injured. If the battle between him and Ross stayed at a standstill, they had a good chance of winning. But if Akainu could not stop Ross, the situation would be quite different. It can be said. If Ross and Akainu's battle remained in a deadlock to the end, the only one who would be able to stand from the Ghost Hand Pirates in the end would be Ross, and they will have two admirals and the Cypher Paul No. 0 chief to face him, as they would be able to beat Shiryu of the Rain and Fyuk Sermon. But the Ghost Hand Pirates cannot afford the luxury of remaining in deadlock in this battle, no matter which side. It cannot be so stagnant, especially Ross. To win this fight, he must beat Akainu as fast as possible. Whiz. After pushing Akainu, Ross barely stopped. He followed him with the Cursed Blade Morass aim and continued to attack Akainu. With the previous blow, the balance between him and Akainu is completely skewed, but even so, the whole battle endgame is still unknown, because Akainu still has the power to fight. He is a Marine Admiral and also a Logia user. His endurance and tenacious are very strong. Even if Whitebeard made a full-powered attack, he couldn't directly abolish Akainu. Blasting Stars. While charging towards Akainu, Ross raises his foot and strikes the ground, and the gravity distortion excites and covers a large area of the coastline. Almost instantly, the whole earth burst apart inch by inch, flying up to the sky with seawater and gravel, and wrapping Akainu in it. This. What is this? Run. Many Marines have also been shrouded in the attack. While fighting Akainu, Ross will not let go of this chance to kill a large number of Marines. Seawater and gravel sediments rush to the sky, engulfing a large number of Marines. Great eruption. Akainu was also wrapped in one of the sand and gravel, and then there was a depressed cry from the sand. Bang. Magma burst out, shattering the sand and gravel apart, and many Marines nearby were affected by the aftershocks. They were swallowed up by the magma almost instantaneously, and they could not even scream before dying. It turns out that killing the Marines is also the justice of Marine. Ross spoke calmly and suddenly took a step forward. The Cursed Blade Morass aim in his hand fell sharply, wrapped in the power of distortion space. Akainu was smashed by the blade, and the dangerous situation triggered the unconscious elementalization transformation. Akainu fell down, but the attack still left a terrible wound from the eyebrow to the chest. No. They sacrificed their lives to exterminate pirates. Akainu gloomily looked at Ross's face and did not waver at his words. He shouted angrily, raised his hands sharply, and burst out with countless magma fists that shot at Ross. Akainu's words changed the faces of some Marines nearby, but in front of the enemy on the battlefield, their brain had little time to think. They could only listen to Chief's orders and continue to rush towards Law and others. Good reason, then. Please sacrifice yourself for the extermination of a pirate. Ross floated in midair, looking down at Akainu below, and raising his hand with cold eyes. A giant meteorite with a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters, which has been composed of sand, rocks, and seawater, falls head-on to Akainu with Ross's command. Akainu sneered and said with a cold voice, "I can't die halfway as a Marine Admiral unless trash like you are wiped out on the sea." Great eruption. Bang. Akainu slammed into the sky, His arm turned into an unprecedented giant magma fist, crashing into the horrible meteorite. The terrifying collision sound shook the whole audience instantly, and the sea surged with violent waves. The island seemed to tremble for a moment, and numerous marines were unstable, and some were even directly wrapped up in the aftershocks, rolling without resistance. This huge blow brought the whole battlefield to a standstill for a moment, and Law and Robin and others had to retreat to resist the aftermath of the outbreak. Crash. The seawater on a giant meteorite nearly kilometers in diameter was eventually consumed by Akanu's magma, and the sediment and rocks were swallowed up by magma, turning it into a terrifying magma ball. Watching Akanu block the terrifying meteorite and create such a terrifying magma ball, many marine spirits were lifted in excitement. But in the next moment, Ross, suspended in the air, splits his sword. Crash. Under the astounding eyes of countless people, the vast ball of magma was split into two halves by a sword. The aftermath of the power of distortion swelled down, and Akanu's body instantly exploded. Although Ross didn't gather much strength in this attack, Akanu was at the end of his efforts to resist the meteorite. Even if he tried his best to stimulate armament hockey to resist, he still couldn't stop it. Cough. Cough. Once again, Akanu's body gathered, and this time his forehead was bloody, and there was bright red blood flowing from his mouth and nose. He coughed violently as if he had been seriously injured. Seeing this scene, Kizaru and others changed their faces and tried to rush to support Akanu, but were blocked by the sneering Shoyu of the Rain and Fire. Whiz. Kizaru just shot a smashing laser and couldn't make it anymore. Ross raised his hand and grabbed it. The laser was pinched in his hand and condensed into a thumb-sized twilight ball, which he threw at Akanu. Bang long. Akanu raised his hand and the magma splashed, blocking the golden laser. Ross continues to rush towards Akanu, who has been injured twice, although not to the extent of serious injuries, but such injuries will gradually affect his performance. Bang. 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 Faced with the injured Akanu, Ross holds the cursed blade Morass aim and attacked him continuously with his sword and collides head-on with Akanu, never giving Akanu any chance to avoid him or his attacks. Akanu's observation hockey is very strong, but Ross's observation hockey is also very strong. Akanu's armament hockey is tyrannical, and Ross's armament hockey is not inferior to his. In the constant collision, Akanu was completely suppressed in the downwind, and he could only continue to fight while retreating continuously, and the magma continued to explode. How could this be? Admiral Akanu is. Many Marines looked at this scene with fear in their eyes. This is not the kind of balance of power at the beginning of the fight, the means of each other's confrontation, but now the Admiral is being completely suppressed by Ross. On the other two battlefields, Kizaru was leveled a little because of his support for Akanu, while Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief gained the upper hand, but it was only the upper hand. He was not as strong as Ross, and the situation wasn't in his complete control. If it goes on like this, it will be bad. A headquarters vice admiral, who was entangled with Hadruden, felt a chill in his heart. Even though Hadruden was extremely difficult to deal with, he did not show any fear, but now his forehead was overflowing with sweat. If Akanu can't stop Ross, the result of this battle will be their defeat. Chapter 238 Absolute Defense. Akanu, who was getting beaten back and forth by Ross in the eyes of the public, was naturally very angry. His constant roaring and screaming stimulated the ability of magma fruits to its the limit, making the earth seem to be turned into rolling magma, but he was still unable to stop Ross's offensive. Every time Akanu tried to overload the outbreak and restore the situation, Ross relentlessly returned to the outbreak and knocked it back. Bang. Bang. A sword is shining, mixed with the power of distortion, and the magma is being splashed everywhere. At the same time, the coastline is being torn apart and the sea waves are getting stacked. After dozens of fierce confrontations, Ross suddenly punched Akanu's magma back and kicked it out and slammed his punch between Akanu's chest and abdomen. Puff. Akanu spewed out blood, and the whole person flew backward. To withstand such a blow, even if his body is stronger than other people and even with his strong armament hockey, his element offsetting most of the damage, his viscera is still severely impacted, and it will be difficult for him to recover for a while. 8-span mirror. When he saw Akanu flying backward, Kizaru's face changed, and after repelling Shiryu with a hard blow, a flash of light came from him as he came towards Ross. Tempest Kick, Extreme. Almost immediately after the Kizaru attack fell, Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief suddenly roared and pushed Fire back just for a moment and attacked Ross from behind. Tempest Kick, Violence. As if they were of the same mind, when Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief attacked, the Cypher Paul No. 0 Vice Chief also made a concerted effort to break through the giant's blockade and hit Ross from his right side using Tempest Kick. At the same time, the various headquarters vice admiral in Marine also forcibly supported Akanu by and used their own long-ranged attacks on Ross. Great Eruption. At this moment, Akainu is also forced to cohere his body. In the mad roar, a terrible blow erupts. Half of his body seems to turn into a fierce magma beast. His black and red body emits palpitating heat and roars at Ross. In this short moment, the top combat powers on the field almost simultaneously launched a storm of attacks on Ross, and all attacks were concentrated on one point. Not good. That's terrible. The faces of Shiryu of the Rain and Fuyuxerman and others have changed. Their strength is slightly inferior to that of Kizaru and Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief. It is too late for them to try to support Ross. They can only block Kizaru and Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief and ensure that they won't continue to issue a follow-up attack. As for everyone else's face changes, Trafalgar Law used room, trying to transfer Ross out of danger, but because of the area's attack wrapped in the influence of tyrannical armament Haki, coupled with a distortion of space, led to a situation where he wasn't able to transfer Ross. It is also very costly to make such a joint blow. One of the headquarters vice admiral was directly hit by the thunder of Hadruden and his body was blackened as he fell to the ground, and the advantage that Kizaru and Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief had in their battle before was also put into the water. But this joint attack is also incredibly powerful, because this is a combination attack done by of many powerful people, even if it is not the strongest attack that they can do at their peak stat, but together, the momentum of this attack is more than any admiral attack. Even if it doesn't kill Ross on the spot, he would be seriously injured and unable to fight any longer. As long as Ross is seriously injured, this battle will be completely transformed into Marine's victory. Even if Akainu can't take on the seriously injured Ross, he would be able to hold him in deadlock and depending upon Ross's injuries he may even be able to defeat him. That situation combined with other local advantages, everything will end. Banglong. Under the indifferent gaze of Akainu and others, but with the change of Robin's face color and the nervous and anxious gaze of Ghost Hand pirates, the overwhelming attack finally converged at Ross's position and exploded. The attack performed by this group of people is so powerful that it is hard to imagine. The ray of light blasted, accompanied by the roar of the magma, the momentum of Tempest Kick, and the attacks that the headquarters vice admiral desperately sent to rescue Akainu were all intertwined. The area was covered almost instantaneously and there was a blast that covered hundreds of meters area. The entire coast and the earth seemed to have collapsed. It was like an earthquake, and the island was also shuddering. Crash. The sea surged up into the sky, rolling and surging. Damn it. Captain Trafalgar Law, Robin, and others almost put down the fight in their hands and looked at the center of the lingering aftermath. Akainu's half-body recovered to its original state. He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and looked at the center of the explosion with indifferent eyes. No one could resist such an attack. Even 100 Beast Kaido would not remain intact after receiving such a strong attack. At most, he would recover quickly with his immortal body after being injured. The aftermath gradually dissipated. In that scene, a huge cave appeared in a regular circular shape, covering hundreds of meters of squares and the bottom of the cave was still vaguely flowing with magma. Is he dead? A lieutenant marine watched this scene and couldn't help mumbling. But almost in the next moment, their eyes were all stagnated, staring at the center of the pit, their faces frozen, gradually showing an almost unbelievable look. There. Ross was floating quietly in the middle of the sky, his eyes were calm with no change from their previous calmness and his expressions were the same, even his clothes did not have a trace of breakage. His figure looked like a phantom as if that attack just passed through his body without doing any damage to him. This is impossible. Akainu's face changed dramatically as he watched such an unbelievable scene. He released his observation haki to perceive the situation and he perceives true flesh and blood. That is not a phantom, it is the body of Ross. The expressions on Kizaru and Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief faces are also changed dramatically, showing a shock. How is Ross able to remain unscathed by that attack? How did he do it? There was complete silence. Nothing is impossible, you don't know enough about my strength and by the time you understand my strength, everything will be over. Ross, holding the blood-red cursed blade Morasame in his hand, was suspended in the air, overlooking Akainu in the distance and saying calmly. At the moment when his voice fell, he stepped out, crossed the space abruptly, and came in front of Akainu. Resisting the joint efforts of all the people is naturally the ability of the space distortion. Since gaining the power of space distortion, Ross has used it for countless times. His mastery of this power has gradually become more sophisticated and he can even create an absolute field of space around him by distorting the space. This move is not invincible. But unless it's an attack that breaks up space or an armament haki that's strong enough to destroy the power of distortion, or a space ability like piercing devil fruits, it's impossible to shake the walls of this distortion space. Any attack will be lost due to the space's distortion. This is a more perfect and powerful absolute defense than the barrier fruit barrier. Chapter 239 Total Bounty. After blocking the sudden alliance of Akainu and others, Ross once again took a step out of distortion space and came in front of Akainu, sweeping Cursed Blade Morasame in his hand. In the face of Ross's attack, although it is not clear how Ross blocked such an attack, Akainu forced his mind to restrain those thoughts and resist Ross's attack. But his heart gradually sank to the bottom of the abyss. Such a combination attack did not hurt Ross and it failed to reverse the situation. The fight is still the same and nothing has changed. He is still in the same situation as he was before, unless Kizaru and others can beat Shiryu of the Rain and Fusuk Sermon faster and came to help him against Ross. Sneer. Ross swung his sword and cut Akainu from his waist. Akainu elementalized himself in advance, and at the moment of his body was splitting, he waved toward Ross, and the magma surged rapidly, showing the head of the dog to Ross. Ross's left hand clenched into a fist and swayed. Bang! The fists intersected and Akainu froze for a second, and the whole person rolled backward. Ross stepped out and suddenly caught up with Akainu. The power of distortion continued to erupt, suppressing Akainu's actions, slamming into him like a blasting hammer and slamming his entire body into the collapsed land. Kizaru's face is already depressed and he flickers around, trying to join forces with Akainu to deal with Ross and Shiryu of the Rain, so as to fight them jointly and even join the Cypher Paul No. 0 chief and win. Get out of here. Faced with the rushing Kizaru, Ross stared coldly and kicked out with a violent kick. It's the fourth time he had fought against Kizaru, and Ross is a little tired of the fight between them. The glint fruit user can no longer bring up any strong warfare. Boom. Kizaru collided with Ross's foot, and after a second of rigidity, the whole person still turned into a streamer and flew backward, unable to compete with Ross in the front. Shiryu of the Rain's face is cold as he charges into Kizaru. As the person who is fighting against Kizaru, he had let Kizaru support Akainu several times now. This is a bit of embarrassment for his part. Although Kizaru's fruit ability is too flexible and too difficult to deal with, he is also a top swordsman and the number 2 character in Ghost Hand Pirates. Kyang! Shiryu of the Rain broke out with his strength. Kizaru resisted in a hurry, his forehead was swept by sword energy, and there was a blood stain. The wrinkles on his face suddenly squeezed more. You're not at all merciful to start with. Will you be merciful? Shiryu of the Rain snorted and continued to storm towards Kizaru. With Kizaru's blockade, Akainu was once again alone and he was timely drilled out of from the underground, and to stabilize the situation, he attacked Ross with a torrent of magma. But even so, Ross hasn't been injured so far, but he has been injured several times in a row. After fighting Ross several times, he falls into a disadvantaged position. Dead. Ross's eyes were cold. Instead of giving Kizaru and others a chance to support him this time, his eyes flashed with a cold light. He shouldered Akainu's magma fist and slapped his elbow on Akainu's chest. Injury with injuries. Because Ross's defense is watertight, he has suffered no injuries so far. Akainu neglected Ross's fierce means, and now with these sudden encounters, it is too late to change tactics. Boom. His elbow wrapped in the power of distortion, Akainu flew out 100 meters away. He felt his internal organs began to shift in his body and he almost spit out blood from his mouth, and the coughed out blood even contained the parts of his internal organs. Having withstood such a blow, he has been completely subdued. On the other side, Ross, who resisted Akainu's magma fist, had no shoulder pierced by his attack because of his armament hockey's defense, plus with his rock and maximum value of physical enhancement, he only received severe burns and burns. But alarmingly, his apparently badly burned shoulder, his scorched skin, was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the flesh and new skin underneath were growing rapidly. It only took a few seconds. The large black skin has become a crusted dead skin, starting to peel off from the edge, revealing the fresh skin inside the white. This guy's body. Seeing this scene, Akainu gritted his teeth and his pupils contracted violently. Ross's body had such a terrifying recovery ability. How many methods is this guy hiding? This resilience, in his memory, seems to have been only possessed by 100 Beast Kaido. Even Garp does not have such a strong self-healing ability. Sakazuki, it's time to withdraw. Kizaru saw Akainu taking a heavy attack and finally completely lost the battle intent. If Akainu is finished, then it will be his turn. Although he has absolute confidence in his speed, Ross has a space-like ability, by which he can keep up with him, and he does not want to be beaten by Ross. Akainu was full of unwillingness, but it was also clear that this battle is done. Completely defeated. At this moment, Marine's morale has also dropped to an all-new low point. Even the headquarters vice-admiral have almost lost their fighting spirit, not to mention the remaining Marines. Retreat. Following Kizaru's orders, a headquarters vice-admiral gritted his teeth and screamed out for a retreat. The siege and suppression done by Marines were defeated by the pirates and they were forced to retreat, which is undoubtedly a great shame for Marines. The only thing better is that there are Kizaru and Akainu on it, so the blame will not fall upon the head of Vice Admirals. Bastards. Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief saw that Marine chose to retreat, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. There was a reluctant look in his eyes, but there was no way. Marine chose to retreat, and he had to go, and he had to help Marine retreat. Otherwise, no matter which side Ross pursued, there would be heavy casualties on either side. 8-span mirror. Kizaru began to release a wide range of attacks, covering the Marine retreat. Ross continued to storm towards Akainu, trying to kill Akainu on the spot. Cypher Paul No. 0 Vice Chief got rid of the giants and rushed to support them, and Akainu teamed up with them and fought back. Finally, the 5 battleships were destroyed and the last one was in tattered condition. Kizaru and others helped each other and reluctantly evacuated to the remaining battleship to cover the evacuation of battleship. At this point, Marines are completely defeated. 2 Admiral, plus Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief, laid a joint attack on the Ghost Hand pirates and failed. On the sea, Ross continues to pursue and seemingly never stooping. When battleships sailed hundreds of meters away on the distant sea under the power of Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief and others, Ross heard a sound in his ear as he was trying to chase them on the sea. Marine Headquarters, World Government, Joint Operations led by Admiral and Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief have been defeated, awarding 140 talent proficiency points and 1 free talent points. When he heard this sound, Ross's action paused. Stepping on Moonwalk and following Shoyu of the Rain, Ross stopped and squinted at the battleship in the distance. Do we still pursue? Forget it. Looking at battleship, which has sailed too far, Ross shook his head. Only he and Shoyu of the Rain could chase them across the sea. Even with Akainu being seriously injured, they had no advantage. Shoyu nodded and followed Ross to return to the coast. He actually consumed a lot of stamina, and he was also subjected to a laser by Kizaru. The wound was not serious, but it also affected his battle state. On the shore road, the giant Sand and others who could not chase the Marines across the sea, stood at the shore and watched from afar. They saw the Marines fighting and fleeing farther and farther. Ross and Shoyu of the Rain finally returned, and their tense spirit finally relaxed. Each of their figures seems a bit beaten up. Many people have some small injuries, including Ross, but no serious injuries. Everyone looked at each other and no one spoke. Ross's gaze gradually swept away from Shoyu of the Rain and others, and finally, a smile appeared on his face, dispelling all the depression under the sunlight. What? Ha 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 ha. I don't know who did it first, but everyone followed him by laughing, laughter echoing across the coast. So many Aborigines people on the island looked at this way, showing awe and admiration. Although many people did not watch the complete fight scene, but they saw the second half of the battle. They saw Ross taking on the joint attacks of the Marines without being injured. They saw Ross pounding Akainu on the ground. They saw the Marines retreating in front of Ghost Hand pirates, destroying the terrifying powerhouses of Marine headquarters. This news is rare and not exaggerated. Even Marine Admiral was defeated by them. It's unbelievable. This is the Ghost Hand pirates. The Emperor of the New World, the 5th Emperor. The people muttered in awe, looking at the people on the shore who were laughing. A few days later, as a result of the battle on the island, the news spread throughout the world. Even if the government and Marine tried their best to cover up with words to safeguard the dignity of Marine and the government, they could not hide the fact that the encirclement and suppression campaign had completely failed. The siege and suppression of Marine admirals were defeated. If the former Ghost Hand Ross and Ghost Hand Pirate Regiment were only known as the 5th Emperor of the New World and they did not enough power to safeguard that name, then after this battle, in the eyes of countless people, they are almost equal to the position of New World's 5th Emperor, standing at the top of countless pirates. Subsequently, Ghost Hand Pirates' new bounties are also spread to the world. Captain Ghost Hand Ross, bounty of 1.7 billion berries. The Killer Shoyu of the Rain, bounty of 1.1 billion berries. Wings of Sky Fyuk Sermon, bounty of 1 billion berries. Demon Sheriff Lafitte, bounty of 380 million berries. Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law, bounty of 270 million berries. Devil Child Nico Robin, bounty of 200 million berries. Also, the Giant Regiment, which was previously incomplete with bounty, was also released with new complete bounties. Thunder Giant Hadruden's bounty reached 530 million berries, Sand Giant got 300 million berries, Metal Giant Stanson received 250 million berries, Iron Wall Giant Goldberg got 220 million berries, and the Last Girth received a 50 million berries bounties. The total bounty of the Giant Regiment has reached 1.36 billion berries, and the total bounty of Ghost Hand Pirates is more than 6 billion. Maybe there is a slight lack of power distribution and their sphere of influence, but overall, there is nothing missing. Someone looked at the ghost hand pirates' bounty posters on the table and snorted, and took a deep breath to make a final conclusion. It is enough for them to be tied with the 4 other. Chapter 240 Kaido's Actions Marine Headquarters. In a temporary room. Doberman just received a real-time report from the front line and then returned to his room. At this moment, he sat there, without a word, and the whole room was silent. Kizaru and Akainu joined forces with Cypher Paul No. 0 and carried out a comprehensive encirclement of the ghost hand pirates. And even with that kind of lineup, they failed, and this time the other party didn't flee. It is a complete defeat of the Marines and the government's joint army. The Ghost Hand Pirates has grown from a small pirate group to the 5th emperor who can stand firm in New World. Doberman's hands were shaking. His hands were on the table, his fists clenched tightly, and because of that, his hands trembled slightly. If he had not been injured in the previous battle, he would surely have gone to the front line in this campaign of encirclement and suppression. Such campaigns of encirclement and suppression has failed. Even 2 admirals joining forces with Cypher Paul No. 0 chief and their members failed, so how can they get the Ghost Hand Pirates now? Assigning the 3 admiral to chase them is almost impossible, as Fleet Admiral Sengoku can't afford the responsibility if something unexpected happens. Marine can't go out to deal with the 4 emperors, and it's equally impossible to send a huge force to New World to deal with the Ghost Hand Pirates because the uncertainty is too great. Doberman clenched his fists. Suddenly, he thought that this is not desperate. New World has 4 emperors in addition to the Ghost Hand Pirates. Yes, there is 4 emperors, the guy who has provoked 100 Beast Kaido, and Kaido will find him sooner or later. At that time, there is a chance to kill the Ghost Hand Pirates. Doberman looked up suddenly, his eyes shining again. Impel Down has a lot of big-named pirates that are being held in because of this reason. Because they overdraft their stamina in their fight and then they are taken by Marines. Marines don't care about the process, they only care about the result. If the Ghost Hand Pirates and the Beast Pirates fought, then Marines only needs to send an admiral out to observe. There is a great chance to become a fisherman and capture Ross, who will be weaker after his fight. It doesn't matter if Kaido has an immortal body and they can't kill him or imprison him, but it's enough if he can exterminate Ross and the Ghost Hand Pirate Regiment. Ho! Doberman took a deep breath and relaxed his fists slightly. He regained his calm, with a cold shimmer in his eyes. At this time, a Marine captain suddenly came in from the outside. Reporting. Vice Admiral Doberman, this is a document sent to you by Dr. Vegapunk of the Science Force. The Marine captain came in and handed over a sealed document to Doberman. Vegapunk? Doberman narrowed his eyes slightly and motioned the captain to retreat. He slowly tore open the envelope and took out the document from it. He looked at it carefully and his expression immediately became cloudy and uncertain. New World. Somewhere on the snow-capped island, there is a hole. 100 Beast Kaido sat cross-legged, with 2 long black beards fluttering and shaking, and in front of him was a set of bounty posters, the top of which was a bounty of 1.7 billion berries, which was Ross's bounty poster. Kaido touched the back of his head. Very capable, that kid. Marines caught him and he just came out. He destroyed the Marine headquarters and fought with Marines again. Marines aren't really getting any better at all. Hearing the low and dissatisfied voice of Kaido, the subordinates of some of the Beast Pirates next to him glanced at each other and swallowed their saliva. Someone took out Ross's bounty order, saying, "But Kaido-sama, we can't underestimate this Ghost Hand Ross, destroying the Marine fortress in front of the Fleet Admiral and leading the Ghost Hand Pirates to win against Marine Admirals." Huh? Kaido's drooping eyelids suddenly opened and stared at the pirate who spoke. Suddenly, Kaido stood up, his huge body standing in the cave, and a terrible momentum exploded in the cave, causing everyone around him to sit on the ground in horror. Underestimate him. So what? Kaido's voice exploded here like thunder, making people's eardrum buzz. Who do you think I am? Did you ask me if I agree or not before you become an emperor in the New World? The voice dropped. Kaido picked up the wine gourd and poured it into his mouth. He said in a cool voice after drinking, "Go, call Jack and others back. We are going to teach a kid that he can't be an emperor in the New World." At sea. The giant pirate ship of the giant family is sailing on the sea. After the battle with Marine and the defeat of the Marines, the people took a little rest on the island, loaded and unloaded some food and fresh water, then boarded the ship and left the island and sailed the New World. Whoop, the wind has changed. On the deck, Luffy was measuring the wind direction and current. After noticing the change of the wind direction, he turned his mahogany stick and shouted at the rear, "Put up the side sail and get wind in the west." As Luffy's voice fell, a bunch of strange-looking toys rushed out, unfastened the rope of the sail, and began to hang the sail according to Luffy's instructions. These toys naturally come from Sugar. After catching the Sugar from Dressrosa, she has been detained on the ship. These toys were attacked by Ghost Hand Pirates. After being caught by Luffy and others, They changed Sugar into toys to act as free handyman and sailor on the boat. In the presence of Lafitte and Law and so many terrifying people, how dare Sugar not obey? One of them is plain weird, the other wants to slice her up for research, and even give her biochemical modification. Naturally. Because Ross mentioned the usefulness of Sugar's ability, Lafitte and others are just making the best use of it. In addition to intimidating her and using her abilities, she is locked in a separate small room. Ghost hand. In the Sugar room, Ross did not know when to go in, but in the room, Sugar was shrinking in the corner of the bed, pulling the quilt, and looking at Ross while trembling. For her, Ross can be described as the most terrible existence in the Ghost Hand Pirates. Doflamingo was defeated by Ross, not to mention, he escaped from the Impel Down, destroyed the Marine headquarters, and defeated Marine Admiral. "Call me Captain." Ross calmly opened his mouth and stared at Sugar, and thought thoughtfully. Sugar's ability is very useful, but it also has a corresponding danger. After all, one will become a toy when they are touched and will be forgotten by others. This is a very terrifying ability. However, it was precisely because this ability was too dangerous that Lafitte hypnotized Sugar so that she dared not walk out of the small room or disobey the people on board. "Ship, Captain." Sugar huddled there in fear, trembling, wondering what Ross was going to do with her. Chapter 241 Bracel. She had previously learned from Lafitte and others that Ross had ordered her not to be killed and they kept her on board, but then Ross went into the Impel Down, and this matter had no further context and they did not know how to deal with her, so Lafitte and others put her under house arrest. And now, Ross is back. How would he deal with her, or how would the fate play her? They are all tied to Ross. If he thinks she is too dangerous, he is likely to handle her in one sentence. It is also possible for him to throw her to Trafalgar Law for some terrifying transformation tests. In short, Sugar's heart is filled with fear at any point. Your abilities are a little too dangerous, and you used to be a Doflamingo family member. If you don't obey, well, it would be a pity to kill you. Ross put his hand on his chin and thought. In fact, he has many ways, whether it is Lafitte's deep hypnosis, or after Law has mastered the soul exchange surgery, where he would be directly able to exchange Sugar's soul for a reliable person and there would be no problem. "No, don't kill me." Sugar was scared by Ross's out-loud thoughts, and she looked like she was about to cry and said with fear in her voice, "I will be very obedient." Although Lafitte and others did not intentionally frighten and torture her during the period on board, they made her timider, and at the moment it seemed that she was going to be scared unconscious. Ross stared at her calmly for a moment and said, "There's only one way to live. That's obedience. If you start with the crew and behave well, you may be promoted to a cadre in the future." Sugar nodded. After eating Hobi no Mi, in addition to the body being fixed at the same age and no longer growing up, the mind is also become fixed at this age in some aspects, which may be the side effect of Hobi no Mi. "Then, you can move freely on board, but you must wear this glove." Ross nodded and took out a very thin glove from his pocket, the end of which was connected with two metallic-colored rings. That's the characteristic Seastone Explosion wristband. With his current level of observation hockey, he's not afraid of other people to sneak attacks even when he is sleeping. He can remain vigilant and he is not worried about whatever tricks Sugar has up her sleeves. But other people are different. In the event that Sugar turns someone into a toy, they will all suddenly lose their memories of that person and it will be very troublesome. "It's ugly." Sugar looked at the pair of gloves and couldn't help but say, but as soon as she looked at Ross's eyes, she became so scared that she quickly took the gloves and put them on. The slightly delicate Seastone explosive wristband fits perfectly on her slender wrist and cannot be pulled directly off the front of her palm. When the Seastone wristband was placed on the wrist, her body suddenly became a little soft, but still kept normal. It seems that there is no problem. Ross used observation hockey to capture the action of the toys outside and noticed that the toys did not show signs of turning back to human beings, so he slightly nodded. Seastone's limitations on the human body vary from person to person. This Seastone wristband is a small-scale trait that can limit Sugar's hands without making her powers totally ineffective. Sugar wearing a pair of small gloves sprouted a lot more than before, and Ross thought it should be misconception after her danger had been eliminated. Seastone. Sugar senses the changes and knows that the wristband is Seastone, but the wristband is idiosyncratic, and it takes a lot of effort to take it off after wearing it. And after she put it on, she didn't have the strength to take it out. This wristband should not be taken down casually, and don't let your toys take it out for you. If you take it, it will be like this. Ross took a slightly larger wristband from his pocket, and when he closed it again, the entire wristband exploded and it was filled with smoke. Sugar was shocked, her eyes shone with terror, and she looked at Ross with a look that said he was a devil. Ross's eyes flashed with a glimmer of satisfaction and he turned to walk outside the door, saying, "Come on, follow me out." Sugar looked at the wristband she was wearing, muttered twice, and finally sighed and went out honestly. Devil. Making this kind of thing. They are all bad guys, go and die, die, die. Go to hell. She kept cursing in her heart, but there was nothing she could do about it. The wristband was set up just right, so she couldn't resist at all. It's impossible to stealthily turn anyone into a toy, she can only obey orders honestly. In the hall. Because this is a giant ship, the hall is huge. Several giants and Trafalgar Law, Nico Robin, and others are gathered in the hall. Captain has been in for a long time, he won't be turned into a toy, would he? Goldberg, who knew Sugar's ability, scratched his scalp and showed a worried expression. Girth knocked on Goldberg's head and said, "Do you think Captain will be as stupid as you?" Fioxerman leaned on the corner of the huge sofa and smiled and said, "If he becomes a toy, we would have lost our memory of him. Now you should worry about how Captain would torture the child. Maybe she would be thrown out? To correct you, she's not a child. She's not much younger than you." Law sat on the other side, carrying the devil blade in his arms, and opened his mouth to Fioxerman. "Oh, I forgot." Fioxerman tapped his forehead. Robin sat on the shoulder of Girth, the giant ship doctor, tilting her head slightly. "But anyway, she is still a child physically." Oh. As soon as this sentence came out, Fioxerman and others suddenly felt a little weird and the conversation seemed to be offset in a strange direction. Just then Lafitte came in from outside and said, "The wind is all right, and the toys haven't changed back. It seems that the wristband experiment was successful. How could it fail?" Trafalgar Law spoke in silence. The wristband was made by him and Lafitte, using his abilities to cooperate with Lafitte's fantastic ideas and techniques. The inside is sea stone, and the outside is an explosive core similar to a slave collar, but the weight has been reduced a lot, the power has also been reduced a lot, focusing more on the limitations of sea stone. The first one was the slightly larger wristband that Ross blew up. At that time, he, Robin and Lafitte all put on their experiments to make accurate measurements. Whoop, anyway, that ability is too dangerous. If she is allowed to move freely on board the ship, no one can rest assured without this special prop. Lafitte laughed. Chapter 242 Which of the Four? Just as everyone gathered in the hall, Ross walked out of the inner cabin. Behind Ross, Sugar, wearing a compact glove and wristband, came out with her head drooping, looking weak. "What's the matter? Is Seastone's weight too big?" Robin couldn't help but ask as she saw the pitiful look of Sugar. Ross reached for Sugar's hair and said, "No, it shouldn't be Seastone's problem. Come on, laugh." Ross told Sugar as he talked to Robin. Sugar was inspired in an instant, and the whole person became much more energetic. Robin. She eventually came over with black lines on her head and took Sugar away from Ross. In fact, Sugar was able to remain safe on the ship because she protected her from time to time. Other things aside, Sugar on the outside is just a little girl, but because of Hobi no Mi's ability, Robin hasn't been in much contact with her. Now she wears a safe wristband, and all her worries and precautions can be put down. "Hey." Sugar was picked up by Robin, her eyes widened and she immediately becomes spoiled. Robin liked her like this and could not help but smile and touch her head. "Since you've been brought out by Captain, you're now the crew member of this ship. Don't be afraid." Ross. Looking at Robin in silence, Ross asked, "Is it too late for me to shut her back now?" Robin stared at Ross with a smile and shook her head. "Yes." Click. Now Robin is against him? Ross's eyes were slightly wide and he glanced at Sugar. As a result, Sugar was shocked and buried her head in Robin's arms. The picture had an inexplicable familiarity. Yes. Anyway, it's a Lilai, not a puppy, who depends on Robin. He doesn't mind if she depend on him at night. With this in mind, passing Robin, Ross casually said, "If you want a child so much, I can give you one." Robin. This sentence is naturally said with a distorted voice and others weren't able to hear it, but Sugar heard it and her body instantly stiffened and hot air came out of her head. Even if her body is that of a little girl, her mind is mature and she understands a lot of things. But then again, Ross glanced at Sugar. If he used Seastone to completely suppress Sugar's ability, would she change from Lilai to being similar to Robin in an instant? But then the clothes will certainly burst in an instant. He does have the opportunity to experiment. Well, as you can see now, Sugar will temporarily become a trial crew member. By the way, don't touch her wristband without authorization. Shiryu of the Rain wasn't interested in her. He sat in a corner and continued to wipe the second generation's demon blade with cotton balls. Law was not very interested either. He just looked up slightly. Fioxerman glanced at Sugar and laughed. "Trial crew? That is to say, you still need to go through Captain's tuning to get right? It's a wicked hobby, Captain." Ross shot a sharp look at Fioxerman but he was too lazy to pay any more attention to him. At this time, Sugar is also observing newcomers such as Shilyu of the Rain. First of all, Shilyu of the Rain is definitely an absolutely dangerous person. He may be a knife in the face of the other party. As for Fuyuk, he looks better, but it doesn't seem to be a person who respects the old and loves the young. Sure enough, she can only be close to Robin on this ship. Now let's talk about what happened next. Ross restrained his expression, and his eyes became calm. Everyone in the room saw Ross's appearance, and they all turned serious. Shilyu of the Rain put down the second-generation demon blade. Looking at Ross, Law sat up straight, and the other lazy people all converge. Robin also put Sugar down. This is the Ghost Hand Pirates. Sugar looked on as the lazy people with various chat and jokes became a concentrated entity. Lafitte and other people centered on Ross, and she shrinks her head standing on the side of Robin's legs. The situation among the crew and captain seems to be a partnership, but it's just an appearance, which exists within the scope of Ross's permission. In fact, all life and death depend on Ross alone. The dominance and cohesion of this pirate group are vividly reflected in an instant. We have stored enough food and fresh water on the previous island to last the ship for the upcoming 3 islands. The next island will be Dressrosa. That is to say, after crossing 3 islands, the ship would need to stop at Dressrosa to load supplies and fresh water, and then we sail towards 4 Emperor's territory. Ross opened slowly, stating the next route. Him going to Dressrosa also has other means. One is to load fresh water and other supplies, and the other is to try to find Heel fruit. If he can't find it, it wouldn't matter and it would not take much of his time. But with Surgeon fruit in combination with Heel fruit, this ship will become the world's top medical institution, and no one would be able to match the medical capabilities of this ship. After that, crossing Dressrosa, they will sail to the Sea of the 4 Emperors. Although New World still has a lot of islands outside the jurisdiction of 4 Emperors, those islands are either unsuitable for domination because of their poor environment, or mobile islands like which are hard to find. And that type of island is even worthless even if it is found. Even if they are attacked by force, the locals will not accept domination, let alone become subordinates forces. Instead, they will waste their strength in the process of attacking. And so, the seas ruled by 4 emperors are the most suitable seas to take in the New World, and they are basically divided up by them. Some of these territories are caught in the middle of 2 4 emperors, and there are even islands in the center of the 3 4 emperors, which is the fuse of conflict between the 4 emperors. The conflicts between 4 emperors are often due to the fact that both sides want to compete for territory. The fight starts with a common crew member, to a confrontation between cadres, which eventually evolves into a full-scale war. Naturally, New World is much better now than when the 4 emperors were first established. Many of these similar islands have been attributed separately between them, unlike the first few years where there was almost a continuous battle and the whole New World was in the midst of war. But that's why Ross, as the 5th ruler of the New World, has a hard time gaining a place corresponding to his status. He is bound to fight with 4 emperors. In silence, Shilyu of the Rain spoke slowly to Ross and said, "Which of the 4 emperors are we moving against? For current Ghost Hand pirates, they have the power to fight against any 4 emperors, but to defeat a 4 emperors, it is not that easy. Every 4 emperors has established its own status in countless killings and wars, and in addition to 4 emperors, they have powerful subordinates." Chapter 243 Max Value Observation Hockey. We are in a somewhat conflict with Kaido, but the guy is strong. Lafitte stood by and spoke. He had investigated Kaido's information and looked at a random passage with numbness on his scalp. Rushed into the marine headquarters by himself. He is the only one that is singled out by other 4 emperors. His subordinates, the 3 major disasters, are only below him in terms of strength. This is a monstrous power level for any organization, including Marine and the government. Kaido is tough. Ross nodded and acknowledged Lafitte's judgment. The government and Marine have captured Kaido many times and they have tried countless methods to kill him. They must have tried the method of feeding 2 devil fruits, but Blackbeard can accommodate 2 devil fruits with his special physique, so it is normal for Kaido to ignore the clash between devil fruits. For the 100 beast pirates, even if they can defeat the other side, or even kill the 3 disasters, you can't do anything to 100 beast Kaido, and killing Kaido is even more impossible. Perhaps when the power of distortion is enhanced up to 800 or 900 points, and combined with maximum values armament hockey, Kaido may be killed, but not yet. What about red hair? Fuyuk squinted his eyes. Lafitte said, "Red hair seems to be a little easier to deal with, but looking carefully at this guy's information, a large part of it is missing." "What do you mean?" Shilyu of the Rain frowned. Ross took over Lafitte's words, calmly saying, "Red hair's intelligence is too secretive, it can't be explored at the moment, and it has a lot to do with the government. As a crew member of Roger, he must have seen Raftbull. It is not clear what he is hiding. Arriving at Raftel, it is a place worthy of incurring the jealousy for Shiryu of the Rain, but he also has a connection with world government, which had him alarmed. In this case, only Whitebeard and Big Mom are left. Trafalgar Law speaks quietly. Compared to other four emperors, Whitebeard is the strongest, standing on top of the sea from the great age of pirates. One of the three legendary pirates and the one who is called the strongest in the world. Nowadays, even with the passage of time, Whitebeard's reputation has not declined but has penetrated into the heart of countless people. He is feared and awed by countless people. Big Mom is easier to deal with than Whitebeard. Fyoxerman whispered, saying, "A few years ago, I had seen the power of Whitebeard. Even now, there is still a big gap between him and all of us." Lafitte retorted, "Whitebeard is getting older, maybe he's not as strong as he once was? No one can sit in that position all the time." Others listened to the words of the two and joined the discussion. Ross quietly listened to the arguments between Lafitte and Fyoxerman but did not say anything. After a while, he slowly said, "There is no need to worry about this. After Dressrosa, we will enter the sea under the jurisdiction of four emperors. As for who to deal with, we can't leave it until then. In fact, what I want to tell you is that out of these four pirate groups, we have to overturn one, and I want to let you prepare in advance, nothing more." When they heard Ross, the atmosphere in the room was a little silent. Lafitte crooked laughed, and said, "If you're ready, you would have already done it. We'll wait until you make a decision, Captain. It doesn't make sense for me to come out of Impel Down and not remove one of the four emperors." Shiryu of the Rain smirked and continued to wipe the blade. For the current Ghost Hand pirates, even if they face four emperors, they will not have any fear. Marines were defeated in front of them, and four emperors is the same. Coming out of the hall, Ross walked next to Robin and said, "Notify Kaku and have them collect the intelligence of the other four emperors' pirates and specially Big Mom pirates, and help me find someone else. Currently, the Ghost Hand pirates are strong enough on the surface, but they are still lacking in terms of strength. If they want to defeat our four emperors, they need to add another to combat force." The candidate has been selected by Ross for a long time now, and he had even let Kaku and others inquire many things about the other side, and he has a lot of understanding with regards to this person. Now, the Ghost Hand pirates had developed to this step, and Ross now has a certain confidence in inviting the other party to board the ship. After Robin nodded, she laughed and said, "You really miss him very much." "Hey. How strange that sentence sounds." Ross glanced at Robin and walked right to his room. He pushed the door open with his right hand. As he entered, he pulled Robin into the room with his left hand. Bang! The door slammed shut. Half a day later, after telling Ross the history of several countries and teaching Ross how to use and write ancient scripts characters, Robin came out of Ross's room and walked towards her room. Ross put on a loose shirt and walked to the outside deck. After defeating Marine, he received 140 talent proficiency points and 1 free talent point. He hasn't used them yet. At this moment, the translucent talent system interface emerges. After looking at the general department and the battle department, Ross fell into thought. Today he has two options. One is to continue to improve the power of distortion and body and let his power of distortion move closer to the level of Whitebeard, and the second is to upgrade observation haki and armament haki to maximum value. What Ross is thinking about is whether observation haki can achieve the future prediction after reaching the maximum value. Future prediction is a strong assistant to have in a fight, but it is not so strong to become a cheat-like broken ability because it can only see a certain kind of future. Once the choice is changed, the future will change accordingly, and it is impossible to predict the future after being changed. And this ability also has time constraints, and it cannot see the future for too long. Otherwise, the future prediction alone is almost an invincible ability, but Tokakake and Katakuri are clearly not invincible, and they are even weaker than Admiral. Let's try it out. After hesitating for a moment, Ross chose to upgrade the two types of haki. He put 40 proficiency points on the agility enhancement to maximize his sensitivity. Agility enhancement, 420 top-level strengthening physical enhancement, 500 maximum value spirit heart, 0 basic level strengthening tenacious, 200 maximum value rock, 50 mid-level strengthening agility enhancement has increased by 40 points, Ross has improved sharply, and observation haki's control has become clearer. Then, Ross put 50 proficiency points to the observation haki. Buzz. In the golden twinkle, observation haki's proficiency has risen all the way to maximum value. Chapter 244 True Damage. At the same time, Ross also felt that his observation haki has been enhanced all the way, its coverage has become wider and wider, and the details that can be perceived have become stronger. In his perception, a little spray is incomparably clear, and everyone seems to move much slower as if time is slowed down. Naturally, this is not a slowdown in time, but a special effect of his keenness and explosive growth of observation haki. In this state, even Kizaru's movements will be slowed down by many times and can be clearly captured by him, no longer as vague as before. Spirit Heart. Ross was inspired and entered the state of Spirit Heart. In this state, observation haki was further developed. He stared at the sea in front of him, and time seems to freeze at this moment. Ross, who inspired the observation haki to the limit, tries to break through the shackles of its surface to see the scene that belongs to the future. But, as Ross' observation haki's observation limit increased, he failed to see a picture of the future. Instead, things were moving more and more slowly, as if the whole world has become stationary. This state. Ross felt something was wrong and tried to get out of this state, but it was difficult to do. It took him some time to get out of this state completely, and when he got out he found out that his back wet with cold sweat. There is a problem with too much sensitivity and perception. If the world becomes too slow, it will feel like the days are passing by when only seconds have passed in real time. Fortunately, Ross's spirit is strong enough to bear it. Future prediction, it really is not so easy to get. Ross once again called out the talent system interface, and at the end of the trunk of the observation haki, there was another small branch. The name of the branch is Future Prediction. The color of this branch is green, showing that it is ready to be activated. To activate Future Prediction, he needs 2 free talent points. A big trap. The corners of Ross's mouth twitched slightly. He had a hard time in even acquiring 1 free talent point. After much hesitation, he still did not activate it. Activating Distortion Space cost 5 free talent points. The time distortion must be at least 5 points, or even 7 points. He must save free talent points as much as possible. As for Future Prediction, since it is possible to practice the ability and activate it, then he will try to practice and activate it. For the remaining 50 talent proficiency points, Ross did not hesitate, and all of them were placed on Armament Haki. After the golden light flashed, Armament Haki also reached the maximum value. Firearm shooting, 50 close combat fighting, 100 distortion fruit, 700 flash step of Marine 6 powers, 0 paper art by Marine 6 powers, 0 Marine 6 powers as Moonwalk, 0 observation haki, 200 maximum value Armament Haki, 200 maximum value Conqueror's Haki, 0 after Armament Haki reached maximum value. Like observation haki, it also has a small branch with the name marked. True damage. Activating it also requires 2 free talent points. True damage, what is this? An attack that can't be blocked? No, it should be harm that will not be immune. There was a flash of thought in Ross's eyes. In the War of the Best, Marco received many laser attacks from Kizaru and all of his wounds would recover in a flash. Some of Kizaru's attacks must contain haki, but none of them were effective. But, Garp punched Marco and Marco was unable to offset that damage with his ability. Armament Haki can attack a Logia user, but the damage is still partially offset by the elementalization. Armament Haki could also hurt Luffy's rubber body, but most of the impact will be offset by the properties of rubber. The limit of observation haki is Future Prediction. The limit of Armament Haki may be this ability. No matter what ability, there is no concept of offset damage. Naturally. It's just a guess on Ross's part, and he's not sure if it's true, because he doesn't have it yet and doesn't plan on using his free talent points to activate it. I don't know how strong I am today, how am I compared to Kaido? Ross shook his fist and felt the power in his body as his heart rose and fell like an ocean. Dressrosa. After nearly half destroyed by the war, the whole country has taken on a new look after half a year of reconstruction. As King Riku chose to rebuild the palace at last and live on the ruined king's high ground, the reconstruction of the country was very fast. It's completely rebuilt. Walking beside Ross, Robin looked at Dressrosa's environment and smiled. She could see the reconstruction of the country destroyed by the war. Naturally, there was some happiness in her heart. Luffy and others were sent by Ross to Greenbot to look for heel fruit. Hadruden and others were responsible for loading food and fresh water on board. As for Robin and Sugar, they were taken by Ross. Sugar silently followed Robin. It was a return trip for her, but nothing like it had ever been. As a special member of the Don Quixote family, she had always been hidden away in the underground factory, rarely making it to the surface. That is, Ghost Hand Ross and Nico Robin. The people who walked in the street, noticing Ross and Robin, were first surprised, then they showed different expressions. Some were slightly timid, while others were happy. For them, Ross saved the country. No matter how much the world government tries to mask the truth and smeared Ross's reputation around the world, on this island they can't. Because everything happened under the eyes of people, it was clearly seen by everyone. Sugar walks by with her head down. She doesn't want to be recognized. There were too many people who got turned into toys by her. There must be a lot of them on this street. She was wondering what she would do if someone cursed her or tried to avenge her death. Wearing the wristband, she couldn't do anything. However, walking beside Ross and Robin, she was gradually shocked to find that no one around could see her and they only saw Ross and Robin. Ross strolled down the street and said with a mild look on his face, "You are my crew after all. I can't let you get yelled at all the way." Ross never thought of himself as a messiah or as a savior of this country, he only wanted to deal with Doflamingo, and he couldn't think of himself that way. Not biased towards justice, nor inclined towards evil, occupying eternal neutrality in chaos. For him, his crew will always come first no matter what. Chapter 245 Difficult Road Ahead Walking. There was a sudden commotion from the crowd, and the royal guard led the way in the rear, escorting the crowned King Riku and others. And King Riku and others haven't arrived yet, and a little pink-haired girl arrived in front of him. "Please, are you Mr. Ross?" asked the little pink girl, with big, lovely eyes, addressing Ross with a childish voice. It was Princess Rebecca of Dressrosa, King Riku's granddaughter. Ross looks down at Rebecca, who is only 10 years old now, and some of his memories come out and he can't help smiling. Robin on one side became quite fond of Rebecca, and said, "If there is no other person with the same name here, then it should be our captain." "Thank you very much." Rebecca bit her lip and bowed towards Ross, thanking him with a childish and pure voice. If it weren't for Ross, she wouldn't know that the one-legged toy soldier protecting her was her father Kairos. "You know, a princess shouldn't bow to others." Ross faintly smiled. It doesn't matter if you're a pirate or a princess. In his opinion, this kind of girl is a cute creature, different from the ordinary people around her. It was at this time that King Riku's voice came from behind. "No, Rebecca should thank you." Surrounded by soldiers, King Riku came through the crowd. As the king of the land and an elderly man, his face and manner were calm and unrevealing. He looked at Ross with the most solemn expression, and said, "Allow me to express to you, on behalf of all the people of Dressrosa, our utmost gratitude." Many years ago, he was framed by Doflamingo, stripped of his status as king, and reduced to a sinner in Dressrosa, all of which seems like hell to him as a king. But more than half a year ago, Ross came to Dressrosa, breaking the light of the surface and revealing all the darkness to the public, and fought and defeated the devil so that the country can enjoy the sunshine again, which is a great grace towards him and the people of Dressrosa. "Your Majesty." All the people nearby were surprised to see King Riku slowly bowing to Ross. A guard tried to stop him, but his outstretched hand stopped in midair. However, King Riku wasn't able to bow before he was stopped. "Please, King Riku, we're pirates." Robin stops King Riku from saluting and speaks softly to King Riku. After the Dressrosa incident, it became a place where the world's attention converged. Not only did the Revolutionary Army secretly protect it, but also all the major forces were secretly staring at it. The world government could not easily impose Buster Call on it to destroy the country. To do so would be to create a bigger mess than the Dressrosa incident. But if King Riku bowed to a pirate, it would give the world government a chance to make a great fuss about Dressrosa, even if they couldn't do anything to it. "Nico Robin." King Riku was stopped and turned to look at Robin and became a little silent. Ross slowly opened his mouth and distorted his voice and said King Riku so only he could hear. "This is not a place to talk. It just so happens that I want to talk to you. I don't know if your palace is rebuilt." With that, Ross took Sugar's little hand and walked through the crowd on one side with Robin, disappearing in an instant. King's Plateau. Dressrosa's palace was finally being built and is still under reconstruction. The temporary palace is on the former King's Plateau, where King Riku and other royal families live. Robin and Ross, standing in the garden of the King's Plateau, looking out at the view of the garden. If word got out about the bow you took towards a pirate, there'd be a lot of fuss because you are still part of the world government. World government. King Riku sighed. After all this, how can I trust the world government again? In fact, he wanted to quit the world government, but the real royal family in charge of Dressrosa was the Don Quixote family 800 years ago, and it was only when the Don Quixote family moved to the Holy Land Mage that King Riku's ancestors took over the throne. Therefore, Dressrosa is one of the original Orthodox countries to join the world government. Even if he is the king, he has no right to withdraw from the world government. Robin sighed. However, she had a clear understanding of Dressrosa's history before and after and understood King Riku's situation. No matter how dissatisfied he was with the world government, he could do nothing. Ross looked at the sunflower garden in King's Plateau and said, "If there is a huge regime that can oppose the world government, what choice will you make, King Riku?" Well, King Riku was startled. As one of the 5 emperors, it is obviously not possible for Ross to say such unreasonable words, but for there to be a regime that can opposite the world government, which has not been opposed in 800 years. Even the 4 emperors wouldn't oppose the regime of the world government. The only reason that the world government didn't want to fight them is that it would cause too much impact and loss, and they had just let the 4 emperors let go. Otherwise, not a single one of 4 emperors has the power to fight against the government and win. To establish a regime that is opposed to the government, it is not enough to plant flags on some islands. In addition to having enough power to contend with the government, countries far more than the islands in the New World should choose to join. Otherwise, it's just a joke. This is a much more difficult goal to achieve than becoming a pirate king. Even if Ross is already one of the 5 emperors, it is almost impossible for him to establish a faction that opposes the government even with King Riku's help. If there is a new government that is fair and just, I am willing to join. King Riku slowly opened his mouth. There was no one here but himself and Ross and Robin, so he didn't mind saying something that would turn the world government against him. Ross faintly smiled. This is the beginning, and this is the first country that had joined him, although there is still a long journey ahead. Defeating all 4 emperors? Going to the apex of 4 emperors, become the pirate king, and even this is not enough. He must have at least 3 forces powerful enough to rival 4 emperors' pirates. Only then would he have the capital to fight against the world government. On the site, even if all the sites of the 4 emperors' pirates are brought together and the whole new world is included, it will barely meet the regime standard. Naturally. All of these are goals that are too far away right now. The biggest problem he's facing now is 4 emperors. How to beat 4 emperors and take their place is what Ross is currently considering. It is extremely ridiculous for the emperor to be empty and powerful without any territory. In the eyes of countless forces in the whole sea, including King Riku standing here, they all know very well that the Ghost Hand pirates will inevitably collide with other 4 emperors. Will it be a reshuffle, or splitting the sphere of influence into 5 pieces, or will there eventually be someone annihilated, restoring the former 4 emperors' pattern? No one knows. The only thing to know for sure is that the sea will never settle down. In the coming battle of the 5 sovereigns, the entire new world will be affected, and the second half of the Grand Line may become a battlefield. Chapter 246 Heel Free. While Ross was enjoying the scenery with Robin in the garden on King's Plateau, a figure appeared in front of him in a dark arc. The figure was wearing a high-top ceremonial hat and holding a mahogany cane. He was Lafitte. Captain Ross. Lafitte bowed slightly to Ross, holding a mahogany stick in one hand. His other hand turned into the void and a fine devil fruit appeared in his hand. The fruit you were looking for. A few people went to Grinbit to find heel fruit, and the results were that it was easier to find than they had thought. They first encountered Dwarves race, and the Dwarves race didn't even need hypnosis. Lafitte literally said a few words which included Ross's name, and the Dwarves race began to launch a full-scale invasion on their own island to help Lafitte find the devil fruit. Under a large-scale search, Grinbit was quickly turned over and they eventually found the heel fruit hidden in vines in a hole. Well, it went better than I thought. Ross smiled as he took the delicate-looking heel fruit from Lafitte. Surgeon fruit's medical strength does not need to be mentioned. Heel fruit being able to cure all internal injuries is not just empty talk, its ultimate ability can even restore all wounds. Even if the internal organs are damaged or even missing, under the ability of heel fruit, they can be restored. The only drawback is that the ultimate ability has to be used at the cost of one's life. Lucky day we're having today. Robin stood by and looked at the exquisite heel fruit with a smile. Now they have the heel fruit with them, and there is also the surgeon fruit. As long as they are not fatally injured and die on spot, there is a cure for almost everything. It is 2-layered insurance. This is very good. And with our next step is to fight 4 emperors. It is also an early preparation. Ross slowly opened his mouth, took a closer look at heel fruit, put it in his pocket, and motioned for Lafitte to return to the ship. Lafitte lifted up his ceremonial hat, smiled and flashed, disappearing from the King's Plateau and headed for the coast. Let's go. Ross also walked forward, and he reached out to Void. Buzz. The space in front of him is suddenly folded and distorted, forming a distortion channel. Ross takes Sugar by the waist with one hand and Lobin with the other, and steps forward. With this step, the 3 figures suddenly crossed hundreds of meters from the King's Plateau and appeared on a roof in Dressrosa. The limit of space that Ross can fold currently is about 1 kilometer, which means he can fold space in any direction he chooses and get away. Whiz. He can also use this ability several times in a row, just like flash steps. When the final step falls, on a ship anchored on the shore, Void suddenly bends and Ross is seen taking 1 step and landing on the deck. Captain Rode, who had been watching the ship, became alarmed at the strange movement, but seeing that it was Ross, he dropped his guard down. Ross nodded towards Rode and put down Sugar before asking Rode, "Where is Girth?" "Loading freshwater and fish over there." Rode pointed to the side of the ship. For the heel fruit, the most suitable user is naturally Girth. As a giant, she is large enough and has a strong vitality, Her life expectancy is far longer than the average human. Girth can heal other giants using the heal fruit, and she may be the only one who can stand the consumption to heal the other giants. For the time being, treating ordinary humans such as Luffy and others, the effect is likely to increase greatly, and the consumption may be reduced by several times. So that even with using the ultimate ability, life expectancy will only be reduced by a little bit. After Ross nodded, he headed in the direction pointed by road. The giants are bigger, so they are easy to find, and Ross was able to see her at a glance. Whiz. As he stepped down, the whole man flashed onto Girth's shoulder. Captain? Girth did a double take, turned her head and looked over her shoulder and found Ross sitting there with a smile on his face. Ross stood on her shoulder and took out the heal fruit and put it at her red lips. Heal fruit was like a millet and it fell into Girth's mouth. What? Although the devil fruit is tiny compared to her size, but like a human eating a grain of sand, it still doesn't taste good. Girth felt bitter in her mouth and couldn't help but say, Captain, what did you throw? Devil fruit. Ross flew up and came to the front of Girth, responding to her. Girth had guessed the devil fruit possibility. Ross couldn't have shot anything else in her mouth. After the bitterness passed, she noticed a force coming out of her body. It was a very gentle force that flowed to every part of her body, and she felt the warm comfort of that area. It flowed to her feet and wrists, and all the small bruises and her tiredness vanished. This is... Girth put down the bucket in surprise and looked at her hands. If none of her fellow giants had devil fruit, then she also wouldn't want one, but now that her fellow giants had eaten the devil fruit, she also had a very strong desire for devil fruit, because everyone else was much more powerful than she was. Heal fruit, you need to figure out the specific properties and effects of this devil fruit by yourself. Just know that the scope of this fruit is not limited to treatment, but also eliminate fatigue, supplement stamina, and various other extraordinary effects. Ross looked at Girth and smiled. Although heal fruit is not a battle-oriented devil fruit, its role is unquestionable in a fight. Imagine Aokiji and Akainu fighting for 10 days and 10 nights in order to compete for the position of the fleet admiral. Finally, Akainu was slightly better. In this process, if Aokiji received a dandelion that can restore some of his stamina and heal his injuries, the results of the entire battle will be directly reversed. You have devil fruit now, Girth. Hadruden came to the ship with a large barrel and smiled at Girth. They were joined by Goldberg and others. The devil fruit users are the majority population of this ship. Girth had never had the devil fruit ability, and now she had also got it. This is the end. The giant core finally has 5 devil fruit users giants. You carry on, and let Girth think about her own strength. Ross spoke to Hadruden and the others, and flew to the ship. When he came to the ship's deck, Shiryu of the Rain seemed to have just returned. Did you give it to her? Heal fruit. He had a cigar in his mouth and looked at Girth's direction. His eyelids hung down and said, this is fine. When he heard Shiryu of the Rain, Ross wondered, what's wrong? Did you wanted the heal fruit? There are very few non-devil fruit users on board today, and Shiryu of the Rain is one of them, but Shiryu of the Rain is a character who has nothing to do with healing. It's nothing. Shiryu of the Rain shook his head and looked faintly. I was just thinking about the situation when I met the enemy. Would it be more interesting to cure him after attacking him, and cure him again before killing him with one blow? Ross glanced at Shiryu of the Rain with a blank expression and turned toward his cabin. Not even going to ask. Let's just forget that I heard that. Chapter 247 Everyone preparing future prediction. In the ship's practice room, Ross holds a piece of sea stone in each hand to make himself weak and to suppress the power of distortion, and avoids the bullets being fired around him. To stimulate observation haki to the limit alone is not to touch the ability of future prediction, but it is to plunge one's consciousness into an infinite extension of time. To practice future prediction, a more specific approach is needed. Bang. 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 Robin conjured up a dozen arms, each holding a handgun, and she kept firing them at Ross. Your body becomes weak while holding the sea stone, so it's not easy to avoid a bullet even if your observation haki is fully aroused. From time to time, it will be hit by the bullets. However, with Ross's current physical strength, the bullet will only leave a simple white mark on him even without him using the armament haki to defend himself. If it wasn't clear how strong Ross was and that the regular bullets were at best toys to him, then Robin wouldn't have accompanied him to this dangerous training. Bang. Bang. Robin shot randomly with so many guns, and it became even more difficult for Ross to predict the paths of the bullets even with his observation haki, and Ross had to keep the spirit heart state active all the time to avoid the bullets. It's hard to avoid all bullets as his body got more and more bruised. It is difficult to avoid all bullets even with using observation haki to perceive their paths. In this state, if he wants to avoid all bullets perfectly, he must have the ability of future prediction, To see the flight trajectory of all bullets in advance and to stand in the position that avoids all the bullets in advance or put himself in a position that can pass through the bullet net. Puff bursts. Puff bursts. In a series of illusion, Ross's forehead soaked with sweat and he was ultimately hit by 2 bullets in his chest and stomach and could no longer hold the 2 sea stones. The 2 sea stones fell to the ground, and Ross sat on the ground and gasped. "All right?" Robin came over and looked at Ross. She saw a slight white dot on his chest and stomach and her eyes flashed slightly. Although Ross' stamina is mostly drained but under the strong resilience brought by the tenacious talent maximum value, the white point that was shot by the bullet disappeared in a few seconds. "It's alright. Seems to have got the hang of it." Ross calmed his breath and slowly opened his eyes with a thoughtful look in them, and his mind was constantly reminiscing about the practice process. This practice is still slightly dangerous. For example, if he is hit in the eyes, the problem will be very big. However, with Ross's current resilience and his recovery speed, even if his eyeballs are hurt, they can be recovered without a problem. "Don't ask me to do this again." Robin looked at Ross and opened her mouth with a deadpan expression. Even though she knew that Ross would not be hurt, she still felt uncomfortable shooting guns at him. Ross recovered back from his thoughts and saw Robin's appearance. He couldn't help but raise his lips and said, "How can I quit halfway and you promised that you would help me train? You didn't say it was this kind of training." Robin stared at Ross with a blank expression. Ross gathered the middle finger and the first finger and made a gun posture with his hand. He moved the handmade gun towards Robin and said, "You can't go back on your promise. Come, let's continue. If you don't shoot me, I will shoot you." Robin stood up and glanced at Ross before walking out of the training room, ignoring Ross's threat. After resting for a few hours, Robin came back to help Ross with his observation hockey training. The ship has already left the Dressrosa at this time, heading deeper into the New World, and just after Ross completed another workout session and feels that he is closer to activating the future prediction ability, the intelligence from Cuckoo and others was delivered. The beast pirates made a big move. In the bathroom, Ross wiped the water off his face with a towel, his eyes flashing as he listened to the news from Robin nearby. "The details? We can't find out. We only know that the beast pirates have completed mobilize their forces and left the island they were anchored upon. We can't find out what their target and purpose is," Robin said slowly. "No one dares to follow the ships of a Four Emperors pirate group. It is possible to detect that the Four Emperors pirates has gathered all of their combat forces and left the center of their territory. Which is already enough to alarm the intelligence of all parties. He could be coming against us." Ross thought for a moment and made a judgment. Kaido might not have paid attention if Ross had been weak enough to challenge the beast pirates, but now that he has been proclaimed as the 5th Emperor of the Sea, it's a different story for Kaido. "What should we do? Should we bypass the established route?" Robin came over and put the bathrobe on Ross's body and asked. "Their originally proposed route is very close to the territory of the Big Mom pirates, and it is also very close to one of the territories of the beast pirates. Their destination is an island on the border of the two sides. Now that the beast pirates party is on the move, if they want to avoid them, they have to bypass their original route and take the route between the territories of Whitebeard and Red Hair, so Kaido will have to run into either Red Hair or Whitebeard's territory. No. Stay on course." Ross pulled on his bathrobe and stepped out of the bathroom. He straightened his hair and said with a glint in his eye, "Since Kaido wants to fight, let's fight. Since confrontation with other Four Emperors is only a matter of time, it is better to start now. If he can defeat the beast pirates, then it would be better. If he can't beat him, Ross doesn't think Kaido can do the same either. The Ghost Hand Pirates' combat power is now fully formed. They are strong enough to rival any pirate group. There is no possibility of being a one-sided fight and being crushed and killed. Then we are ready for war," Robin said faintly. Currently, she is not the scared little girl who escaped from O'Hara's, an evil child that has been hiding under the pursuit of Marine. She has experienced many battle many times, and she has trained with Ross many times too. Even if she doesn't like to fight, she can now utilize the hardened armament hockey. She is also proficient in observation hockey, and she has developed her flower fruit, and she can now create doppelgangers with her powers. Her mentality and strength have been promoted by a lot since the time when they all got chased by Okiji and had to flee. "Let everyone know," Ross said quietly. Robin nodded and exits the room and passed the message to the rest of the Ghost Hand Pirates. 100 Beast Kaido? Shiryu of the Rain pulled out the second-generation Ghost Blade and looked at the sharp blade, his face showing a calm and heart-wrenching smile. "The Beast Pirates, isn't it?" Fioxerman sighed as another headache came to him. He sighed again and said, "Since it's a fight they want, then a fight they will get. Ho, 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 the world is going to be shocked again." Lafitte wiped his black ceremonial hat and made a creepy laugh. "Kaido? I finally got to this step. Trafalgar Law put the demon blade on his shoulders, his eyes flashing with sharpness. I heard that the beast pirates are very strong. The giant of the sand, Rode said slowly. Hadruden, with a calm face, clenched his fist in front of him and said, any enemy can be beaten in front of the giant's core. Let's fight for the glory of Elfbuff and Captain. Everyone in the giant core is filled with fighting spirit. As pure warriors, there is absolutely no fear in their hearts. Even if the other party is the beast pirates, it is the same. Ghost Hand Pirates. All staff. Prepare for war. Chapter 248 All parties focus world government. The highest level office. 5 elder stars are either sitting or standing, their expressions are full of seriousness. They just received an intelligence report from New World, about the movements of the beast pirates. Kaido is acting. Should we set out a marine admiral? The Ghost Hand Pirates have already penetrated deep into the New World, and deploying an admiral is too big of a move and may cause unnecessary trouble. The 5 people are one person and one sentence. The 4 emperors who regards New World as their own territory does not allow powerhouses at the level of marine admirals to enter their territorial waters at random. This is tantamount to infringing on their faces. If the Ghost Hand Pirates fights with the Beast Pirates, other 4 emperors may not intervene, but if a marine admiral is dispatched, other 4 emperors will definitely interfere. In my opinion, it is better to let Cypher Paul number 0 secretly follow them. Not a bad idea. Seconded. Within the New World, it is almost impossible to send more marine admiral level forces to fight a war with 4 emperors pirates as the consequences would be extremely serious. Moreover, the Ghost Hand Pirates are in their heyday. It would be difficult for even 3 Marine Admiral classes combat power to knock them down, so it is not meaningful to send more people. And if the Cypher Paul number 0 secretly travels and follow them, and once the Ghost Hand Pirates and the Beast Pirates lose people on both sides, it would be a great opportunity to fish in troubled water. Assassination. They will kill. These are the things that Cypher Paul number 0 is best at. Under the command of 5 Elder Stars, Cypher Paul number 0 chief led the elite assassins of Cypher Paul number 0 and quickly set off from the Holy Land Mary Ejos. This time, there was no big fanfare and they all dressed up and went to the New World. At the same time, 100 Beast Kaido's action news is also rapidly spread in the underground world and falls into the ears of countless forces. Although 4 Emperor's pirates can't compete with the government, they are the Emperor of the New World. Once they act, it will trigger a huge moment. Kaido is acting. It's not a separate action. This time he brought the entire firepower. Is he going to attack someone? Looks like the Emperor War is starting. Someone, speaking slowly and with a deep sigh, had suspected Kaido might be going after the Ghost Hand Pirates. Emperor War. This was almost always happening in the era when 4 Emperor's pirates were first formed, but now the time is the Great Age of Pirates, 17th year. This type of war hasn't happened in a long time. The Ghost Hand Pirates appeared and finally broke the balance of the New World, which let the entire New World enter the chaotic pattern again. Kaido is moving. In the Red Hair territory, Shanks holds a sword and sits on a reef on the shore. Lucky Roo took a bite of meat and said, "Do you want to act? Boss?" "No." Red Hair shook his head and said with a deep light in his eyes, "Let them fight." The presence of Ghost Hand Pirates has broken down the balance. This war is bound to break out. It is inevitable. This is the wave of the times and cannot be stopped. Beckman stood on the shore and looked at the sea where the waves were rising. He took a cigarette and said, "The sea, which has been calm for several years, is about to swell again." Whitebeard territory. Kaido has gone in search of a ghost. After all, he lost his man and was provoked by Ghost Hand Ross. It is quite normal for him to move against them. Marco said to Jazu, then turned to look at Whitebeard, saying, "Father, who do you think will win?" Whitebeard folded his hands on his chest and sat on the deck of Moby Dick. He said, "Gulalala, the Ghost Hand boy hasn't came to fight me yet," and yet Kaido moved. When he heard Whitebeard, Marco couldn't help but smile. He said, "The last time someone provoked you was 3 years ago and in the end, he was punched out of the island by you. But that Kaido is strong. He isn't like some washed-out marine. The Ghost Hand Pirates has encountered a hard scorpion this time. Big Mom territory. Kaido. 4 Emperors. Big Mom is sitting in the Whole Cake Island, stuffing a snack into her mouth and saying, "Well, it seems that he was really provoked by that Ghost Hand boy." When it comes to the Ghost Hand Pirates, Big Mom's expression is not a happy one. The Tato land she built to accommodates countless species in the world, but there is no giant here. She always wanted to take the giants under her control, but because of her old past, the relationship between the giants and her was bad. And the character of the giants is rather unyielding, and even if she is strong, it is impossible for them to yield to her. They would rather die first. Now, on Ross's ship, there are 5 giants which formed a giant core, and they have all become devil fruit users, which makes her extremely unhappy. The power that she wants with her whole heart, and she did not get it. Instead, it is thrown into the bosom of others and became the battle force of others. Even if the Kaido guy doesn't do it, I will kill that ghost boy sooner or later. To encroach on the power that I want, I will never allow it. Big Mom said, and there was a hint of madness in her eyes. Katakuri, the head of the 4 sweet commanders, stood beside Big Mom, his eyes open and indifferent. No need to be so angry, mother, they may not be able to survive in Kaido's hands. That is also true. Big Mom's expression slowly calmed down and she put a piece of bread into her mouth. The ordinary people are still in the dark, but the major forces have already received the news and the entire new world is showing a brewing undercurrent. After 7 days, Ross and others finally arrived at their destination island. Duca Island. In the ruins of Duca Island, which was originally a bustling kingdom and was later destroyed in the war. The civilization had disappeared and it looked like this belongs to ancient times. It now belongs to some barbarians. The barbarians' combat power is very strong, but because their number is small and their behavior is too brutal, plus with the many powerful beasts on the island, so the island is not favored by 4 emperors, and this became the island located outside the territory of 4 emperors. If we go further, we will enter the Tato Land Sea area and the 100 Beast Sea area. We will rest here today. Ross walked down from the ship and looked at the island, which was covered by the forest, and he could see a lot of remains covered by tree vines. From here on, it is the territory of 4 emperors' pirates. Kaido is now in motion, but he doesn't know where he is, so Ross has to prepare for the war every step of the way. There seems to have a long history on this island. Robin boarded the island and headed towards a vine-covered area in the forest and pulled a stone with the words carved from the vines and carefully observed it. Well, there may be a poneglyph here. Ross followed her and said to Lafitte and others at the rear, don't be too dispersed, try to be on the area along the coast. If someone from the beast pirates appears, let me know immediately. Yes, Captain. Lafitte echoed. Chapter 249 Cold Frui, an ancient civilization destroyed by war. Robin walked through the forest, plucking the vines from time to time to see the remains of the pieces buried in the mud, each with a long history, at least hundreds of years ago. What she wanted to see most is the poneglyph stone, but this kind of thing is not so easy to find. At the least, she had to explore this island, and it may even be buried in underground. Roar. In the middle of the search, a sudden roar came from the bushes, and a great silverback ape sprang out of the bushes and charged at her with a roar. Robin crossed her arms and utilized armament haki, hardened, but she was still pushed back by the huge impact force and only managed to stop after 5 or 6 steps. It is indeed a dangerous place. As Ross stands to one side, he realizes that the silverback ape is still trying to deliver a blow to Robin, and he delivers one with the power of distortion. Bang! Perceiving the danger, the silverback ape hurled a huge fist at Ross with a roar. 2 disproportionate fists collided with each other, and the silverback ape was hit with such force that its massive body flew backward, breaking 3 thick trees in a row before it came to a halt. It vomited blood from its mouth and its huge eyes revealed humanized fear. The ape fled into the depths of the forest and disappeared. Not dead. Ross took back his fist and surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't use all his strength just now, but he still used about a third of his power. With his current strength, even a third of his power is extremely terrible, and even with that, the giant ape survived. There are many incomprehensible creatures in this world. For example, Luffy needs to unleash Gearforth to defeat the so-called giant beast in his 2 years of practice. It seems that this is just a similar existence. No wonder that 4 Emperor's pirates are not interested in this island. Robin withdrew her gaze. She was not afraid of any danger in Ross's company, but the great silverback ape was a little more powerful. Naturally. Today, Ross is sitting in one of the top positions of the sea in terms of power, if not the strongest, then he certainly is almost there, so some giant beasts are nothing to him. The 2 continued to move deeper into the forest. In the continuous inspection of the relics, Robin gradually found some clues, and after checking some temporary carved words, her eyes glistened. This island was destroyed by the world government. Buster Call? A few hundred years ago? Ross asked as he walked beside Robin. Robin shook her head and said, there should be no Buster Call at that time, but it should also be some sort of order to destroy the island. Look at these traces. The time of destruction should be about 600 years ago. Ross calmly said, this is not the first time that we have seen the evidence of world government destroying the island to cover up their secrets. Robin didn't speak. The situation of this island reminded her of her hometown, Ohara. She was not in a good mood and continued to walk towards the jungle in silence. Going forward, Ross perceived something and his eyes flashing slightly, saying, someone. No, it should be the so-called barbarian. In front. In the depths of the jungle, they saw a group of people wearing rough linen cloths around their waist with naked upper bodies were besieging a huge tiger with a body size of 7 or 8 meters. The tiger was so powerful that it could tear a tree half a meter in diameter with one stroke, but it was still beaten by the barbarians, covered in blood and routed. Obviously, barbarians who can survive on this dangerous island are also equipped with certain strength. Uchiha. In the midst of the siege, one of the great savages gave a great roar, and with the terrible force of his stone spear, he sprang to his feet and fell upon the tiger's head, piercing it. The tiger gave a roar and fell to the ground, struggling for a few moments before becoming motionless. Armament hockey. Ross and Robin appeared on the treetops not far away, and their eyes glanced toward them. Similar to the Sky Island whose people are naturally proficient in observation hockey, the barbarians on this island seem to be naturally proficient in armament hockey, which is also the source of their strength, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to compete with those beasts. Yee? And just as the savages were beginning to gather up their prey, Ross gave a cry of surprise at what he saw. In one of the savages' shabby knapsacks, a strange fruit, all blue, with a strange pattern. Devil fruit. It was only one look and Ross was 90% sure that it was a devil fruit. Originally Ross was not interested in these barbarians, but they got a devil fruit out of nowhere, which made him narrow his eyes a little. Blue devil fruit. There was a flicker of surprise in Robin's eye. She used her ability to make a pair of eyes at close range, and carefully observed the devil fruit, thinking a little, it looks a bit like Logia's ice fruit, but that's Aokiji's ability, and it looks like Parimsha, it might be the cold fruit. Cold fruit? Ross had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Oven, the fourth son of the Big Mem pirates has the fruit ability called hot fruit, which is Parimsha, using which he can make himself hot and can exert the power of low-class magma. Not surprisingly, this cold fruit should also be a low-end version of ice fruit, a Parimsha that gives your body a very cold temperature. The ability of this fruit is not weak. After thinking a little, Ross made a decision to take it. The hot fruit can heat the sea and make the seawater boil. The cold fruit must also have the power to freeze the sea. Although it is difficult to compare with Aokiji's ice fruit, its development limit is not necessarily weak. Moreover, the power of the frozen sea is not something weak in this world. Almost as soon as Ross and Robin were observing the devil fruit, the barbarian who seemed to be the leader, suddenly raised his head, showing a vigilant expression. After bellowing a few confusing phrases, he turned towards the direction of Ross and Robin and looked towards their position. Although Ross had used light distortion and sound distortion to be invisible, the other party still seemed to find them out. It seems that they can also use observation hockey. Ross's face remained unchanged. The fact that they had been secretly observing it for so long means that this group of savages had very average knowledge of observation hockey. It's quite different from their armament hockey. Chapter 250 Beast Pirates. At the call of the barbarians' leader, the others took up their arms and looked warily in the direction of Ross and Robin, all with fierce expressions. At this time, Ross also dissipated the light distortion and sound distortion and appeared in front of them. Whiz. He jumped down from the treetop and calmly looked at the many barbarians in front of him. He points to the cold fruit in one of the simple bags, saying, give it to me, in exchange for 2 of these, pray. Ross made a few simple gestures. However, many barbarians did not pay attention to him but instead set their sights on Robin, who was next to him. Woman. They spit out very strange words. Ross turned to look at Robin and said, do you understand them? It's probably not something very friendly. Robin slightly narrowed her eyes. For the simple language used by the barbarians, she just happened to understand a little bit. It seems that women are very important to them and they look as if they are going to rob me. After roughly judging the meaning of the other party while watching their excited faces and the movement of encircled, Robin translated it to Ross. Ross's eyes dropped and his expressions become cold. He looks back at the barbarians who are surrounding them. He has no interest in any more deals. He said, tell them, they must die after they angered God. Robin. She looked and didn't talk. Whiz. At this time, the barbarians moved and they threw the spears in their hands towards Ross, trying to kill Ross directly and then bring Robin back to the horde. Almost as soon as they threw the spear, Ross put his hand forward. Buzz. The power of distortion swayed and the spears wrapped in armament hockey and even in armament, hardening slowed down in the air as if they had fallen into the mud. After a difficult push, they completely solidified in the air. Seeing this scene, many barbarians showed surprised expressions and shouted at each other in incomprehensible words, as if to warn them. Annihilation. Ross's eyes were dull as his palms darts forward and pressed down in void. Bang. The power of distortion broke out, letting the surrounding void area appear in the form of distortion. Many barbarians were suddenly shrouded in it like cockroaches and fell down. At the same time, Ross grabbed the blue devil fruit with his left hand and took it back. Oh. A group of barbarians waved their weapons and madly inspired the armament hockey, but in the face of Ross's power, they could only stand for a second and all of them collapsed. The power of distortion fell down and killed everyone in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the area around the barbarians collapsed in the area of tens of meters. Robin looked at the scene calmly, without any expression of sympathy. From the words and actions of the barbarian just now, she can roughly think of what kind of end will a civilian ship or a merchant ship will get after crashing in this island. Moreover, the strength of these barbarians is extraordinary and their strength is similar to the pirates with a bounty of 100 million berries, and even then those pirates may have the same ending as civilians in the hands of these barbarians. This is the depth of the new world. Compared to here, the first half of the Grand Line is paradise. Can you confirm that this is indeed the cold fruit? Ross observed the blue devil fruit in his hand and handed it to Robin. Robin took over and recalled the devil fruit book she had seen in her childhood. Her memory was impeccable and she can recall everything she had once read. The impression is not very deep, but there should be no other similar fruits. If it's not the Paramsha cold fruit, it should be some other cold property fruit, and Paramsha indexes like cold chill or cold weather fruit. It can make cold and or ice, but it's not very likely. The cold fruit has a similar pattern. He heard Robin's words. Ross nodded. The cold fruit also has the power of the freeze the sea. However, in his opinion, if the cold fruit is developed well, it may not be much worse than the ice fruit, lowering its own temperature and affecting the outside world. -50 degrees, -100 degree, absolute zero. The power of each magnitude is totally different. If it can reach absolute zero, it is equal to the ultimate power of cold, and ice fruit may not be able to compete with it. Let's go. Harvesting a valuable devil fruit, Ross is in a good mood. But just as Ross put the cold fruit in his pocket, Robin suddenly made a noise and walked over to the area that was collapsed by Ross and looked down. Underneath it, it was an ancient relic buried in the depths of the underground. Along with the huge potholes that Ross created, a huge square stone could be seen in the dimly light, and Ross and Robin had guessed its nature at a single glance. Poneglyph stone. Although Robin speculated that there might be a Poneglyph stone tablet on this island, if it didn't happen to collapse here, it would not be found until the whole island was turned over. This is a bit unexpected. With a small laugh, Ross reaches down to the underground ruins, and the light crashes around with light distortion that makes the whole underground area seem as bright as day. Robin jumped into the ruins and walked over to the Poneglyph stone and carefully studied it, and Ross stood by and acted as a light bulb. I do not know how long it has been. Robin jumped up from the ruins and sighed. The Poneglyph tablet was recorded with the glory of the Duca kingdom of the Duca Island, but 600 years ago, the kingdom of Duca was destroyed. The ruins are all that remains that are preserved to this day. Ross doesn't know how much history was buried in the underground, as Robin's mood was slightly lower. Ross stretched out his fingers and gently pushed a strand of hair in front of her forehead. The times are moving forward. There are always people and countries that become history, but as long as you think, sooner or later you will find all the history you want to know. Robin nodded lightly. The two passed through the jungle and returned to the ship. After a day of rest, Ross once again accompanied Robin into the jungle to find more ruins of Duca Island. After a total of 3 days of exploration, the entire island was explored almost once, and they came face to face several times with the barbarian tribe, all of which were put to an end with Ross's power. The 4th day. At the end of the coastline, a black shadow appeared. That is a ship. Immediately after the first shadow appeared, the second shadow, the third shadow. The shadows formed a fleet that is heading towards the direction of Duca Island. There is no earth-shaking momentum, but just to see the ships sailing to this island, it brought a kind of daunting oppression. No one knows when the blue sky was gradually covered by dark clouds. Trafalgar Law stood up and Lafitte leaped from the mast. Shiryu of the Rain walked out of the cabin. Finally here. Everyone looked at the fleet that was coming, and someone whispered in a low voice, and the light shone. The fleet came from 4 emperors. Beast. Pirates. Chapter 251. So it begins quick. Look, it's the ships from the Beast Pirate Regiment. A special hot air balloon is floating in the sky, looking in the direction of the Duca Island and the sea surrounding it. There are 3 people on the hot air balloon. One of the 3 men on board, with a telescope in hand, looked nervous and excited as the ship headed towards the Ghost Hand pirates. Big news. This is the exclusive big news. Morgan put down a telescope, and the excitement in his eyes was unstoppable. He said, "Get us a little closer, this distance will be very vague." "No. Morgan, any more close and we will be discovered by them." The 2 men stood at the back of Morgan and heard Morgan's orders. They all wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads and repeatedly dissuaded him. It would be nothing if the Beast Pirates and the Ghost Hand Pirates ignored them after discovering them, but if not, then it will spell a disaster for them. After all, they are two of the 5 emperors. It's the same thing, just a little closer, just a little bit. Morgan indulged a bit. He had a good relationship with Big Mom and had a little bit of contact with Kaido, but he has only seen the ghost hand pirates once. His 2 subordinates bite their teeth, and finally control the hot air balloon to get slightly closer, and by this time, the beast pirate ship was already to the Duca Island. The clouds are densely covered. On the shore of the Duca Island, Ross stands on a reef with a calm look, allowing the seawater and tumbling waves to slap on the reef. Behind him, Shiryu of the Rain and others are all showing their fighting spirits. At last, as the beast pirates' ships approach, Ross and others were able to see the tall figure at the front of the deck of the main ship in the center. He stood there, his face heavy with muscles, and without speaking, but already with a terrible dignity and power which gradually came upon them as the ship drew near. 4 emperors. 100 Beast Kaido. On the other 3 ships, the high-level cadres of the beast pirates stood at the forefront of the deck. They were also the 3 major disasters of the famous New World. They were not inferior to Shiryu of the Rain in terms of strength. Kaido-sama, it seems that the ghost hand pirates are gathering on the shore. A member of the beast pirates stood next to Kaido, and after observing the situation on the coast, he reported it to Kaido. His face did not show any fear, even though the ghost hand pirates' name shocked the world, but they belong to the beast pirates. Why would they fear an upstart newcomer who doesn't know his limits? Even if it is the Whitebeard pirates, Kaido alone has fought them out more than once. Kaido didn't respond to his men. At this moment, his eyes converge and land on Ross on the shore, and Ross is also looking towards Kaido from the distance. Kaido is an old emperor of the New World, while Ross represents the peak of the new era. The conflict between Kaido and Ross represents the collision between the old emperor and the new 5th emperor. The fleet approached the coast and began to slow down. 100 Beast Kaido stared at Ross and was somewhat surprised by his imposing manner in front of him, and he also noticed that Ross wasn't showing any fear being in his presence. He slowly said, "Ghost Kid, what you said in the Icefield Island, you should have not forgotten." "I remember," Ross said in a calm voice, looking at 100 Beast Kaido calmly, and said, "I just wanted to see if the beast pirates truly cannot be offended." When he heard Ross, Kaido was not angry. Instead, he slightly grinned and showed a rough smile. A horrible momentum suddenly burst out of him and pressed towards Ross. Conqueror's Haki. For Kaido, what he hates most is nonsense. Since Ross has provoked the beast pirates, then it is as simple as ending it with war. Under Kaido's Conqueror's Haki, the clouds in the sky seem to have been towed and rolled up in a frenzy. For a time, it seems that the sky is going to crack, and it is rolling over. Buzz. Ross, with his steady, piercing eyes, stared at 100 Beast Kaido, and at about the same time, his Conqueror's Haki was also inspired and collided with Kaido's Haki. Crackling. 2 Emperor-level Conqueror's Haki suddenly collided in the sea, and for a moment, it seemed to explode with countless black bolts of lightning, intertwined in the void. Although the 2 people did not physically strike each other, but just the collision of their Conqueror's Haki has brought about an earth-shaking power. The violent waves kept rolling in the sea, and some also lifted towards the sky. Whiz. In the next moment, Ross made a bold move. He took a step forward in the void, and then he caused the rolling waves solidified in front of him and then violently rolled back. The gravity distortion inspired and shrouded the entire surface of the sea in front of it. For a time, the whole sea was roaring wildly, and the waves in front of the beast pirates were flying in the sky up to hundreds of meters high. What happened? Oh, this is not good. The numerous members of the beast pirates become unstable in an instant. As the hull of their ship flies into the sky, their faces are filled with horror as soon the sea will lay its claim over their life. And almost at this moment, 100 Beast Kaido's face sank and his figure suddenly flashed, breaking the waves and giving rise to an overwhelming force that charged towards Ross. Ross is the one who started first, so he's not going to be polite anymore. The huge body, inspired by the horrible armament Haki which is condensed on his fist, this punch, whether it is the amount of power or the level of armament Haki, exceeds all the characters that Ross has seen so far. But, faced with Kaido's punch, Ross did not show the slightest fear. He gave up the control of the sea and the power of distortion gathered on his fist in preparation to greet Kaido. Under the intense gaze of countless people, 100 Beast Kaido and Ross's fists collided with each other on the coast. Buzz. The disproportionate size of the fist, at the moment of its touch, does not cause any side to fly backward but makes the nearby void seem to be frozen for an instant. Then, under the shock of countless eyes, the air centered on the spot where Ross and Kaido's fists struck, like a drop of water falling into a calm lake, rippling in all directions. The reef just below them was almost blown to pieces in the aftermath of a single attack, and the ripples rippled on the shore like a blow from a great sword, shattering the whole shoreline. The waves are rolling. Some members of the Beast Pirates Regiment stepped in to land the ship back out to sea, But by this time most of their attention was focused on Ross and 100 Beast Kaido. Kaido-sama's attack was blocked. Sure enough, he's not just a guy with a name. Many of the Beast Pirates members saw this scene, and at the same time they were shocked and they also took a deep breath. Since Ross can block Kaido, it would be a tough fight. Chapter 252 Showdown ZZ. Ross's struggle with Kaido continues, and this one is not based on the stamina and power of distortion, but also the power of Conqueror's Haki. On the other side, Shiryu of the Rain with a cigar in his mouth and his blade in his hand looks at Ross and Kaido for a second, then he moves towards the Beast Pirates' ships. Captain has already started, then I should start too. He has been unable to hold back his bloodlust, and now that Ross and Kaido have begun the fight, there is no need to wait and be patient. Whiz. Almost in a single moment, Shiryu of the Rain suddenly came to the air, and the second-generation Ghost Blade was slowly pulled out by him. The sword edge full of evil spirit suddenly solidified into a cold. This icy wind spread from Shiryu of the Rain's hand and extended all the way to the tip of the sword. -50 degrees. Shiryu of the Rain slowly spit out a word, and then the blade in his hand suddenly smashed out with bluish sword energy and went towards the Beast Pirate ship. The cold fruit was finally taken by Shiryu of the Rain, and after eating it, within a few days, he combined the power of this fruit into his sword arts. Kaka. Kaka. The sea's surface was swept by the sword energy, and under the horror-stricken eyes of thousands of people, it condensed into ice inch by inch. The huge sea current suspended in the air that day was also swept by sword energy of Shiryu of the Rain and condensed into a huge ice ball thousands of meters in diameter. Ice sword arts? One of the members of the Beast Pirates looked at the huge frozen ice ball in the sky and his eyes flashed for a moment. Then he suddenly charged into Shiryu of the Rain's sword energy and broke the sword energy. He held the surface of the ice ball with his arms. With blue veins overflowing on his forehead, he gave a sudden roar, and the huge hockey ice ball was pushed by him and hit Shiryu of the Rain and others on the shore. When Shiryu of the Rain saw this, he raised his eyebrows and said, "I made a mistake. Instead, I helped them." He spoke quietly while holding the second-generation Ghost Blade and suddenly attacked the huge ice ball. The huge ice ball with a diameter of thousands of meters was cut from the middle and split it up in 2 equal parts and dropped on the 2 sides of the coast. "Are you one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates?" After cutting open the huge ice ball, Shiryu of the Rain looked at the man opposite to him and asked, "I don't know which one you are. Why don't you guess?" The man didn't answer. After answering the question with another question, the man suddenly charged towards Shiryu of the Rain. As one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates, the other party's strength is extremely tyrannical, which seemed to be neck and neck with Shiryu of the Rain. However, they were on equal ground in terms of strength because Shiryu did not fully grasp the ability of the cold fruit. If Shiryu can completely control the ability of the cold fruit and develops it to a certain extent and combined with his own sword arts, his combat power can fully reach the level of a marine admiral. "Hey, you guys over there, I'll show you something nice." Seeing Shiryu fighting with one of the 3 disaster, Fyoxerman didn't want it to be outdone, and he clasped 6 coins in his hands and sandwiched them between his fingers. He crossed his hands in front of him and swept them towards the ship of the Beast Pirates. 6 coins flew out in the air in an instant, and with the help of Speed Fruit, they lashed at the Beast Pirates' ships at a terrible speed. The cadres of the Beast Pirates failed to react on time. In the rush, they could only block 4 coins. 2 of them hit the bow of the ship and a bomb of the ship's deck was exploded and the others fell into the crowd. "Son of a bitch." Someone from the Beast Pirates regiment roared, looked angrily at Fyoxerman, and suddenly rushed out of the ship, heading straight for Fyoxerman at amazing speed. "Damn you." He looked at Fyoxerman with a murderous and cold. Undaunted, Fyoxerman lurched back from the attack to avoid it, and at the same time, he reached for the revolver guns around his waist and started shooting them. Here, Fyoxerman and Shiryu of the Rain and 2 of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates have started fighting, and the other members of the Beast Pirates finally flicked and jumped ashore. The war broke out completely. It has started. In the air far from the battlefield, Morgan, who is on a hot air balloon, is looking at the battlefield from afar. He said, "I don't know if it will bring an end to a legend, or will the Ghost Hand Pirates will be annihilated and become history." The 2 subordinates behind him were nervous and excited. No matter what the outcome of this war is, it will certainly shake the world, and it is even possible for this war to completely rewrite the situation of 4 emperors and lead the times to an unpredictable future. Bang! In the violent collision between Ross and Kaido, the final blow was exhausted and both retreated. There was no land behind Kaido and he fell into the raging waves, while Ross rolled over from the reef and landed on the coast. In this collision, almost no distinction can be made. Kaido is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. It is not a big thing for him to fall into the sea. He came out of the sea in an instant. He spread his hands and came out of the sea water step by step and reached the coast. Your strength is good, ghost boy. Whiz. At the moment when his voice fell, Kaido stepped out suddenly. He charged towards Ross with his huge body at a very fast speed. When he punched, the shocks created by the power behind the punch swayed the entire coast. But if you only got this much, then you aren't worth more than a mosquito. Bang. The fists of the two men collided again, once again inspiring a terrible power which got blasting in all directions. It seems that the entire island is shaking and no one dares to stay near them. He is strong and fast. At the same time as Kaido threw his second punch, a glint entered Ross's eyes as he began to judge Kaido's power. Kaido, whose physical strength has reached an appalling level, is not very strong in pure attack, certainly not as strong as Whitebeard was at his peak state, otherwise, Whitebeard would have lost his title as the world's greatest. But this so-called not strong attack combined with the defense of his immortal body, its power is still enough to pulverize a mountain and break an entire small island. Kaido's defense and resilience does not need to be measured and judged. It must be the world's #1. As for his speed and attack, it is no less than Aokiji or Akainu and other marine admirals. And since Kaido is a strong physical attacker, his armament haki and observation haki are more refined and strong than any marine admiral. Ross's Kinshoken haki has reached the maximum value and his armament haki is close to reaching that value, so Kaido will be weaker than him in this respect. But he still has an extremely terrifying presence. His battle power is stronger than everyone Ross had encountered so far. Ross had a rough idea of Kaido in his mind, but his mind was not in any chaos and he was quite excited. He wanted to know what his strength was now. War. Instead of suppressing the excitement, Ross took a deep breath and let it boil, bringing out all the power of distortion and fighting Kaido with it. Chapter 253 Thunder vs. Drow Whiz. Whiz. When Ross and Kaido confronted each other, the other beast pirates also rushed to the coast, and the giants led by Hadruden greeted them. In front of the three giants of sand, metal, and barriers, the many zone abilities users in the beast pirates were as small as toys. Even if they had a large number and are crazily rushing at the giants, it is like a group of dogs besieging a giant elephant. The giant elephant will shake off or even kill a lot of them just by moving, so that the group of dogs can do nothing to them and the defense of the elephant will not be easily punctured by the dogs. Your opponent is me. Trafalgar Law holds his Kikaku blade and looks on impassively at a group of members of the beast pirates. Today, he has grown much faster than the original and is now as strong as Luffy, who is a little weaker than Doflamingo. The beast pirates members were cut horizontally and vertically under Law's ability. Even the pirates with a bounty of 400 million berries were defeated easily in front of him and they were not his opponent even when they all rushed towards him. Here we go. Robin's eyes were calm. It has been nearly 6 years since she came from West Blue as the first person to follow Ross. In these 6 years, she has experienced numerous practices and bloody battles, encountered marine admirals, and fought against various powerful opponents. Now, her strength is not what it used to be. In the case of a one-on-one, her fighting power is inferior to that of the fast-growing Trafalgar Law, but now she has the Doppelner ability. Although she cannot produce thousands of Doppelner, but creating 7 or 8 Doppelners is no problem. These Doppelners have the same strength as her original body and they can use armament haki. Every single one of them is enough to fight the elite pirates of the 4 Emperors pirates. What are you all doing? Watching the attacks of the Beast Pirate Regiment being forcibly restrained by the Giant Regiment and Lafitte, Law, and others, the last of the 3 disasters, Jack the Drought appeared on the shore and showed a trace of bloodlust in his eyes. He took a step toward Robin's Doppelner. With one move the doppelganger turned into petal and disappeared. Even when using the armament haki to augment her defense, her doppelganger still failed to block the attack. Kill them all. Jack's voice spread on the battlefield and with a repressed and heart-rending face, he began to rampage on the battlefield. Whether it was Law or Lafitte, they were forced to retreat and could not fight. And just when he charged towards the giant of sand and broke his sand armor defense with one strike, various bolts of thunderous lightning dropped from the sky. Crackling. Among the thunderbolt arcs, Hadruden clenched his fists and punched Jack. Jack also punched back and both retreated. Leave him to me. Hadruden stared at Jack and his expressions were calm, and Rode and others saw it and continued to fight with the other pirate of the Beast Pirate group. Of all the crew members of Ross, Law was not the fastest riser. The fastest riser was Thunder Giant Hadruden. With the help of Rumble Fruit, he has now entered the power level of Doflamingo ladder. Who are you? Jack attacked twice but Hadruden completely blocked him. His eyes filled with blood as he asked him in a deep voice. I am lighting. Hadruden stood in the thunderlight and responded with a cold voice at the same time. The thunder is being wantonly stimulated in his body and the crazy thunder flow spread in his body. so that he was taller than Jack's body and he was becoming more and more huge, emitting the glow of thunder and lightning. 200 million volts, Thor's form. This is the ability that Hadruden has only recently developed and was directly used by him. Jack looked up at the thunder giant Hadruden, which was tens of meters high. His face changed and he looked a little suppressed, but he still roared and pulled out the scimitars and slammed them into Hadruden's leg. Hadruden held the empty space with his hands, and an arc of thunder and lightning condensed in his hands. He roared and threw the thunder towards Jack. Bang! The terrifying arc of lightning swept up the coast and some members of the beast pirate group, who came too close, were left blackened by the lightning, spewing smoke from their mouths and causing casualties within their ranks. Law was also in the range of attack. He did not hesitate to use Room's ability to leave the range of lightning strike and told Hadruden at the same time, "The scope of the attack is too big, Hadruden." "Got it." Hadruden replied and turned to look at Jack. Although Jack has rough skin and thick meat, and with the defense he got from the ancient zone fruit, model ancient mammoth, plus his extremely strong armament haki, he is very durable. But even with all that, it became impossible for him to remain unscratched under the lightning attack of Hadruden. He is angry. His eyes are red with anger as he roared and charged towards Hadruden. However, as a thunder giant, Hadruden not only has a tyrannical attacking power, but he also has a speed that is completely inconsistent with his size. He avoids Jack's front charging attack and slammed a lightning strike against Jack's neck. However, Jack, who has a bounty of 1 billion berries, is not easy to deal with, not to mention that he is one of the main pillars of the beast pirates as one of the 3 disasters. He is like a skinny and equivalent weak version of Kaido. It doesn't look like he can be defeated in a short time. Hadruden noticed that Jack was very strong and had a strong defense, and he was not suffering from too much injury. He even healed at a certain speed. Hadruden could not help but slowly open his mouth. It is difficult to kill Jack, who is very strong and has a tough defense, and Hadruden is in the process of fighting with him. From time to time, he will come with a large-scale attack or long-range lightning strike. The Beast Pirates members are miserable with these lightning attacks. In addition to the 3 disasters, there are a large number of pirates in the Beast Pirates that have a bounty of more than 340 million berries. After some started fighting with Lafitte and others, there are still some left. But the fighting force on Ross's side is extremely flexible, such as Trafalgar Law and Lafitte, or extremely resistant, as the giant regiments is able to take the advantage of their large size and power to fight with enemies, but unable to form a victory. Moreover, Shiryu of the Rain, Fyoxerman, and Hadruden, respectively, almost all had the upper hand on the 3 disasters, and they were able to make a small effort to deal with other cadres of the Beast Pirates. The situation is in a deadlock. It is extremely difficult for anyone to win or lose in a short time. When the Ghost Hand Pirates and the Beast Pirates struggled with each other, the fight between Ross and 100 Beast Kaido had already entered the peak state, where both of them are using almost all of their powers and punching each other. Bulky Fist. After avoiding Kaido's frontal attack, Ross's figure flickers to Kaido's rear using distortion space, and he delivers a punch on Kaido's back. On Kaido's back, the dark armament haki emerged, which resisted Ross's strike, but the force behind it was still there, which caused Kaido to squat forward. Whiz. Ross continued to move forward and slammed into action, while Kaido rolled over and folded his arms in front of him, slamming his legs against Ross as he resisted Ross's attack. Boom. Ross fought back and armament haki condensed. After getting hit by 100 Beast Kaido's attack, Ross, suspended in midair, did not fly directly upside down, but only briefly, before placing his foot on Kaido's chest. Bang! Kaido couldn't avoid it. Under Ross's foot, the earth under his feet was broken like a spider web, and his legs embedded in the sand. After all, Ross was faster than Kaido, and even if Kaido had a top-notch observation haki, Ross was usually able to attack him 10 times before Kaido had a chance to find him. Chapter 254, One Day and One Night Doesn't Hurt. Kaido's body jerked, and the earth instantly burst apart as he suddenly jumped up. His huge hand grasped into a fist and he slammed into the air. Ross's figure flashed and he appeared on Kaido's back again by using distortion space. Boom. Kaido responds in advance by stiffening his attack with a wave of his arm, reaching out with his right hand and grabbing Ross's body. As Kaido's observation haki and armament haki are top even among the 4 Emperor's pirates, Kaido naturally got adapt to Ross's space movement, although he still can't handle it completely, but he doesn't take much time to react. Pa. With one kick, Ross distorts Kaido's hand so that it can't be pulled together. Then he comes up front and punches Kaido in the head. When Kaido saw it, he simply didn't evade and let the attack hit him. When Ross attacked, his palms slammed from the left and right, like a fly. Buzz. Ross punched Kaido's nose and the terrifying power of distortion broke Kaido's armament haki, causing his nose to be hit hard and blood to burst out. At the same time, Ross's body also appeared in the middle of Kaido's palms. Even in the final moments of him getting out of there by using distortion space, he was still affected by the attack. Kaido's attack is not as strong as the original attack of Akainu, Kizaru, and Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief, but because his armament haki is more powerful and Kizaru and Akainu, it reaches the top level. Even though it can't break the space, it can directly fight with the power of distortion and bring the distortion to a level again. In this regard, Ross is not very surprised. If the space class ability can be used to defeat Kaido, then two admirals would have teamed up to suppress Kaido and then they would casually use Blueno's door fruit to open the door and close the door with air, cutting Kaido's body in half, but that's not possible. This would obviously be not so easy. Although Kaido can't break the space, he can directly fight against the power of distortion with his top-level armament haki, so that the distortion space is resmoothed and the playing ground become leveled where the space abilities do not hold much of an advantage over him. Kakakacha. Appearing not far away, Ross stretches his body, crackling all over his bones, and looks at Kaido with flat eyes. Your attacks are the same, it doesn't hurt. Kaido is not as aggressive in his attacks. Although he is pretty scary with his ultimate armament haki, Ross is also pretty much equipped with the high-level armament haki, plus the fact that it takes a certain amount of strength to get past the wall of distortion, plus his tenacious talent and rock talents are most useful in this scenario. Kaido also noticed Ross's strength at this time. Ross has a similar speed to Red Hair but also has a much stronger body than Red Hair. His attacks are also extremely powerful. His observation haki and armament haki are at the top level and his conqueror's haki is also not weaker than his. Ross has the advantage in speed and slightly better attack power. And his advantage is that he has the strength of an immortal body, which can withstand Ross's attack completely. Even if he is hit by a blow on his weaker spots and he gets a nosebleed, he can instantaneously heal from it. I haven't had such a battle in a long time. Kaido doesn't think about winning or losing anymore, but instead, he's got a rare burst of energy as he charged towards Ross and continuing to punch Ross. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. The most important thing is to have a good fight with Ross, that's enough. Me too. It's been a long time since I've had such a tough opponent. Ross watched the oncoming 100-beast Kaido, and as he punched him, he slowly opened his mouth to reply and continued his fight with Kaido. With the distortion of space and the direct confrontation with Kaido, the battle between the two of them lasted from morning to evening, and they entered the depths of the island from the coast. There was still no victory or loss, or even no advantage or disadvantage. Some surviving barbarians on the island were shivering in the distance. Even the leader among them had no resistance to the power of Ross and 100-beast Kaido, and fear and horror were plastered on his face as he shivered. This little power is too weak. 100-beast Kaido resisted Ross's punch, his head turned a little to the left, then he jerked his head and punched Ross. Ross snorted and utilized distortion space. With a sudden twist, Ross avoids Kaido's fist, to the right of it, and slams down with a backhand. Your speed is too slow. Boom. Kaido waved his arm and blocked Ross's blow. Ross clenched his fists and the power of distortion condensed on top of his fists as he rushed towards Kaido and launched violent rainstorm-like attacks and continues to punch him again and again. Kaido roared, confronting Ross face to face and punching him with the same ferocity and speed, causing the whole earth to cause violent tremors. It was as if the entire island was shattering. After dozens of consecutive punches, Ross gives a loud gulp and flees, catching Kaido on a break and kicking him hard in the chest. Boom. Kaido suddenly flew upside down, smashing through the forest and flying back for nearly 100 meters before coming to a stop. There was a trace of blood on his mouth, and a blue-purple footprint appeared on his chest, but as time passed, the footprint quickly became shallower and shallower until it disappeared completely. Ah! Can't die. Kaido stood up again, wiped the blood from his mouth, spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged spit, and touched the back of his head as if he were still at the battle. He slammed his legs and ran across the ground, and the whole person rushed into the ropes again. It was difficult for Ross to make a fatal attack on Kaido. Even if he made an heavy attack and hit Kaido on the head with a heavy hammer, he would at best stun Kaido briefly. In turn, it is almost impossible for Kaido to seriously hurt Ross. With Ross's current defense, unless Kaido caught him off guard and hit him in the back with an all-out attack, it would only be possible for him to cause Ross to spit out blood but not hurt him badly. Coupled with the resilience of tenacious talent, he is no worse than the current Kaido, so Kaido can't do anything to Ross. The battle between the two was almost a stamina contest. Simple talking about stamina, Ross is still inferior to Kaido, but battle is not like running a marathon. Ross punches Kaido on the chest and damages him. It takes stamina to recover this damage. 1 day and 1 night passed. The fight between the two does not see any results. As for the coastline, out of the Beast Pirates and the Ghost Hand Pirates, Only 3 disasters and Shiryu of the Rain are able to fight, and everyone else has a short pause because of stamina consumption. In this kind of intensive battle, Luffy, Law, and others do not have the stamina that can last them a day or night, not to mention the injuries they received in the fight. Shiryu of the Rain and others are better, but after a day and night of fighting, they are also taking a temporary rest. After the two sides retired to a certain distance, they were watching the fight between Ross and Kaido. Their fight was going on for a full day and night now, but instead of becoming weaker, the battle between Ross and Kaido became more and more intense. That ghost hand Ross was able to take on Lord Kaido at this level. After all, the opponent is the acknowledged 5th Emperor. Someone screamed, but, except for the Whitebeard, no one is the Kaido-sama's opponent. Keep your eyes on that Shiryu of the Rain and others, don't let them interfere with Kaido's fight. Yes, keep your eyes upon the Ghost Hand Pirates. One of the 3 disasters sat cross-legged and slowly said. They had a fierce battle with the Ghost Hand Pirates for a day. The final outcome was that the Beast Pirates lost more than a dozen people and dozens of people were injured, and there wasn't anyone dead at the other party. They will continue to fight. The Ghost Hand Pirates will certainly have casualties, but they are also bound to suffer heavy casualties. Then there is Kaido. There is absolutely no need for them to worry about him. As long as Kaido defeats Ross, the Ghost Hand Pirates will surely collapse. Chapter 255 Terrifying Kaido. Ho ho ho. I haven't seen Captain fight so hard in a long time. Luffy stands at the top of a tree, looking out over the open battlefield between Ross and Kaido, deep in the island. His enemy is Kaido after all. Law took a sip of water and replied in silence. Fyoxerman shrugged and said, "It looks like we're not going to be able to finish this fight in 2 or 3 days. The Beast Pirates guys aren't going to wait 2 or 3 days. So what?" Shiryu of the Rain wiped the 2nd-generation ghost blade with a cloth and said, "They are just extra heads on a chopping board." In this battle, Shiryu of the Rain had a claw mark on his chest. The wound was not deep, and it did not affect his battle proficiency. It was simply wrapped up. Luffy's clothes were broken, but he did not receive any serious injuries, and the others were mostly fine except for Metal Giant, who had a laceration on his chest and abdomen. Metal Giant's wound was also caused by the fact that he had rushed to the rescue Robin after she came under siege during the fight. The wound has been stitched up, and with Girth's heal fruit ability, it is already close to healing within this half-day. At the moment, it's night on the island. In the darkness, Ross and 100 Beast Kaido were still engaged in fierce confrontation. In the face of the most top power in the sea, night and day had little influence on them. Observation Haki was almost used to perceive and move in the fight, with a low visual dependence. Distortion, restraint. In the darkness, after he and Kaido twist and land, a burst of power of distortion pours into the earth with a step, and the sand and stone surge wildly, twisting towards Kaido's legs and binding them. And in the next moment, Ross rushed toward Kaido. Boring little trick. Kaido is arrogant, but he has the strength to be arrogant. He pulled his legs and the distortion area of about 10 meters around him was blown up, and he punched Ross and crashed into the air with Ross. The 2 fists interlocked and Ross's face remained unchanged. He stepped in the void and the whole man leaped toward the head of Kaido. Ground vine strangle. Bang long. With the explosion of the power of distortion, the earth surges crazily around thousands of meters, and huge blocks of sand and stones burst into the air and fly towards Kaido. There is a power of distortion in the sand, which may not hurt Kaido, but the impact of these sand blocks is enough to make Kaido's feet squat. Oh. Faced with numerous sandstones that were hitting him in all directions, Kaido howled and instantly blasted the sandstones. But at this moment, Ross rushed out of the darkness and hit Kaido on his chest. Kaido had no time to counterattack and was forced to cross his arms and block the coming attack in front of him. Under the Ross attack, his body swayed slightly and he stepped back toward the rear. Bang! A huge sandstone with a diameter of hundreds of meters came and slammed into Kaido's left shoulder. Kaido did not get hit, but his entire body tilted to the right, revealing an opening. Without hesitation, Ross pulled his sword out of its sheath and plunged it into Kaido's back. Buzz. The power of distortion is condensed on the blade. Kaido utilized his armament Haki to resist the attack, and Ross's blade created sparks when it came in contact with Kaido's body, and it did cause some damage. Huh? Kaido bellowed and tried to grab him with his sword. Without the slightest hesitation, Ross pulled his sword back decisively. With one step back, he was already tens of meters away. The wound on Kaido's lower back overflowed with the blood, but it quickly became crusted and attached at the speed visible to the naked eye, eventually healing completely. As one of 4 emperors, he has lost many times because he has singled out other 4 emperors, pirates and marines. He has suffered many sword injuries and has been pierced by red hair. Even red hair couldn't kill him. Is that all there is? Is there anything better? Show me something more interesting. Being stabbed by Ross, Kaido didn't get angry but instead licked his mouth, showing a heart-rending expression with a horrible smile, and he suddenly charged into Ross again. Ding ding. Ross is shaking from left and right, holding the cursed blade more ass aim, constantly resisting Kaido's attack. The distortion space needs to fully stimulate the power of distortion. It consumes a lot of stamina. Ross does not use distortion space on all of his attacks on Kaido as it will only waste his stamina. Fighting Kaido is not the same as fighting Red Hair. If you're dealing with Kaido, it's no big deal in terms of the armament hockey, physique, and resilience of Ross, but if he's dealing with Red Hair, he would have to be very careful, because he would be dealing with a swordsman. A single mistake and a single hit, that's all it would take to end his life. Boom. Kaido's fist kept falling, and finally, with a bang, he broke Ross's power of distortion and knocked him back a few meters. It's my turn. Ross's feet stepped on the ground that created cracks for dozens of meters, but his face remained the same and he calmly raised his head to look at Kaido. His confrontation with Kaido till now consists of him using the power of distortion on Kaido and caused him any amount of damage that he could, and then Kaido will burst out with his power and Ross would conserve his strength while defending himself. It was better for him to have this kind of rotational fight. If Kaido continuously bursts out with all his power, then this fight would have concluded a long time ago, as no one knows what terrible physical power exists within Kaido's vast body. Whiz. As Ross stepped out, he suddenly reached Kaido's legs, where the blade of his sword struck him with sharp precision. Kaido didn't have the slightest fear of this attack as his observation hockey had already caught Ross's movements. He immediately attached a black painted armament hockey to his legs and kicked Ross. Bang. Sparks are splashing. The tip of Ross's sword cut through the armament hockey, leaving a bloody mark on Kaido's leg, but it couldn't penetrate his tough muscle and hurt his hamstring. Since Ross was the first to take the shot, Kaido caught him in action and kicked him sideways, slowing him down by a beat and weakening him by a beat. Whiz. After piercing Kaido's leg skin and leaving a wound, Ross didn't pause. His figure flickered as he avoided Kaido's huge palm. He came to Kaido's back, holding the hilt of his sword with both hands. With a sudden burst of power of distortion, he steps forward. Distortion, spatial cut. Chapter 256 Spatial See You. Just the next moment, Ross's figure suddenly appeared on Kaido's back, and at the same time, a terrifying distortion arc appeared in the void, connecting the 2 points that Ross crossed. This distortion arc runs through Kaido's chest and abdomen and then bursts open. The power of distortion leaves a white scar on Kaido's chest and belly, and the tiny tearing sound comes from inside him. This is what Ross has figured out in this fight as he continues to use the ability of space distortion. This sword attack needs a large amount of power storage time, but once it is displayed, it must pass through 2 points. Because it is instantaneous cut in space, it is almost like a man-id passing through Kaido's body with a sword. Countless tears appeared on Kaido's body that seemed to be broken by the edge of the sword. When the sound of sword edge ceased, Kaido's body standing still and his mouth began to drip blood down to the ground below. Kaido looked at his chest and abdomen, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes, not understanding how Ross managed to get the attack inside him. The attacks done on his outside body does not matter. All of them are resisted by his body, but the attack inside his body is not trivial, even if the scope is very small, but the power of distortion twisted his internal organs together and cracks appeared everywhere on them. If the power of this move got any bigger, it would be very dangerous for him. Pity. Ross stabbed his sword to the ground, panting slightly. Although it is not clear what is happening in Kaido's body, but it is possible to guess what Kaido's body is going through by seeing the blood spilling from his mouth. Unfortunately, this is a slow build-up attack and the opportunity is not easy to find to use this attack, and the current attack range is too small. The palm-sized area of Kaido's body that was just struck was far from fatal, and in front of Kaido's massive body, it cannot be even considered as a serious injury. Kaido's body is certainly different from that of a human being, but to what extent, even now, Ross only has a rough estimate of his strength, which cannot be accurately determined. If he was still a normal person, breaking a head or heart would be enough to kill Kaido, which means that with a little more precision Ross could have killed Kaido. But if Kaido's body is similar to that of Marco's Phoenix Immortal Fruit, not to mention the heart and head, everything can be regenerated. This is the world of Devil Fruit. Any magical abilities are possible. Naturally, this hit is almost as serious as the total amount of damage Ross inflicted on Kaido before this. It is a tremendous drain on Kaido's stamina. After all, no one can restore their wounds indefinitely, not even Marco's fruit can do that. This little trick had a bit of power. Kaido quickly recovered from his internal wounds, he forgot what had happened and he looked up at Ross and opened his mouth, saying those words in a cold tone. "It's a pity that you couldn't hit any key organs." Ross had been overcharged and he was a little spent, and Kaido had been injured and had not able to attack, but Kaido had recovered and he had recovered from his injuries. The key? There is no such thing. Kaido snorted and suddenly charged into Ross, and launched a storm of attack. Although his preference is suicide, it does not mean that he wants to die in Ross's hands. He likes to commit suicide because no one can kill him, even he himself, but if there is a force that can kill him, then, he will not ask for death even if he has a problem with his brain. That kind of death is meaningless. Unless Ross can beat him in one-on-one combat and kill him. Clang. Clang. Under Kaido's storm-like attacks, Ross continued to retreat. In the process of parrying, he also stimulated the power of distortion, causing the earth to continually collapse, condensing a piece of sand and stone and smashing into Kaido, blocking Kaido's fierce offensive. In a flash, the two of them hit a distance of 1,000 meters, leaving the island in a mess. Under the great power and domination of Ross and Kaido, the dominant beasts, such as the silverback giant ape and others, almost ran away, hardly daring to look at them. After Kaido's continuous attack, a heavy punch hit Ross's blade and spark flew as Ross got slammed into the underground. The ground cracked open and cracks like spider webs generally spread in all directions. Utilizing the power of distortion and armament hockey to resist Kaido's punch, Ross's arms became slightly numb, but the problem is not serious, and the power of distortion in his body has been increased. Distortion, spatial cut. Ross once again concentrated his power and held the hilt of the blade in both hands and rushed out of the underground. However, Kaido, as the king of one-on-one fights, will not remain a constant target. One of the things that Kaido learned was that it didn't take much notice, and the other was that Ross used his power to create opportunities. This time it was not so easy to hit. Ross's figure suddenly broke the void and appeared tens of meters away, but Kaido avoided the spatial path that Ross had cut, only missing the edge of his shoulder. MMM. A distortion crack appeared in a void and disappeared quickly. Kaido's shoulder is attached to the dark armament hockey, with a slight distortion of the muscles due to the penetration of the power of distortion with spatial movement. With a cold face, Kaido raised his hand and rubbed it against his shoulder, where the tendon quickly returned to its elastic, rubbery nature, and Kaido's terrifying resilience was revealed. A better opportunity must be created to use this trick again. Looking at Kaido, Ross's eyes flashed. While this move can move across space and is incredibly fast, its forward movement gives opponents a chance to dodge. Although he injured Kaido, he also consumes a lot of his energy. It is, after all, an explosion of power. Whiz. Kaido didn't stop too much this time. After seeing the Ross attack and seeing that Ross was breathing heavily, he decisively rushed forward, wanting to beat Ross. However, he is not very strong in attack, and Ross's physique and recovery ability are also extraordinary. He can't beat Ross as Ross can move instantaneously with his space distortion and can avoid Kaido's attacks. In the process of evading, Ross is calmly judging his current position. During the battle with Kaido, he was in the spirit heart state and remained absolutely calm, even though he was in a fierce battle with Kaido. Even though he couldn't judge every move correctly and most of them were instinctive, his thoughts remained clear throughout the battle. Close to them. Finally. After another collision with Kaido, Ross flew backward and landed dozens of meters away, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Let's do this. Chapter 257 Unite 1 To strike it is natural to treat 100 Beast Kaido with a certain amount of respect. One cannot just think about a single person alone, but he had to use his teammates who can make a difference. Almost without waiting for Ross's signal, a burst of cold ice sword energy suddenly broke through the air and slammed into 100 Beast Kaido. And at the same time that the slash came, a bullet came with a loud sonic bang, which seemed a little bit slower, but it was a lot faster than the sword attack, and both of these attacks arrived at the same time. Shiryu of the Rain. Sermon. In the process of confrontation with Kaido, Ross led Kaido in the direction of Shiryu of the Rain and others, and he finally fell into the attack range of Shiryu of the Rain and Sermon and others. Huh? Kaido grimaces but doesn't get angry when he senses someone is interfering with his battle. This had happened against the other four emperors as more than once before. His arms crossed in front of him, blocking the sword energy and the bullet that came. Bang! The cold sword energy burst, leaving a little frost on Kaido's arm, and the bullet was also fried and smashed, leaving a subtle white spot on Kaido's arm. Defying Shiryu of the Rain and Sermon's strike, Kaido doesn't step back and the pride of one of the four emperors was displayed. Thunder Strike. And just as Kaido blocked Shiryu of the Rain and the Sermon attacks, the third attack came down. It was a terrifying torrent of whale electricity that ran right across Kaido's body. Crackling. Kaido's hair flew up under the lightning strike, and for a time his hair was scattered, but Hadruden's thunder didn't leave any burnt wounds on him. Bathing in the thunder, he's like a god. However, Just as the thunder arc was flashing, Ross's figure flashed and appeared directly above Kaido. He did not perform the spatial cut, because there was no time to save energy. He directly concentrated a pure power of distortion on the sword edge and chopped fiercely at Kaido's head. Due to the triple efforts of the members of the Ghost Hand Pirates, Kaido was unable to parry Ross's blow and he was unable to move his body and was forced to tilt his head to one side. Clang! In the shower of sparks, Ross's sword edge cut deep between Kaido's shoulder and neck, several inches below the bone. This body is a little too hard. Hueco appeared in the treetop not far away, looking at Kaido's body with a heavy look in his eyes. It was a blow from Ross, and in this case of all-out power attack, he had not able to cut off Kaido's arm. Shiryu of the Rain holds the second-generation Ghost Blade, sipping a cigar, and he said with a flash of light in his eyes, if it was so easy for him to be killed, he wouldn't be 100 Beast Kaido. I once participated in the execution of Kaido, and those Marine Admiral teamed up with each other and still failed to kill him. It sounds too exaggerated. Lafitte shrugged and looks at Kaido without a hint of hidden fear. It sounds exaggerated, but judging from their joint attack and Ross's sword, I'm afraid the truth is similar to what Shiryu of the Rain said. Kaido bellowed and tightened his muscles to squeeze the cursed blade more aim, which caused the blade to not penetrate further in his body, and he attacked Ross with his other hand. Ross gave up his intention to destroy Kaido's shoulder blade. Ross whipped out two-handed blade more aim, avoiding Kaido's grasp. It was no small feat to be caught by Kaido, but just as Kaido could not be cut through his skull in an instant, he could not be caught by Kaido. -100. Shiryu of the Rain took a breath, and the cigar he was holding in his mouth suddenly turned into ice, and the burning cigar butt also went out instantly, forming a layer of frost. He held the second-generation Ghost Blade and took advantage of the opportunity as he rushed toward Kaido, trying to strike Kaido's heart. But almost at this moment, a sharp crack in the air came from not far away. Ross and Kaido's fight are closely watched by Shiryu of the Rain and others. The people of the Beast Pirates are naturally watching the fight at this moment. When Ross and Kaido are found moving in the direction of Shiryu of the Rain and others, they immediately set off and rushed over. They did not have any time to block Shiryu of the Rain and Hueco and others' attack, and the second attack chance will not give a chance. Kaido came with them this time. It was obviously not a plan to be singled out. They couldn't let Shiryu of the Rain and other join forces with Ross to besiege Kaido. Bang! Shiryu of the Rain was blocked in midair. Your opponent is me, Shiryu of the Rain. Get your guns out of my face, then roll over and die. The three disasters of the Beast Pirates arrived first and went straight to Shiryu of the Rain and Hueco, followed by numerous cadres and the beasts, and they roared and attacked. A moment ago, Kaido was attacked by Shiryu of the Rain, which hurt Kaido's shoulder. They were worried about being punished by Kaido. At this time, under the eyes of Kaido, they all desperately attacked without holding back their strength. Rainstorm cuts. What Ross has just cast is not spatial cut. There would be no time to do any adjustment after the outbreak of the after effects, so in order to avoid Kaido after catching him, he flickers to Kaido back immediately. In the blade in his hands fell like violent rainstorm onslaught. Bang! 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 Every attack that landed on Kaido's back produced a bang or dull thud as if 1,000 cannonballs had struck Kaido, which tottered and fell forward. In the process of falling, the wound on Kaido's shoulder gradually healed. He held his arms around the ground and rolled over, slamming his elbows toward Ross. Whiz! Without saving the power of distortion, Ross avoids Kaido's elbow knock and, before Kaido's shoulder is fully recovered, he delivered another burst of power of distortion against his chest. After retreating several dozen meters, Kaido finally recovered from his shoulder injury. He bellowed and swung his fist at Ross. Your strength is getting smaller and smaller, Ghost Hand Boy. Now, after nearly 2 days and a night of intense fighting, Ross's stamina has been depleted, and although his normal stamina has not decreased, but when it did, it was obviously inadequate. It's enough to beat you. Ross opened his eyes with a cold look in them. He judged the consumption of Kaido to be about the same, because there was a distinct feeling in his heart that Kaido's stamina was not as strong as it had been, and it was obviously that he did not have infinite stamina. So many attacks that caused so many injuries, it is impossible for them to have no effect. Both of their stamina has been depleted by more than half, which means that the final victory of this battle is getting closer. Chapter 258 Reinforcement Duka Island. The battle between Ross and 100 Beast Kaido has been going on for 2 days and nights. The news of the encounter, which Morgan had telegraphed a day earlier, had not been written as a press release, but only as underground news, spreading through the dark underground world. All parties had learned the news of the Ghost Hand Pirates and the Beast Pirates fighting in the Duka Island. At the same time, they were also nervous. In particular, some of the forces affiliated with Kaido. However, no one was trying to get to the island of Duka where the fight was taking place. The fight between the two emperors was not easy to watch, and it was already 2 days ago. The first line of noose is firmly locked in Morgan's hands, and Morgan has made a fortune from it, and there are not many people who are concerned about the battle between ghosts and beasts. In addition to Morgan, Marine and World Government also received the intelligence report from Duca Island in the first day. As for how they received it so quickly, it is also very simple. Most of the news birds in the sky belong to World Government subordinates, and some of those news birds carry image Mushi on them. Although they couldn't get too close and caused the picture to become blurred, but it can be used to judge the current situation of Duca Island. The entire Marine headquarters has entered the highest preparation, and they may dispatch their forces at any time. Bang! Bang! Ross and 100 Beast Kaido continue to fight. The entire island has been beaten into a mess, and there is hardly any good place left here. The animals living on this island were also caught in the center of the Ghost Hand Pirates and the Beast Pirates, and even though they are very strong, they are nothing compared to Shiryu of the Rain or the Three Disasters. For Ross and 100 Beast Kaido, their first battle was not over, but for Shiryu of the Rain and Three Disasters, it was their second battle. This time, the Beast Pirates gradually gain the upper hand by virtue of the number of people. People like Shiryu of the Rain are difficult to deal with human tactics, but Robin and Luffy are not strong enough to ignore the influence of human tactics. Once Robin and others are suppressed, it will immediately affect the 300 million bounty elite pirates who have the qualification to intervene in the Battle of the Three Disasters. Such a layer of influence will eventually lead to the slope of the winners and losers. The power of the Ghost Hand Pirates is still too weak in the middle and lower layers. But, despite gaining the advantage, the Beast Pirates were unable to defeat Shiryu of the Rain and others within a short time, let alone support Kaido and kill Ross. To intervene in the battle between Ross and Kaido, the person intervening must be at least at the level of the Three Disasters, otherwise anyone weaker than them will be instantly killed. Sure enough, they are still too strong. In the process of confronting Kaido, Ross did not completely ignore the battlefield where Shiryu of the Rain and others were located. He noticed that they fell into a disadvantaged situation and could not help but whisper. If the Ghost Hand Pirates has the full strength in their middle and lower levels, the situation at this time would have been their superiority, or if they had another member at the level of Shiryu of the Rain, then they would be able to instantly equalize all the disadvantages and even occupy a great advantage. Boom. Distracted by the battlefield of Shiryu of the Rain and others, Ross was hit by 100 Beast Kaido punch and flew backward, breaking several giant trees before coming to a halt. You were distracted, Kaido said with a hint of irritation in his voice. Ross is fighting against him and he is still distracted and not paying attention to the fight, which made him angry. The annoyed Kaido began to explode, his huge fist slamming on the ground, and the whole earth suddenly fell apart, creating an abyss of cracks all the way to Ross. Whiz! Ross jumped into the air. He has very little stamina left, and Kaido in front of him is probably about the same. Ross really wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill two of the Three Disasters, but once he starts, Kaido will not just let him do whatever he wants. The Three Disasters can't stop him, and similarly, Shiryu of the Rain and others can't stop Kaido. The deterrent power of 4 emperors is here. Otherwise, Kizaru can go to any of the 4 emperors' territory every day, throwing a Yasukuni no Magatomikama Jewel of 8 Shaku, and the power of the 4 emperors' pirates will dwindle and the Marine would be able to take care of all the pirates. Deterrence is relative. Now Ross has the only advantage on this side. Girth has not yet started and her heal fruit can not only cure the wound but also restore a little bit of stamina when the stamina is exhausted so that people can regain their peak strength in a short time. This is enough to reverse the battle, but once forced to use this ability, it means that both sides will have serious deaths and injuries. Distortion Fist. After avoiding Kaido's attack, Ross came to Kaido's back and punched. Kaido backhanded, his fists colliding with Ross's in the air, and Ross fell back 10 meters, Kaido staggering back 2 steps. While Ross and Kaido continued their battle and Ross tried to finish off Kaido before Shiryu of the Rain and others had a major problem, several ships under the flag of the Beast Pirate Regiment arrived at Duca Island. The reinforcements arrived. Kaido made a sudden decision in dealing with Ross and he didn't bring his entire naval force and only brought the pirates in the nearby area and the rest of his force was to arrive later. Now 2 days and nights had passed and the fight is still going on, which gave the Beast Pirates enough time to arrive here. Reinforcements? Shiryu of the Rain stepped on Moonwalk and was suspended in midair, and saw the ship of the Beast Pirates that had arrived on the shoreline. There was a trace of blood in his mouth and his eyes were filled with cold light. The reinforcements of the Beast Pirates will not have any pirates of the 3 disaster caliber, but there are still many pirates with a bounty of 1 or 200 million. The situation on their side is not favorable. Once the other party's reinforcements come over, the situation is bound to turn sharply. When the time comes, I'm afraid we'll have to rely on Girth's powers. Shiryu of the Rain is confident that he would be able to kill one of the three disasters, but the problem is that after killing the other party, it would be difficult for him to retreat, and he will likely die there. Reinforcement. Ross also noticed that the reinforcement of the beast pirates had appeared and various thoughts flashed in his mind. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and a decision came to his mind. He watched the 100-beast Kaido panting slightly and burst out with the remaining power of distortion in his body. Kaido noticed the sudden surge of power in Ross but did not show any fear. The powerful and overbearing-looking Ross rushed forward. Bang! The disproportionate body of the two men collided in the air. Ross took the power of distortion to the limit. He didn't try to kill Kaido with the tricks at this moment, but he used every remaining power and sent it to the most useful place at this time. Chapter 259 Victory and Defeat. Sword Cut, Hammer Strike, Distortion Space, Teleport Steps. In the state of Spirit Heart, Ross's final burst of power strikes were almost flawless, and there was no trace of flaws left for Kaido. After dozens of moves, he finally grasped the situation with speed. Bang! 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 The cursed blade Morass aim was shaken out by Kaido, but Ross didn't care and didn't fly over to pick it up again. He rushed towards Kaido and started punching him without any break. Under the series of continuous strikes that Ross formed with his speed, it was difficult for Kaido to form an effective counterattack method which forced him to continuously parry and dodge and continue to retreat under his feet. No moves. Every attack is filled with a pure power of distortion. Each punch is on the spot and hit Kaido's body. Ross attacked with a stormy rainstorm offensive, suppressing Kaido and the last punch caused Kaido to fly backward. Instead of stopping, Ross bellowed as Kaido flies backward, squeezing out all the remaining power of distortion from his body. With one step, he catches up with the Kaido. It was difficult for Kaido to make any counterattack at the moment, so it was only possible for him to deploy armament haki fully, with his body curled up and his arms folded in front of it, trying to form a defensive position. One punch, two punches, three punches. Ross's fist is constantly falling on Kaido's body and the black-colored armament haki on Kaido's body began to sound like a drum. The 9th punch. The 10th punch. With the last attack filled with all of Ross's remaining power of distortion, it smashed on Kaido's chest, completely breaking the other side's armament haki, causing Kaido to spurt out blood. The whole person crossed an arc and flew backward. Wherever he went, whether it is trees or rocks, they were all broken, and he couldn't stop himself from flying backward. What's that? Look out! On the battlefield where Shiryu of the Rain was located, the people noticed that Kaido flew from a distance. They were stunned at first, and then their faces changed dramatically, and they retreated toward both sides. There is a pirate who couldn't escape and the pirate with the bounty of over 100 million berries was smashed by Kaido's body. It is like a pedestrian being hit a truck, and the bones in his body got smashed as he screamed. Kaido-sama. Noticing that the figure was Kaido, a number of pirates formed the beast pirates showed an expression of surprise. Finally, 100-beast Kaido flew out of the island and accidentally hit a ship under the flag of the beast pirates, and the ship was suddenly broken and shattered. At the same time, he finally stopped flying backward and fall into the sea. There was silence. How? 3 disasters from the beast pirates and many other pirates looked at the scene and their faces changed dramatically. Their boss, 100-beast Kaido, was beaten and sent flying into the sea without any further noise. In other words, Kaido lost to Ghost Hand Ross? How is this possible? There is a trace of disbelief on everyone's face as they believe that no one in the world today can beat Kaido in a one-on-one situation except Whitebeard. The beast pirates, which originally occupied the upper hand, all paused at the same time and got distracted. Shiryu of the Rain and others naturally would not let go of this golden opportunity and they all tried their best to suppress the beast pirates. Go. Getting caught off guard, several pirates from the beast pirates who had the bounty of 200 or 300 million berries got killed. The rest of the pirates woke up from their stunned state at this time like a dream and they knew that they had lost the war and fled to the coastline. The beast pirates retreated. Shiryu of the Rain and the others ran after them for a while, then they stopped one after another. All of them were panting violently, including Robin, who was covered with blood and bruises. This is... Did we win? Fyoxerman gasps violently with a sweat stain on his forehead and a bloody claw mark on his back, deep in the bone and he was badly injured. Looks like it. Trafalgar Law took a deep breath and managed to hold his breath. He had a wound on his abdomen, which he did not know what it had pierced and it was very serious. Lafitte was a little better, but there were also a few blood marks on his body. He looked at the direction of the beast pirates' retreat and suddenly turned around. Captain? 100-beast Kaido smashed through the battlefield and destroyed a ship that had just arrived under the flag of the beast pirates, but Ross did not come. Robin lightly glimpsed and her face changed, saying, Gerd. Yes. Gerd responded by sprinkling a healing dandelion on Fyoxerman and the others. giving them some relief while sprinting in the direction where Kaido came from. Across a distance of several kilometers, Gerd and Robin saw Ross in a ruin. At this moment, Ross is holding the cursed blade Morasame, which he had just picked up, and he was gasping heavily with a trace of blood in his mouth and there were some dry blood marks on his body. "Captain." Gerd came forward. Ross waved at Robin and Gerd and said, "I'm fine. I'm just short on stamina." "Did that Kaido guy got up?" After the final attack on Kaido, Ross's stamina and haki were thoroughly bottomed out, and even using observation haki to continue to perceive got tough for him. Robin saw that Ross was fine and she was relived and told Ross. "Broke a ship and fell into the sea without coming out. Well, his situation seems about the same as mine." Ross gradually stopped breathing heavily. Gerd stepped forward and put her hands in the air and a strange glow emerged from her hand, falling to Ross and wrapping Ross in it. "This is the power of heal fruit." Hiss. Ross's sour and weak body, under the cover of this strange light, felt cool and he gradually recovered a small amount of stamina. This healing effect can only be used once for a short time. It cannot restore stamina or damage indefinitely. "How do you feel?" Gerd whispered to Ross after the twilight had cleared. "Not bad." Ross gave Gerd a thumbs up, his observation haki spread out and covered the battlefield in the distance, and he noticed that all the people of the beast pirates had retreated to the shore. Robin tore off a piece of clothing and simply wrapped a wound on his shoulder and said, "Shall we pursue them?" With Gerd and her ability of heal fruit, they still have the power to go after the beast pirates even though they were badly injured. Ross is trying to affirm Robin's question and go to the coast to chase the beast pirates, but in the next moment, his observation haki perceives something else. So here they are. On the other side of the island, there is also a ship docked. Ross's observation haki could only detect the general shape of the ship, not battleship, but a regular sailboat, but that was not the point. The point is that there are several familiar people on the ship. "We don't have to chase the beast pirates, there is a guy who is looking for death and he is coming here." Ross converges on the observation haki and saves his stamina before saying calmly, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. There can be no mistake. The few breaths he has just felt are the highest level of world government intelligence. Cipher Paul Number 0. Chapter 260 Killing of Cipher Paul Number 0 Duka Island. Kilometers away in the sky. The head of the big news agency, Morgan, and two of his men had not slept for days, but there was no sign of sleepiness on their faces. Incredible. The beast pirates were repelled back. Morgan put down a telescope in his hand and there was a shock in his eyes. Although the ghost hand pirates have created countless miracles, he was more inclined towards the beast pirates winning this war. After all, Kaido's existence as an undead monster that countless people fear is not just empty talk. But now, the one that was defeated was the beast pirates. Although the ghost hand pirates suffered from injuries, but the situation of the beast pirates is similar. Being able to repel the beast pirates means that the ghost hand pirates have completely stabilized their position as the fifth emperor, and the situation has completely overturned in the New World Four Emperors pattern. But Master Morgan, they are in trouble. That is the government. Morgan's two subordinates suddenly opened their mouths nervously, as they saw a new situation. They were paying attention to Duka Island, and the ordinary sailing ship that arrived at Duka Island could not escape their observation. At first, they did not care about them, but when the people on the sailboat came down and boarded the island, they became vaguely aware of them as they recognized them. Huh? Morgan's face also changed. He picked up the telescope and looked at the line that went deep into the Duka Island and went straight to the location of Ross and others. His pupil was slightly shrunk. That is Cipher Paul Number 0. Is the government going to step in? It looks like the ghost hand pirates pose an unprecedented threat to the government right now. This is the battlefield of the beast pirates and the ghost hand pirates. If the ghost hand pirates are annihilated by the government in their weakened state, Kaido will not be happy afterward, he will be furious. Although there are constant conflicts between four emperors and almost all of them have a default principle, that is to never allow the Marines or the government to interfere in their confrontation. It seems that they are determined to do this. Morgan's eyes flickered as he noticed that instead of slowing down, the Cipher Paul Number 0 crowd accelerated and charged towards the resting ground of the ghost hand pirates. At this time, the ghost hand pirates and the beast pirates are all exhausted and almost everyone is injured, and they are at the limit of their physical strength. The situation of the ghost hand pirates will be extremely dangerous if Cipher Paul Number 0 attacks them now. I don't know if the ghost hand pirates can safely withdraw. Morgan muttered in his heart. On the island, Cipher Paul Number 0 chief wears a mask, and leads the vice chief and 3 captains, 5 in all, to the location of the ghost hand pirates. This time they have 2 missions. One is to recapture the heart of Tenri Ubidom Jasgrid, the other is to do their best to destroy the ghost hand pirates, especially ghost hand Ross, They can kill him directly on the spot. There is no need to arrest and bring them to trial. Right ahead. Sensing that they were getting closer, Cypher Paul Number 0 Chief spoke quietly, saying, "Be prepared, even if they and the best pirates are hurt, don't be careless. Don't worry, Chief. It's really unbelievable that they were able to repel the beast pirate, but they couldn't have done it without paying a heavy price." Next to him, the captain and vice chief opened their mouths. Everyone here is proficient in observation haki and they can perceive the situation of the members of the Ghost Hand Pirates. It is obvious that they are either injured or their stamina is exhausted. Even if this is a 4 Emperors level pirate group, they will be too easy to destroy after they had fought with the beast pirates and they are injured. Whiz. Whiz. The group quickly walked through the nearly fragmented island, which was hit, and was getting closer and closer to Ghost Hand Pirates and Ross. In the ruins, Trafalgar Law is doing the simplest treatment for Shiryu of the Rain and others. Everyone is basically seriously injured. Although there is no medical box and the like, but with the ability of Surgeon Fruit, Law was able to perform some emergency hemostatic procedures. Too late. Just after Law dealt with Hadruden's wounds, his eyes flickered toward the distant ruins, and he slowly opened his mouth without dealing with the injuries of giants like Rode and others. The giant's wounds are relatively large, and the most troublesome and slowest to deal with. The Cypher Paul Number 0 people obviously won't give him time to deal with them. Hadruden's wounds are very small and very few. It can be considered as a matter of time before he heals naturally. The scum of government. Shiryu of the Rain took a cigar, put it in his mouth, struck a match, took a puff, pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and spat out a puff of smoke. So they are finally here. Ross stood beside him and spoke quietly. Whiz. Whiz. Almost at the moment when the Ross voice fell, the figure of the 5 people of Cypher Paul Number 0 appeared from the ruins in the distance and they rushed toward them at a very fast speed, and finally fell in front of Ross and others. Shiryu of the Rain and others stood in the ruins, looking at the rushing Cypher Paul Number 0, with indifference in their eyes. Even Fyoxerman's face is showing a hint of cold and killing. "I didn't expect you to be able to repel the beast pirates." Cypher Paul Number 0 Chief slowly came forward, his eyes cold and inconspicuous, sweeping over Ross and others, saying, "I was planning to intercept your runaway plan after your defeat, but I did not expect to come here to deal with you." Having said that, his tone suddenly became extremely fierce, saying, "So, where is the heart of Street Jaskrid? If it isn't the Cypher Paul Number 0, you are good at seizing the opportunity." Trafalgar Law stands with Kikaku on his shoulder, looking at the 5 Cypher Paul Number 0 with a cold look in his eyes. "But you'll never get that guy's heart back in this life." Cypher Paul Number 0 Chief's eyes flashed with a cold light and he no longer wasting time and said, "You don't want to hand it over? It will only make your death more miserable." He knows that if he continues to drag the time, he will only let Ross and others restore some of their stamina. This time, the Ghost Hand Pirates are the weakest and they would not put much of a resistance. They need to move now. The next moment, 5 people from Cypher Paul Number 0 suddenly rushed out and rushed to Ross and others. Boom. Cypher Paul Number 0 Chief punches Ross, and Ross doubles his fists in front of him, calmly blocking his blow, without shaking. Cypher Paul Number 0 Vice Chief used Tempest Kick and kicked Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu of the Rain crosses his swords in front of him and blocked the energy attack, but the whole person took a step back. The injuries are not the main point, the main point is stamina. Whiz. Fyoxerman is able to avoid the hit of Cypher Paul Number 0 Division Captain. Hadruden took advantage of Rumble Fruit's Thunder Force to actively throw a huge thunder, shrouded the remaining 2 Cypher Paul Number 0 Division Captains. In terms of stamina consumption, Hadruden is the lowest, and is still in a state of half stamina. Logia's abilities does not consume much stamina, not to mention he is still a giant. "Hey, hand over the heart, you should be very clear about the current situation, you don't have the power to fight us now." Cypher Paul Number 0 Vice Chief observed the situation and said in a plain and indifferent tone. Although Hadruden is trouble for them, other people are obviously at the end of the rope. With only Hadruden, there is no possibility of a comeback. Chapter 261 3 minutes not as mighty as last time. Cypher Paul Number 0 Division Captain opened his mouth at Fyoxerman, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. The last time Fyoxerman blocked their chief, it was hard for them to leave with their life. This time, in the face of his attack, he was forced to evade. "It's a bit shameful for us to came to you at this time, but the world never sees the process, only the end result." Cypher Paul Number 0 Chief slowly said with a hint of condescending tone, and he suddenly punched Ross once again, causing Ross to stumble back 4 or 5 steps. "That's right. Except for the Pirate King Gall. D. Roger, who used his death to kickstart the great age of pirates. Almost all of the other famous pirates have lost their names in history. Like Golden Lion, there are very few people who remember him now. Before, in the era of Roger, Garp became a marine hero because he defeated various pirates who were famous, but now the world only knows marine hero Garp, and they had forgotten the names of the pirates he had defeated to earn that name. If Ross remained locked up in Impel Down without being able to come out, his name would have gradually disappeared in history, until no one mentions it. No matter what you have done before, no matter what the process is, it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the end result. It's really hard for you to escape from Impel Down. But if you are against the government, then your demise is just a matter of time. It's all over now. Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief takes another step forward while saying that. Bang. He punched out and Ross held his arms in front of him to block and was knocked back a few meters. But at this time, Ross, that was shaken back, did not have any solemn expression on his face. Instead, he looked up slowly, his eyes were plain and watery, and his face was just calm. You're right. It's time to stop. I don't want to see your masked face again. His voice was low and slow, and at the moment his voice fell, he extended his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. Snapped. The snap of his fingers gave Chief Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief a sudden sense of distress. He gave a low roar and rushed up to Ross, trying to defeat him as quickly as possible. But at this moment, Gerd, who had retreated to the rear with Robin, opened her eyes with the shape of petals on her chest, closed them and opened them again. The ability of heal fruit in her body was suddenly aroused. Healing flower. Buzz. In between her palms, the white light instantly emerged, showing a white petal shape that suddenly split. Half a dozen petals flew apart and disappeared into the bodies of Ross and Shiryu of the Rain. Although the Cypher Paul No. 0 members found this scene, they failed to stop it. Their faces changed slightly and they vaguely felt a bad feeling. Only 3 minutes, finish this as soon as possible. Gerd took a deep breath and yelled at Ross and others. Healing flower. It is not a healing ability, but a special power that can restore a person to full strength for a short period of time. With her current power, she can only maintain this effect for 3 minutes. However, within these 3 minutes, even if the body is in a state of serious injury, that seriously injured person can still exert his peak strength without being affected by any injury. Oh, thank you very much. Shiryu of the Rain feels the change in his body, and gives out a gentle reply, giving off a completely different atmosphere. He looks at the Cypher Paul No. 0 Vice Chief with a changed complexion. 3 minutes are enough. Sermon said in a different tone. At the same time, Trafalgar Law also pulled out the Kikaku. Lafitte also smiled, looking forward to the coming fight, including the giants such as Road. Ghost Hand Pirates. In their peak condition. Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief and others saw this scene, and their faces changed dramatically. They can clearly perceive that the atmosphere of Ross and others has become completely different from the previous ones. From the sluggish state of stamina exhaustion to a moment full of energy. Retreat first. Go. It seems to last only 3 minutes. At the same time as his face changed dramatically, Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief captured the information revealed by Gerd, and he directly ordered his subordinates to retreat. They just have to wait for 3 minutes and the situation will come under their control. Don't you think it's too late to go now? Ross slowly opened his mouth, his voice was cold and indifferent. He stepped forward and the whole person suddenly crossed the space and came to the escape path directly in front of the Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief and punched him. Feeling the power behind this punch, Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief's face has changed dramatically, but before the speed of Ross and the attack range of the power of distortion, he can't avoid it. Bang. Ross, in his prime state, has the power that he can't match. Although the strength of Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief is extremely strong and he is also in his peak battle state, under Ross's punch, he flew backward after resisting for only a second. You just had a very good time right now attacking me like that. Shiryu of the Rain exhaled a puff of smoke and watched the Cypher Paul No. 0 Vice Chief go backward quickly. With a cold snort, the cigar immediately froze from the root, and he suddenly rushed out. Shiryu of the Rain slashed and wrapped his sword in a cold chill. Cypher Paul No. 0 Vice Chief utilized armament hockey and the reinforced iron body. Sparks flew as his body resisted Shiryu's sword, but a chilling force instantly spread in his body, letting his body surface emerge with white frost. 3 minutes, to send you into your next life. Law said in an indifferent tone and pulled out Kikaku. He inspired the Surgeon Fruit's ability and the whole person suddenly exchanged position with the stone in front of Cypher Paul No. 0 Division Captain and Law smashed him with his blade. Cypher Paul No. 0 Division Captain was forced to retreat and he could only inspire armament hockey to resist the attack. Law's blade slammed on his arm and sparks appeared. It failed to cut him but left him staggering. Thunder. Hadruden turns into a flash of lightning and slammed the thunder down on the division captain, but the Cypher Paul No. 0 Division Captain has to bite his teeth and resist. Crackling. Hadruden's attack was a serious one, obviously not something that the division captain could withstand completely, and he was blackened in a moment, with black smoke coming out of his mouth. Although he was not killed, he was paralyzed and was hit hard. In addition to the slow speed of several giants such as Rode and Stanson, Lafitte and Robin all attacked. In a short period of time, several people of Cypher Paul number 0 are seriously injured. Damn it. Cypher Paul number 0 chief saw that his subordinates had been defeated in a moment, and his face hidden under the mask had become extremely ugly. Originally this 3-minute time, it could have been used upon the beast pirates if they had waited a little before attacking, but now everything seems to be over for them. Law's surgeon fruit moves very fast, and Robin's flower fruit ignores the speed and can strike at a distance, not to mention Ross himself. As for the Fuyuxerman, his speed fruit's speed, in addition to Ross's distortion space and Law's space exchange, is almost unbeatable. It is comparable to the existence of Kizaru. Escape? It doesn't exist for them in the current situation. If the combat power is equal, the delay time can be delayed, but in the face of the peak-powered ghost hand pirates, the gap between the two sides is more than doubled. Chapter 262 Completely Destroyed Bang. Ross punched and caused Cypher Paul number 0 chief to squat back. At the same time, his sword slashed and the blade instantly penetrated the space and came to the chest of Cypher Paul number 0 chief. Distortion, broken thorns. Cypher Paul number 0 chief was caught off guard and his right chest was pierced instantly. At the critical moment, he grasped the blade with his hand and was able to stop its movement. The Cypher Paul number 0 chief is a zone devil fruit user, but Ross couldn't identify the species because his semi-human form was a bit ugly. Boom. As Cypher Paul number 0 chief grabs the blade, Ross takes a step forward and kicks him sideways on his right shoulder. Cypher Paul number 0 chief hit the ground, leaving a huge crack in the broken ground. Distortion fist. Ross's eyes are indifferent, and as he drew his sword back, he struck the ground below. Bang long. With the explosion of power of distortion, the earth within a radius of tens of meters collapses like a vortex. The power collapses and the earth-shattering power is erupted, shaking all directions. When the momentum stops, Cypher Paul number 0 chief's figure leaps out in a panic. His clothes are broken, and a trace of blood spills from the corner of his mouth. The whole person looks disheveled. He doesn't hesitate to continue to retreat without any intention of fighting. Whiz. Ross took a step forward and suddenly caught up with him. In the face of Ross's attack, Cypher Paul number 0 chief can only be forced to fight back. He is very strong in physical skills and his fighting skills are better than Ross. But Ross is better than him in speed and long-ranged attack patterns. Even if his physical skills are extremely strong, they are useless here. After struggling with more than 10 moves in a few seconds, he was once again hit by Ross and smashed upon a piece of raised ruins not far away. If he didn't have Zone's Devil Fruit ability with strong recovery and defense and wasn't focused on retreating and fought against Ross while focusing on his defense, it would be impossible for him to get seriously injured at this time. Pretty durable. Ross's voice was indifferent. The other side seems to be in a very embarrassing state. In fact, in his perception, the injury is very shallow. After all, the combat power of the Cypher Paul number 0 chief has reached the standard of Marine Admiral in all aspects. As the peak combat power of the sea, there are many people who can suppress an admiral, but few can crush an admiral. Give him a day, he has more than 90% confidence to kill this Cypher Paul number 0 chief, but 3 minutes time is little too short. But with more than double the strength of the battle, 2 minutes later, the battle on the other side was almost over, with the Cypher Paul number 0 vice chief getting seriously injured and 2 of the 3 division captains getting killed. The seriously injured Cypher Paul number 0 vice chief and the last Cypher Paul number 0 division captain are not a threat anymore and Hadruden alone can deal with them. Shiryu of the Rain and Fuyuxerman decisively charge into the direction of Cypher Paul number 0 chief. Overspeed destruction artillery. Fuyuxerman popped a coin that suddenly accelerated under the power of speed fruit and hit the back of Cypher Paul number 0 chief. Cypher Paul number 0 chief just broke free from the ruins, facing the attack of the coin. He pushed his observation hockey to the limit and barely avoided the coin. But just the next moment, Shiryu of the Rain attack came. Cypher Paul number 0 chief couldn't avoid it. He can only get low with his huge claws covered with the dark armament hockey and shoot at the blade. Snapped. He resisted Shiryu of the Rain sword edge, but at the same time, half of his body was eroded by the cold and covered with a layer of frost. Just then, Ross stepped out of the air and came to his front, punching him on his chest. Puff. Even if he tried his best to utilize his armament hockey, he still couldn't resist Ross's attack. He flew backward with a mouthful of blood pouring out of his mouth. At this moment, Ross flashed and came to his back and kicked him. Boom. Like kicking the ball, The upturned Cypher Paul number 0 chief is kicked back by Ross and spits out a big mouthful of blood again. White Blade. Destruction Artillery. Shiryu of the Rain and Fire both attacked, one after the other. Cypher Paul number 0 chief was barely able to cross his arms in front of him, but faced with joint attacks of the two, he still could not resist, and the whole person fell back again. Ross calculated the time and it was almost 3 minutes. Ross's eyes glowed with the power of distortion, condensing on his fist. Buzz. The void around the fist presents a view of distortion. Cypher Paul number 0 chief has just been attacked by Shiryu of the Rain and Fire. He is flying upside down in the air, unable to dodge or even turn his armament hockey to fend off the attack. Bang. Ross's fist fell against the back of the Cypher Paul number 0 chief who was flying backward. The opponent's scattered armament hockey was broken by the power of distortion impact almost in a flash. The furious power of distortion hit the body of Cypher Paul number 0 chief. Even if he was a user of Zone's ancient ability with high defense and high recovery rate, he still couldn't resist the attack. His entire body is suddenly reversed into a shrimp shape. He began flying at a faster speed. Bang long. Cypher Paul number 0 chief's body hit the ground 100 meters away and at the moment of impact, the whole earth was set off with ripples, like a meteorite crashing on the ground, and a great momentum erupted out and spread in all directions. World Government Secret Intelligence Agency, Cypher Paul number 0 Chief Ryan, has been hunted, receiving a reward, 140 talent proficiency points, 1 free talent point. As the synthetic sound of the system rings in Ross's ear, his abundant power fades like the tide, and the whole person falls to the ground quickly and landed smoothly. Shiryu of the Rain and Fire also swayed and were barely able to stand still. Is he dead? Dead. Ross nodded. Because he had been specially treated by Gerd before, the effect of the Flower of Healing still had some effects left and he still has a trace of stamina. He stepped on it and rushed towards Hadruden and others. Shiryu of the Rain and Fire looked at each other and staggered to catch up. At the moment, Lafitte, Law and other people's strength has also faded, and they have lost their battle efficiency. However, the Cypher Paul number 0 Vice Chief has also suffered a lot, and his whole body is burnt black. At this moment, he is fighting against Hadruden. Lightning Strike. Hadruden made a lightning arc and attacked the Cypher Paul number 0 Vice Chief. If Cypher Paul number 0 Vice Chief had been in his prime condition, he would have been able to avoid this attack by using his observation hockey, but now he has been hit by a thunderstorm. Whiz. And just as the lightning arc dissipated, Ross appeared in his back, holding a two-edged blade Morass aimed to stab him mercilessly across his chest. There was a spatter of blood. Cypher Paul number 0 Vice Chief widened his eyes, with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. He tried hard to turn around, but his strength dispersed like the tide, and finally fell to the ground. There is no sound. There is no reward for killing the Cypher Paul number 0 Vice Chief this time. Wasteful effort. Ross shook his head and pulled out the cursed blade Morass aim. This is the end. In addition to the only division captain who was deliberately left behind, the other 4, along with the Vice Chief, are all completely destroyed. Time. Just 4 minutes. Chapter 263 5 Emperors. Let's go, we will leave here first. The Cypher Paul number 0 Vice Chief's head was rolled on the ground. After assisting Hadruden to kill the Cypher Paul number 0 Vice Chief, Ross pulled back the cursed blade Morass aim and said to everyone around him, using the healing flower to forcibly restoring themselves to the peak state and killing the Cypher Paul number 0 group, but now they have no fighting power left. Although the Beast Pirates and Kaido may not be able to pursue them in the case of a Cypher Paul number 0 sneak attack, it is still safest to evacuate the island as soon as possible. Gerd, don't let him die, he's still useful. As he made his way off the island, Ross turned and pointed to the half-dead Cypher Paul number 0 division captain that Law had shouldered. He is especially left alive, not for the purpose of being a hostage, nor for getting turned into a toy robot by Sugar, but for being the lab rat for Trafalgar Law's personality transplant surgery. Yes. Gerd nodded and put a faint halo of light in the body of the division captain to maintain his vitality, and quickly catch up with the team. This is the end. The war that lasted nearly 3 days and 3 nights finally came to an end. On the balloon, Morgan and his assistants watched the whole process of the war, and now they wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads and looked at each other. It's finally over. I didn't expect the Ghost Hand Pirates to have the ability to fight back. They originally thought that Ross and others would be in danger encountering Cypher Paul number 0 at this time, but it was almost opposite to what they have imagined, as within a few minutes, the Cypher Paul number 0 team was annihilated. After fighting fiercely with the Beast Pirates and killing the elites of the Beast Pirates and forcing them to retreat back, they still have the power to kill the Cypher Paul number 0 assassination unit, which is undoubtedly amazing. This time, the new world is going to enter the era of the 5 emperors. Morgan took a deep breath and slowly opened his mouth with a trace of vibration in his eyes. A few days later, Ross led the Ghost Hand Pirates and fought against the Beast Pirates led by Kaido for 3 days and 3 nights in the Duca Island, and finally, the Ghost Hand Pirates repelled the Beast Pirates. The world shakes. It is also from this day that the quotation marks on the word 5th Emperors were taken away, the rule of 4 Emperors was declared to end, and New World completely entered the era of the 5 Emperors. World Government. Holy Land Mary Ejos. In the highest level office, 5 Elder Stars' expressions are all suppressed and solemn, and the whole room is filled with a palpitating atmosphere. The balance has been broken. Someone slowly opened his mouth. The situation of 4 Emperors, coupled with the 7 warlords of the sea system, the existence of the marine and the government, can maintain the balance of the sea without excessive chaos. For 5 Elder Stars, they don't care about some local struggles. They don't even care about the New World. It doesn't matter to them to let 4 Emperors rule the sea. In the world as a whole, giving up a bit of sea seems trivial. But the emergence of Ross is the beginning of the collapse of the balance. The 7 warlords of the sea system, under the continuous killing of Ross, has become a system on the verge of collapse due to the Dressrosa incident, although 2 new 7 warlords of the sea have been recruited subsequently. The pattern of the 5 Emperors will also completely break the balance of 4 Emperors. Coupled with the complete hostility of Ross with world government and marine, the next developments are likely to be more and more unfavorable to the government, unless other 4 Emperors can stop the development of the Ghost Hand Pirates. The balance of the world is impossible to sustain forever. The 5 Elder Stars with a sword said, maybe it's time to do a cleanup. When the word cleanup was mentioned, the room suddenly fell silent. After a while, for the time being, let's wait and see. The chaos of the New World will not reach the whole world so fast. It's not the time to stir up Mr. M for the time being, the 5 Elder Stars next to him said with a solemn tone. Yes, the Ghost Hand Pirates are now in the gap between us and 4 Emperors. To expand their power, they would enter more than one conflict with other 4 Emperors. It is not advisable to intervene now. Let the Intelligence Department pay close attention to the follow-up events of the New World. New World. Somewhere on the sea, the Ghost Hand Pirates ship is slowly moving forward. The hanging bounty hasn't changed. It seems that there won't be much change in a short time. Luffy sat in a chair and looked at the new newspaper he got today and said while shrugging his shoulders. Is the cipher Paul number 0 thing suppressed? Shiryu of the Rain sat not far away, with a cigar in his mouth. Luffy nodded and spread the newspaper and said, there is no mention of them at all. As expected. Fioxerman threw a peanut into his mouth and smiled. But we repel the Beast Pirates. This news is enough. Today's Ghost Hand Pirates need prestige and fame. Why can 4 Emperors shelter an island while just planting a flag and no one dares to invade it? It is because the name of 4 Emperors resounds throughout the sea, and people who have some brains are afraid to make trouble in the territories under the banner of 4 Emperors. The Ghost Hand Pirates did not have the qualification to insert the flag before, but by repelling the Beast Pirates, they now have the capital to occupy their territory. Bathroom. Robin is taking a shower with Sugar. In the previous battle, Sugar did not direct her toys to participate in the war. Although her toys also have certain combat power, the power of Hobi Hobi no Mi is better to be hidden. She will not be allowed to participate in the front battlefield until she absolutely has to. Robin had a long wound on her shoulder, and there was a bruise under the neck of her back. Although it had faded a lot, it was still quite obvious. But there are 2 ship doctors, Law and Gerd. It's not difficult to leave no trace of any wound. I say, it seems that you can't take a bath for your injury. Just as Robin was rubbing her hair, Ross came in with a bathrobe, walked not far away and asked as he took off his coat. He rarely takes a bath alone. Because water is important, you must save it. As early as the moment when Ross pushed the door, Robin had already noticed it, but on this ship, there is one who can enter the bathroom without getting in any trouble. That's about it for today. Robin replied without any changes on her face and continued to rub the foam on her hair. But her heart did waver, and Sugar could not keep calm. She stared at him and then jumped into the bath. This jump is good, and because it is the devil fruit ability, it is necessary to keep the head out of the water, but her whole body has been drilled in, and the body is stiff and can't move at once. She can't get up in the bathtub. This ship is a ship built by giants. The proportion of the bathtub is naturally several times larger, and the depth is also several times deeper. Even if it is impossible for Robin to completely fill the tub with water and she can only fill it about 1/5, but even so, it is enough to drown the Sugar. Ross, seeing this scene, he was also getting depressed. His fingers rushed to the surface of the water and the power of distortion was utilized. In a flash, the water splashed all over the place, and he fished up the sunken Sugar, with black lines all over his face. What's going in your little head? What is with this sudden suicide action? It seems that Sugar's mentality has some problems, and she needs to be guided more. Hobi no Mi's ability is still very useful, and it can't be ruined casually. What's more, drowning in the bathtub would probably be the most tragic death of any devil fruit user. However, Sugar can't answer Ross's question at the moment. Her eyes turn white and she has obviously drunk a lot of water. Ugh. Robin stood aside and sighed. There was no fluctuation in her heart. She just wanted to beat up her captain. Chapter 264 Mind Replacement Surgery. Sugar fainted. This is not a trivial matter. Hobi no Mi's ability failed, and the toys on the ship instantly returned to human form. However, these people who have been turned into toys are of ordinary strength and boldness. Ross unleashed Conqueror's Haki and instantly stunned everyone. Shiryu of the Rain took the sword into the scabbard. Even Fujitora with his observation Haki couldn't have been able to perceive the specific picture, and naturally no one can do it. It's not clear what happened. They only know that something unexpected happened in the bathroom, which caused Sugar to faint. Captain really did drop the ball. Fioxerman licked his mouth. Although Sugar kept her 10-year-old appearance because of Hobi no Mi, it was still a 10-year-old appearance. What did Ross do to cause her to faint? Having said that, Whitebeard likes to accept his son. Big Mom likes to throw banquets. Kaido likes to commit suicide. It seems that their own captain's preference is also normal. Don't talk about captain so casually. Lafitte chuckled at Fioxerman, not guessing what's going on in the bathroom. Shiryu of the Rain and others did not care. Who doesn't have special hobbies? Which one of them is not a weird on this ship, let alone Ross who is the captain? Inside the bathroom. After giving Sugar a first aid and reviving her, Ross wrapped her in a small bathrobe when she was still confused, lest she fainted again. The toys outside have been changed back to people, but they are all in a coma. Go change your clothes and let Lafitte lead the way and change them back to toys one by one. Ross spoke to Sugar and opened the wristband she wore. Sugar sat up and slowly began to realize what was going on. It was hard to describe what had happened, and 1,000 words finally gathered into one word. Pervert. Huh? What did you just say? Ross looked at Sugar and asked. Sugar's expression went a little stiff as she thought about Ross's terrifying powers. I said nothing. Go to work. Ross stared. Sugar immediately wrapped herself in her bathrobe and sprinted out of the bathroom. As Sugar runs out of the bathroom, Ross stands up, kneads his brows, and says, "You can't be a little worry-free. It's really troublesome." Ah. Robin wiped her hair and put on her bathrobe to leave the bathroom. After the shower, Ross came to Law's lab. Cypher Paul No. 0's division captain is being handcuffed by sea-stone shackles on his hands and feet, and his body is tied with an iron lock. Even if he is not an ability user, he has no chance to break away. On the other side, there are 3 pirates. These 3 were toys, but Sugar removed her ability and changed them back to human shape for Law to test. The purpose of the experiment is mental surgery. For those who have reached a certain level, it is almost impossible to hypnotize and brainwash them, because their will is strong enough to be completely difficult to shake. For example, the 3 disasters level people. Even if you can brainwash them into hypnosis, it is not something that can be done in a day or 2. It requires years of torture, destroying their heart, and then repeated hypnosis and brainwashing to make them become the war power of Ross. And it is still not safe to do so. But mind surgery is completely different. In Ross's opinion, the value of this ability is superior to Hobi no Mi. People like Cypher Paul No. 0 division captains can't be brainwashed at all, but they can use mind surgery to replace a soul that is relatively easy to brainwash. Thus, although it is difficult for the new soul to control Cypher Paul No. 0 division captain's body perfectly and display its original strength, it is easy to display 5 or 6% power, and over time, it can adapt and display its original strength. In other words, the ability of mind surgery can create powerful combat power in batches. This is one of the reasons why Ross has not recruited middle and lower crew members all the time, because there is no need to in front of mind surgery, and he can even swallow other 4 emperors in the future. Not yet successful. Law looked at Ross, who was walking into the lab, and shook his head at him. He said, a variety of adverse reactions will occur after the mind replacement surgery, and further improvements are needed. Ross asked Law, are they unable to withstand Cypher Paul No. 0 division captain's body and will? Law shook his head and said, not just this problem, I still have not mastered this ability, and this guy is not cooperating. For mind replacement surgery, Law has only recently mastered this ability. First, he is not proficient in using it. Second, the strength of the Cypher Paul No. 0 division captain is relatively too strong, which is not something that ordinary people's souls can carry. Just like an ordinary person's soul is replaced by 100 Beast Kaido's body and then asking him to wave a big blade over 40 meters, it would obviously not move. The scope of the mind replacement surgery is that the two people who are replaced cannot have too much difference in terms of the soul, or the strength of the will, otherwise they cannot adapt. This way. Ross showed a thoughtful expression. It's natural to do experiments with pirates. Later, they would need to let the brainwashed loyal soldiers on Sky Island to carry out soul replacement and control the body of Division Captain to become the combat power of the Ghost Hand Pirates. However, Cypher Paul No. 0 Captain seems to be very difficult, and the 3 disasters and the 4 sweet generals who are stronger than him, the difficulty is procedure would be undoubtedly higher. As for 4 Emperors 100 Beast Kaido, I am afraid it is even harder. Yes. Ross has always been planning to kill Kaido. Since it is difficult to kill Kaido physically, it is entirely possible to change the mind and start from the soul to destroy Kaido's soul. And in this way, with the use of mind surgery, he can even get a powerhouse at the level of Kaido. But to do this, he must first have the ability to completely suppress 100 Beast Kaido, to completely deplete Kaido's stamina, and to suppress his movement. Secondly, Law's strength must reach a certain level. Otherwise, under the influence of Kaido's momentum, it would be difficult for him to successfully use his abilities. Finally, he must also find a person who can withstand the terrifying body and will of 100 Beast Kaido. This person must also be able to fully trust and obey him absolutely. The above points must be met at the same time. Try another 10 days or half a month and there should be no problem. However, if the mental strength of those who are replaced is average, they can only exert about 1/10 of the physical strength of Cypher Paul No. 0 Division Captain. Law took a sip of water and slowly said to Ross. The Cypher Paul No. 0 Division Captain's combat power is almost the same as that of Momonga and other headquarters vice admirals that Ross once met, and he is even a little stronger. But if the combat power is reduced by 80%, then he may not even be as strong as a headquarters rear admiral, which is of little significance. After all, Cypher Paul No. 0 Division Captain, this level of a fighter is not a cabbage that can be found at any time and anywhere. Don't worry about it for the time being. After thinking a little bit, Ross gave a look at Law and told him to not be too anxious. In fact, Ross also considered that the strength of the will of the soul was not strong enough, and he had the most suitable capacity in front of him to fully satisfy this need. That is Soul Fruit of Big Mom. With the ability of Soul Fruit, it has the power to make soul incarnation. With the ability of soul incarnation, forget Cypher Paul No. 0 Division Captain, even 3 disasters and even the body of 100 Beast Kaido can be controlled in no time. And with the soul incarnation and Law's mind replacement, the battle powers will be absolutely loyal, and there is no possibility of betrayal. But it is not easy to get Soul Fruit. Ross doesn't have the ability of Darkness Fruit, nor does he have the bizarre physique of Big Mom. To get Soul Fruit, he must first destroy Big Mom, then wait for Soul Fruit to appear again in the sea and try to capture it. The whole process can be said to be extremely difficult. On the one hand, Big Mom, as one of 4 emperors, is not so easy to destroy. On the other hand, after destroying Big Mom, finding the Soul Fruit that reappears somewhere in the sea is also difficult. Once it was eaten by someone else, he would have to kill that person again and continue to wait. Chapter 265 Rank Soul Fruit. As he left Law's lab, Ross had a thoughtful look in his eyes. There is not much difference between the forces of the 4 Emperor's pirates, just like the Big Mom pirates. Maybe Big Mom is slightly weaker than Kaido, but it is only a slight difference, and the Big Mom pirates has 4 sweet commanders, which is better than Beast Pirates' 3 disasters. With the current strength of the Ghost Hand pirates, it is easy for them to fight the Big Mom pirates and even defeat them. However, it is very difficult, or almost impossible, to completely destroy the Big Mom pirates and even kill Big Mom. But Soul Fruit is another extremely important part of Ross's plan. It's impossible to fight against the world government with the power of a single 4 emperors. Even 2 4 emperors pirate groups are not enough. In addition to the Marines on the surface, the internal structure of the world government is also complex. The last one, Marine Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, is now hidden powers. 4 emperors is the rising power of this era. The world government has stood here for 800 years. There is no obvious fault between their upper and lower layers, but it is a huge force handed down from one layer to another. Its essence is far beyond the comparison of any one of the 4 emperors' pirates. There is also above the 5 elder stars, the hidden ancient weapon Uranus. All this is an unknown force. And so, acquiring the Soul Fruit is a must. Just like Blackbeard aimed at the Yami no Mi, with the intention to make his forces strong in batch by virtue of the Dark Fruit and seize the strong Devil Fruit ability in batch, Ross's intention is to continuously expand the power of Ghost Hand Pirates by virtue of the ability of Soul Fruit and Law. But if he wants to completely destroy the Big Mom Pirates, he still lacks the combat power to do so. Ross finally converges his thoughts and returns to his room. With a thought in his mind, he called out the talent system interface. After destroying the Cypher Pal number 0 unit, Ross got 140 talent proficiency points and 1 free talent point. At present, his free talent points have accumulated to 3 points. 3 free talent points. Such scarcity forced Ross to not waste any point at the moment. He even thought about how to use the Soul Fruit. If possible, he would use the world's technology to let an object eat the Devil Fruit and combine the Cursed Blade Morass Aim and Soul Fruit into one and turned it into a real demon blade which could cut the body as well as the soul. If this method does not work, only then, he would go back and consider the method of Double Devil Fruit ability. The power of distortion needs to be improved continuously. Ross looks at the Phantom Talent System interface, and after a little thought, he put 50 talent proficiency points into Distortion Fruit. Buzz. A golden light flashed and changes in the interface appeared in front of him. Firearm shooting, 50 close combat fighting, 100 Distortion Fruit, 750 Flash Step of Marine 6 Powers, 0 Paper Art by Marine 6 Powers, 0 Marine 6 Powers as Moonwalk, 0 Observation Hockey, 200 Maximum Value Armament Hockey, 200 Maximum Value Conquerors Hockey, 0 Distortion Fruits proficiency has increased to 750 points, and Ross also clearly feels that the power of distortion in his body has been enhanced. In terms of pure attack, he should not be too far away from the peak state of Whitebeard. For the remaining 90 talent proficiency points, Ross put 50 points into the General Department's Rock Talent. As for the last 40 points, he considered it again and finally put them on the Agility Enhancement. In fact, Ross has considered putting them in Moonwalk as he uses Moonwalk with gravity distortion to walk and fight in the air. He has been exercising Moonwalk and even using gravity distortion to aggravate his workouts, but even then, it is impossible for him to surpass the level of Garp without decades of practice. But thanks to the existence of agility enhancement, coupled with the improvement of the air movement by gravity distortion and the spatial movement of the distortion space, Ross felt that the methods for his body to remain in the air didn't need to be increased anymore. He just needs to bring the agility enhancement to maximum value. His speed would be almost the same as Kizaru. Kizaru may be a little faster at close range and faster when moving over long distances. If he had agility enhancement with maximum value, it would have been much easier to deal with 100 Beast Kaido. Buzz. After the golden light flashed, the General Department of Talent Street changed. Agility enhancement, 460 top-level strengthening physical enhancement, 500 maximum value Spirit Heart, 0 basic level strengthening Tenacious, 200 maximum value Rock, 100 high-level strengthening agility enhancement has reached 460 proficiency points, while Rock Talent had reached 100 points, breaking through the level of high-level strengthening. Not to mention the improvement in agility, the defense brought by Rock Talent reached 100 points, which is obviously a big increase. In the past, a bullet hitting Ross's skin was able to leave a white mark on his skin. Now it would not even leave the white mark. Even a cannon may not break his skin toughness, let alone the tenacious muscles of the lower layer that are better than steel. And this kind of defense is based on not using the armament hockey. Once armament hockey is used, his defense will no doubt increase. Today, even if Ross does not use the power of distortion, his physical body power and hockey alone are enough to fight a Marine Admiral. Once the power of distortion is used, killing an Admiral will not take too long. Before, in the battle between Ross and Kaido, he was able to beat Kaido to a draw, and eventually, Ross's stamina was exhausted because of his flexibility and using distortion ability to distort space several times in a row, especially with the last attack that consumed a lot of his stamina and also Kaido's, which is why the battle ended in a draw as neither side was able to continue fight. If they repeat the previous battle once, when Kaido fully understands all the capabilities of Ross and makes the right response, it would be Ross who would exhaust his stamina first. But now that his speed, power and defense have improved by 1 point, the situation is completely different. When he meets 100 Beast Kaido again, Ross didn't have to use the ability of distortion space to get some openings to attacks. His speed is now enough to fight with Kaido, and maybe even run Kaido out of his stamina. If it was a coincidence before, this time it is real power. Coincidence can be cracked, but real power can't. With Kaido, even after all the previous moves, he has a 60% chance of winning, which over half, and he has a 70% chance against Big Mom. Ross clenched his fist and felt the power of ascension. His eyes glistened. For him to have a winning chance of 70% against any 4 emperors, this is already a very powerful force. On this level of standing at the top of the sea, who can have 100% assurance over others? Any mistake in one move may lead to the rewriting of the whole war situation. Just like the gap between level 97 and level 98 and level 99, it's not that big. But if a skill is misplaced, it will have a great impact on the final victory of the battle. In the eyes of current Ross, if the Whitebeard of the Peak State is counted as level 100, then he now at level 99, Kaido is about level 98, and Big Mom is estimated to be at level 97. As for Red Hair Shanks, it's hard for Ross to judge his power level because of the serious lack of information, but there's no doubt that it's within the range of 97 to 100. As for Marine Admiral, the standard is above 95. This generation of admirals like Aokiji, Okainu, and Kizaru doesn't have much power difference between them, and someone like Garp, Sengoku, are no doubt within the 97 to 100 range. Naturally. One thing Ross is pretty sure of is that with his talent system, the level 100 is not his limit. Chapter 266 Goal, Big Mom. After using 140 talent proficiency points, Ross made a mental move and the semi-transparent interface of talent system disappeared. He walked out of the room, came to the hall and sat on the sofa to rest. He is considering how to destroy the Big Mom pirates in a safe manner. As one of the 5 emperors of the New World, his every move will attract the attention of the world. The contradiction between him and Kaido has not diminished. Once he starts with Big Mom, it is hard to say how Kaido will act. Kaido and Big Mom used to be the crew members of the Rocks Pirates of the last era. In addition, Kaido also owed a big favor to Big Mom. Although these things do not necessarily make Kaido support Big Mom, it is undoubtedly true. If he wants to deal with Big Mom, he must make a quick fix. With the current power of the Ghost Hand Pirates, it is difficult for them to quickly defeat any 4 Emperors pirates. If they could, they would be ranked first in the ranking in the 5 Emperors. Captain. Just as Ross was thinking, Lafitte came in and asked Ross, "Shall we first go to Kono Island to rest and return to Dressrosa, or to the Country of Peace and invade the territory of the Beast Pirates?" After leaving the Duca Island, their ship has been sailing at sea for 7 days. There is not much food or fresh water left. Next, they could either retreat from Duca Island and return to Dressrosa, or they could continue to invade the territory of 4 Emperors pirates and start the invasion war. Ross looked at Lafitte and said, "There is no way for me to kill 100 Beast Kaido. Even if we invade the Beast Pirates Sea, we wouldn't be able to expand our territory to gain a foothold." "Yes." Lafitte nodded. "The other 3 disasters are all right. But Kaido can't be dealt with. It is a really big trouble. Trying to tear a piece of meat from the territory of Kaido is very serious. But then again, tearing of meat from any other 4 emperors is equally serious. No 4 emperors pirates will choose to stay back when their territory is occupied by someone else. I am considering the feasibility of dealing with the Big Mom pirates," said Ross with a hint of thought in his eyes. Lafitte thought for a moment and said, "In dealing with the Big Mom pirates, your fight may be a lot easier, and our fight will be a lot harder. The Beast Pirates Corps established by 100 Beast Kaido is almost based on Zone's benchmark, and the non-Zone ability users are rare. Because of this, the force of the Beast Pirates Corps is not very much, or it is much smaller than the Big Mom Corps. Different from the Beast Pirates. The Big Mom Pirates accepts all races, with her children as its core cadres, and builds a complete and huge Tado land. Big Mom's subordinates are extremely numerous. Among them, the strength of the 4 sweet generals at the top is also the same as the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates. Under these circumstances, Ross's fight with Big Mom will be easier than his fight against Kaido, but they will be in trouble when faced with the huge force of the Big Mom pirates. If Ross is the first to win, they will win the battle, but if he can't support them quickly, then they will lose this time. Yeah, our strength is not enough. Ross has the confidence to win against Big Mom in a shorter period of time, but this short period of time may be more than 1 day, and the overall odds of his forces winning against Big Mom pirates are not particularly large. For current Ross, he is almost sure to escape under any circumstances, but it is different for Robin and others. It will be extremely dangerous for them. And just when Ross was thinking about it, Hadruden came to the hall and walked towards Ross. He paused a little and whispered, "Captain, I received a message from my hometown. The soldiers of Elbaf want to join us. Can we go towards Elbaf?" Now the Giant Corps has already become famous in the world with the Ghost Hand Pirates. With the exception of Gerd, the power of the other 4 giants has resounded throughout the sea, almost re-emphasizing the glory of the giant pirates, and the country of Elbaf naturally began to take pride in Hadruden and others, some of whom are young and eager to become a member of the Giant Corps. Elbaf. Ross came back to his senses and looked at Hadruden. After a moment of thinking, he nodded. This is a good opportunity. The giants are soldiers who have received rigorous training from an early age. Their battle power is very strong. Even without devil fruit, their strength is on par with the pirates with a bounty of tens of millions of berries. and the elites of the giants like Hadruden, under his full power, caused McVice, the member of Don Quixote family, to fly upwards towards his death in the original story, and at that time he didn't even eat the rumble fruit. The power of the giants is also what Big Mom is most eager to get. Hadruden saw Ross promised and couldn't help but smile, and he saluted Ross. I thank you on behalf of Elbaf. The giant warriors will not let you down. I believe in the power of the giants. Ross looked at Hadruden with a light smile on his face and said, I won't talk about the other giants, but you 5 have been doing very well. I am very satisfied. Hadruden and others don't need to be mentioned for the time. Gerd's ability. The healing power is very good, and it is one of the indispensable forces for the Ghost Hand pirates. Lafitte stood on the side and showed a smile on his face. He said, if there are giants, it will be much safer to deal with the Big Mom pirates. Huh? When he heard Lafitte, Hadruden was suddenly stunned and said, to deal with Big Mom pirates. If there are no accidents, the next thing we will deal with is the Big Mom pirates. Ross spoke quietly, knowing Hadruden and the personal grudges between the giants and Big Mom. Hadruden clenched his fist, and it was difficult for him to suppress his emotions for a while. That monster. Big Mom almost destroyed Elbaf, and she was the vilest and hateful existence in his heart. He wanted to kill her for a long time, but he knows that he is not an opponent of Big Mom. Even if he had rumble fruit, he only had the possibility to fight with Big Mom. Before, when Ross and Lafitte discussed their next goal and when they chose one of the 2 Four Emperors pirates to deal with, he wanted to propose to fight against Big Mom pirates. But his hatred against Big Mom is a personal grievance. Today, he and the whole giant regiment are unable to repay the kindness they owed to Ross. How can they have the cheek to propose to fight against the Big Mom pirates in front of Ross? He thought that after the previous war, Ross would fight with the Beast pirates to the end. Unexpectedly, it was at this time that he learned that they were going to fight against the Big Mom pirates. In the name of Elbaf, the Giant Corps will do its best to help you to kill Big Mom pirates. Hadruden squatted on one knee and showed unprecedented firmness in his eyes. Lafitte looked at Hadruden with a slight surprise and guessed that Hadruden might have a personal grudge with Big Mom. The relationship between Big Mom and the giants are indeed too bad. Chapter 267. Elbaf. Half a month later. Elbaf. Today's Ghost Hand pirates can go wherever they want to go except for the Marine headquarters and Holy Land Mary Ejos. Even if the world government is always watching and sends out a force with high mobility and fast action after them, they wouldn't be able to do anything because the cost of encircling an emperor pirate in the sea is too great. We're back, Elbaf. It's been a while. Gerd stood on the deck and looked far ahead at Elbaf. Ross, who was sitting on her shoulder, raised his eyebrows and said, I thought you said it was more than 10 years since you left Elbaf. Yeah, it's been a little bit longer. Gerd smiled. The life of a giant is several times that of human beings. A duel between 2 giants can last for 100 years. The life of a giant is very dull in terms of time. A few years seem like a short time to them. It had been only 2 or 3 years since they had followed Ross, a time that would have been like a nap for giants like Gerd and Hadruden, and in that short amount of time, they had become world-renowned giants. Once again, the giants were given a new voice and they became the glory of Elbaf. Look, they are back. On the shore of Elbaf, many giants are waiting here. They have been waiting since they learned that Hadruden and others are coming back and are here for almost half a month. Oh, it's Hadruden. The giant people who sat there all stood up, including some giant children who were not very tall. Naturally, they were much taller than normal adults. The youngsters of the giant clan are all cheering and jumping up. In this past year, they have heard about the news of Giant Regiment one after another, and they looked towards them with a trace of worship in their eyes. Are you Arnon? You have grown up a lot. Hadruden stepped out of the ship and watched as a group of teenagers rushed in, and he touched one of their heads with a smile on his face. The life of the giants is long. 10 years is only equivalent to 3 or 4 years of human life for them. These young giants are actually 20 or 30 years old, but they are still in early adulthood. In addition to Hadruden, Rode and others have also been welcomed by the entire population of Elbaf. For a long time, the entire shore was extremely lively, with numerous giants grinning happily. This is really the feeling of the past. When it comes to Blue Ogre and Red Ogre, they haven't come back for 100 years. Their duel is taking a bit too long. Someone grinned and mentioned the 2 captains of the giant warrior pirates. It was then that one of the giants asked Gerd about Ross, who was sitting on her shoulders. Who was that? Is it human? Since the Big Mom incident decades ago, Elbaf has not seen any humans visitors anymore. Looking at the small form of Ross, these giants are very curious. This is our captain, Ghost Hand Ross, Gerd said, her eyes smiling and her voice slightly respectful. He is Ross-sama? Standing next to the giant teenager, Arnon stares a bit towards him. The story of Hadruden and the giant pirates has been spread in Elbaf, where the Ghost Hand Pirates affair is also mixed. Almost all the giants know that Hadruden is currently under the flag of the Ghost Hand Pirates and the name of Ross is no stranger to them. But Arnon stares at Ross and shows a little disbelief. He doesn't look like the legendary strong man. He's a little too skinny. Not to mention that compared with the adults, even if he is to be compared, he is a little short and it looks like his little slender arms and legs can be broken by a slight twist. Ghost Hand Ross. Some giants nearby also discovered Ross, and they showed a lot of different expressions. For Ross, the fifth emperor of the New World and the one who Hadruden is currently working for, they are naturally clear about him. Their idea of Ross is that he is incredibly terrifying, but the current image is somewhat hilarious. It's like normal people often hear about the terrifying existence in the sea, but suddenly one day they see him and find that he is a dwarves race only the size of a palm. That's the same kind of funny feeling. Is it wrong? Someone whispered. Nearby a person is also shocked and said while being a little unconvinced, it's not quite what we thought it would be. They haven't seen Kaido and Whitebeard, but Big Mom lived here for a while, and the body of Big Mom is not much different from the size of the giant. Does such a thin and small body really have the amazing power in the rumor? I am very sorry, Captain Ross. Gerd saw the faces of the giants and looked at Ross apologetically. Ross didn't mind and said with a smile, it's alright. If he saw someone from dwarves race, known as the world's strongest power, he will also have the same doubt and funny feeling. Ward. Just when everyone was suspicious, Hadruden shouted at the one who was whispering and said, Captain's strength is 10 times stronger than mine. If you doubt Captain's power, then come and fight me first. The giants have always been straight and simple, just like dwarves race, and the giants have almost no concept of lying. When they heard Hadruden, many giants were a little surprised. They didn't expect Hadruden to think that his strength was 10 times weaker than Ross. They wouldn't doubt Hadruden's words, but the results were a little too unbelievable. Are you telling the truth? Hadruden. The giant named Ward pushed his way out of the crowd and tilting his head to look at Ross and then back to Hadruden. He is a giant of Hadruden's age, who had fought and contended with Hadruden from childhood, and who had stayed in Elbaf when Hadruden went to the sea. As for Hadruden's fame in the outside world, there was no such emotion as jealousy. While he was happy for Hadruden, his heart was also a little emotional. His last fight with Hadruden was already more than 10 years ago. Don't you believe it? Hadruden stared at Ward without a smile and raised his chin slightly. Do you still want me to teach you again? Ward grinned. You've always lost more, Hadruden, he said. In the last 10 years or so, you've grown stronger. As he said this, he went to Hadruden, intending to compete with him. Many giants on the side saw this and retreated to both sides. They also wanted to see how much stronger Hadruden, who had made a big name outside, has gotten. Chapter 268 How Big the World Is. Watch out. Ward walked towards Hadruden and put on a battle stance. He roared and rushed into the front and punched Hadruden. However, faced with Ward's fist, Hadruden did not make any dodge and block action. He stood on the same spot with a cold and solemnly look, letting the fist hit on his face. Ward stared. He did not expect that Hadruden would not dodge or counterattack. He was unable to take back his fist. To his surprise, it hit Hadruden on the cheek, but it felt as if his fist had hit empty air. ZZ. Hadruden's face and chin suddenly turned into white lightning. After being broken up by the punch, he recovered to his original state without any damage. What happened? Many giants were shocked when they saw this scene. There are also giants who have gone to the sea and they recognize this ability of thunder and lightning, and said, it's devil fruit, Logia class devil fruit. Thunder? Hadruden has such power. No wonder he is called the Thunder Giant. Many people were shocked. Even the giant patriarch Old Jorl, who was 400 years old and had white hair and a rickety body, opened his turbid eyes and looked stunned. Ward punched the empty air and his body fell a little forward. He stabilized his body and looked at his fist and looking up at Hadruden again. It turned out to be like this. No wonder the outsider gave you a thunder title. His face sank a little. The thunder represented such terrible power that even though he was a giant, he was no match for it, but he could not easily give up. He clenched his fist, drawing strength from his body, and gave a sudden roar. Elboff. Guns. Buzz. As he punched out, a powerful impact suddenly hit Hadruden's body. Lightning strike. Hadruden's unshakable eyes finally flashed with a little wave. He didn't stand still anymore, but he shook his fist and hit Ward with a blow in the burst of thunder arc. Crackling. The thunder arc was intertwined in the field, breaking Ward's Elboff's guns almost instantaneously and hit his body, making him instantly stunned. Ward's whole body was in the same place, and his body and mouth were filled with black smoke, which dissipated in the air. Splash. Half a second later, Ward's whole body fell to the ground and hit it. One move. Many giants looked at this scene and couldn't help but reveal a bit of shock. Ward is also a very strong warrior. He once dueled with Hadruden many times, winning more and losing less. But now, even Hadruden's single move can't be stopped by him, and he was defeated in an instant. Gerd looked at Ward, who was hit by the thunder and did not show any unexpected expression. She was very clear about how far the current Hadruden and others were. And the power to do this comes from Ross. This is an unrequitable favor. They will only fight for Ross with their life. Cure. Gerd breathed a sigh of relief and pointed her finger at Ward. A glimpse of the white light flew out and fell into Ward's body, giving him emergency treatment. The doctors in the giants stepped forward to check Ward's condition and breathed a sigh of relief. He is fine, take him back. Turning around. The look in the eyes of many giants has changed as they looked at Hadruden. Some people have shown a little awe. Today's Hadruden is quite different from that of the past. While in awe of Hadruden's power, some people can't help but think that Hadruden said that Ross's strength is 10 times stronger than him, and they couldn't help but look at him. Hadruden will not lie. Even if he exaggerated a bit, Ross is definitely better than Hadruden. With Hadruden's strength now, he can defeat Ward with one hit. Then how strong is Ross? His incredibly thin and small body contains more power than Hadruden. Ross sat on Gerd's shoulder, his hands crossed on his lap. His expressions were calm as he looked at the giants, and he said, I often listened to Gerd talking about Elbaf, saying that the giants are natural warriors, and I do believe that the giants have extraordinary strength. But Ross pointed toward who was carried down and said, this power is not enough. When they heard Ross, many giants looked at each other and no one spoke. They were thinking about what kind of power Ross, who is better than Hadruden, has. Under the watchful eyes of countless giants, Ross flew up from Gerd's shoulders, overlooking the ground below. His eyes were light and his right hand gently pulled out the cursed blade Morassame. Do you know how big the world is? If you don't know, I'll show you. As his voice fell, Ross raised the cursed blade Morassame in his hand and swayed it at the sea. Bang! A sword falls and the sea is overturned. They can only see the sea, which stretches for several kilometers, surging into the sky, and it seems to rush into the clouds, turning into a vast and majestic waterfall, stretching to the end of the sky, connecting the sky and the sea together. Countless giant fish, even Sea King, are struggling over the waterfall. Their huge eyes seem to be full of panic and confusion. It is difficult to describe this picture in words. All the giants, at this moment, are all in a state of stupidity. The eyes of countless people are filled with this unbelievable scene, and their hearts and minds are shocked. Compared with the vast waterfall like waves across the sky, Ross's figure floating in the sky is as small as a black spot. But there is no need to exude any grandeur. Just this picture alone will be forever frozen in the heart of all giants. The power of Captain. I am still far behind. Hadruden murmured. Gerd looked at the waterfall like sea across the sky, with deep respect and worship on her face. Such power, even for the giants, is hard to reach in their life. On the sea. The captain is messing up again. The look on Fioxerman's face was priceless. Even if it is to deter the giants, law size, this is a bit too much. Robin tilted her head and said, so what? He is still the captain. The vast waterfall stopped in the sky for 2 seconds and then began to fall towards the sea. It fell into the sea, making the whole sea crazy and turbulent, setting off a terrible wave, and coming to the direction of Elbaf. Ross swept the waves that had been pressed across and took the cursed blade Morassame back and turned his back, not looking at the waves that swept through. Whiz. Just the next moment. Shiryu of the Rain blows a puff of smoke, shakes his head a little and rushes out of the ship. He pulls out the second-generation ghost blade and stabs it into the wave. Frozen crime. Whoosh. The surging waves take the place where his sword edge pierced as the center and freeze in all directions. In a moment, the surging waves turn into a shocking iceberg. Really? It's boring enough. Shiryu of the Rain pulled out the blade. Ross's observation hockey found out the following things, and he silently gave Shiryu of the Rain a victory in his mind, and positioned himself calmly in the sky, overlooking the many giants in Elbaf. Chapter 269 Transaction. Ross and others stayed in Elbaf for 10 days. Originally, 3 giants intended to join Hadruden, but when Hadruden told them that their next goal was to deal with Pigmum Charlotte Lilin, there were 5 more giants in an instant. There are not many giants. 8 giants are equal to the strength of an army. Naturally, the giants without Devil Fruit's ability are also limited in strength. Among them, Yura and Syndra, the 2 elites, have the ability to deal with ordinary cadres of the Don Quixote family, while the rest are inferior. In fact, Hadruden has already gained the reputation of becoming a leader of the giant clan. In this case, it's okay to draw more giant forces, but Ross thinks that 8 are enough. In the future, he may not even be able to find 8 suitable devil fruits for them. There is a shortage of devil fruit. On the deck, Ross thought a little, then said to Lafitte, the heart of Tenryubito, you squeeze it twice in a while, and when the government contacts, you say that we want to trade the heart for devil fruit. The heart of Tenryubito is no longer important. If it can be changed to several devil fruits, it will be of good use. Oh, I understand. Lafitte's face showed a wicked smile, and after nodding, he walked into the cabin. 3 days after leaving Elbaf, the world government called the Denden Mushi of the Cypher Pol No. 0 Division captain and contacted Lafitte. What do you want? On the other side of Denden Mushi, the low voice of 5 Elder Stars came. The ghost hand pirates squeezed the heart of Mjoskrad for 2 or 3 consecutive days. They definitely had a plan in doing this. But guess what? There was nothing they could do to get Mjoskrad heart back from them. Even though the last call with Ross had been very unpleasant, they still had to contact him again. Ha ha ha. Captain said if you want to get back this heart, use devil fruit to trade. Lafitte took Denden Mushi and replied with a smirk. 5 Elder Stars became silent on the other side. It's not because Ross wants devil fruit, but because Ross actually let his subordinate talk to them. Is he even giving them any respect? Who are you, Ghost Hand? One of 5 Elder Stars asked, and he was forced to swallow his anger. Lafitte grinned and said, no name, I don't think it would enter your ears. As for our captain, he is taking a shower. Bastard. A 5 Elder Stars slaps the table and almost couldn't control his emotions. Intelligence said that they went to Elbaf. A Gorsai snorted and said, it may be that he recruited a new giant crew in Elbaf, so he needs devil fruit to continue to build the giant core. He is crazy. Those muscle-brained idiots. There was a flash of anger in the eyes of a nearby 5 Elder Stars. They want to annihilate Elbaf, but there are many giants in the Marine who are vice-admiral and are at many other posts. The world government also has the power of the giants in their forces, but if they destroy Elbaf, their homeland, then they will retaliate and join forces with Ross. It would be like stabbing themselves in the foot with an axe in their own hands. 5 people temporarily cut off the Denden Mushi and talked to each other. Devil fruit is not a precious thing for world government. Some Tenryubito even take it casually, but if it falls in the hands of Ross, the situation would be completely different. The terrible power of the giant core is famous in the world. Now the whole world is clear about the tyrannical power of the giants who eat devil fruit. Finally, 5 Elder Stars still made the decision. Did you finally make a decision? Lafitte stood leaning against the wall with a sly look. He knew that 5 Elder Stars were discussing, but he was not in a hurry. After a moment, he asked with a smile. Trading with the government is a dangerous thing, so Ross's attitude is naturally to trade with them, and it doesn't matter if he doesn't get anything. There is no loss for him. 5 Elder Stars has not been urged to do anything for a long time, but at this time, they can only suppress the anger in their hearts. One of them said, yes. Well, let's talk about quantity. As the world government, there should be a lot of devil fruit with you, right? I believe you will not care about 10 or 8, ho 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 ho. Stop dreaming. A 5 Elder Stars spoke in a deep voice. Your identity is that of a pirate. It would be very costly for us to encourage your power. We can trade a devil fruit with you at most. Lafitte smiled and said, then Captain will be very dissatisfied, maybe he will do something unethical. Are you threatening us? A 5 Elder Stars said with a cold face. Lafitte said, no, don't misunderstand, I am just reminding. Naturally, our captain is kind and will not take a life just for fun. A devil fruit can be traded, but it must be a logia. Impossible. A 5 Elder Stars dismissed the suggestion immediately. The value of logia devil fruit is clear. Even the weaker logia user is almost invincible for those who don't have them. If it's a Parimsha devil fruit, you need to give 2, and if they are zone then 3. How to trade, you have to decide yourself, and whether you want to trade or not is all up to you. Lafitte smiled and hung up the Denden Mushi after finishing the last sentence. Ross was standing opposite him, standing with his back against the wall, his hands stacked on his chest. He saw Lafitte hang up and said, that's a good talk. His reasons for letting Lafitte talk to 5 Elder Stars on the one hand is that he is too lazy to communicate with 5 Elder Stars. On the other hand, 5 Elder Stars is just the core of power in the government, in 5 people. There are other existences above them. They belong to the category of subordinates, which is very reasonable. Lafitte smiled and said, I don't know if the government will agree. Who knows? Ross didn't care to say, even if they agree, the government won't simply send devil fruit out. After a while, the phone on the world government side was dialed again. This time it was not called by 5 Elder Stars, but a government official. He spoke quietly. 5 Elder Stars Sama agrees to trade with a logia devil fruit, but the trading location needs to be specified by us. Oh. You specify the trading location. If it is specified in Mage or Marine headquarters, I am afraid it is not a transaction, but coercion. Lafitte's tone was filled with sarcasm. The government official said, it will not be specified in Mage and Marine headquarters, but it is impossible for you to specify the location. Don't forget that you are a pirate, which is the least credible. Lafitte held down Den Mushi and turned to look at Ross. Tell them to designate the area at most, Ross said quietly. We will determine the island. Lafitte repeats Ross's words. The government officials there fell silent and didn't respond for a long time. He seemed to ask for the opinions of Gorsai and finally gave a reply in a few minutes. Okay. Chapter 270 Arriving Crisis World Government is willing to trade with a Logia Devil Fruit, which was a bit unexpected for Ross, who had expected to go with 2 Paramsha or 3 zones. But this Logia must not be a very strong Logia fruit. This is certain, otherwise, the government will never take it out, and it is mostly something like a smoke fruit. However, a Logia fruit will always remain a Logia fruit. Without too much development, it will be able to exert its great power. There are few Paramsha Devil Fruit that can be compared with Logia Devil Fruit as soon as Paramsha come up. There are many Paramsha Devil Fruit that needs to awaken before they can compete with Logia. Finally, world government made a deal with Ross, and the location was determined to be New World, Flame Island, which are hot all year round and rarely inhabited. Flame Island. Lafitte looked at the map and marked the location of the Flame Island, thinking of something. The sea area given to Ross covers 7 or 8 islands. This Flame Island is one of them. However, the government chose this island and they definitely had some other purpose. The obvious point is that the island is closer to the marine branch face on the red line. It's unclear if the other party has any other ideas, as there are few intelligence sources on Flame Island. Do you really want to do this dangerous business with the government? It's impossible for the government to let us take away a Logia Devil Fruit easily, said Fyaxerman, his eyes flashing. Of course, we are going. Ross snorted and said, since the other party took out a Logia Devil Fruit, why wouldn't we go? But we don't need everyone to go, I can do it alone. For current Ross, with his space distortion ability. Although it is impossible for him to win against 2 Admiral in a fight, but if he wants to run away, then even if Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akayanya fought against him, he will still be able to. It is extremely difficult to kill a top combatant. No one has been able to kill Kaido so far, and Ross has entered the category of people who are extremely difficult to beat. It would be very hard for anyone to defeat him, much less kill him. Alone? Are you sure? Shouyu of the Rain paused for a moment and looked at Ross seriously. Robin refused. No, the risk is too great. Ross gently smiled and stretched his finger across Robin's cheek. There is a risk in dealing with the government, but in some ways, I am at lower risk if I am alone. If world government intends to take this opportunity to encircle the Ghost Hand pirates, they will certainly send out 3 Admiral or more battle powers. They will probably send out at least 2 Admiral plus 2 Admiral alternates candidates, or an Admiral or a government internal battle force. In such a situation, the odds are very low for them. Once they fight, even if they can evacuate finally, it is normal for casualties to occur. In turn, if Ross goes alone, though the danger will be concentrated on himself, there is no such thing as encircling and chasing with the power of distortion space. Kizaru himself may not be able to catch up with him, let alone other people. Seeing that Ross had made a decision, the people present at the scene looked at each other and didn't talk anymore. As their captain, Ross made a decision, it is naturally irrefutable. Even Robin did not refute this time. But after returning to the room, she tried to let Ross dispel the idea of going alone. If Law's strength was stronger, I might have brought him, but unfortunately his current ability does not meet the standards I need. It won't be easy for him to get out if he is encircled. Ross is still not going to bring anyone. He wants to leave alone, there is no need to talk about his ability, but if he brings another person, even if it is Fyaxerman, he may not be able to guarantee their safety. Flame Island. This is an island with 3 volcanoes, one of which is an extinct volcano and the other 2 are active volcanoes, but they only erupted once in recent decades. The atmosphere on the entire island is extremely hot, but there is still vegetation growing here, some of which seems strange. This place is a good choice for the deal. On the edge of the island, at the foot of one of the volcanoes, the alternate Admiral Tokacake took out a wooden box with a sweat on it and stood there, seeming to have been there for a while. Looking at the sea, he saw that there was no shadow of any boat. Tokacake shook his head, picked up the wooden box and looked at it carefully, then opened it gently. Inside the box is a rare devil fruit. Look at the shape, there is no doubt that this is a Logia's devil fruit. It is light blue in color, and the pattern above it is like a piece of creeping candle. Is that the one? Somehow, Ross appeared behind Tokacake, looking calmly at the wooden box in Tokacake's hand, or looking at the devil fruit in the wooden box. For the arrival of Ross, Tokakake did not show any surprises. His observation haki, the peak of future prediction, had seen the emergence of Ross in advance. Yes, that's it. Tokakake turned his head, with a cigarette in his mouth, and he looked at Ross's gaze with a hint of complexity and a slight sigh. Even if the other party didn't want to be Marine, you can force the other party to go to this step from being a pirate hunter. Why did they bother? Is that the heart of Tenri Ubito? Tokakake looked at the heart that Ross was holding in his hand, asking for a beating heart. He must confirm. Ross is expressionless, holding the fingers on the heart lightly and squeezing it a little. Tokakake's mouth twitched slightly. Before Dendenmushi rings, he takes out the Dendenmushi out of his pocket one step in advance and then connects it at the moment when the Dendenmushi rings. There seems to be no problem. After confirming the message from the other side of Dendenmushi, Tokakake nodded and took back the Dendenmushi, and he took out the devil fruit out of the wooden box and motioned to Ross, "Count to 3 and lose at the same time?" "Sure." Tokakake nodded, staring firmly at the heart in Ross's hand, and said, 1, 2, 3. At the moment of counting to 3, he did not hesitate and threw out devil fruit directly, because he had already seen Ross throwing the heart in advance. He is very clear about Ross's ability. Without taking the heart to his hand, he doesn't have any strength to snatch his heart in midair. Even if he predicted ahead of time, he just confirmed that Ross didn't cheat him. The two steadily caught what the other party had thrown. Logia devil fruit. Ross looked at devil fruit in his hand and his eyes flashed slightly. At the moment it came in his hand, Ross confirmed that the devil fruit is indeed a Logia devil fruit. The only question is what kind of devil fruit this is. He still can't recognize it and needs to get it back to identify it. Sorry. After taking the heart, Tokakake didn't observe it and put it directly into his pocket, while looking at Ross, who was still watching devil fruit. Whiz. Whiz. Almost at the moment when his voice fell, two figures rushed from left and right, sandwiching Ross in the middle. One of them turned into a golden glitter. It was Marine Admiral Kizaru, and the other person in wearing the justice clock with pink cuffs, it was Momouzagi. The crisis arrived. Chapter 271, Cauliflower Dance of Thousand Souls. Momouzagi held his named sword in his hand, and the sword darts of the top swordsman show up. Its sharp edge seems to cut the nearby voids into sections as it sped towards Ross. Kizaru, on the other side, is also shooting a series of intense lasers at Ross at its most extreme speed, blocking the front and all the dodging areas of Ross. But, faced with the attacks of Momouzagi and Kizaru, Ross closed his eyes. Bang. 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 The loud bang sound exploded in the air as the attacks hit the air. Only for Ross to put the Logia devil fruit in his pocket, and the whole person came out of the explosion area like a phantom. From the beginning to the end, Ross did not use any strength to resist the sword darts or the laser attacks. The strong sound from the void was completely caused by the collision between the sword darts and laser. From the perspective of Momouzagi and Kizaru, their attacks seemed to pass through the body of Ross, but then it turned into a confrontation between the sword darts and laser. And in the direction of Momouzagi and Kizaru. The figure of Ross in front of them disappeared out of thin air as if space had been pulled and forced together, completely bypassing Ross's body. This ability is troublesome. Tokakake had already foreseen this scene, but he gave a slightly painful look because even if he had known it in advance, he could not have figured out how to crack it. As a result, Tokakake has no choice but to attack Ross. But, still oblivious to Tokakake's attack, Ross strolls toward the shore and ignored the sword darts or laser attacks. They had no impact on him and they couldn't even touch his clothes. Tokakake and others' armament haki is also very strong, but there is still some slight gaps in their strength compared to Kaido. It is these gaps that make it impossible for them to break through the wall of Ross's space. Ice Age. Just as Ross walked to the shore, a low voice sounded and the whole sea was instantly frozen and turned into a vast ice surface, and the ice spread to the shore. Aokiji appeared. 2 in service Admiral, 2 alternate Admiral, Marine Headquarters 4 top battle power has gathered here. What is this concept? Big Mom would have been bombed on the spot by this amount of power, and even Kaido would be suppressed. Even if it is Whitebeard, he would hate to face 4 Admiral-level combat forces. The condensed ice layer was wrapped in extreme cold and it came to Ross's feet in a flash. But it still didn't have any impact on Ross. Ross strolled along under the furious attacks of the 4 men and stepped onto the frozen sea without any movement on his face or even lifting his eyes. How is this possible? Aokiji was shocked. Last time intelligence reports said that Ross had some kind of strong defense. But it didn't say that he would be able to walk leisurely like taking a walk in the garden while facing 4 Admiral-level powers. This is too exaggerated. This scene also caused serious discomfort for Momouzagi, Kizaru and others. Obviously, their observation haki can sense that Ross is there, but no matter what type of attack they hit him with, it can't touch him at all. What the hell are they supposed to do here? Bang. Bang. Whether Aokiji made ice walls or made huge icicle pucks and hit them on Ross, but it didn't do anything and he was unable to stop Ross's footsteps. Ah. Are you kidding me? He released several moves in a row and found that there was no moves left for him to use. Finally, he stopped. His pupil contracted in his eyes, but at the same time, he also showed an undisguised shock. 8 Shaku curved jewel, Yasukuni no Magatama. Kizaru flew into the sky, and countless dense light dots fell down on Ross's body, causing the frozen sea to roar and burst. But Ross seemed to completely ignore his existence as he walked out of the area hit by the laser under the watchful eyes of everyone. Go. To come out. This is serious. Kizaru turns into a golden light and falls on the ice in the distance. His tone is still a little indecent, but it's a little shaky. It's obviously filled with shock. Ross did not launch an attack, because the wall of the space distortion is completely isolated him inside and outside. To attack him, they must first disperse the wall of space. So he gave the opportunity to Aokiji, Kizaru, and others to attack him to test his defense. And there is no need to attack anymore. To stroll away while being attacked by 2 alternate admiral and the 2 marine admiral. This scene would be enough to shock the world. How could this be? Momouzagi clenched the hilt of his sword and bite her teeth slightly. For the swordsman, watching the enemy ignore her and just walking through before her eyes, it is no doubt that this scene is great destruction of her sword heart and will. With her unwillingness, she condensed her sword attack into a single point and condensed her armament haki on the sword edge. An amazing wave spread from her sword edge, as if her whole person has turned into the handle of the sword edge of the cloud. Under the psychological influence of Ross, her sword even shows signs of breaking through her former self, which is even stronger than Shiryu of the Rain sword arts. Swords flow. Sakura robbery. Whiz. The moment the sword was cut out, it seems to have crossed a certain threshold and reached a perfect condensation with the armament haki. The sword, with the petals of pink cherry blossom, thrusts itself into Ross's heart, without being distorted by the distortion. But this is the limit. Her armament haki is a little bit worse, and because of that, it is already impossible to break through the wall of space distortion with the sword arts. It's impossible to cause any attack. Not bad. Ross's dull eyes, for the first time, shifted their angle and he looked at Momouzagi's sword through the space distortion wall that stabbed towards his heart. The space wall distortion is the maximum output of his power of distortion. The breakthrough of the sword shows that the attack power of Momouzagi is more powerful than Aokiji or Kizaru. But this is also understandable, because she is a swordsman, and most of the swordsmen are sacrificing defense in exchange for the ultimate attack. Ding. Ross didn't disperse the space wall distortion and didn't give Tokakake and Aokiji any chance. He raised his right hand and condensed the black armament haki on his finger and slammed it against Momouzagi's sword. Breaking through to the wall of space distortion is also the limit of Momouzagi. The power behind this sword can be utilized by a few in this world. Under the Ross push, it is finally crowded out by the space distortion. Ice block, pheasant peak. Heavenly illumination. Aokiji and Kizaru realize that Momouzagi has broken through Ross's weird defense and thought that it was an opportunity and launched an attack without hesitation. But because Ross never let go of the wall of space distortion, the attacks still didn't cause any damage to Ross. No use. It's impeccable. Tokakake had already seen this scene, so he didn't join in the attack, but shook his head. It can be seen from Momouzagi's attack that can break through Ross's strange defense that this ability of Ross is not an absolute defense that can't be broken through. But there is no doubt that to break through this defense, you must have a very high-quality armament haki, or Momouzagi's latest breakthrough in sword arts. Other than that, all attacks can't break Ross' defense. Aokiji and Kizaru are Logia users and Logia attacks are difficult to attach with extremely high-quality armament haki, and he himself cannot do it because he practices observation haki and is not good at armament haki. Chapter 272 2 billion bounty only if Garp was here. Tokakake sighed in his heart. In fact, Garp was also informed about this operation, but Garp did not want to participate in it. Aokiji and Kizaru did not give up and continued to attack Ross, trying to make an opportunity for Momouzagi. Under the influence of Ross, Momouzagi broke through her limit and continued to attack Ross like a storm. Now she is even better than Aokiji or Kizaru in terms of simple attacks. Her overall strength has reached the level of Aokiji and Kizaru. Bang. 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 Aokiji and Kizaru did not give up their attacks, even though they felt that the attacks were ineffective, they still continued to attack. There is no such thing as an absolutely ineffective attack in the world. Just because a strong armament haki can easily block the gunfire does not mean that the gunfire is completely ineffective, it still can cost their haki and their stamina. And since Momouzagi can break through the strange defenses of Ross, it shows that Ross's defense is not completely unsolvable. Under the violent attacks of Aokiji and Kizaru, Momouzagi entered a strange state and her mind completely seemed to merge with the blade. After stopping for 2 seconds, she grasped the hilt of her sword with both hands and her eyes suddenly burst out with a sharp light that had never been seen before. Buzz! A stronger sword attack than before surged up. She suddenly looked up and looked at Ross, and her eyes were just like a sword. Heart sword flow. Flash. Almost in an instant, she appeared in front of Ross and the blade fell down with a sharp chop. The pressure of the sword blended perfectly with her armament hockey, and when she reached the distortion space wall, it became slow, just like cutting into a paste. Despite some difficulties, this sword broke through the blockade of the distortion space wall. Ding! Faced with Momouzagi's attack, which once again broke through the distortion space wall, Ross bent a finger and bounced off the blade again. At the same time, he looked at her and blinked slightly. A breakthrough in battle? I didn't expect that I would meet this kind of thing. But, this will stop here. Ross's eyes are calm again. At the moment when Kizaru and Aokiji's attack stops, he moved away with space distortion and appeared a kilometer away. Momouzagi can break through the limit at this time. If he continues to fight here like that, the battle may be overturned. There are many special abilities in this world, such as Barrier Fruit, which is also able to resist the attack of an admiral whose armament hockey hadn't reached the limit. However, it's obvious that the Barrier Fruit alone can't be the opponent of an admiral, and using it is also time-consuming and stamina-consuming. Today's Ross is able to get out without being injured in front of 4 admirals, but when it came to fighting, he can't defeat them and he wouldn't be able to kill an admiral in a short time. But the special nature of the distortion space wall is like the divine power of the universe, wisdom, wave, and earth. Unless it is a space-based related ability or a force that can destroy space, he is immune to all other attacks. Whiz! Kizaru turned into a golden light trying to catch up, but when he first arrived at Ross's position, Ross once again crossed the space. After several consecutive times, he is far away from Aokiji and Momouzagi and others. Kizaru did not dare to catch up with him alone and could only helplessly return. The 4 people gathered again and no one spoke as they looked at each other. Apart from Momosagi's depression, the faces of the other 3 were also unnatural. 4 people ambushed and they originally intended to encircle the entire Ghost Hand pirates. The result came as Ross alone was able to calmly escape from the siege laid by these 4 people. Sure enough, he has grown into a big problem. Aokiji rubbed his eyebrows as he finally began to have a headache. The frontal attack of Whitebeard Tremor Fruit is unstoppable, Kaido's undead body is unkillable, and Red Hair's hockey is enough to fight against all Devil Fruit abilities. These Emperors of the Sea, they each have a special ability, and now Ross is undoubtedly one of them. A space barrier that cannot be broken. He can come and move freely. There is no doubt that Ross's most prominent point is his flexibility. Even if he is surrounded by 4 admiral-level combat forces, he can easily escape depending upon his flexibility. In a sense, Ross's existence is even more troublesome than 100 Beast Kaido and Whitebeard. Just when the atmosphere between the 4 people was depressing. In the distance, some of the stationed Marines arrived late and they looked at the positions of Aokiji and Kizaru. Over there. Is battle over so soon? Looking out over the frozen sea, a rear admiral said in a doubtful tone. A vice admiral squinted a little and said, "It seems that only one person came from the Ghost Hand pirates. It's reasonable for the fight to end soon. If there is only one person, facing the lineup of Momouzagi, Tokakake, Aokiji, and Kizaru, it is normal for that person to be apprehended or killed soon." Many Marines quickly went towards them, and someone took out the sea stone shackles. However, as the distance gradually approached, the Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral found that there were only 4 people in the frozen sea, such as Aokiji, Kizaru and other 2, and there were no other figures. Aokiji turns around and looks at the many Marines running over. He says in a low voice, "Let's go." "Admiral." A Vice Admiral looked at Aokiji and said, "The murderer just. Can't you still see it?" He ran away. Tokakake blew a cloud of smoke at the Vice Admiral and interrupted him. Numerous Marines have stopped when they heard Tokakake's words, all showing a blank and incredible expression. Ran away? He was able to run away even when facing Aokiji, Kizaru, Tokakake, and Momouzagi? What? Are you kidding? The Rear Admiral wasn't convinced and he almost subconsciously spoke out. Tokakake glanced at Rear Admiral, but he was too lazy to talk again and turned away directly, and Momouzagi and others did not speak, and their expressions were all a little low. Seeing the appearance of Tokakake, Aokiji, and others, many Marines are shocked. Even if they don't believe it anymore, there seems to be only one answer at the moment. The enemy is really gone. He walked away under the combined siege of 4 admiral forces. A few days later, world government updated the bounty orders. Ross's bounty increased to 2 billion berries and Shiryu of the Rain's bounty increased to 1.2 billion, and the bounty of others remained basically unchanged. 2 billion bounty. This is already a high and appalling amount. With the renewal of the bounty order, the things happened on the Flame Island quickly spread in the sea. There are few people who know about the trading business between Ross and world government. Why did Ross appear on Flame Island? Only a few people know what is going on. But what countless people know is that in the 2 Marine Admirals and 2 Admiral alternates laid in heavy ambush against Ghost Hand Ross, and Ross was able to get away by himself. Ross retreated in the face of the 4 Admiral-class combat powers. The leader of many organizations are full of unbelief when they heard this news. It's like a fantasy. But even if you don't believe it, the facts are irrefutable. No one knows the process of the fight, and no one knows how Ross went away, but from this day, in addition to the undead 100 Beast Kaido and the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, there is another face in the sea. Monsters who can retreat in the face of admirals, and one more name got added in the category of these monsters. Ghost Hand Ross. Chapter 273 Stick Fruity failed. What happened to the Marine? In Holy Land Mary Ejos, 5 Elder Stars learned the news of the failure of Marines, and their faces were extremely depressed, and they even vaguely revealed a bit of anger. But after listening to the briefing in detail, all 5 knew that Aokiji and others were not to blame. Spatial capabilities. Can distortion fruit be developed to such an extent? Why haven't we heard of it before? Holding the sword, the 5 Elder Stars needs his eyebrows, feeling only a dull pain in his skull. If it's a space-based ability, there's really nothing else you can do except maybe use the same space-based ability, or maybe the most developed version of the armament Haki. The only good news is that Momozagi's sword darts have improved. A 5 Elder Stars sighed and took a cup of tea on the coffee table. Momozagi's own strength is not far from Aokiji and others. Now, with the improvement of her sword arts, it is enough for her to be qualified for the position of Marine Admiral. As a woman, it is not easy to achieve this level of sword arts. In history, greatest swordsman in the world's position has never been seated by a woman. Momozagi certainly has some hope. But what to do with the Ghost Hand Pirates? A 5 Elder Stars still moved the subject back to the Ghost Hand Pirates. This is a problem that they have to face now. Previously, they also considered Ross and other 4 emperors to fight each other, but now, no matter how they look, they can only admit that Ghost Hand Pirates has gradually grown better than others 4 emperors is. That is to say, in the future battle, the Ghost Hand Pirates will likely be the winner in their future confrontation, and it is still a big problem for them that they are beginning to get headaches. Do you want to ask them to move? A 5 Elder Stars proposed. Next to that 5 Elder Stars, another one hesitated. Let them out? But what you said is that it is also time to report things to Surium. At the time when 5 Elder Stars were talking, a government official suddenly knocked on the door. Lord 5 Elder Stars. It's the phone call from the Ghost Hand Pirates. Upon hearing this, the 5 Elder Stars looked at each other. 4 of them didn't open their mouths. They didn't want to answer it, but the last one still said, "Come in. Let's listen to what he wants to say." Hearing this, the government officials outside pushed open the door and put a Denden Mushi on the tea table in front of the 5 Elder Stars, and Lafitte's voice came from Denden Mushi. Ho, ho, ho. How are you? I'm sorry to say that your plan against our captain failed. Although you did escape from it this time, but do you really think that you will be this lucky every time? 5 Elder Stars is not angry, and one of them speaks indifferently. Lafitte smiled and said, "No, but it's not what you think. As I said a long time ago, if you don't follow the rules of trading, we can do some unethical things, like. The same goes for non-compliance." When they heard Lafitte, the 5 Elder Stars felt a bad feeling in their hearts. The 5 Elder Stars, which belongs to the Don Quixote family, frowned. "What are you going to do?" "Well, when we eat apples, we usually don't eat the core, so we gave you the pulp and kept the core." Lafitte is at the other end of Denden Mushi's smiled wickedly and hangs up the Denden Mushi. At the same time, he looks at a small piece of wriggling meat in the plate in front of him. That is a piece of meat from inside the heart. With the ability of the surgeon fruit, the heart can be continuously divided, so cutting a small piece from the center and then splicing it together is no problem for it. Lafitte picked the piece of meat and gently pinched it. Patter. The meat is broken. On the other side, when the 5 Elder Stars saw that the Denden Mushi was hung up, they faintly became aware that something bad was going to happen. Sure enough. A few minutes after the Denden Mushi was hung up, an emergency call went directly to the Denden Mushi in their pocket. A 5 Elder Stars suppressed the bad feeling in his heart and slowly took out the Denden Mushi and answered it and listened to the news from Denden Mushi. The faces of the 5 people were getting darker and darker as they listened to the report from the other side. The atmosphere is depressed. Damn you bastard. The 5 Elder Stars with the surname of Don Quixote finally couldn't help but slap his palm on the tea table in front of me. The tea table made a sound and broke into pieces of glass and splashed around. The other side. On the sea surface of the New World, two giant ships sail side by side. One of them was inhabited by Ross and Robin, together with the cadre Hadruden and the giant Skurd, whom Ross designated as the special cadre. Another big ship was inhabited by giants such as Rode and Goldberg. In the current Ghost Hand Pirates, Shiryu of the Rain and others are all cadres, and Hadruden, the giant leader, is also one of the cadres, while Sugar and Gerd are defined as special crew members, and can also be considered as special cadres. Whether it is Sugar's Hobi Hobi no Mi or Gerd's Heel Heel Fruit, their role is extraordinary and they belong to the category of need to protect at all cost. Other ordinary giants are general crew members. Naturally, the giants who followed Ross, such as Rode and Goldberg, now have different code names such as the Giants of Sand, and their status is higher than other giants. In one of the ships, in one of the halls, Ross took out the Logia Devil Fruit from his pocket and threw it to Robin. Petter. Robin reached out and took the devil fruit, and a flash of thought appeared in her black eyes. This doesn't seem to be a Logia's devil fruit. Huh? Ross looked at Robin strangely. If he remembers correctly, this shape pattern should belong to the Logia class devil fruit. Did he got played by the government with a similar devil fruit? Robin hesitated slightly before saying, how to say this. The name of this devil fruit should be called Stick Stick Fruit. It should be difficult to define whether it should be classified as a special Paramsha or Logia. When he heard Robin's words, Ross's mouth suddenly twitched a little. He knew about the Stick Stick Fruit, which came from Treble, the top cadre of the Don Quixote family. That's not used to be so gross. This fruit can indeed turn the body into a slimy state, similar to Kitakure's Mochi Mochi fruit, which should belong to the special Paramsha, similar to Logia. He didn't really want this Stick Stick Fruit, so after Treble's death, Ross didn't let Kaku and others pay attention to the news of Stick Stick Fruit. He didn't expect it to fall into the hands of the government, and then he made a deal with it. What's the matter? Robin looked at Ross strangely and felt that Ross was not looking good. It's nothing. Ross shook his head and restored to his calm appearance. Although this fruit is a little gross, but it should vary from person to person. Treble likes to make a gross state. In general, he should have been able to maintain his normal form. Moreover, the power of this fruit is also good. It has characteristics like glue, which can be used to control and sticky. It can also explode in case of fire, causing huge damage. It is not totally unacceptable. Today's giant regiment really needs a devil fruit of partial restriction type to form a more complete group to play a more powerful role. Chapter 274 News of Fujitora. The ownership of the Stick Stick Fruit was finally given to Yura, the giant elite warrior. The sticky giant sounds too low, so Ross thought about it a little and gave the name Biochemical Giant, which fits well with the Stick Stick Fruit. After possessing the power of the Biochemical Giant, the possibility of destroying the Big Mom Pirates is already a bit bigger, but it is still not a decisive factor. To say, the Big Mom Pirates are not as simple as they look on the surface. The 4 suite commanders are ranked from high to low. In one-on-one situations, they are not inferior to Shiryu of the Rain, Fyaxerman, and Hadruden, and they are even better than them. Moreover, the Chefstrayusen of Big Mom Pirates is not a simple character. He can turn the huge city fortress that is comparable to City Town into a cake snack. He is the first person to follow Big Mom and a co-founder of the Big Mom Pirates. Even if his strength is weaker, he should still be at the level of the 4 suite commanders. Each 4 emperors has its own strong points, such as the invisible strength of Whitebeard, the undead body of Kaido, and the strength of the Big Mom Pirates is greater than her own power. There was no need for a plan to deal with the Big Mom Pirates. The only thing to consider is Kaido and the world government, Ross said calmly. But as long as the fight is over quickly enough, that shouldn't be a problem. If, as you said, there is a chef hidden in Big Mom that can rival the battle power of 3 disasters, it will have a great impact on the war situation. Lafitte revealed his thought. Shiryu of the Rain and the other 2 people can deal with the top 3 suite commanders, and with the strength of Trafalgar Law, there shouldn't be a problem for him to handle the last one for some time. The Giant Corps and Robin can deal with the Big Mom Pirates' subordinates. Their overall situation is now in place to defeat the Big Mom Pirates. But the extra presence of a suite commander level fighter can be difficult to deal with. It is indeed a problem. Law said thoughtfully. He had completed the personality transplant surgery for Cypher Paul No. 0 Division Captain and replaced it with the soul of a loyal and Sky Island person. But there is a problem. In the complete state of Cypher Paul No. 0 Division Captain, he can indeed fight against a suite commander level combatant for a short time, but that Sky Island person cannot display the full strength of the Cypher Paul No. 0 Division Captain body, even if he is completely adapted. I am afraid he will only be able to display about 70% or 80%. Originally he would be inferior to a suite commander level combatant, and then he got weakened by 2 or 3%. He is obviously not their opponent. It's okay to kill a sweet commander in advance. Ross spoke in a calm voice. Although it is a bit shameful to sneak attack and kill a sweet commander, but if he takes the lead in sneaking into and sneak attack, with the exception of Katakuri that can use future prediction, even if the other sweet commanders are not killed by a single move, they would still suffer a heavy blow and they will completely lose their battle force. Sneak attack? Everyone in the room thought about it. Neither Lafitte nor Shiryu of the Rain or Fyoxerman are good people. They will not care if they do a sneak attack. As for giants, although they advocate battle, as Yoru once said, Big Mom is not a human, but a wicked monster in human skin. It doesn't need sympathy and nobility to deal with a monster. However, just when Ross was going to make a decision, the Den Den Mushi on Robin suddenly sounded. Robin walked out of the room and took Den Den Mushi to answer. After a minute, she returned to the hall and said to Ross, "It is the information reported by Kaku. The person you are looking for has been found." Oh? Ross heard the words, and his eyes suddenly flashed. Who is the person he is looking for? No doubt he is a powerful person, who can make the overall strength of the Ghost Hand Pirates soar. With that man, he had once met. Fujitora issue. Naturally. The current Fujitora has not yet joined Marines, and there is no Fujitora codename. His name is Issue. There is no doubt about how strong he is. Even Shiryu of the Rain, whose strength is now almost the same as Admiral, may not be better than Fujitora. And, compared to other people in Ghost Hand Pirates, Fujitora is a person with a sense of justice. Ross does not like to do something for justice, but these things can be done by Fujitora. The Ghost Hand Pirates is nominally a pirate group, but Ross's goal is not becoming a four emperors, nor becoming a pirate king. It is to overthrow the world government and establish a new regime. And so, positive characters are still necessary. A man with the strength of Marine Admiral with a sense of justice, he will not bow down to authority and will not get lost on his way. He will not get nosebleeds after seeing a beautiful woman. There is no doubt that such a crew member is the most suitable at present. The first half of the Grand Line? Hearing the location reported by Robin, Ross and Lafitte took out the sea map and determined the location. The place where Fujitora appeared was not in the New World, but in the first half of the Grand Line, and even in the first half of the first half, which is a hemisphere separated from them. Do you want to go? Robin looked at the sea map and asked Ross. Ross thought a little and made a decision. Let's go. After learning a lot about Fujitora from various sources, he was 30 to 40% confident that he would get him on board, and 70% more if he added that they were going to deal with the Big Mom pirates. With 70% confidence, Fujitora's strength is worth a visit. Once Fujitora joins in, it would be no longer a headache for him to kill Big Mom pirates. He will also have a territory completely, so he doesn't have to run around anymore. After the order was issued, Ross left the hall. It seems that the captain is very concerned about that issue. Shiryu of the Rain sat in the corner, took out the match, slid out the fire, lit the cigar and took a sip. Although Ross did not disclose complete information about Fujitora, how can he not speculate that this issue will have extraordinary strength? Ho 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 ho, he met him once a long time ago. Lafitte knows a little bit more, but he has reservations about the strength of Fujitora because when he meets Fujitora, he is still in the first half of the Grand Line. But he can be valued by Ross, and even caused him to run to his location in person. His strength must be comparable to 3 disasters, otherwise, with Ross's current identity and abilities, he wouldn't care much about him. Fyoxerman sat there with his legs raised and his mouth slightly curled. For him to have caused so many of us to go there. We still have a big reputation. I hope he can have the ability to match this motion. They are now the 5th emperors of the New World. Not everyone has such a big face. If that person is better than he and Shiryu of the Rain, then all would be good. If he is weaker than them, then their reputation will be dragged. After all, he doesn't know where this issue came from and it's a name he has never heard of before. It's not famous at all. Let's wait and see. Shiryu of the Rain spit out a smog and left the hall. Chapter 275 The brain is a good thing in the first half of the Grand Line. On an island. In a noodle shop, a blind man wearing a purple cloak and a black belt was eating noodles on a wooden bench, beside which was a wooden walking stick and clogs. He didn't look untidy, but he looked unremarkable and unimportant. There was no doubt about his identity, and it was only a few years later that he would join the world draft and be promoted to Admiral's Fujitora issue without changing the course of history. It is now the Great Age of Pirates in September of the 17th year and is close to the Great Age of Pirates 18th year. Luffy went out towards the sea in the Great Age of Pirates 22nd year, and Ace went out to the sea in the 19th year. Bill, please. After eating up the noodles and leaving the soup only at the bottom of the bowl, Fujitora standing up and slowly fumbled for a note from his pocket. After feeling around for its face value, He handed it to the noodle shop boss. The boss smiled and gave Fujitora his change and handed it to him and said, "Here, take it, and take your time." Fujitora has been eating here for 10 days and he is a frequent visitor who comes frequently in the short term. Fujitora's smile thickened as he put the change into his pocket and took the wooden pole on the ground. He slowly walked out of the noodle shop and walked along the side of the street. However, just as he walked into a somewhat remote and dark street, a dozen people suddenly came out from all directions and surrounded him in the middle. Fujitora's face did not change at all. He walked forward calmly, and the wooden staff touched the ground little by little, and finally touched a person's foot. He touched the back of his head and apologized. "I am very sorry, this old man can't look at things, can you give me a little space?" "Of course." The man opened his mouth slowly, but there was a wicked smile on his face. When he got out of the way, he raised his foot to trip Fujitora's leg. However, Fujitora is taking a normal step and it seems to have seen the same, but it just passed over the outstretched leg that was there to trip him. The man was slightly surprised but smiled at random. Suddenly he grabbed the Fujitora by the shoulder and hung his arm on his back, saying, "I say, if I remember correctly, you won a lot in the casino this month? Your luck is really good." Although Fujitora doesn't go to casinos every day, he has gone to casinos at least a dozen times in more than a month, and although he doesn't win much each time, he leaves when he wins a fixed part, but because of the number of times, it's normal for him to be stared at. "Yeah, my luck seemed to be good during this time." Fujitora touched the back of his head and smiled, not angered by the rude behavior of the other party. Nearby, a dozen or so people with fierce looks in their eyes smiled at each other as they looked into Fujitora's eyes. Usually, they will not find someone to start trouble with, and naturally, they have to inquire before they start. But after some investigation, their eyes were fixed on Fujitora. In their eyes, Fujitora, a blind man with blind eyes, had no influence. A guy who came alone was just a fat sheep to them. Hey, yeah." The man holding Fujitora's shoulder slowly let go of his arm, and suddenly grabbed Fujitora's collar with his other hand and said, "So, our luck is also very good. Your eyes are already damaged and you are blind. If your legs are broken, it would be terrible, so to avoid this situation, how about paying little berries to save your legs?" One of the people nearby grinned and pulled out a sword with a clanging sound, deliberately making Fujitora hear the sound. Fujitora's complexion remained unchanged, but his head was slightly lowered. "It's a good thing that I can't look at things. There are so many. I can't bear to see a dirty and despicable person." Buzz. Almost for a moment, a strange force swung away. The young man who was holding his collar suddenly felt a change. He felt that a force of gravity was suddenly pressing on him. The whole man seemed to be carrying a heavy mountain, and his bones were making sounds. In his surprise, he pulled Fujitora's collar hard, but he still couldn't resist the force. The ground under his feet was broken. The whole man was also forced to fall on the ground, with blood spilling from his mouth. He couldn't even struggle. More than 10 people nearby didn't feel anything strange. They noticed that their partner fell down. They thought he was teasing Fujitora. They didn't find anything wrong until they found that there was blood spilling from their partner's mouth. "Hey, Kato? What happened to you? This playing is going overboard." The group of people was shocked and finally their faces changed as they pulled out their weapons. "What have you done?" Someone watched Fujitora with vigilance and asked with a sigh of anger. Fujitora didn't answer. Instead, he used a wooden stick to light the ground, walked forward, and stepped over the fallen murderer. Seeing this scene, the faces of the people nearby changed. Anger flashed in their eyes and one of them aimed a gun at Fujitora's head and shot at him. Bang! A bullet shot towards Fujitora's head. But, shockingly, within a foot of the area around Fujitora, the bullet slowed down as if it had preceded by some terrible force and could no longer advance until it landed with a clatter. Fujitora stops. He slowly picks up the stick and holds one end of it. What's going on? What did that guy do? Seeing that the bullet was actually fixed and then dropped, all of them showed a shocking expression, and their foreheads were overflowing with sweat. And just when their hearts were shaking and they didn't know whether to continue for a while, the clear footsteps suddenly came from afar. Tread. 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 It was the sound of wooden clogs on the stone path. At the end of the street, a figure came slowly. He was dressed in a black cloak and clogs. His appearance was not untidy, but it was not beautiful either. The brain is a good thing. That person slowly came over, glancing at the murderer who had been crushed to the ground, and more than 10 people with guns and swords around him, and said, "Pity you guys don't have any." When they heard the voice, the eyes of more than 10 people who were present began to shift. They all had a little cold sweat on their forehead. When they saw Ross's appearance, one of them said with a quiver in his tone, "You. Are you?" There was a look of horror on his face. Even when Fujitora stopped the bullet with some strange ability, he did not show such an expression. Not only was his forehead overflowing with cold sweat, but his entire back was filled with sweat. The people next to him reacted slowly, but after the reaction, their faces changed dramatically. They all took a breath of cold air and felt their legs and feet softened for a while. Ghost. Ghost hand. Someone shuddered and said the name, and the whole man sat down on the ground. Grand Line. Fifth Emperor. Chapter 276 Surgery. Fujitora paused for a moment, ignoring the dozen or so assailants around him. Instead, he looked up in the direction Ross had come and opened his eyes, which were white with no pupils. Long time no see. Ross took another 2 steps forward, stopping 3 meters away from Fujitora and smiled at him. When they last met, he still needed to run for survival as a new supernova and was followed by Aokiji and almost lost the entire group. And now, he is already one of the 5 emperors of New World, overlooking this grand line. He doesn't need to dress up so exquisitely, show any momentum, or even show any eyes deliberately. Just his plain appearance is enough to make countless people fear it. I have encountered some embarrassing things, let your excellency laugh. Fujitora slowly put down the wooden staff and looked at Ross with an amiable smile. Ross said with a smile, in this world, how can we avoid all the filth and evil? Even if we close our eyes, we will always meet them. It's very difficult to stay out of their way. Listening to the conversation between Ross and Fujitora, more than 10 people nearby didn't relax because they ignored them. Instead, their fear grew stronger and stronger because the blind man they attacked could talk to Ghost Hand Ross like an old friend. It's like seeing a ghost, isn't he just an ordinary blind man? The group of people are all frozen in place. Some people have the idea of running away in their hearts. But their legs are like lead. It's hard to lift them. The whole person seems to have become a clay plastic wooden tire. They can only watch Ross and Fujitora talking from the sidelines. Ugh. Fujitora sighed when he heard Ross. Indeed, as Ross said, in this era, they can't avoid it. This is a great age of pirates, a chaotic era in which countless pirates and wicked people are running rampant. Even if the government and marine maintain order, they are only limited to a certain extent. The world has broken down. But to behave as your excellency would only make the confusion worse. Fujitora slowly said. Since he met Ross on that island, he often paid attention to the news of Ross. Although he didn't deliberately inquire about it, he basically knew it in the newspaper. From the newspaper, he knows Ross's past and knows why Ross has become a pirate, and he is very clear about Ross's actions along the way. He is not clumsy. Contrary to his simple and honest appearance, he has a clear mind. Ross appeared here and took the initiative to find him. He does not think it is a coincidence, because Ross's current identity represents something too heavy for it to be a coincidence. If it wasn't a coincidence, then he would have a pretty good idea of what Ross wanted to do. World government, is it God? Ross gently smiled and did not answer Fujitora's question but asked one. Fujitora's hand holding the stick was slightly pinched. Ross looked at Fujitora and said slowly, they are not gods, just the rulers of the world, nothing more. The world, as you can see, is sick. Ross's hand stretched out from his cloak and he spread it gently, and said, with the world government's method of taking the medicine to press the disease will only get worse and worse. If you want to cure it, you only need to have surgery. You need to have a large-scale operation to eliminate all the lesions from the root. Fujitora understood what Ross meant. Inside, he was also shocked by Ross's thoughts. After a few seconds of silence, he said in silence, the existence of the government is the stability and order of the world itself. You have never thought that once the operation goes on, how much blood would flow? Surgery is not done in one step. Ross said faintly, there is still a lot of preparation work, such as taking medication in the early stage, anesthesia and disinfection, and then it is the turn of the knife. When he heard Ross, Fujitora was silent. As Ross said, he can't turn a blind eye to everything in this world. He has ambitions and convictions, and he alone cannot change the world, so he needs to choose a path. Being a pirate is impossible because pirates are the root of this chaos, and apart from pirate, the only thing left is the Revolutionary Army and the world government. The Revolutionary Army tried to overthrow the world government, but their actions began with the dissemination of ideas and rebellions, and indeed, like their names, were revolutionizing the world. There is no doubt that the revolution is to shed blood and sacrifice. In the normal historical process, Fujitora finally chose the government and chose Marine between the fight of the Revolutionary Army and the government. And now, there was one more choice in front of him, that is, to join the Ghost Hand Pirates. Although they are named as pirates, their aim is to hunt other pirates and they do not rob the civilians, and do not slaughter people for the fun of it, they only reveal the darkness of the world. Ross's previous statement was very clear to him. He had already told him directly that the purpose of the Ghost Hand Pirates was to eradicate the 4 Emperor's pirates. And then they will cut our way to the world government to rebuild the new order. Now Ross is not a nameless pawn, but one of the 5 emperors who rules the sea. With such an identity, he can say so much to a nobody, and his attention is also very clear. Fujitora is a man with a clear mind and pride. Why not join Marines now? On the one hand, he hasn't made a choice. On the other hand, he doesn't like to start from being a pawn, so when he joins, he can directly show his shocking strength in the world conscription and let the world government break the standard promotion in becoming a Marine Admiral step by step. In the communication between Ross and Fujitora, more than 10 assailants were sweating and afraid to move or say a word. Among them, there are people who have a good brain. They can guess a little about the conversation according to Ross's words, but they don't dare to think about it. Some people want to cry. They finally locked in a fat sheep and was going to get a large sum of money. How could this lead to them getting involved in the matter of the 5th Emperor? But the preparation for this operation, based on my ability, cannot be completed. I am in need of your help. Ross looked at Fujitora and sent out an invitation. Fujitora was silent for a few seconds and eventually refused. I am just a nameless person who can't even look at things. I am not worthy of your attention. Ross's face doesn't change. He had expected Fujitora's reaction and said calmly, I believe in my vision. Besides. He paused a little and distorted his voice and sent a message to Fujitora's ear. Really? Fujitora's face changed for a while. Ross slightly smiled and did not respond. He just looked at Fujitora. Fujitora's face was a bit sullen, and his hand holding the stick became tight, and he did not speak. How about this? Ross looked at the silent Fujitora and waited quietly for a moment before saying, I remember that I had an agreement with you last time to gamble with you again. What do you think? Fujitora's face is low, and he doesn't know how many thoughts flow in his heart. Finally, he wipes out all the thoughts and nods to Ross seriously. I am free to accompany you. Chapter 277 Fujitora embarks. Ross touched his chin and thought a little before saying, how about a bet? Since it's your invitation, it's up to you to decide how to gamble. Fujitora opened his mouth to respond. Ross reached into his pocket and felt for a coin. He looked at the coin and said, I seldom play. I don't know anything about complex things. Why don't we decide on the simplest one? Fujitora nodded and said, it's perfect. Ross smiled, put the coin between his fingers, made a pop-up, and said, one side is the word, one side is the flower, which side do you take? Word. Fujitora didn't think much of it. Ross whispered, then I'll take the flower. Ding. At the moment when the voice fell, he flicked his thumb gently in the middle of his index finger, and the coin whirled and flew to the sky. When it reached the highest point, it fell to the ground below. Ross and Fujitora's observation hockey capture the movement of coins at the same time. It seemed like a very simple bet, but in their hands, it can't be that simple, because at the moment of the pop-up, they already knew the answer. Since it's a coin played by Ross, it must be controlled to fall on the flower surface. Buzz. Fujitora's face was the same. He held a wooden stick and suddenly put out his hand. A strange force suddenly aroused and suddenly shrouded the coin, which changed the movement track of the coin. Ross's face remained the same. He flexed his fingers to pick up the coin. A ray of wind came out and bounced it on the coin. The falling coin turned faster and faster. Fujitora's white eyes opened slightly, and the wooden stick in his hand was slowly taken to the front. The gravity suddenly intensifies, pressing heavily on the coins, and the coins fall rapidly. ZZ. Ross's eyes flashed and his power is surging. He utilized gravity distortion to destroy the gravity released by Fujitora, which makes the coin drop abruptly and bounce back to the sky. 2 people release gravity and 1 person releases it with the help of the power of destruction. The 2 powers collide with each other on this street. Kaka. Kaka. I don't know when the ground between Ross and Fujitora began to break up. At the speed visible to the naked eye, it broke down like a spider's web and spread in all directions inch by inch. This is. Under the confrontation, the spirit of Ross and Fujitora naturally revealed. They collided in the void, making more than 10 murderers nearby all sweat. Looking at the crumbling ground inch by inch, all of them had a violent leap of fear in their hearts, even though the cracks on the ground were not spreading fast and there seemed to be no huge impact. However, they all felt a kind of creepy terror in their hearts. Once they got involved in it, they will be crushed. Escape. Run. Finally, someone responded. Under the crisis of life and death, he broke free from the oppression brought by Ross and forced his legs to run away. However, at the moment when they fled one after another, Ross in the field slid flat and shot a trace of the power of distortion against Fujitora's gravity. The power of distortion sweeps through, like the compression impact of sound waves, making the air in the whole street appear with a spring-like distortion traces. Everywhere, the bodies of those murderers are all squeezed together by destruction, and even their screams can't be sent out. Their flesh and bones are constantly squeezed and compressed together, eventually turning into a compact and heavy bloody ball that rolls along the street to the far end and disappears at the end of their field of vision. Boom. After all this, Ross's power of distortion was distorted and Fujitora gravity strikes him so violently that his body shakes and he takes a step back. Fujitora is holding the stick, and he slips back on the ground for nearly 2 meters before he stops. The coin finally fell from the sky and landed on the ground. It rolled twice before coming to a stop. On the upward side, lifelike petals were engraved. Fujitora slowly stood up straight. Ross stands there, calmly looking at Fujitora and smiling slightly. I give up. Fujitora took a step toward Ross, and as he passed him, he paused for a moment and said, I'll have to manage my face in the future. No doubt. In terms of strength, Ross is better than him. His strength is stronger than him and his will shakes him. Ross's statement makes Fujitora admit that he has no reason to refuse, and this last bet is indeed lost by him. You have to guarantee to give me food until my stomach is full. Ross gently smiles. On the coast. The Ghost Hand Pirates ship is docked here. Ross and Fujitora, Lafitte, and Robin came from a distance and came all the way to the shore. Shiryu of the Rain and others gathered on the deck and their eyes gathered on Fujitora. The feeling of a strong person is obviously different from ordinary people. Shiryu of the Rain can roughly judge that Fujitora has considerable strength, but to what extent, he is not sure. He seems to have some skills. After all, ain't he is a person that Captain himself wanted. Fioxerman shrugged. The person chosen by Ross couldn't be too bad. Walking along the ramp to the deck, Ross reaches out to Robin at the back. Robin hands her small hand over to him and takes Ross's hand to the deck. Lafitte is in third place and Fujitora is in the end. Introduction. On the deck, Ross called Fujitora and smiled slightly. Combatant Shiryu of the Rain, Sniper Fioxerman, Ship Dr. Trafalgar Law. Ross introduced Shiryu of the Rain and Fioxerman and others to Fujitora. Finally, Ross looked at Shiryu of the Rain and others and briefly introduced Fujitora. Shiryu of the Rain's attitude towards Fujitora is not salty, while Fioxerman observed Fujitora, trying to determine Fujitora's strength. I've heard a lot about you. After Ross's introduction, Fujitora told Shiryu of the Rain and others with his innocent smile, saying, It's a shame that some nobody like me is so valued by Mr. Ross. Please do me a favor in the future. Too modest. Trafalgar Law said to Fujitora while holding Kikaku, if you can be so valued by Captain, you must have extraordinary skills. Fioxerman looked at Fujitora and said, Since we are on the same ship, it's time to get to know each other. I don't know what your abilities are. Oh. My insignificant skills are not strong enough to be mentioned. Fujitora touched the back of his head and smiled like a middle-aged uncle who is harmless to humans and animals. Shiryu of the Rain came forward with a cigar in his mouth. The second-generation ghost blade was taken to the front of him and he put it across. He looked at Fujitora and said, I have nothing to do, and I have some itching hands. How about a duel? Although Fujitora came to the crew later, his position on the ship cannot hover in the air in suspense. In this ship, the status of the position, in addition to the order of the ship, must be determined by strength, and even strength is more decisive than the order of boarding. After all, this is a world of predators. Chapter 278 Fujitora vs Shiryu of the Rain. Lafitte and Fioxerman and others all looked at this scene with different expressions. They were very interested in Shiryu of the Rain and the newbie on the ship. Ross did not stop them. In this ship, it's normal to define status by strength. Except for Sugar and Gerd, who have special abilities, and Robin, who has a special status, other people are generally arranged in this way. In fact, Ross was planning to give Fujitora the vice captain position, but Fujitora is new to the ship, so even if he is stronger than Shiryu of the Rain and others, he will not make such a big jump. And whether the position of vice captain should be given out or not remains to be discussed for Ross, because unlike other cadres, vice captain has higher power than other cadres, and has the right to direct the whole pirate regiment when the captain is not available. Fujitora is reassuring, but this position matters a lot. Faced with Shiryu of the Rain's outspoken challenge, Fujitora paused a little and said slowly, Since you want it, then okay. This is not a place to start, let's sail first. Shiryu of the Rain grinned a little but did not start and put the second-generation ghost blade back to his waist. He looked at Ross and Lafitte not far away. Ross nodded and walked into the cabin with Robin. The ship set sail quickly and drove off the island and came to a gentle sea. Shiryu of the Rain looked at the place. After a slight flash in his eyes, he jumped and came to the sea surface. His body was instantly covered with white frost, and the moment he stepped on the sea, The force of ice and cold froze the sea, causing it to freeze in all directions. Since the cold fruit is Parimsha devil fruit, it is naturally not comparable to Aokiji's Logia ice fruit, and the frozen sea is not large enough, but it is enough as a temporary battlefield. In fact, under the development of Shiryu of the Rain during this period, he has gradually touched the core of the cold fruit, which is to exchange extreme cold for an extremely high attack at close range. Cold condensation in sword energy is a remote attack method. In fact, the cold contained in sword energy is not strong. But when the cold fruit is fully activated, his body and his sword will be extremely cold in temperature, which will also affect the surroundings, and the enemy will be greatly affected when dealing with him in close combat. Imagine two swordsmen fighting in close combat. In the constant collision of swords, one sword suddenly coagulate a temperature of -100 degrees or even lower. The impact will obviously be severe. Powerful. Fujitora, standing on the edge of the deck, lowered his head to the bottom and, sensing that the surface of the sea had frozen into ice, slowly stepped forward and fell onto the ice below. Holding his cigar, Shiryu of the Rain pulls his sword out of his scabbard. Half of his body is covered with frost. Now he has good control over the cold fruit, so he doesn't freeze his cigar into a lump of ice as he did before. Excuse me. Compared to Shiryu of the Rain, Fujitora's expression remained calm, and there was no change in emotions on his face. As he slowly opened his mouth, he leaned forward and grasped the handle of the stick. Buzz. A sword was suddenly pulled out and he waved it toward the sky. A strange force suddenly shot out of the sword and disappeared in the blue sky. Fuyuxerman and Lafitte are all staring at Fujitora. They can't help but look up at the sky when they perceive Fujitora's action, showing some strange expressions. They can perceive that Fujitora has released some kind of power to the sky, but they don't know what Fujitora's purpose is. Huh? Shiryu of the Rain also looked up at the sky, and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. But very soon, the dots in his eyes turned to surprise. He saw that above the blue sky, a little red dot had suddenly appeared and it was getting bigger as it fell into the field. Meteorite? Shiryu of the Rain's face changed. Fuyuxerman and others also showed shock. The power of this meteorite does not need to be said, but someone who can call out this strong power from the unknown sky. Isn't this power a little too big? Snowfrost Sword. Looking at the falling meteorite, Shiryu of the Rain took a deep breath and focused his entire attention on it. He stimulated the cold fruit ability and suddenly split out a sword attack. The falling meteorite was split in half from the center by Shiryu of the Rain, while the burning flame subsided and was covered by cold erosion. But the meteorite, which was cut in half, did not decrease its impact, but still fell down with the intent to destroy everything in its path. Sword net. Shiryu of the Rain's eyes were cold, and he again split several sword attacks. His sword energy interweaved into a big net, tearing the meteorite into countless pieces. At the same time, Fujitora opposite him swung his sword and a heavy weight hit the other half of the meteorite, which remained stationary for a second before bursting open. Banglong. The broken meteorite pieces eventually fell on the ice, causing a violent sound and breaking up the frozen ice. Countless ice cubes splashed around and slammed towards the hull. Fuyuxerman saw it and took a deep breath. He shot out a handful of peanuts and shattered the splashing ice cubes. Lafitte and Law also attacked to resist the aftermath. The ice burst open and splattered, and after the ice cubes were gone, they saw Shiryu of the Rain suspended in the air using moonwalk, and he looked at Fujitora and said, "Look at you." Shiryu of the Rain slowly said, "Even if you are blind, few people with two good eyes can have your strength. It is an insignificant skill." Fujitora's faint smile. He also judged the general strength range of Shiryu of the Rain. Naturally, to determine the strength of Shiryu of the Rain, a single temptation is not enough. Shiryu of the Rain also knows that Fujitora is very strong, but he doesn't know how strong he really is. After he sinks his face slightly, he uses moonwalk to charge towards Fujitora. Ice Blade. The extremely cold sword, containing the temperature of 150 degrees below zero, cuts into Fujitora. Fujitora's face remained unchanged as he waved the sword in his hand. Gravity condensed on his blade and he released it towards the rushing form of Shiryu of the Rain. Gravity blade. Bang. Compared with the trial tactics just now, this was a pure frontal assault from both sides. Shiryu of the Rain's sword darts combined with the extreme cold of the cold fruit, coupled with armament haki, has developed the ability to harness the cold with a sword and cut down everything. Fujitora on other hand has condensed the gravity together, forming a high-intensity weight, resulting in an effect similar to the Ross's distortion fruit, allowing the air to appear in a distortion form. Kaka. Kaka. The broken ice below is broken again in the aftermath of this attack. The aftermath of the attacks swayed in the sky, sweeping in all directions. This time, instead of sitting still, Ross tried to deflect the horrid reverberations that rippled across the sky. When the aftermath is gone, the figures of Fujitora and Shiryu of the Rain were revealed. They saw that Fujitora's face was calm, and neither his blade nor his clothes were stained with frost or damaged. In front of him, Shiryu of the Rain had a crease on his clothes, which made it obvious that he was inferior in terms of strength. Shiryu of the Rain stared at Fujitora. Fujitora's strength can reach this level, which is beyond his expectation. If he is able to grasp the level of cold fruit a little higher, only then he can compete with Fujitora. Now, if it is a life and death fight, his victory chances are less than 40%, and they are at most only 30%. Chapter 279 Tea Party. Let's call it a day. Ross stood on the deck and looked up at Shiryu of the Rain and Fujitora in the sky. Shiryu of the Rain, who did not eat the cold fruit, has about the same strength as Fyaxerman, which is a little less than an admiral, and after eating the cold fruit, his strength did not soar to the level of an admiral, but it is in the region between Fyaxerman and an admiral-level powerhouse. If Shiryu of the Rain was stronger, he can continue to compete with Fujitora, but now, the strength of the top and bottom combatant has become clear to the crowd. Amazing. Fyaxerman muttered. He had expected Fujitora to be as strong as he was, and at best, as strong as Shiryu of the Rain is now, but he did not expect him to be even better than Shiryu of the Rain. Compared with Marine Admiral, this strength is absolutely not to be outdone, and even defeating a Marine Admiral is not necessarily impossible. No doubt. On this ship, Ross is the only person who can beat Fujitora. After Shiryu of the Rain looked at Fujitora, he snorted and fell to the deck below. He wasn't very happy that Fujitora was stronger than him. Fujitora had a flat attitude and took the stick blade into the stick and then fell back to the deck. Set sail, let's go back to the New World. Ross opened his mouth and said. He also looked at Fujitora at the same time, then he left the deck and went into the cabin at the back. Fujitora understood, and the stick in his hand was put on the deck. Buzz. With a loud sound, the ship, which had been frozen on the ice, broke free from the broken ice and flew away under the control of Fujitora. Only Ross was able to fly with the ship before. Now with Fujitora, Ross as captain will naturally not do this hard work anymore. The news about the emergence of the Ghost Hand Pirates in the first half of the Grand Line was also known to world government and Marines, but this time both Marines and world government remained silent and just made a surface job, that is to remain alert and ready to go. One of the 5 Emperor Pirate Regiment wandering on the sea costs too much to deal with, and the ability of Ghost Hand Ross is extremely special. He can retreat calmly in the face of 4 top forces. I'm afraid that the most difficult pirate regiment to eliminate will belong to the Ghost Hand Pirate Regiment. They sailed all the way to the Sabati archipelago. Ross took the ship into the sea, and went towards the Fishman Island and saw Shira Hoshi, who had grown up, but it will take another few years for her to grow up completely. From the New World to the first half and then return to the New World. The entire round trip took nearly 4 months. During the 4 months, New World was calm, and each 4 emperors stayed on their respective sites. There was no conflict between them, and there was no friction. But everyone knows that this calm is like the surface of the sea, and in the depths of the sea, there is already a dark tide. The Ghost Hand Pirates acquired the name of Emperor and are the 5th Emperor of the New World, but so far they have not acquired any territories. An emperor with power and no territories is plain weird. The style of doing things of the Ghost Hand Pirates is far cry from what people would consider safe and sound, that is to say, the so-called calmness of these months is just the surface look, and a huge storm is brewing behind the scenes that will sweep the entire sea. Kaido. Or Big Mom? Some forces are speculating about where the next conflict point of the Ghost Hand Pirates is. New World's territories have been taken away by 4 Emperors Pirates, and if the Ghost Hand Pirates wants to gain the status of the 5 Emperors, it is necessary for them to fight with any original 4 Emperors and take their territories. The starting point will be the first conflict. But it is not so easy to take away the territory that belongs to any of the 4 Emperors Pirates, because they are on New World, and even the government and Marine can't do anything to them. Even though the sea has been calm for 4 months, the Ghost Hand Pirates has never faded from anyone's attention. The first thing that countless people do when they pick up the newspaper every day is to find out if there is any news about the Ghost Hand Pirates. And just as the world gave people a feeling of brewing storm, the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 5 emperors, sent out an invitation that made many people have headaches. 4 Emperors Big Mom. Charlotte Linland's Tea Party. The New World has countless terrifying things. In addition to the weirder wicked weather than the first half, there are also 4 emperors like 100 Beast Kaido, and invitations that can't be rejected, which includes Big Mom's Tea Party. No one dared to ignore Big Mom's Tea Party. For those who had ignored the invitation after receiving it, they got buried in history, and even their names are not remembered. The Tea Party, has it started again? The leader of an underground force rubbed his brow and he was starting to get a headache. If you receive an invitation, you must go. If you go, you must bring a treasure box that Big Mom likes. The gift placed in the treasure chest is also a very troublesome thing. They can't put something that is too bad for they would die, and they can't put something precious because then their heart will bleed. It is also distressing. When was the first tea party? When is it now? Morgan, the president of the big news agency, was drinking tea and reflecting, how many tea parties will this make? He looked up at the dark sky. Unconsciously, the sea that has been ruled by 4 emperors pirates for many years now have 5 emperors, but this situation will not last. This tea party. It's hard to say if it will happen again. Morgan murmured in his heart, holding the invitation and returning to the room. Fishman Island. Ross, who was playing with Shirahoshi, received intelligence from Robin, who received it from Kaku and others about the Big Mom pirate group. Big Mom's tea party? Sitting on Shirahoshi's shoulder, Ross's eyes showed a strange color. Although Shirahoshi is large in size, her skin is much whiter and softer than that of Robin, and she is the only one in the world who can compete with the pirate empress only by virtue of her beauty. Naturally, the temperament of the pirate empress and Shirahoshi is very different, and the gap between their temperament is huge. Ah, who is Big Mom? Shirahoshi is kneeling on the beach at the moment, with a small hand holding her chin and a curious look on her face. She doesn't know anything about 4 emperors pirates. Robin looked at Shirahoshi with a smile and said, a terrible woman who is also the enemy we will deal with next. Is she scary? Shirahoshi listened to Robin's description and said timidly. Ross smiled at her and said, don't listen to her, she's not that terrible, she is just an old woman. Really? Shirahoshi still trusts Ross, but she also trusts Robin, and her fear only subsided a little. She said with a pitiful voice, but why do you have to fight her? Because she did some hateful things to Hadruden and other giants. Ross pets Shirahoshi's head and said, Big Mom once ruined Hadruden's hometown. Hadruden and others are also in the Fishman Island, and Shirahoshi had met them once. Because Hadruden and others were very big, she was very impressed. Good too. Hearing Ross's words, Shirahoshi opened her mouth and said in a low voice. Although the words expressed dissatisfaction, her tone was timid and weak, with no trace of anger or any other emotion. Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess, seems to have been born with no emotion of anger. Chapter 280 Decision. It's late. It's time for you to go back and have a rest. Ross floats up from Shirahoshi's shoulder and smiled at her. Shirahoshi nodded cleverly. After sending Shirahoshi back, Ross landed next to Robin and walked through the garden of Dragon Palace, saying, I plan to make the Fishman Island my territory, but this will be done after killing the Big Mom pirates. Fishman Island is now inserted with the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. There is no doubt that we will fight against the Whitebeard pirates once they do this. In that case, 4 emperors pirates are about to be beaten all over. Robin was at Ross's side from the very beginning, and she had grown so accustomed to the idea of a single man whose powers make the sea shake. If one day Ross doesn't do something, she'll find it unreasonable. After Robin's smile, she turned and asked, Big Mom pirates, how are we going to do it? This tea party will be a perfect opportunity. Ross slightly smiled with a flash of deep light in his eyes and said, although I did not receive an invitation, I think they will welcome me to the party. That's good. Robin smiled. Ross plucked a gem from a nearby coral and examined it for a few times, and finding that it did not look as good as it did in nature, he put it back. There are worse ideas. He reached out and touched Robin's chin with bright eyes. Really? Robin's expressions remained the same as she smiled and stepped back, letting Ross's fingers fall through. Her whole body suddenly turned into petals and she disappeared. It was just a doppelganger of Robin made by the flower fruit. Ross's hand pauses in the air, then he shakes his head and laughs. He takes back his finger. If he had used observation hockey, he would have found out that it was just a doppelganger. Buzz. His observation hockey was launched as he searched for Robin's location in the Dragon Palace and noticed that Robin was staying with Sugar. Ross's eyes were calm, and he didn't mind. He still took a step, disappeared, and went to the perceived position. Fishman Island Beach. The 2 ships' ghost hand pirates are docked here. In the central hall of one of the ships, there are 2 sofas with several wooden chairs around it and a huge round table and coffee table. The structure is extremely simple, but because it is a giant ship, the sofa is very large, and the chair is a small chair specially made. As for the round table, it's also very big. The tea table is a special small tea table. The decoration scene looked a bit funny. At the moment, on the wooden coffee table, various bounty reward posters are placed on it and a dagger is nailed to the coffee table. There are many bounty orders below, and there are other materials. These are the bounty posters of the Big Mom pirates. All suspended bounties are higher than 100 million berries. The information is scattered and there is some information about their abilities. Some of this information was supplemented by Ross. It's called a steel balloon, and the ones that come out of it are all twisted melons and dates. Smoking a cigar, Shiryu of the Rain scowled from the other end of the table. In fact, you are also a melon. Ross did not say this. He looked at the wanted posters and searched the pictures in his memory, and added the ability he remembers on the person's posters with a pen. There are not many things that can impress Ross. In addition to the Sweet Commanders, there are only Perospero and Oven, who had a bounty of about 450 to 500 million berries. In addition to numerous wanted posters. In the middle of the coffee table, there is a picture of the only person whose face can be seen clearly, Charlotte Pudding, who is different from others. She did not have a bounty, but because of the special nature of Memo fruit, Ross asked Kaku and others to get a photo and marked it. Memo fruit. Trafalgar Law looked at Pudding's photo thoughtfully. Memory is the root of the will. If you can tamper with the memory at will, the personality transplant surgery and this ability can complement each other in a sense, and this ability has a little connection with Sugar's Hobi no Mi. That's about it. Ross briefly commented on the last piece of information and sat up straight, indicating that Lafitte and others could view and remember the information at will. Being able to know the opponent's abilities ahead of time is undoubtedly an advantage. With the addition of Fujitora, the Ghost Hand Pirates now has the ability to destroy the Big Mom Pirates, but in order to avoid and minimize unnecessary casualties, Ross has provided all the information that he remembers and also asked Kaku to collect information about the Big Mom Pirates. Fujitora doesn't look at things and sits there in silence. The difference between the Ghost Hand Pirates and other pirates has been clearly reflected from here. Unlike other pirate groups, which have no order at all, the Ghost Hand Pirates has a rigorous intelligence chain. Pirates are chaotic but the Ghost Hand Pirates are orderly. From his point of view, they don't even seem like a pirate crew, but like a regular army. Kitakuri, observation hockey future prediction? Shiryu of the Rain stared at Kitakure's bounty poster, as well as the intelligence marked on it, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Kitakuri will probably be his opponent without any surprise. When everyone looked at the bounty poster, Robin turned to look at Fujitora and said, "Do you need help?" Fujitora can't see from his eyes, but there are many ways to solve his situation on this ship, such as personality transplant surgery with a short change of body and he will be able to read it again, or just use surgeon fruit plus heal fruit to cure the eyes. It's good to read the information a little. Apologies for the trouble. Fujitora apologizes to Robin. Robin didn't care as she smiled and told him the information, nor did she ask Fujitora's plan for his eyes. Ross had told her that unless Fujitora mentioned it himself, she wouldn't have to ask. How's it going over with the clocks? Seeing Robin heading towards Fujitora, Ross asked. In Marines, all officers above the rank of captain have corresponding justice cloaks, while Cypher Paul number 0 also has special white cloaks. Compared to Marine and the government, pirates' ranks seems to be a lot more confusing. No matter which four emperors' pirates, there is no common image. The Ghost Hand Pirates had been the same so far. But Ross still feels better. After considering the cloak, clothes, hats, cloaks and so on, he finally chose the cloaks, and the color of the cloaks was determined to be black, which is acceptable to all. The cloak is an overcoat that hangs over the outside and it is also a piece of cloth that wraps the whole body. It is relatively simple, and people like Shiryu of the Rain also think it is good. The other things are too troublesome. The cloak can be carried with you, wrapped and torn at will, and can be torn apart at any time. Moreover, it will not affect their battle powers. It should be almost finished. Robin responded to Ross, it may be sent here at any time. Chapter 281 Cloak. Almost at the moment when her voice falls, there was a sound of a small cart outside the hall. Sugar was sitting on a small cart with her legs raised. She had a stack of sweets in her hand. Two toys pushed the cart and pushed her to the hall. Here we are. Ross turned his head to look at Sugar and walked over to the stroller. In the small cart, there is a stack of black cloaks of different sizes, but they are very delicate. The edges of the cloak are embroidered with a little bit of dark gold. They are handmade by the best stylist of Fishman Island. Two toys released the stroller and left the hall. Sugar also jumped from the stroller. She turned to look at the black cloak in the stroller and couldn't help but groan. It's ugly. The only person who can't accept the black cloak is her, but the minority obeys the majority and her resistance is invalid, and the green color she liked was unacceptable to Ross. Ross glanced at Sugar and reached out and tapped on her forehead. I heard. Woo. Sugar covered her forehead and looked at Ross with anger and grievances. It is really hard to see. Well, it looks good. Shiryu of the Rain came over with his cigar in his mouth, picked up a black cloak that matched his figure, shook it open and looked at it. He didn't like it very much, but he was still satisfied. Oh, The merfolk craftsmanship is not bad. Lafitte picked up a cloak that fit him as he already used a cloak. The cloth and workmanship of the cloak in front of him were much better than the one he used. He was very satisfied. Trafalgar Law's attitude was unrecognizable. After taking his own, he returned to the coffee table and continued to study the information of the members of the Big Mom Pirates. Not bad. Ross looked at Robin's black cloak and licked his mouth. Robin didn't fit in the black cloak, but it seemed to work very well. Finally, there was only Sugar left, and she refused to wear the smallest cloak. However, the refusal is invalid. Although Ross won't let her in the battle, she still has to wear the cloak, which is a symbol of the official crew and a symbol of the cadres of the Ghost Hand Pirates. For example, among giants, only Hadruden and Gerd have made cloaks. One of the reasons for that is because a giant's body size is too big and making cloaks for them is very troublesome, and the other is that they both are the representative of the giants. One is the leader of the giant corps, and the other is the special member with the power of heal fruit. Rode and others will naturally have no opinions on this, and their blood was surging with emotions, because today's cloaks are only released for the first time, and there will be more in the future. In their opinion, this cloak represents the recognition of Ross, and in order to get the recognition of Ross, they will do their best to fight. All right. Ross put the smallest cloak on the protesting Sugar, and after looking at her eyes, he couldn't help but laugh. Sugar's little green hair, coupled with this black cloak, this image is really funny, and it is no wonder that she protested so wildly. Super ugly. Sugar went to the mirror and looked at it, muttering, with an unhappy expression on her face. It looks so cute. Robin stood behind her and smiled. She thought Sugar was cute now because of her unique aesthetic. For the first time, Sugar was unable to maintain a unified opinion with Robin. Ross smiled for a while and said, "Put it away. You don't need to fight on the front lines. You don't need to wear it if you don't like it, don't put it on, but..." Having said that, Ross paused and said seriously, "Don't lose it. If you lose it, you will be waiting to be tidy up. No need to wear such ugly things." Sugar's small head nodded like a rattle. "So, it's time to set off." Ross's expression calmed down again, and with a little quietness in it, he said, "Let's go to Big Mom. Tato Land. Cake Island. This is the core of the Tato Land field and a home base of the Big Mom Pirates. At this time, Cake Island is extremely lively and full of happy atmosphere. Because soul fruit can extract soul fragments and give life to all the dead non-living things, many things in this island are living life, such as flowers, grass, trees, even rivers, and mud. These things are also known as homies. A guest from the underground world arrives at the Cake Island and heads to the Cake City Castle in the center of the island under the direction of members of the homies and the Big Mom Pirates. At the bottom of Cake City Castle, it's bustling and full of smile and laughter. It doesn't look like the territory of one of the four emperors, but rather like coming to the fairy tale world. At this time, a carriage stopped in front of City Castle and a group of people came down from it. The first to go down was an obese middle-aged man wearing a pair of round glasses and a green velvet coat. He had a knife scar on his face and a cigar in his mouth as he slowly moved forward. It's Stufeld, a resident of nearby Cake Island, who recognized his identity, was slightly shocked and said, "Is he also on the invitation list?" It is said that 30% of the usury in the underground world is related to him. Immediately after Field, the black-skinned man wearing a captain's hat and coat folded his hands on his chest and stepped down the carriage. It's Summit, the king of shipping. As expected, he was invited again. Summit is one of the world's kings of the underground and has only recently become famous. He has been here once, this time it is his second time. Although in the underground world, there are many people who have a headache for Big Mom's tea party, but at the same time, this tea party is also a symbol of status. It is related to the Big Mom Pirates, and one's status must reach a certain level before they can be eligible to receive the invitation letter of the Big Mom tea party. Not everyone can come here. This so-called tea party, although apparently created by Big Mom's personal interests, is also an opportunity for many underground world emperors to interact with each other. It's like a party attended by the top nobility of the earth. Ah, is this the legendary Cake City Castle? Another famous figure in the underground world stepped down from the carriage, holding a bottle of wine in his hand and looking at the huge Cake City Castle, showing a trace of wonder. It's Mr. Gibberson. Some people recognize his identity and can't help but take a breath. This person controls a large range of economy and transactions in the underground world, which was second only to Doflamingo before. After the downfall of Doflamingo, he has gradually taken over all transactions in the underground world. In the past 2 years, he also had a deal with the Big Mom Pirates and he became one of the invitees of the tea party. These are all big guys. There are some followers of leaders of other forces, and as they looked at the big man getting down from the carriage, they can't help but inhale and murmur. This is the Emperor of the New World, the Tea Party of Big Mom. The emperors of the underground world are all gathered here. Chapter 282 Full crew at the entrance to the Cake City Castle. Because there is still a lot of time before the tea party began, people are not in a hurry. They enjoy the scenery and walk towards the Cake City Castle. You are Amit. Oh, if I remember correctly, you should be Piccolo. What can I do for you? I didn't expect the famous shipping king to know my name. Piccolo smiled and said, it's so nice to see you here. In the future, I may have some business for you. Can you give me your Den Mushi number? It would be convenient to contact you in the future. No problem. Amit's attitude is gentle. He is also the same underground world emperor as him. There is always something useful between them. However, they do have to talk about specific things. After Piccolo and Amit exchanged a message, Piccolo greeted Morgan, Gibberson and others greeted each other with a smile. It's obvious that this is not the first time they've met. But when his eyes fell on the last one of the team, a man in a black cloak, he was a little stunned. He vaguely felt that the person's face was a little familiar, but he could not remember who the other was. At this time, Amit and others also noticed that Piccolo's eyes were strange. They looked at the direction where Piccolo was looking at and they suddenly saw the man wearing the black cloak. What? How come there are 6 people? Gibberson rubbed his eyes. If he remembers it correctly, there should be 5 people coming down from the carriage. Right, but the guy with the black cloak has become 6. Where did this extra person come from? This makes everyone jump in their hearts. If the environment of Cake Island is not as gloomy as that of the Florian Triangle Sea and if it wasn't like a fairy tale kingdom, maybe all of them would have died of fright. Oh, I seem to have been discovered. The man in the black cloak gave a burst of gloomy laughter, and his lowered head slowly lifted up, revealing the face which was blocked by his high ceremonial hat. When they saw him clearly, all the people in the surroundings went still. Morgan was stunned, and then his face suddenly changed, showing a touch of shock. You are Demon Sheriff. He has been paying close attention to the Ghost Hand Pirates. Naturally, he recognized Lafitte's identity in a flash, and his heart suddenly fluctuated like a storm. This is Cake Island. Ghost Hand Pirates, Demon Sheriff actually appeared here. Demon Sheriff? That Ghost Hand Pirates. Several people nearby took a breath of cold air when they heard the name. Even if they were all emperors of the underground world, they were still terrified in front of the name of the Ghost Hand Pirates. Will Ghost Hand Pirates come to Big Mom's tea party? At this time, members of the nearby Big Mom Pirates also discovered Lafitte, and their faces underwent drastic changes as they shouted. Gibberson and others noticed that things were wrong and they stepped back toward the rear. This is a matter between the 5 emperors. Even if they are the emperors of the underground world, they have no capital to interfere here at all. Demon Sheriff Lafitte, how did you get here? Baron Tamago, who was stationed under the Cake City Castle, rushed over and looked at Lafitte with a stern look. Demon Sheriff Lafitte is definitely not on the invitation list of the tea party. He knows this very well. If you ask me how I got here, it would be a long story. Lafitte smiled and took out his hands out of the cloak and gently lifting the edge of his ceremonial hat. Baron Tamago's face became cold and he said, Mom always wanted to find you guys and kill you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to our door. Since the Ghost Hand Pirates went to Elbaf, Big Mom has reached the limit of her tolerance. Killing us? Lafitte was a little surprised before he smiled like usual and said, we only want to participate in the tea party today, but there is no invitation. I don't know if we can go in? When Baron Tamago heard Lafitte's words, his brow was slightly wrinkled, and he was keenly aware of the special words that came out of Lafitte's mouth. Us? Who else is here? At the same time, he spoke sharply, showing unprecedented vigilance and looking around. At this time, a carriage stopped not far away and a figure in a black cloak came down from it and stepped to Lafitte's side. And he was carrying Kikaku on his shoulders and his eyes were calm as he slowly answered. Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law. Baron Tamago said coldly, is there more than one person? What is your purpose in breaking into the Cake Island? Is there anyone else? With the squandering of Baron Tamago, the Big Mom Pirates have begun to gather more and more, constantly pouring out from the Cake City Castle, including many cadres with hanging bounty of 200 million or even 300 million berries. And almost at the moment when the Baron Tamago voice fell, from the small carriage, another figure emerged, also wearing a black cloak, and that figure came towards Lafitte and Law's side step by step. Ghost Hand Pirates, intelligence member, Nico Robin. Robin, who came down from the carriage, had a hint of laughter on her face. Ghost Hand Pirates sniper, Fiok Sermon. Fiok Sermon's figure turned into an arc. No one knows when he came out. He stopped suddenly beside Lafitte and others, with his mouth slightly turned. Ghost Hand Pirates combatant, Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu of the Rain, with a cigar in her mouth and a black cloak, came out from behind the carriage and puffed out a mouthful of smoke at the Big Mom pirates in front of him. Ghost Hand Pirates Combatant, Isho. Fujitora walked out of the back of the carriage with a wooden stick and a black cloak, and came to the field step by step and introduced himself with a calm voice. Giant Corps Leader, Hajruden. In a flash of lightning, Hajruden's figure appeared in the field and his huge body was also wrapped in the same black cloak. At last, in the center of the crowd, space suddenly presents a ripple-like distortion, like a drop of water falling into a calm lake. Ghost Hand Pirates Captain, Ross. In the space vortex of distortion, Ross stepped out, wearing a black cloak and calmly looking forward. A silence. There is only the rustling of the wind. Baron Tamago, who looked stern before, had already spilled cold sweat on his forehead when Fioxerman and Shoyu of the Rain appeared, and he was no longer boasting or in command. As for Gibberson, Morgan, and others, their hearts are rolling like the waves, and their eyes can show the full extent of their shock. Ross and others didn't deliberately show any power or momentum, but at this moment, wearing their uniform black cloaks, they looked just like the arrival of death, which is starting to suffocate countless people. Ghost Hand Pirates came to participate. Chapter 283 Ghost Hand and Big Mom. There was silence. Can you make way? Ross, draped in a black cloak, steps towards the Cake City Castle and calmly opens his mouth to Baron Tamago, who is blocking the front. Baron Tamago's forehead overflowed with a trace of cold sweat, but he felt that it was difficult to breathe. As a cadre of the Big Mom pirates, he was very aware of the strength of the emperors such as Big Mom and Ross. The gap between his and an emperor's strength is similar to the gap between heaven and earth. Creak. Creak. Fujitora, holding the same clog, followed Ross in silence, only the clogs creaked slowly on the floor. Baron Tamago was stiff and didn't dare to stop them, and he could only watch as Ross went towards the Cake City fort. All the members of the Big Mom pirates were standing in the same place. Although they were all armed with weapons, no one dared to go forward and their back was wet with cold sweat. Something big happened. The hearts of Morgan and others were beating violently as if they were about to jump out of their throats. They watched helplessly as Ross and others in black cloaks entered Cake City Castle. It was not until Ross and others all disappeared behind the door of the Cake City Castle that the oppressive atmosphere, like the collapse of the mountain, gradually calmed down. Ghost. How can the Ghost Hand Pirate come here? Gibberson's forehead was filled with a trace of cold sweat and he was already completely awake from his slight drunkenness. Next to him, Dufeld's voice was extremely tense and he murmured, "Is he here for business? But it doesn't look very much like that. It doesn't matter what they do, it's not like we can stop it." Morgan got rid of the repressed atmosphere. While he was also nervous, his eyes flashed with a touch of excitement like never before. All will be unprecedented. Big news. Cake City Fort. No matter if it was the cadres of Big Mom pirates or the ordinary members, when they saw Ross and his entire group wearing a black cloak, they all looked frightened and no one dared to stop them. As for the homies which were injected with souls, such as the door, stairs, etc., they could not make any resistance in the face of the threat brought by Ross. This is how the entire group came to the top of the Cake City Castle. Now, at the top of the Cake City Fort, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, Kitakuri, and others have already known everything that happened below. The sky was covered with dark clouds. It seems that there was going to be a storm. Open the door. Coming to the top of the Cake City Castle, Ross reached a closed door and released his horrible haki and said in an indifferent tone. The door's face showed an expression of fear and it opened itself with a squeak. Behind the door, a large number of tables and chairs with countless snacks are placed everywhere. This is the open-air hall on the top floor of the Cake City Castle, and also the site of the tea party. With the opening of the door, the open-air tea party had no atmosphere of any kind of pleasure or joy, but it seems to sink into a thick haze of depression. I didn't expect you to come to my tea party. In the center, surrounded by countless people, Big Mom stood up and looked at Ross and others, with a smile on her face, and said, "So this is really the magnificent Ghost Hand Ross." Next to and behind Big Mom, Kitakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, and Snack stood in the four nearest positions. To the left are the eldest son of Charlotte family, Palis P. when there are Oven, Minister of Gelato, and Minister of Cheese. To the right, there are pirates with a bounty of 300 million berries such as Compote, Sanzi Defu, Minister of Butter, and Minister of Nuts of Charlotte family. There is no confusion. Even in the face of the Ghost Hand Pirates, one of the 5 emperors, there was no panic on their faces. Some of them wore solemn expressions on their faces and people on the whole top floor stood in order. "I'm sorry to have come uninvited without informing you." Ross took another 2 steps forward, just in front of a table. He pinched a piece of cake on the table and put it into his mouth to taste. "It's not bad." At last, someone couldn't help speaking at Ross. Charlotte family's eldest son, Prospero, looked at Ross with a sullen face and said, "Ghost Hand Ross, what are you doing here?" Ross looked towards him and didn't answer his question. At this time, Big Mom's eyes shifted from Ross to Hadruden wearing a huge black cloak, with slightly flashing eyes, saying, "You are Hadruden? I didn't expect you to remember my name." Hadruden spoke in a cold voice. Big Mom lived in Elba for a while when she was a child. Although he was not a member of the Lamb's family or a partner of Big Mom at that time, he was in the same island, and at that time, he was similar in age and they knew each other. It is also because of this that he hates her, as Big Mom destroyed their town and killed the giant hero Uraru. He will do anything to kill Big Mom. Well, brings back a few bad memories. Big Mom stared at Hadruden, memories of Elba flashing through her mind, and she said, "So, do you now represent the attitude of your giants?" "No." Hadruden said coldly, "I am now a subordinate of the Ghost Hand Pirates, but Elbaf's attitude will always remain the same. I will never forgive you for the sins you once committed." Big Mom didn't show any anger but instead laughed. She turned to look at Ross and said, "So you came here to fight today?" Although it was said with a smile, the second half of this sentence reveals a kind of chilling, morbid, cold atmosphere. Although there was no Conqueror's hockey release, the oppressive atmosphere came from the Four Emperors itself, and it was enough to make ordinary people lose consciousness. "Yes." Ross nodded and looked back calmly. When they heard Ross's statement, the guests who received the invitation from the outside were not the characters and weren't members of the Big Mom Pirates. All had sweat on their foreheads. They swallowed and subconsciously retreated. From Big Mom's question to Ross's simple answer, they will know what will happen next. Emperor War. Between the Ghost Hand Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. They just came to attend Big Mom's tea party. Unexpectedly, they got involved in an Emperor's battle. Everybody regrets so much that they want to die. How can they get involved in this kind of thing? Now there's a lot of fun. There is a murmur among the population. A person nearby twitches a little at the corner of his mouth, with cold sweat on his forehead, and says, "Are you sure you want to watch the excitement and die here? This is an Emperor War. Even if they are all leaders of major forces in the Dark World and they all have big names. But in this level of a collision, they are like a small boat in the stormy rain, which may capsize at any time. At this time, how can you have the heart to see the scenery?" Chapter 284 10,000 Thunder. Very well. It seems that Guy Kaido hasn't made you suffer enough. Big Mom narrowed her eyes and a heart-rending momentum surged from her body and swept in all directions. Almost at the next moment, she slammed her hand and pulled the clouds floating on her head, turning it into a black ray of thunder clouds. "Don't think that if you beat Kaido, you will win against me." Thunder. Accompanied by Big Mom's anger, her right hand slammed towards Ross and others in front of her and a thunderous lightning bolt hit towards them. Purple lightning surged in the field, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. It vaguely felt like the dark clouds in the sky were triggering the flash of thunder. One hit. Thunder. This is 4 emperors. No, the power of one of the 5 emperors, Big Mom. There is a leader in the dark underground world. He shrinks in the corner and looks at this scene. He only feels a shiver run down his spine and can't help murmuring. However, almost at the moment when the purple thunderbolt was shrinking and about to dissipate from the void, a brilliant white ray of thunder burst from the center. This white thunder appeared instantaneously and it has spread over the purple thunder, and the vast momentum has invaded all directions. It is directly poured into the dark clouds of the sky. Looking from a distance, like a white light through the sky. How could Mama's thunder was actually swallowed up? Looking at this scene, someone from the Big Mom Pirates was shocked and was wearing an unbelievable expression on his face. Is this kind of thing a thunder? Hadruden's body is shrouded in white thunder arcs as he looked towards Big Mom standing in the distance, revealing a cold look in his eyes, as if a god is overlooking the world. He lifted his huge thunder's left hand and slammed into the sky. "Let me show you real thunder. 1,000 thunder, heaven prison." With a roar of Hadruden, the dark sky between them seemed to be suddenly rendered by white thunder, as if the whole sky had been turned into a sea of thunder. And almost in the next moment, the thunder was like rainstorm as it shoots down towards the Cake City Castle. The thunder was thick as a water column, shocking countless people's minds. Ghost Hand Pirates. Thunder giant Hadruden. There was the leader of the dark forces huddled in a corner, his face gaping at the scene in front of him. One of the people beside him looked at the sky. He was also looking a little white on the face as he said, "There is no mistake." As the intelligence said, this is the ability of Logia Rumble Rumble Fruit. Logia Rumble Rumble Fruit. One of the closest invincible fruit abilities in the world. According to the rumor, only a few natural disaster fruits can be tied with it. Banglong. Under the shocking and horror-filled gazes of countless people, the thunder filled in the sky shot down and in a moment, the upper part of the Cake City fort was filled with smoke as countless thunder arcs were shooting down at it. The attack was focused on Big Mom and the cadres around her and occasionally there was an uncontrolled thunderfall that fell to the edge. For a time, The top layer of the entire Cake City fort turned into a thundering sea. When the lightning arc dissipated, the surviving people looked at the center of the thunder attacks with a stunned look on their faces. The Big Mom pirates were not completely destroyed because of this attack. I don't know where, but countless biscuit-shaped giants appeared, and they were holding a biscuit shield. The biscuit shields were black and scorching, but they blocked the thunder and did not affect the many of the Big Mom pirates members below. Big Mom pirates. Sweet Commander, Cracker. Some of the surviving voices trembled a little to call out the identity of the other party. For Sweet Commander's third place, Thousand Hands Cracker. Bounty 860 million berries. It's brother Cracker. We are saved. A number of members of the Big Mom pirates also broke out in a cold sweat and were relieved to see Cracker holding off the thunder attack with a biscuit soldier. Cracker's body is hidden among a biscuit soldier as he looked up at the thundering Hadruden and said in a slightly sinister tone, "The only thunder power which can swallow my mama's thunder should be the rumored Logia Rumble fruit. Your luck with this big guy is really good, but you're not qualified to shout just because of this skill." Hadruden's observation haki has already captured Cracker's body position. By virtue of the Rumble fruit's powers, his observation haki is second only to Ross and Fujitora in the Ghost Hand Pirates. He has seen the information about the sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates. Whether I am qualified or not, you can figure it out by yourself. Hadruden opened his cold eyes and raised his hand and grabbed it towards the void. It suddenly turned into a thunderbolt sphere and he hurled it towards Cracker's body. Cracker didn't expect Hadruden to find his body in a moment, and his face changed. He utilized armament haki and controlled the biscuit soldiers to block the thunder attack. Bang! The thunder spear hit the biscuit shield and the shield burst open. The terrifying power passed through his armament haki and the biscuit shield was broken. The shell of the biscuit soldier was also broken. Cracker was forced to fend off and block the attack with his sword. Seeing that Hadruden and Cracker had already started, Shiryu sipped the cigar and snorted, saying, "The nonsense will be finished here, it is time to start." Buzz. His eyes flashed with a cold light and the second-generation ghost sword was suddenly pulled out and sultry frosty sword energy went towards the front area of Big Mom. Ice blade flow, strike. This sword energy not only cuts the floor, tables, and chairs but also freezes everything everywhere into a white frost with an amazing force of ice. Seeing the power of this attack, Prospero and Oven's faces changed, revealing a very stunned expression. Ghost Hand Pirates. Shiryu of the Rain. The power of this sword, even though it is a long-range attack, is still extremely terrible. With their observation haki perception, they can feel that if they tried to block it, they will be badly hurt. Just in that frosty energy, everything was cut and frozen, but when it came to Big Mom, the ground squirmed strangely. Grunt. The originally solid city castle ground suddenly turned into something like a rice cake. It condensed into a huge square fist in the void and attached to dark purple-colored armament haki. Weird, rice cake. Bang. The box-shaped fist and the frost sword energy hit each other. The whole fist was covered by the ice-cold energy for a moment, and the center of the fist was also cut with a deep crack, but it also broke Shiryu's energy attack. The screaming energy of the ice shattered in all directions and all the cakes were frozen into ice. Shiryu of the Rain looks at this scene, puts the blade across his body, squints his eyes slightly, and looks at a figure standing behind the square fist. A little bit of skill. The person who blocks his attack, his identity is naturally self-evident. He is the user of Parimsha Machi fruit, had his fruit awakening and is the head of the 4 sweet commanders. Katakuri. Bounty of 1.57 billion berries. Chapter 285 Fujitora AC King to King. I won't let you near Mama. Katakuri looked at Shiryu of the Rain with deep eyes and there was no surprise on his face from beginning to end. His observation haki had already initiated and all the future events so far were seen by him in advance. Shiryu of the Rain grinned, his eyes revealing a dangerous expression. Really? He lifted his foot and the ground instantly burst apart as he used Marine 6 Power's flash step while holding the second-generation ghost blade and suddenly rushing toward the front. However, Katakuri didn't panic and he even rushed forward one step ahead, and his arm squirmed into a huge mace wrapped in a purple-colored armament haki and it hammered toward Shiryu of the Rain. Katakuri is similar to Shiryu of the Rain in the armament haki department. His observation haki is no doubt stronger than Shiryu's. He may even be the strongest on the field in that department, so although his speed is inferior to Shiryu. But based on his future prediction observation haki, he has enough power to make up that gap. But in terms of pure attack, he is obviously weak. Even if Machi fruit is not afraid of the cold fruit, there is no mutual restraint, and even the rice cake will be frozen, but it will be harder, which means that his attack powers are still inferior to Shiryu of the Rain. The overall gap between the two is very small and the odds of Shiryu winning are not very large. He at most has only a 60% chance, which is slightly higher than what Katakuri has against him. They are fighting neck to neck. This is the first time I saw Brother Kitakuri struggling in a fight. Members of the Big Mom Pirates saw Shiryu of the Rain and Kitakuri fighting against each other, and their faces could not help but be somewhat suppressed. Kitakuri can be said to be an almost symbolic existence within the Big Mom Pirates, second only to Big Mom himself. Fyoxerman threw a peanut into his mouth and was a little dissatisfied. Shiryu, this guy really robbed me of my opponent. According to the original plan, he was to deal with Kitakuri. With the speed of speed fruit, even if Kitakuri can predict the future, he can't do anything about it in a short time. He just needed to get hold of Kitakuri and put him down. Then Shiryu will quickly deal with Smoothie and would win faster, but now Shiryu of the Rain and Kitakuri are fighting against each other, then he can only deal with Smoothie. In this way, the difference in strength between them is not large, and it would be difficult to win or lose in a short time. Destruction Artillery. Fyoxerman shook his head helplessly, but he still took out a few coins from his pocket and aimed them at the cadres of the Big Mom Pirates before shooting them out. The coins suddenly accelerated in the void, surpassing the speed of sound in a moment and leaving a wave of blasting sounds in the air, and suddenly hit the crowd. Bang! 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 A few bangs were heard. Some of the leaders of the Big Mom Pirates blocked the attacks, some of them were injured by the attack of Fyoxerman, and the one with the worst luck was directly flown out. Bastard! When the 4 Sweet Commander Smoothie saw this scene, she was enraged and rushed toward Fyoxerman. She was very clear that she could not let Fyoxerman attack continuously. Fyoxerman raised his eyebrows and looked at Smoothie, who rushed over. I have to think about how to deal with her. Boom. Almost in a flash, Fyoxerman's actions seemed to become a phantom. He pulled out his guns and shot a few bullets within a second, hitting them towards Smoothie. Smoothie is at the second place within the 4 Sweet Commanders. Although her observation hockey is far from Kitakuri, but she is also quite proficient in using it, and she sidestepped in front of the bullets to avoid them completely. Let me see how fast you are. Boom. Boom. Smoothie and Fyoxerman rushed toward each other in an instant. While Kitakuri was fighting Shiryu of the Rain and Smoothie was fighting Fyoxerman, many of the cadres of the Big Mom Pirates also attacked Trafalgar Law, Lafitte, and Robin. The 3 of them joined forces to defend against the attacks of many cadres, and they struggled because of the quantitative gap. Great. The Big Mom Pirates are really powerful. They completely blocked the Ghost Hand Pirates' attack. Watching from the corner, the leaders from underground forces looked at the chaotic top floor of the Cake City Fort, could not help but be shocked. Even if they are famous people in the underground world, they have never seen such scenes at the level of an Emperor War, let alone visited the scene in person. After all, it is the home ground of the Big Mom Pirates. The Ghost Hand Pirates are in for a hard fight. Someone took a deep breath and said after looking at the battlefield. Ross and Big Mom are not mentioned for the time being as they haven't moved. The remaining members such as Shiryu of the Rain and Fyoxerman and Thunder Giant have been completely blocked by the Sweet Commanders, and the remaining Trafalgar Law and others have been struggling because of the number gap. And the more serious problem is that there is still 1 Sweet Commander left on the side of Big Mom Pirates. Now, the Sand Giants such as Road have come to the bottom of the Cake City Castle and are killing unstoppably to get here. However, it seems that even if the Giant Regiment gathers here, it will still be the Big Mom Pirates that will have the advantage if they fight head-on. Because it is their home turf and the number of people in the Big Mom Pirates is too great. In addition to the 4 Sweet Commanders, there are 4 people with more than 500 million berries bounties and more than 10 people between 300 million and 500 million bounties. The 4 Emperors as terrifying forces are undoubtedly revealed here. On the powers of the subordinates alone, the Big Mom Pirates are stronger than the Beast Pirates. Since they have come here, it would be a disgrace for them to return empty-handed. Some people blinked and thought secretly. Before the Ghost Hand Pirates repelled the Beast Pirates, and although they did not know the specific situation, but the Beast Pirates did not eat any big losses, and at that time, it was the Beast Pirates that took the initiative to attack, and they fought far from their territories, which led to their defeat. But now, this is the base camp of the Big Mom Pirates, and the fighting is happening during the tea party where the power of the entire Big Mom Pirates is gathered here. The war should not become a joke. When someone noticed Fujitora standing next to Ross, who none of them knew, they couldn't help but say, by the way, who was that guy? Don't know. Is he a new member of the Ghost Hand Pirates? The person next to him shook his head as he didn't know Fujitora. When they looked closely, they found that this guy seems to be a blind man, his eyes are invisible. What can he do in this situation? Just as some people wondered where Fujitora came from, why a blind man can wear the black cloak of the Ghost Hand Pirates, and it seems that he has a high status. Fujitora slowly raised his head. While this old man does not look at things, so my ability is limited, but I will have to do my best. The voice was calm and gentle. At the moment of falling, Fujitora held the stick and suddenly pulled out the stick sword and slammed it into the sky. A strange force was instantly hit into the sky. After a few seconds, a meteorite started to drop from the sky. Chapter 286 Meteorite Falls. What did he do? When Fujitora pulled out his sword and slashed his sword into the sky, many people who stared at Fujitora were slightly bored, showing a look of uncertainty and looking up at the sky. And almost a few seconds later, in the sky that they were looking at, more than a few miles above the sky, 3 meteor-like points of light appeared, growing larger, and falling straight down. They are 3 extraterrestrial meteorites. Huh, is this for real? There should be a limit to jokes. Seeing this scene, the dark world forces that are hiding in the corner are full of horror and were wearing unbelievable expressions. Meteorite. How did the blind man do it? This kind of meteorite falling from the sky is not a joke. It is even possible that the whole Cake City fort would completely collapse down, where they will all be affected. There will be no place and use for them to hide at that time. Seeing the meteorite that descended from the sky, many members of the Big Mom pirates are also in a state of sorrow. The original blind man is also a terrible existence. The last of 4 sweet Commander Snack hasn't taken any actions yet. Looking at the meteorites falling from the sky, his face cannot help but change, as now was not the time to think how Fujitora has done it. It is more important to think how they would resist it. If there was only one, he will be able to stop it, but there are 3. Even if he tries his best, he can at most resist 2 at most, and the other one can only be resisted by Oven. However, when the 3 meteorites were getting closer, Snack discovered that he was too naive. The 3 meteorites were just falling in a triangle shape and he couldn't stop the 2 at the same time. The Big Mom pirates faced the falling meteorites and fell into chaos for a time. Countless people showed a look of horror. Candy Wall. Charlotte family eldest son Prospero's pupil violently contracted. He waved his lollipop cane and hurriedly mobilized the ability of Lick Fruit, creating a candy shield that blocked one of the meteorites. Bang! The meteorite fell down and squatted on the candy shield. In a flash, the whole candy shield barrier was torn apart, melted in the scorching heat and smashed, and the meteorite continued to fall. Charlotte family's third son saw it and his face colors suddenly changed. He immediately rubbed his waist and released a cloud of smoke. The smoke in the void condensed into a magical demon which waved a knife that slammed into the meteorite that broke the candy wall. As the meteorite was blocked by the candy wall, the fall of the tide had weakened, and the sword of the demon was split into 2 halves from the middle. But even so, the split 2 meteorites, still under the terrible influence, seemed to be able to completely collapse the top of the Cake City castle. Butter. At this moment, other members of the Charlotte family rushed in a row, and at the same time, the cream cheese splashed over the sky, continuing to delay the fall of the 2 meteorites, and finally, it was able to reduce the fall of the 2 meteorites. Bang long. The 2 meteorites' parts were wrapped in butter and cream package and they hit the ground. Their hitting the ground still caused the whole Cake City castle to shake violently as if to collapse completely. The meteorite here has stopped, and the other 2 meteorites have also caused a major crisis. The fall of the 3 meteorites can be said to be in no particular order. It's easy to split open falling meteorite, but it's not so easy to completely eliminate the impact potential of its falling. The second meteorite fell and the sweet Commander Snack put all his efforts in blocking it. As for the remaining third one, it was falling and no one can stop it. At a critical moment, a small figure jumped up abruptly, the sword in his hand stabbed at the falling meteorite, and the tip of the sword was instantly inserted into the meteorite. Under his stab, the falling meteorite, which was burning with fire, slowed down abruptly. Then, the whole meteorite turned into a huge, buttered bread and fell on the top of the Cake City castle under the astonishing gaze of countless people. Hugh. Saved. It's the chef. The members of the nearby Big Mom pirates saw this scene, and the horror in their heart finally faded slowly. Head chef of the Big Mom pirates. Starsea. The first person to follow Big Mom, or the hand that guided the growth of Charlotte Linlin, to guide Charlotte Linlin onto the pirate road, and eventually become one of 4 emperors. Starsea, the head chef who turned the meteorite into a buttery bread, jumped over and jumped onto the buttery bread, looking at Fujitora with a dignified expression. There are still such tricky people. Look like there is big trouble this time, Linlin. In the Big Mom pirates, most people call Big Mom mother or mama. In exception to a large group of ex-husbands of Big Mom, he is the only one who is qualified to call her Linlin. Big Mom also saw the fall of the meteorite, but she did not stop it, because Ross stood in front of her and all of her attention was focused on Ross. Well, I didn't expect your people to be very good. Yours too. Ross responded calmly. Big Mom's children are also very strong, but no one seems to have inherited Big Mom's steel balloon physique. When Big Mom was 5 years old, she can hit the sword of the giant hero Yororu and kill him. Her terrifying body can be described as unprecedented. As Yororu said, Big Mom looks like a human being, but in fact, She is a wicked god draped in human skin. If this physique can be passed on to future generations and passed on to children, this world would have already renamed itself as Charlotte. At this time, Sand Giant, Metal Giant Stanson, Iron Wall Giant Goldberg, Biochemical Giant Yura, the four giants finally joined forces to block the Big Mom pirates. The situation is finally in a stalemate and Ghost Hand pirates no longer in lack of combat powers. Chef Strayuzen and Sweet Commander Snack teamed up against Fujitora, although Strayuzen himself is also very strong, but after all, he is older, and Snack is also the weakest of four Sweet Commanders. No matter which one, if the two of them fought alone against Fujitora, they will lose. Only in the case of teaming up can they compete against Fujitora. Since everybody has already started, then I have to start too. Are you ready to give me your head? Big Mom. Ross calmly looked at Charlotte Linglin. Big Mom is much bigger than Ross. When she heard Ross, she was not angry. Instead, she laughed and showed a dangerous expression. Well, there are a lot of people who want my head, but in the end, they have become my homies. Your soul is also very strong, and you will make a strong homie, yes. As soon as her voice fell, she slammed her hand and grabbed the corner of the sun above her head, slamming it down and turning it into a hot flame, wrapped around her wrist. Skyfire. Chapter 287 Fisting. The blazing fire that roared down swallowed up Ross's area in an instant, and broke upon the ground, resulting in a huge burnt hole. Hit. The members of the Big Mom pirates looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel good, but then they had cold sweat spilling over their foreheads. They saw that in the burning area, Ross stepped out without any damage. The burning flame could not even ignite his clothes. He was standing here, but it seemed like his real body was in another space, as the fire couldn't even hurt him. Is that all you can do? Ross calmly looked at Big Mom and his eyes flashed through, and the power of distortion suddenly ignited, and the void around Big Mom's body was suddenly destroyed. The air is like a whirlpool in the sea, with Big Mom's neck as the center, and the distortion of space is needed to cut off her head. Divine. The power of distortion suddenly broke out. In the face of Ross's blow, Big Mom's observation haki did not capture any clues until the space distortion appeared, where she finally noticed that something was wrong. She attached the dark armament haki to her entire upper body for a moment. As one of the four emperors, her armament haki is undoubtedly also the top level. It has carried the distortion space, or the power of distortion in the distortion space. Stronger than I thought. There was no surprise in Ross's eyes, and his tone was calm. This is a method that he developed recently to directly hang and attack the enemy in the far space of distortion. The advantage of this method is that it can launch quickly and there is no trace to follow. Moreover, it can instantly distort the space where the vision reaches, and the attack ignores the distance. The disadvantage of this attack is that the power of this long-range attack is not strong, nor can it be incorporated into armament haki. For those who have strong armament haki, or for the Logia whose body can be elementalized, this move has no great effect. But for non-Logia users and for those whose armament haki is not strong, it can be said that as long as the enemy reaction is slower, they will be killed instantly by the distortion space. Well, it looks like it wasn't just luck that allowed you to beat that Kaido. Big Mom touched her undamaged neck and grinned from her big and throbbing mouth. She smiled cruelly at Ross and rushed towards him. Big Mom is not fast and she is slower than Kaido, and she seems to be at a disadvantage when it comes to agility. But facing the rushing Big Mom, Ross didn't have any thoughts to avoid. Instead, he clenched his right hand and the air showed a distortion as he punched towards the rushing figure. At the same time, Big Mom is also a punch towards Ross. Bang! The moment when the two fists collided, it seemed that a black-painted thunder burst and spread in the void, and instantly traversed the entire sky, tearing the dark clouds of the sky into cracks. It looked as if a mirror has been broken. This is not a simple collision of forces, but a conqueror's haki conflict between two of the five emperors. Crackling. The simultaneous outbreak of conqueror's haki of Ross and Big Mom swept the entire battlefield almost instantly, setting off a terrifying hurricane that swayed in all directions. The members of the nearby Big Mom pirates were almost instantly wrapped up in the middle of it, and they were rewinding to the periphery. Even those cadre-level characters were retreating. Under the two conflicting terrifying pressures, their foreheads overflowed with cold sweat. Conqueror's hakis. Conflict. The same conqueror's haki as Mother. Sure enough, this guy had it. The sweet Commander Smoothie, who was fighting with Fyuk Sermon, paused after being affected. She took a deep breath and muttered in the direction of Ross. As one of the five emperors, Ross could not be justified without Conqueror's haki, so no one was surprised at the moment of the Conqueror's haki conflict. But the power of this Conqueror's haki conflict is a bit too fierce. The two different Conqueror's haki, which are lingering around Ross and Big Mom, set off the momentum of the two, and it looked as if the world was eclipsed. Fortunately, most of these two Conqueror's haki are in conflict and confrontation. The impact on the surrounding battlefield is only a few residual waves that leaked out. Otherwise, the whole Big Mom Pirates regiment can be suppressed by the Conqueror's Haki of Big Mom alone. The Conqueror's Haki of the two Emperors can be superposed, and at that time, even the sweet commanders will find it hard to resist. Crackling. The lacquered black thunder constantly spreads in the void, as if the void has been torn apart and cracked into a crack. It is filled with terrifying power. The Conqueror's Haki clash lasted for nearly 20 seconds before it finally subsided, and it was almost at this point that Ross's fist lurched forward. Bang! Big Mom was shocked by the fact that the ground below her feet cracked instantly. Though she stimulated the armament Haki to its limit, she still shifted inch by inch under Ross's power of distortion and finally flew out. Big Mom, flying upside down, instantly shattered the battlefield and tore a dark crack in the ground behind. Just like a cannonball, Big Mom smashed into the outer wall of the top of the Cake City Castle and fell down on the city town below just like a meteor. Mother. Seeing this scene, Smoothie and others could not help but exclaim. No one thought Ross and Big Mom's first encounter would end up with Big Mom being hit head-on and flying out. What in the name of? The Dark Forces leaders hiding in the corner were shocked as they watched this scene. They thought that it might be an equal outcome and that it might be Big Mom who was slightly inferior, but they did not expect that Big Mom would be hit by the front and fly back. This is the strength of one of the three monsters among the 5 emperors. Being able to face 4 of Marine's top combat forces and repel 100 Beast Kaido, this person may have surpassed Whitebeard's world-class monsters. Don't panic, Mother is fine. Just as the Big Mom pirates were in chaos, Katakuri said, his observation Haki had captured the specific process. Although Big Mom flew out of the battlefield, she was not injured and she just fell to the city town below. As one of the 5 emperors, Big Mom is actually a monster. It seems that she has never been hurt so far. Guns and cannons won't work against her, and her tough body is called a steel balloon. Resilience aside. In terms of physical defense, Big Mom is no less powerful than 100 Beast Kaido. This is an innate ability of the Soul Fruit and it is just scratching the surface. Big Mom is truly terrifying. Almost nothing can hurt her body, as if her body really sealed a wicked magic. Chapter 288 Earth-shaking this city fort is an eyesore. After Big Mom flew back, Ross also noticed that Big Mom was not injured, but he did not pursue her and instead glanced at the Cake City fort. He doesn't like the fairy tale style of this place. Even the Fishman Island style is okay compared to this. When the Big Mom pirates are destroyed, he will try his best to change the style of the place. As for the Cake City fort, naturally there is no need to keep it. Distortion. Under the gaze of many people, who were either thrilled or horrified, Ross raised his hand and looked at the castle with an indifferent gaze. A surging power of distortion instantly penetrated the whole Cake City Castle. Like a waterfall, it pours down and covers the whole Cake City Castle, and the mighty power of distortion breaks out. It acts on the Cake City Castle of the size of City Town, making the whole city castle rotate from the bottom, breaking and rising. This is bad. Katakuri foresees the future events and his pupils contract violently and he tries to rush to stop Ross. However, Shiryu of the Rain Sword light flashed, forcing him to block the attack and remain in the place. What is he going to do? Others don't have Katakuri's future prediction ability, but they are also vaguely aware that something bad is about to happen. All of them are showing unprecedented tension, and a chill appeared in their hearts. The eyes of countless people gathered on Ross. Now, on the city town outside the Cake City Castle, Morgan and others are watching the scene on the Cake City Castle from a distance. After seeing Big Mom flying backward and falling onto city town, she broke several houses. Morgan's face was filled with shock and fear. But before he could say anything, the huge Cake City Castle in front of him seems to be held by invisible hands form both up and downside and seem to be twisting, and a distortion appeared on it. Bang rumble. With a large and shocking sound, the rotating distortion of the entire city fortress was finally twisted into a twist by the hard distortion. Inside the city fort, Hamis and countless members of the Big Mom pirates were instantly destroyed under Ross's tactic. Throughout the city town, countless people seem to have lost their voices. As for the top of the city fort, it is also in a mess at the moment. Ross's subordinates, whether they are Law or Robin, or the Giant's Core, all of them have the ability to fly and they are not afraid to fall, so when distortion appeared on the entire Cake City fort, their expressions remained the same. In contrast, the people of the Big Mom pirates are frightened. City fort is. Are you kidding me? This power. Not to mention the surviving ordinary cadres, even the high-level cadres such as Oven and Defu, and even the 4 sweet Commander Smoothie and others are shocked. The power of this one strike is enough to destroy the very earth they are standing upon. Ghost Hand. Just as the city castle continued to be destroyed, and was about to collapse completely, a sharp roar came from city town below. Standing above a thundercloud, Big Mom flew up into the air and looked at Ross at the top of city castle. Her eyes seemed to be burning with anger. She suddenly took off her hat, which turned into a strange long sword. Spear of Elbaf. Mighty Nation. Big Mom holds the hilt of the sword in both hands and displays the ultimate moves of the giants. This move can fully exert all the power in the body of the giant and attack all using all the forces. For the physique of terrifying Big Mom, the power inspired by this move is also earth-shaking. A terrifying slash, which is thousands of meters in length and width, seems to brush the sky and earth into white in an instant and split towards Ross on the Cake City Castle. Spear of Elbaf. Hadruden, who is fighting Cracker, looks at this scene with a little anger and says, "You aren't worthy of using this attack, Linlin." However, Hadruden's rage had no effect and the blade descended in a moment with the same crushing force. Faced with this move, Ross did not retreat. Because this move not only shrouded him in the attack range but also included Robin and the giant core in the attack range. It was enough to split the whole Cake City Castle in two. He closed his right 5 fingers and clenched them into a fist. The void around his fist appeared a round of distortion. Facing the huge chop, he swiftly punched out. Distortion. Fist. Bang. This is the second collision between Ross and Big Mom. The first time was a confrontation with Conqueror's Hockey, and this time it was the strongest blow of Big Mom, colliding with Ross's full-fledged distortion fist. The city fort, which has been distorted into a twisted crumbling cake, collapsed in the collision of this blow and began to collapse layer by layer. A bright ray of light covers the sky. Whether it is the high-level cadres such as Alvin, or the sweet Commander Kitakuri, it is difficult for them to intervene in this attack at this moment. All of them are forced to stop the confrontation and struggle to stabilize the shape on the collapsing Cake City fort. In the city town below, Morgan is taking the photos by using his Den Mushi. At this moment, he is also holding a video recording Den Mushi. He looks at the terrifying momentum in the sky, showing a touch of inner shock. This is the confrontation between 2 of the 5 emperors. In this sea, in front of the 5 emperors, the supernovas of the first half and the super newcomers are really like children's playing games. Crash. The Cake City Castle collapsed layer by layer, and many ordinary members of Big Mom pirates hiding in the city castle were almost destroyed. The cadres on the top floor, due to its collapsing layer by layer, are all struggling to keep their bodies stable. With the broken city walls, they fall into the ruins. Big Mom, her powers really can't be underestimated. Robin used the ability of flower fruit to transform countless arms and combine them into wings and flew in the sky for a short time, and looked up at Ross and Big Mom. Shiryu of the Rain also used Moonwalk and did not fall with the collapse of the Cake City fort. The power gap has not shrunk at all. He muttered in his heart, after getting the ability of the cold fruit. His strength was improved, but the gap between his and Ross's strength did not shrink at all. Bang long. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the cutting strike across the sky finally broke away completely and turned into an earth-shaking bang, which exploded in the sky. The reverberations of the wave caused a crack to be formed in the middle of the sky, which stretched across the whole sky like an abyss. On the top, Ross was suspended in the sky, the after waves turned into strong winds, and the black cloak on his body was constantly shaking in the wind, but it could not affect his body. Big Mom's all-out attack is blocked by him. Chapter 289 Big Mom's Strength. In just 2 moves, Ross already has a general understanding of the specific strength of Big Mom. In terms of speed, she is weaker than Kaido. In terms of physique, she is comparable to Kaido. In terms of attack, she is better than Kaido. In terms of the existence of Elbaf Sphere and the tactics of thunder and fire, she is not much worse than current Ross. Her armament hockey and observation hockey are also top-notch. Kaido's body is a monster's body, and Big Mom's body is also a monster's body. It has been abnormal since childhood, and now it is even more abnormal. It is like breaking the limiter of the human body. All potential is naturally developed to the extreme, which is similar to a thin version of a certain bald-headed individual. Your speed is slower and your recovery ability is not necessarily comparable to Kaido, so I will win this battle. Ross's eyes flashed and he rushed toward Big Mom. Even if Big Mom's attack is similar to his and her physique is better, the odds are stacked against her because of the speed difference. No one can guarantee that they will win against 4 emperors, and today's Ross can't, but as long as the winning balance is tilted a little, it is enough for a chance in the fight. And because Big Mom is not fast enough and she doesn't have Kaido's immortal body, once she is defeated, it will be the end for her. There is no possibility of an escape. Thunderbolt. Faced with rushing Ross, despite her slower speed, Big Mom's top observation hockey still captures Ross's movements. She grabbed the thundercloud under her feet and her right arm was surrounded by crackling thunder arcs as she punched him. Bang. With this punch, the thunder of Hamizus and the armament hockey are superimposed perfectly, and the clash with Ross's power of distortion is so intense that both of their arms are shaken badly. Ross, who was shaken away by Big Mom, didn't stop at all. His other hand clenched and he punched out again. The double punches were banged quickly to give full play to the advantage of speed. Bang! 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 Big Mom, with her arms around Zeus, repeatedly confronted Ross, but because she was a little slower than Ross, she was forced to fold her arms in front of her after a dozen moves to defend against the onslaughts of attacks. In general, Ross' storm-like attacks continues and he had already punched more than 10 times and the power of distortion erupts like a series of impacts, hitting Big Mom's relatively huge arm, which makes the void vaguely present with a form of distortion. Finally, the thundercloud at her foot can't bear it, and it collapses under the heavy pressure. Big Mom's entire body also falls straight to the ground and crashes into the ruins of City Town. After Big Mom crashes to the ground, Ross clenched his right hand into a fist again. With a rapid cohesion of power of distortion, he swung his fist into the air and hit the ground with a sudden blow. Distortion. Guns. Bang. The whole Cake Island was hit by Ross and the island shook as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake. Countless houses were cracked and the aftershocks of the attacks were set off on the sea, setting off a terrible wave. When the after wave disappeared, there was a huge hole hundreds of meters around in the area directly below Ross and it seemed like a meteorite had fallen out of the sky. At the bottom of the crater, Big Mom's arms were stacked on top of her head, showing a resisting posture. There are a few scratches on her arms, but it seems that there are just a few scratches. She slowly put down her arms and looked at Ross in the sky. There was no anger on her face and she said with a serious and cold voice, "Heaven's fire." As the voice dropped, she swung her arms up. The fairy tale sun floating above her head burst into a blazing flame in a flash, like a volcanic eruption, turning into a towering fire pillar, and went towards Ross in the sky. Doesn't homies need the energy to attack? Seeing this scene, Ross's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and his figure moved across a large span in the sky, avoiding the attack of the pillar of fire. The rules applicable to ordinary people also apply to the top powers such as Ross. After an all-out attack or several all-out attacks, even if there is some stamina left in the body, there will be a short vacuum period. No one can keep fighting for several days and nights with their full powers. Even Kaido can't do it. In general, after an outbreak, they require a short time to rest and they will only use general attacks. The same is true for Ross. But the homies next to Big Mom, Prometheus and Zeus, two things made from Big Mom's own soul, seem to remain unaffected by this rule. These two homies can continue to attack with their full strength just after Big Mom had used her all-out attacks. It looked like they might not have to rest even for a little in a battle. There is no weak for emperors. Ross muttered in his heart, reining in his previous disdain for Big Mom. But even if Big Mom can use homies, made by Soul Fruit, to maximize the vacuum period after the full-scale attack, the balance of the winning and losing will still not change much. Being slow and not flexible is Big Mom's Achilles heel. Whiz. After avoiding the fire column, Ross charged towards Big Mom and came behind Big Mom and slammed into her back. Big Mom's observation haki has already captured Ross's actions. At the same time, her right arm has surrounded the thunder and flame at the same time, and attached to armament haki. Thunder and flame, plus armament haki, the three forces are almost perfectly intertwined, forming a heart-throbbing force that faced against Ross's fist. Bang! In the collision, Ross took a step back because of the breathing period. But in the next moment, Ross' figure appeared to the side of Big Mom and without spending any time and effort, he kicked her directly. Boom! Big Mom was too late to make any sort of counterattacks against Ross and was forced to cross her arms in front of her. After forcing Big Mom to block this foot, Ross flashed and the ability of space distortion was utilized. One moment his figure was in front of Big Mom, and the next he is on her back, punching Big Mom in the back. Bang! In the face of Ross's unpredictable speed, Big Mom couldn't keep up with the attack rhythm even if she tried her best to inspire the observation haki. After that, she got punched and was thrown back. Thunderstrike. Heaven's fire. And almost at the moment when Big Mom was sent back flying, the souls of the two Big Mom's homies Prometheus and Zeus simultaneously attacked and fire and thunder intertwined and swallowed Ross in an instant. Ross didn't waste his stamina to use the distortion space to resist this attack and he instead used his whole body armament haki to resist it and rushed out of the thunder. Go away. Ross's eyes flashed with a cold light and his arms slammed to the sides as the power of distortion broke out and hit the thunder clouds and fire clouds. With a cry of power of distortion, Prometheus and Zeus are thrown into a distortion of cloud and flame. But even if they were broken by the attack, the two groups of thunder fires quickly recovered in the next moment, and it seemed that they had the power to not die. Chapter 290 Big Move, Spatial Sword. Being slightly blocked by thunder cloud and fire cloud, Big Mom recovered and rushed towards Ross again. The fat body is like a steel cannonball, which contains a heart-rending power. Ordinary homies are influenced by your haki and they can't even get close to you. But Prometheus and Zeus are different. They are made from my soul. Big Mom's face showed a trace of ferocity, smile full of wicked meaning. Her hands thrust into the body of Thundercloud and Flame, as if she had put on the fist ring of Thundercloud and Flame, and attacked Ross. Ross has Conqueror's Haki, and he can suppress ordinary people with his immense will. General Hamis, who are made with the souls of ordinary people, naturally does not have the qualification to intervene in this level of a battle. However, Zeus and Prometheus are different. Because they are the soul incarnation of Big Mom, they will not be suppressed by Conqueror's Haki. They can not only assist Big Mom in her attacks but also has some intelligence to do some self-attack. You're right. Ross blocked Big Mom's Thunderfire attacks and said, my Conqueror's Haki really can't suppress them, but they are not immortal, are they? There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Although it seems that they broke up and then recovered, in fact, it is impossible to have no damage. Ross can clearly sense the weakening of the will of these two Thunderfires. In other words, as long as they are broken up a few times, they will be destroyed. Without the interference of these two, even if it would not be an easy task, but he would have a chance to kill Big Mom. But Ross didn't plan to do something so troublesome, as it would cost him time and his strength, which will make the later fight a hard one. His eyes were shining with cold light. Before today, he had figured out several new tricks and he will just use Big Mom to test them out one by one. After 2 collisions with Big Mom, he drew his sword out of its sheath. Divide. The cold words spit out. In the next moment, Ross's figure disappeared out of thin air and suddenly divided into 4, standing in 4 corners, surrounding Big Mom in the center. It seems that there are suddenly 4 identical Ross. This is not a phantom, but an application of the distortion space, which allows Ross to appear in 4 different positions at the same time, like drawing 4 black dots on a piece of paper, and then folding them in 4 ways that will make the black spots stack together. What is this? There was a moment of doubt in Big Mom's eyes. Her observation Haki was able to detect that Ross was real in all 4 directions, and not one was a mirage. 4 identical Ross, with same and different size, and made exactly the same movement, and slammed from 4 directions. Phantom Spatial. Sword. A whistling and killing breath rises from the sky. Faced with Ross's weird tricks, Big Mom's pupils contracted, and for the time she didn't know how to avoid them. She could only surround her body with thunderfires and attach armament Haki to the whole body to prepare for the counterattack. But by the time she decided to passively defend, it was already too late. The most correct way to avoid or block this attack is to not worry about 4 directions at all, just one direction, which is equal to 4 directions at the same time, because this is just the form of space distortion. But many wouldn't be able to do this in the middle of a battle and would only defend, which would be right up Ross's alley. Long before Ross pulled out this attack, he had speculated that Big Mom would probably try and defend against it. See. Almost instantaneously, all can see Ross in 4 directions, flickering and disappearing at the same time. In a dazzling way, he continuously flashed from 4 directions. With the power of distortion, Big Mom's body is completely wrapped in it, as if she had become a hedgehog in an instant. In the end, an unknown number of hits attacked her body in a single second that explodes at the same point. Big Mom is aware of the coming crisis, and at the critical moment, she suddenly bumps into the distance to try to avoid these attacks, but she was only able to avoid the key point, and her shoulder is still wiped by this force. Almost in an instant, the diffuse power of thunder and fire were completely torn apart, and her top armament Haki didn't resist long either. Finally, the attacks came to her final defense, her strong body. Multiple defenses were torn open instantly. Her arm, which had never been hurt, seemed to be bitten by some terrifying beast. There was a huge gap in it, and when the blood gushed, everyone could see the bones in her arm. Big Mom was hit hard. Not good. How come? The Big Mom pirates, 4 sweet commanders and Alvin and others were observing Big Mom's battle against Ross, even though they were fighting tough opponents. Barely 20 into Big Mom's fight with Ross, there was a huge hole in his arm that seems to have been ripped apart by knives and spears, and there was a look of near disbelief in everyone's eyes. In their memory, Big Mom had never been wounded in battle except for the weak time when the nun's photo was shattered. Neither guns nor cannons could hurt Big Mom, and the occasional supernova pirates that made it to her were useless. But now, in the fight against Ghost Hand Ross, she was seriously injured in the confrontation that had only been going for less than half an hour. She suffered such a huge blow in this short amount of time. Ghost Hand Ross's strength is a bit too ridiculous. You used the stupidest way to deal with it. Ross's figure finally appeared behind Big Mom. He was leaning on his sword and had sweat on his forehead, breathing slightly heavy. This trick is also a trick that fully utilizes space distortion. It is one of his most recently developed tricks. It is also very costly for him, and it is almost overloaded. His strength is originally stronger than Big Mom's, even if he is only slightly stronger. But strong is strong, and in this case, she is weaker than Ross. Faced with Ross's big move, she chooses the wrongest way to deal with it. It will naturally be not good for her. This trick is different from Instantaneous Cut Spatial Cut. The Instantaneous Cut Spatial Cut is an attack that requires stamina and can be easily avoided in the presence of a top-notch observation haki. This trick is to control the space around you, then use the space ability to put yourself in 4 positions at the same time, and then attack at the same time, cutting horizontally. The innumerable attacks are like a hedgehog, all centered on one point. After the attack is completed within 1 second, the power will be superposed and exploded in an instant. There is only one perfect solution, that is, just pick a single direction and hit Ross hard with every ounce of strength. Other than that, once you choose the stupidest place to resist the attack and want to defend against it, then you will fall into an irreversible situation. Naturally. If the opponent's speed is extremely fast, almost the same as Kizaru, then there is a chance to escape or leave the attack range before the attack is superimposed and exploded. Speaking of it, because this is the first time that Ross had used this attack in actual combat, it is not yet perfect. If he changes the target to Kaido, who is a little faster, he may be able to avoid it at the last moment. But Big Mom couldn't dodge because her speed was severely short. This is one of the reasons why Ross chose to use this move. Since he intends to use a big move, he should choose the most suitable and effective thing. The results today are obviously very good. This is a very useful and heavy trick. Chapter 291 Developing rapidly after a sudden turn. This situation is not good. The head of the 4 sweet commanders and the Big Mom pirates, Katakuri, looked at the scene, and there was a slight flash of light in his eyes. Because Ross and Big Mom were too far apart and he was focused on his fight against Shiryu of the Rain, he could not be distracted. So he didn't foresee this scene. And even if he did foresee this event, it would be difficult for him to interfere at such a long distance. Shiryu is not an easy opponent and his combat powers are on par with him. His sword darts combines the coldness of cold fruit, has a strong attack power. Flowing Machi. Katakuri acted and used his devil fruit ability, and the ground in front of him suddenly squirmed, turned into a sea of Machi. A few pieces of land creeping up, instantly entangled the lower part of Shiryu of the Rain, trying to devour Shiryu of the Rain in one go. At the same time, Katakuri was also rushing toward Ross. But almost in the next moment, the creeping ground like rice cake suddenly stopped creeping, and a layer of cold frost spread out in an instant and swung in all directions. Under the freezing force of extreme cold, the extremely viscous rice cake is frozen into a block of very brittle ice. The part of rice cake that binds Shiryu is split like glass in an instant. If I let you interfere with Captain's battle, where would I put my pride then? Shiryu's eyes had a hint of coldness in them and he suddenly swung a sword at Katakuri. The sword edge swept away with the cold force. Katakuri made a leap to avoid the blow, but Shiryu had already rushed in and attacked him again, and while he was distracted, he pushed him to stop and confront him. The sword edge flashed, leaving a few blood marks on Katakuri. The moment the blood mark appeared, it was frozen by the extreme cold and looked like a bloody crystal has condensed there, and it was abnormally terrifying. Mama. When Smoothie saw that Big Mom was injured, she also exclaimed and attacked Fyoxerman to distract him and tried to rush towards Big Mom. But Fyoxerman's sheer speed makes it harder for her to get rid of Fyoxerman than it is for Katakuri to get rid of Shiryu of the Rain. Don't disturb Captain's battle, or Captain will be angry at me. Fyoxerman's body flickered and it was in front of Smoothie. Get out of the way. Smoothie screamed and slammed her fists at Fyoxerman. Fyoxerman's body turned into a residual image, and while he avoided the attack on one side, he kicked Smoothie's lower belly at a very fast speed. Smoothie's sword was cut in the air and he observation haki caught Fyoxerman's movement, but the whole person was still thrown upside down by Fyoxerman's accelerated kick. Speed is power. Under Speed Fruit's time acceleration, Fyoxerman's body skills are also extremely strong, and the power of each kick is unquestionable. The only flaw in him is that with a physical attack, he needs to withstand the anti-shock force because of the force. It is mutual. His physique is not as strong as Ross's, so he seldom uses body skills. In most cases, he uses Speed Fruit to speed up things like coin bullets. Faux pass. When he kicks Smoothie to fly backward, Fyoxerman also shows his teeth a little, and his lower leg is a little sore. He raises his gun and shot Smoothie 3 times. 3 bullets burst out and Smoothie found herself in an inverted flight, barely avoiding 2 bullets. The 3rd bullet could not be avoided completely and was shot in her shoulder. The whole shoulder was pierced instantly. Minute. Smoothie twisted her arm and the wound instantly healed together. This is not true healing, but using the fruit ability to coagulate, it is similar to the ability of Doflamingo's thread that he could use to repair his internal organs. Fyoxerman saw it and smiled and continued to attack. As one of the 4 sweet commanders, she would not be easily defeated by him, but the Big Mom pirates would be stopped here. Ding dong. Chef Strayuzen joined forces with Snack, and he attacked Fujitora. Strayuzen's sword darts are not very impressive, but his sword is able to turn everything it touches into food, which forces Fujitora to use the armament haki to defend his blade. After perceiving Big Mom's injury, Strayuzen screamed in his heart and he wanted to support Big Mom, but the strength of the two of them was just enough to deal with Fujitora. Supporting Big Mom is simply a fantasy, and they could not support her at the moment. Gravity. Blade. Fujitora also noticed that Ross had the upper hand and hit Big Mom hard. He also discovered that Strayuzen and others were trying to support her. He didn't hesitate to inspire his ability. The stick blade in his hand wrapped the void like the gravity of distortion, and a mountain-like pressure collapsed upon Strayuzen and Snack. Aware of the terrifying power of Fujitora's outbreak, both of them had to work together to resist it. For a while, they were even distracted to see the battlefields of Ross and Big Mom. With the trust of His Excellency Ross, I will do my best. Fujitora suppresses Strayuzen and Snack on by one as the terrifying heavy burden on them makes them seem to bear the weight of a heavy mountain in every move. No one nearby can interfere with the battle of Fujitora. As long as one enters the area around Fujitora, they will be affected by this gravity. In addition to the 4 suite commanders, only high-ranking cadres such as Oven can resist a little. Other ordinary cadres, it would be impossible for them to even move once they enter the gravity field. Crackling. In the whistling of the thunder, Hadruden was holding a thunder giant axe, fighting with Cracker. Even if Cracker made a large number of biscuit soldiers, with the speed of Rumble Fruit, Hadruden is still able to fight him to a standstill. He also noticed that Big Mom was hit hard, and Cracker's pupil contracted. He controlled a large number of biscuit soldiers, trying to interfere with Ross's battle. But, seeing that he wanted to interfere with the confrontation between Ross and Big Mom, Hadruden instantly broke out with his powers. Even if I can't beat that wicked demon by myself, it's absolutely impossible for me to let this guy interfere with Captain's battle. 200 million volts, Thor Judgment of God. Accompanied by a roar, Hadruden's whole body exploded with lightning, and his whole body suddenly expanded to be like a god. His body was filled with white thunder, and his skin and clothes were all turned into white lightning. In a sudden burst, Rumble Fruit's powers are safely stimulated by Hadruden, and thunderbolts surge over him. Bang! He chopped it out with a sudden stroke, and the burst of thunder was like a waterfall, which washed out more than 10 biscuit soldiers nearby, making them full of thunder, turning into a burnt state, and burning a raging fire. Damn it! Cracker looked at the rushing Hadruden and couldn't help but bite his teeth and was forced to give up control of the biscuit soldier who he sent to support Big Mom. His sword slammed towards Hadruden. Hadruden's speed was extremely fast. After sweeping a batch of biscuit soldiers, an axe was wrapped in countless large thunders and like a thundering 6-pointed star, it cut towards Cracker. Bang! In a frontal collision between Cracker and Hadruden, after a few seconds of deadlock, the whole person flew back in a panic. His purple hair became a little burned, and there were burn marks on his body. Obviously, Hadruden's thunder power is stronger than his. Elbaf's guns. Majesty. Hadruden raised the axe of thunder in both hands, and with a sudden roar, all the power was concentrated in one point and burst out. Cracker's face changed dramatically, and the whole man retreated to the rear, controlling 5 or 6 cookie soldiers to block his front area, but he was still attacked as his cookie soldiers have smashed apart one by one and turned into burnt debris. Bang! This attack finally hit Cracker. Cracker waved his sword to resist the attack but was sent flying backward. He utilized armament haki to block the thunder, but could not resist the impact of Hadruden's attack. His chest became stuffy and blood spurted out. No one can support Big Mom, and the 4 suite commanders are all blocked. The situation of the stalemate between them has changed dramatically in a blink of an eye. In just half an hour of play, the Big Mom pirates have already failed. Chapter 292 Destroy the Heavens and Extinguish the Earth. Big Mom, who was severely injured, after staring at her wound for several seconds, made a strident and squealing noise like a wild animal, which pierced the clouds and made the whole battlefield a mess in an instant. Her conqueror's haki burst out accompanied by the harsh scream, and even Kitakuri and other commanders, or Shiryu of the Rain and others were all strongly influenced and suppressed. A moment ago, she was hit hard by Ross. In the next moment, she once again showed the power of a 4 emperors. This is a shrill screaming sound, combined with Conqueror's haki even made Ross's eardrum buzzed, and it also affected the whole island. Too noisy. Ross frowned, snorted, and with a sudden distortion clears the shrieking sound around him and locks on Big Mom. Zzz. Everything became centered around Big Mom, and the visual explosion sounds from every directions were gradually suppressed and eventually confined to an area of about 10 meters. The scream that suppressed the entire audience was suppressed by Ross alone. Let's see how long you can do this. Ross is floating in the air, one hand pressing the void in front of him. The void forms a visible cover that encloses Big Mom and completely isolated her scream. In this case, the sound wave in the cover area is very terrifying, because it is reflected back and forth by the power of distortion. Even Ross would not want to step into that area. But Big Mom, the screaming center, does this not seem to be affected by the overlapping sound waves of the distortion reflection, and it is still screaming. In the area of 10 meters, it seems to have become a space of distortion. The sound waves visible to the naked eye are swaying in the continuous distortion. Although the ground is absorbing some of it, it is constantly superimposed. Once it breaks out, the power would be unimaginable. You stay back. Ross suppressed the scream of Big Mom and also noticed that if the sound wave broke out, it would a completely different story for him and his crew. When Robin and Lafitte heard Ross's words, they quickly responded and quickly retreated to the distance, while the Big Mom pirates also stare in place and had not fully recovered from the previous influence of the scream. That guy. Not good. Katakuri stared at Ross's direction. After a flash of light, his pupil suddenly shrank, as if he had seen a terrifying picture, and rushed towards the nearby people. Retreat and stay away from Mama and that guy. Katakuri's prestige was second only to Big Mom herself in the Big Mom pirates. He rushed and quickly responded to the people around him, and retreated in panic. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time has passed so slowly at this moment that the eyes of those who look back and forth in the direction of Ross and Big Mom are nervous, revealing palpitations and panic. 9 seconds. 10 seconds. When the time reached the 10th second, the sound wave that was suppressed by Ross was finally burst out, and the reason for the explosion was that the ground could no longer absorb the sound waves that were constantly reflected and superimposed. Bang-long. An earth-shattering noise rang. In the area where Big Mom was standing, the whole earth collapsed and cracked, spreading in all directions, and even Ross was swept in it. Ross also didn't expect the squeal of Big Mom, and the distortion will transform it into a nuclear bomb. Without any doubt, he raised his armament hockey to the limit and also used space distortion to defend himself. In the eyes of countless people who are shocked and horrified, the Cake Island with Big Mom as the center started to collapse from nearly a kilometer away. It was like a giant meteorite striking from the sky, and the terrifying aftershocks spread in all directions. Almost for a moment, the houses on the streets around the city were destroyed. The weaker, slow-moving people were directly smashed into a flesh and blood. This sound waves, in fact, can no longer be called sound waves. In the case of countless reflection superposition and countless compression, it is similar to a sonic bomb. Wherever it went, it destroyed the earth. Chi. Shiryu of the Rain swung a sword, and the invisible intention of the sword forced the aftermath of the frontal impact to split. As Fujitori's face sank and his sword swung, the earth flipped under the weight of gravity, forming a huge wall that stood in the way of the fallout. It happened that Robin was also nearby, and she went straight to the rear of Fujitora. Law used room and quickly and retreated to a very long distance. Lafitte and Fioxerman also performed extremely fast and also reached the far-flung places where the aftermath was weak. The Logia giants, such as Hatruden and Rode, felt no pressure because this aftermath does not contain armament hockey. Their bodies are instantly broken by the impact, but it does not matter. Compared to it, under this attack, the Big Mom pirates were severely affected. In addition to the small impact on the commanders and others, Oven and others were not seriously injured. The lower cadres and the bottom figures were almost wounded in pieces. In some serious cases, there weren't even bones remained, and the lighter ones were seriously injured and numb. When the aftermath is gone, the whole Cake Island is already in a mess, and there is no one intact building. The entire island is shaking. It's too terrifying. I almost died. Morgan and others were not aware of it, and they were just people who followed Robin and others to flee together, but they still survived, but at the moment they are still afraid. This is the battle between the 5 emperors. Not to mention that there is a great deal of danger to their lives, even if they are far away. How is Big Mom? Morgan took a deep breath and thought about it, looking at the center of the island. Over there. Just like the explosion of a giant cannonball, a huge pit with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters appears like a sinkhole, which is shocking. In that pit hole, 2 figures appeared. Ross's cloak was broken, and his other clothes appeared a little broken. He stood at the bottom of the pit with the cursed blade Morassame in his hand and a trace of blood on his mouth. I miscalculated, but it seems to have worked. Although he looked distressed and even miserable, his face did not show any wrong expressions, because Big Mom was in a worse state than his. In front of him, more than 10 meters away, the huge Big Mom was standing there covered in blood, with hardly a piece of intact skin in her whole body. She was like a wicked devil just climbing out of hell. But she is still alive. And her breath did not weaken much. Ghost. Hand. A depressed and terrifying sound came from the mouth of Big Mom, who was covered in blood. It made everyone feel creepy. There was a faint color surprise on Ross's face, but there was no fear. Is it just a skin injury? The steel balloon is worthy of its name, but with such a skin injury, she would not be able to hold it for long. Big Mom's body is strong and the noise she makes doesn't show any internal injuries during the final burst. But a scar can be regarded as a skin injury, then what about the entire surface of the skin being destroyed? With the blood pouring out, Big Mom doesn't have Kaido's ability to recover quickly in this situation. Even without internal injuries, she will not last long. You die. The sound seems to come from the most depressing parts in hell and continued to come from the mouth of Big Mom, who was covered in blood. She opened her scarlet and blood-stained eyes and it seemed like a devil waking up from hell. Whiz. Staring in Ross's direction, she directly rushed towards him. Chapter 293 Violent Big Mom. Bang. 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 Big Mom, who is surrounded by her blood, seems to have inspired all the power, vitality and potential in her body. Under this rush, it is a different speed than before. Although this speed is still not as good as Ross, it is even faster than Kaido. Bang. Ross, undeterred by Big Mom's ferocity, competence up his right fingers and shook Big Mom with a low fizz. After several seconds of deadlock, Big Mom's wicked burst of power slightly changes Ross's face. She burst through the power of distortion with a huge and bloody fist, making Ross fall backward and fly out. Ghost hand Ross pushed back. How could this be? Originally seeing the tragic situation of Big Mom, many members of the Big Mom pirates were depressed and lost all morals and fighting spirit, but Big Mom's sudden violent attack causes them to smile. Her violent attack pushed Ross back for the first time and they are all ecstatic. This should be the real power of Big Mom. What Ghost Hand Ross, what Fifth Emperor, they are all trash. Her speed is getting faster and her power is getting stronger. Ross, flying upside down, steadied himself in the air and looked into Big Mom's eyes with a certain amount of respect and scrutiny. For Big Mom, this is the end of the line. But even ordinary people, in the face of death, are likely to break out with unprecedented power, let alone a big monster such as Big Mom. In the dying situation, the vitality is fully aroused, all the hidden power of the body, all the potential, are completely gone. Thinking of Whitebeard dragging his injured body in the War of the Best while being repeatedly attacked by 3 Admiral, and even beating a KMU enough that it would have killed ordinary people several times, but he could still continue to fight and not only did he hit a KMU, but he also fought against the Blackbeard pirates. A 4 Emperors is not so easy to kill. But today, he is going to lay the foundation stone of climbing to the top with the blood of a 4 Emperors. Distortion Fist. In the face of the incoming Big Mom, Ross screamed and punched. In the collision between the 2 fists, Big Mom's blood sputtered and turned scarlet, and Ross stumbled back again. Come back! There was a ferocity on his face, and he once again charges towards Big Mom. The near-death person falls into a rampage, but it's just a near-death counterattack, and the overload outbreak is not the unique ability of any one person. Bang! 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 Loud sounds blew constantly. In front of Big Mom, who is on the verge of death and has completely gone bereaved, it is difficult for Ross to play with speed, and every blow is pure strength. With maximum Tenacious's value and Rock's physique and his top-level armament hockey and observation hockey, Ross doesn't have any fear. What about a near-death outbreak? If he was forced to the brink of death, he would also be able to break out with earth-shaking power, but it's impossible to force him to the brink of death just with Big Mom alone in front of him. What to fear? Bang! 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 The loud sound of bang blew continuously at the bottom of the sinkhole. The power of the battle between the 5 Emperors is displayed incisively and vividly at this moment. Every blow makes the whole Cake Island seem to tremble and make countless people afraid. Under the condition of overload explosion, Ross is fighting against a rambling Big Mom, although every blow will push him back slightly, but he is without fear as he continues this bloody fight. The joy on the faces of Big Mom pirates, who had seen Big Mom explode with more power and overpower Ross, faded. In particular, Kitakuri and other faces are even more ugly. Mama's state. She can't support it for a long time. Prospero, with a trace of blood on his face, looked at the battlefield in the distance and opened his mouth in a somewhat ugly way. He could see that this was just a kind of overload outbreak of overdraft life in the dying state of Big Mom. It's impossible for the outbreak of nature to last forever. Ordinary pirates may not be able to see it, but these strong pirates can fully judge that if Big Mom can't beat Ross in this explosive state, then they will be defeated. And looking at the current situation, Ross is completely able to resist Big Mom's violent power state. Shit. Kitakuri's face is very gloomy, his eyes sweeping toward Fujitora and others, saying, even if we want to help, those guys won't sit back. With their strength, it was almost impossible to get past Fujitora and the others to support Big Mom and defeat Ross quickly. The atmosphere was oppressive. Everyone had the worst possible outcome in mind, but no one spoke. In the silence, the eldest son, Perso spoke slowly. There is no way. If Mother is defeated by Ghost Hand Ross, Big Mom Pirates will die here with her. Even if Mother can defeat Ghost Hand Ross, she would be too injured to be treated and we would have to stop here. Only the last case scenario in which Mother can defeat Ghost Hand Ross without many serious injuries and with timely treatment can we continue to survive. At this point, Prospero paused and dropped his face a little. Be well aware. Our fate lies in the battle between Mother and Ghost Hand Ross. Prospero's words put a chill on the Big Mom Pirates, especially Kusagakure, who could see that Big Mom had little chance of beating Ross. And such a serious injury, overdraft vitality burst, even if she really can defeat Ross, it would probably be impossible for her to be treated. Once Big Mom dies, where will the Big Mom Pirates go? Without the battle power of 4 emperors, even if other people survived, it makes no sense, the entire pirate group will completely fall apart. On the field, the fight between Ross and Big Mom is on its final leg. Under the fierce attack of Big Mom, Ross's body had already begun to show scars, burned by the fire, injured by the thunder. But these injuries, before Ross's incredible resilience, were instantaneous healed. Naturally. Under the frenzied onslaught of Big Mom, Ross's stamina consumption was also at an all-time high, far higher than in his previous battle with Kaido. With the distortion space, he can temporarily retreat, but in the state of Big Mom, if he retreats, she is bound to find Shiryu of the Rain and others directly. In that case, it will inevitably lead to tragic results, and the Big Mom Pirates will also be able to completely dominate the battle once again and the situation will become extremely bad. What's more, Ross is not going to fall to the point where he chooses to escape in this situation and let others fend off the rampage of Big Mom. Once he has the idea of relying on others in his mind and wants to go to the top, he will be put in a heavy shackle. He can't leave the chores to his subordinates, but in a battle like this, he can never back down. This is not only the tempering of the flesh, but also the tempering of the will. What's more, even if Big Mom goes on a rampage, Ross doesn't plan to win by just surviving her rage-filled rampage. It's not his way and it's not his style. Looking at the whole body bathed in blood, it looks like there is no rational thought in the mind of Big Mom and Ross's eyes twinkle with a cold light. This state. Let's see its limits. Chapter 294 Annihilation. Bang. 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 Big Mom was bleeding all over, and she still kept punching Ross again and again. With his speed exceeding that of Big Mom, Ross flashed sideways in the crack, and his body was like a piece of paper as he escaped Big Mom's punches. The punches missed their target but they still fell on the ground like mountains, shaking the ground and shaking the survivors on Cake Island. A continuous struggle. Ross has confirmed the status of Big Mom, who seemed to has a high battle instinct at this time and she will avoid any dangerous attacks on herself instinctively without showing any flaws. Even when he casts instant kill attacks, Big Mom can avoid them with her speed and dangerous instincts. But this form also has a very big shortcoming, that it is basically a double-edged sword in which she wouldn't be able to see any flaws in her opponents, which is the same for her opponent as Ross can't see any flaws in her attack, but this is a disadvantage for Big Mom as she won't be able to turn the situation around. In other words, Ross can do whatever he wants to do and he doesn't have to fear the flaws in the exhibition process, and he won't be caught. Big Mom. Losing reason in a battle is the prelude to death. After avoiding Big Mom's various punches in a row, Ross folded his hands in front of him and stepped forward. He stepped back to the tens of meters, and his eyes flickered. Buzz. The power of distortion in his body suddenly broke out between his palms. How terrifying is Ross's power of distortion today? Even 100 Beast Kaido would need to go all out to match his attack power and he still would be a little inferior, and Big Mom overdraws the vitality of her body and she still can barely make Ross retreat. Almost at this moment, the power of distortion in his body was completely stimulated by Ross and condensed on the palm of his hand. The void around his palm suddenly appeared in the form of distortion, as if there was a translucent vortex. But this step has just begun. Product. Staring at the rushing Big Mom, Ross stepped back again and backed out of the distance of dozens of meters, avoiding Big Mom's punch. Meanwhile, he spoke in a low voice and his two hands attached to the dark armament haki, which seems to be under great pressure. His forehead is also instantaneous overflow with blue veins as if they had already reached on the verge of their limit. Buzz. A depressed buzz sound suddenly swayed. The distortion of the power of distortion around Ross's hands, which originally had a diameter of nearly 1 foot, was suddenly reduced to only a few inches. And as the vortex continues to rotate and shrink, the translucent power of distortion gradually becomes a gray tone and a strange energy that can be seen with the naked eye appeared. You die. Big Mom mouth made a fierce beast-like sound. There was no rational existence in the bloodshot and scarlet pupils. There was just madness and she ignored what Ross was doing and continued to rush towards Ross. Ross can no longer use the distortion space, because the power of distortion has been out on his hands in full force. Facing the Big Mom attacks, he continues to use his body to escape. Bang! Bang! Big Mom's continuous punches were all avoided by Ross, but one of the punches hit Ross's shoulders. Ross was still sent flying back into the ruins. What the hell is Ghost Hand Ross doing? The members of the Big Mom Pirates have revealed a look of surprise and doubt. Before, Ross and Big Mom were facing each other in frontal combat, but suddenly Ross changed his style and began to constantly retreat to avoid her attacks. Because the distance is too far, no one dares to approach, and because Ross and Big Mom's battle area is filled with Conqueror's Haki, it is difficult for observation Haki to penetrate past it, and they can only see the situation with their naked eyes. Prospero's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, muttering, "Is he on his last legs too? Or does he intend to use this way to exhaust and kill Mother? It may be because he has no more strength left." Oven stood and said in a quiet voice, "We have never seen Mama in this state before. It seems that there is no need for her to rest, and she can continue to erupt with her full power in her every attack. Ross and Mother have been fighting for some time now. Maybe he has no strength left. Let's go and help Mother." No. Katakure's observation Haki's future prediction suddenly showed him something, and he hurriedly shouted to stop others from rushing forward. While others' observation Haki could not penetrate into the battle area, he could still look a little. Katakuri stared at the field and barely perceived something confusing. He said in a low voice, "That Ghost Hand Ross seems to be preparing for something." Preparing what? When he heard Katakuri, Prospero and others were stunned. In the field, Ross, who had been put in a ruin by Big Mom's punch, jumped out of the ruins just before Big Mom rushed into the ruins.